In a small clearing behind an orphan's hut in the village of Konoha, a slender black-haired boy, appearing to be merely 5 or 6 years old, diligently wielded a wooden sword. Whoosh! The wooden blade sliced through the air, creating a faint whisper of wind, though. The boy's movements were not swift and bore the innocence of youth. His expression was one of intense concentration, and his gaze held an unusual sharpness for one so young. His name was Yekawa Ryu, a reincarnator from another world that a few months prior. He had taken the place of an orphan bearing the same name, becoming one of the many war orphans in Konoha. Accompanying him was a so-called inheritance system, a golden opportunity of sorts. The system had designated a legendary figure as its inheritance target, the world's foremost swordsman, Hawkeye Dracula Mihawk. 997, 998, 999. Yekawa silently counted in his mind, his arms growing sore from the repetition, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet his grip on the sword remained steady. 1,000. As he completed his 1,000th swing, his taut body relaxed slightly, and at that moment, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Daily task. Swing the sword 1,000 times. 1000, 1000 completed. Acquired inheritance. Experience 1. Inheritance template. Hawkeye Dracula Mihawk. Current. Inheritance degree. 0.8. Almost instantaneously after the system's notification, the scenery before Yekawa blurred and distorted. His consciousness felt as if it had been stripped away and cast into a tempestuous, thunderous abyss of darkness. He saw a similarly small silhouette standing alone on a small boat, clutching an indistinct sword shadow. Yekawa could feel the piercing cold and hear the howling wind and deafening thunder surrounding him. The trajectories of the wind and the rhythm of the waves transformed into lines that could be severed within the golden, eagle-like pupils of himself. This was an almost instinctual insight, a domineering understanding that encompassed all things within the realm of the sword. As the scene receded like a tide, Yekawa remained rooted in place, his eyes tightly shut. He did not act immediately, but instead carefully contemplated the newly acquired instinctive understandings swirling in his mind. Insights regarding observation, severance, and the existence of the sword. After a considerable moment, he gradually opened his eyes. This is the talent of the world's greatest swordsman. Yekawa could not help but tighten his grip on the wooden sword, his knuckles whitening from the force, though. I am but a child in my formative years. The fundamental understanding of swordsmanship I possess is already extraordinary. Yekawa reflected on himself. For months, he had steadfastly practiced swinging the sword 1,000 times, daily without fail. With the soul and will of an adult, he certainly endured hardships better than his peers and remained more focused. However, without the system, relying solely on his own comprehension, it seemed improbable that he could grasp even a fraction of that essence through a lifetime of basic sword practice. The disparity between individuals can, at times, be greater than that between man and beast. Truly an unattainable talent, Yekawa mused with a self-deprecating smile. Compared to a genius of Mihawk's caliber, the so-called advantage of reincarnation his soul provided was almost negligible. Yet it was precisely because of this that he felt grateful for the existence of the inheritance system. Lack of talent could be compensated for with the system, though the starting point is vastly different. As long as I persist step by step, continually accumulating inheritance experience and internalizing his insights. Yekawa's gaze became resolute and sharp once more. One day, I too shall wield a sword, capable of severing all. This world was considerably more vibrant and perilous than the seas Mihawk navigated in his youth. The shadow of the Nine-Tails incident had yet to fully dissipate, and the tragic fate of the Uchiha clan was looming on the horizon. Not to mention the future threat posed by the Ōtsutsuki, which sought to collect tailed beasts and ignite the Fourth Great Ninja War, alongside the hidden dangers of the Ōtsutsuki clan lurking in the depths. In this terrifying world, where entire villages, nations, and even worlds could be obliterated at a whim, lacking sufficient power rendered a reincarnator no more than slightly special cannon fodder. With this thought, Yekawa took a deep breath and raised the wooden sword once more. Swish! The wooden sword swung out. Its speed and strength still bore the naivete of youth, yet the trajectory appeared more concise and fierce, subtly embodying the essence of slicing Through the air, still far from enough, Yekawa acknowledged, shaking his head while feeling the limits of his body. The overwhelming waves of fatigue and a gnawing hunger interrupted his practice. This 6-year-old body was simply too frail, possessing the understanding and insights of Hawkeye, yet lacking the requisite strength and stamina. He inevitably found himself at a disadvantage. Food, rest, and then the Ninja Academy. Yekawa leaned the wooden sword against the wall and, dragging his weary body, pushed open the creaking wooden door behind him. Inside, the furnishings were exceedingly simple. A single bed, a small table, a chair, and a low cabinet in the corner, nothing more. This was the minimum standard accommodation provided by Konoha for war orphans, sustained by the meager, monthly stipends barely sufficient for survival. Yekawa held no grievances about this. Simplicity meant tranquility, free from disturbances. This solitude allowed him to delve deeper into his training and contemplation, echoing the solitary path of swordsmanship taken by Hawkeye. He rummaged through the cabinet and retrieved 2 cold rice balls, eating them expressionlessly while his thoughts drifted to the new life about to commence. The Ninja Academy begins tomorrow. The Ninja Academy served as the starting point of the power structure in this world. Chakra refinement, transformation techniques, shuriken throwing, basic physical training, and ninja theory, these were the foundational elements for future ninjas to establish themselves. Focus on swordsmanship, yet the fundamentals of being a ninja must not be neglected. Yekawa silently planned in his mind. Chakra is fundamental and must be mastered. Physical training pertains to the strength of the body, directly influencing the execution of sword techniques, and should be emphasized. Transformation techniques are essential for survival and mobility, equally important. As for shuriken and theoretical courses, understanding them suffices. Most critically, he needed to conceal his swordsmanship inheritance. He had no desire to attract the attention of Konoha's higher-ups, particularly that relentless Danzo, right upon entering school. Until he possessed sufficient self-defense capabilities, maintaining a low profile was paramount. Swordsmanship could only serve as a hidden card, practiced in solitude. In school, appearing moderately above average or displaying slight talent in physical training would suffice. Surviving until he achieved a full inheritance from Hawkeye would signify the acquisition of power comparable to, or even surpassing, that of a Hokage. Even if he could not contend with the true monsters, such power would undoubtedly be sufficient to secure his place in this world, allowing him to live freely and comfortably. On the day of enrollment at the Ninja Academy, the atmosphere is always bustling with voices. Night River navigated through the throngs of students and entered the school gates. His exceptionally striking visage stood out even among a crowd of children, drawing numerous curious glances, yet he paid them no heed and proceeded directly to his assigned classroom. The classroom was spacious, already filled to the brim with chattering children, the numbers exceeding 100 by his estimate. At the front stood their teacher, Irika Yumino, whose nose bore a distinctive scar. Night River chose a seat in a corner by the window. A casual glance revealed familiar faces, including Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and several others who would become prominent figures in the future. However, this was of little concern to him. He averted his gaze, choosing not to dwell on them. Irika clapped his hands to signal for silence and began to address the class. Welcome to the Ninja Academy. I am your teacher, Irika. The path of a ninja is arduous, and not many students manage to graduate as Jinin each year. So from today onward, you must all strive diligently. Night River remained indifferent. With over 100 students, the selection rate for just 20 or 30 graduates was indeed low. After all, mastering chakra control and ninjutsu required both talent and perseverance, not merely enrollment. Soon, Irika led the new students to the playground for the opening ceremony. On the platform, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was present to deliver a speech. As long as there are leaves fluttering, the fire will burn. Listening to this familiar discourse on the will of fire, Night River's expression remained unchanged. He understood well that this village was far from the idyllic facade it presented. While the surrounding children might be stirred by the stirring rhetoric, he, as a reincarnated soul with the wisdom of an adult, found it somewhat ironic. The will of fire? It sounded noble. Night River's gaze swept over the playground filled with youthful faces, and he couldn't help but smirk inwardly. In truth, only 9 individuals would graduate from this cohort to become Jinin. The Uchiha, Hyuga, Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, Inazuka, and Yamanaka, each hailed from renowned ninja families within Konoha. How many ordinary ninjas like Sakura Haruno, lacking any significant background, could there possibly be? The so-called will of fire was exceedingly cruel for the common folk in this world. Lineage and power far outweighed any nebulous ideals. He recognized that the present peace was merely an ephemeral illusion. It would not be long before the emergence of Orochimaru, pain, and the Ninja World War. Contemplating the future scenes of carnage and then observing the oblivious children before him, Night River found no sentimentality to be stirred. After the ceremony concluded, the crowd dispersed. A few girls, captivated by his appearance, blushed as they approached, hoping to invite him to play. Indifferent, Night River coldly declined their invitation. He had no time for childish games. Each moment was precious to him. Ignoring the girls' disappointed expressions and the playful antics of other children, Night River swiftly departed from the school and made his way home. Initially, there were ninjas entrusted with the care of orphans who would periodically check on his well-being, concerned that a mere 6-year-old child could not fend for himself. However, deep down, Yechuan was an adult, fully capable of self-sufficiency. As the caretaker discovered that Yechuan not only maintained his cottage in impeccable order, but had also learned to cook for himself. The frequency of their visits diminished significantly, eventually leading to a state of benign neglect. This suited Yechuan perfectly, granting him the undisturbed space he so desired. For him, the sole challenge lay in adapting to the myriad limitations imposed by his youthful physique. After setting down his school bag and donning some comfortable attire, he swiftly made his way to the open area behind the house, gripping a wooden sword tightly. His daily task, swing the sword 1,000 times. With a determined breath, Yechuan commenced his practice, executing each movement with precision and unwavering focus. This 6-year-old body, however, was still too frail. After only a few dozen swings, his arms began to ache, and beads of sweat quickly formed. He found himself frequently pausing to rest and regulate his breathing in order to continue the arduous task. Achieving 1,000 swings had become a torturous endeavor, nearly consuming all his after-school time and energy. He needed to adapt swiftly, for school hours would encroach upon the day, leaving little time for his training. As he swung the sword, thoughts raced through his mind. The arduous labor yielded a meager reward of just 1 point of inheritance experience. According to the system's description, 1 point of experience increased his inheritance by a mere 1,000th. In essence, it would require a staggering 10,000 points of experience, amounting to nearly 27.5 years, to reach a full 100. During a brief respite, Yechuan contemplated this timeline, noting its resemblance to the growth trajectory of Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, who also took decades to attain his pinnacle. Mihawk was around 41 years old at the beginning of the One Piece narrative, having held the title of the world's foremost swordsman for an indeterminate number of years. Over 20 years ago, he had been present at the execution of the Pirate King, Gold, Roger, appearing as a mere youth, likely around 20, already renowned as a formidable swordsman. This suggested that his prime developmental years spanned roughly 10 to 20 years. Yet, in the world of Naruto, nearly 30 years was an eternity, fraught with uncertainties. The Fourth Great Ninja War would not afford him such a protracted period. However, relying solely on the daily sword swings seemed dreadfully inefficient. Yechuan furrowed his brow, pondering that the system could not be so miserly. Surely, there existed alternative methods to expedite the acquisition of inheritance experience, knowledge of which he had yet to grasp. Perhaps it involved combat or the completion of certain challenges. He inclined towards the latter, as the monotony of daily tasks was proving to be quite grueling. At the current rate of 1 point per day, he would accumulate a mere 365 points in a year. What stage did this correspond to in Mihawk's development? Perhaps it was during his early childhood, when he had already established a solid foundation in swordsmanship, with physical attributes far surpassing those he currently possessed. If he could reach such a level, managing the curriculum at the Ninja Academy and even contending with lower-level opponents would undoubtedly become significantly easier. For the time being, he chose to dismiss such thoughts, refocusing his grip on the wooden sword and concentrating wholly on each swing. The path to strength was destined to be monotonous and protracted. Henceforth, his life became as regimented as a machine. By day, he attended the Ninja Academy, striving to remain inconspicuous. Immediately after classes, he would return home, dedicating all his time to the systematic daily tasks. He scarcely interacted with any classmates, perpetually solitary, his handsome visage often devoid of expression, his gaze exhibiting a dispassion incongruous with his age. Gradually, his peers became accustomed to his reclusiveness, apart from a few girls who occasionally stole glances at him. Nearly no one attempted to engage him in conversation. In terms of social connections, he was even less popular than the ostracized Naruto Uzumaki. Yet, Yechuan remained indifferent to this. All his focus was devoted to enhancing his strength. Time, indeed, flew by amidst the tedious repetitions. Before long, 3 months had passed since Yechuan had enrolled in the Ninja Academy. After 3 months of relentless training, particularly with the added burden of tasks later on, his inheritance level had steadily risen to 19. Indeed, the tasks had intensified. Just a month prior, when his inheritance progress had laboriously breached the milestone of 1, a singular daily task had undergone a transformation. Daily tasks: 1. Swing the sword 1,000 times, 1,000. 2. Run 10 kilometers daily, 10. Task reward: 1 point of inheritance experience for each completed task. Suddenly, a new physical training task appeared on the system panel. It was evident that mere technique was insufficient. The foundation of physical fitness must also keep pace. Yechuan had anticipated this. The prowess of the eagle eye was not solely rooted in its exquisite swordsmanship, but also in its monstrous physique. The system had clearly recognized the frailty of his body and commenced mandatory physical conditioning. Consequently, the tasks he was required to complete daily had doubled, and correspondingly, the inheritance experience he could earn each day had increased to 2 points. Although the progress remained sluggish, it had at least doubled compared to the initial phase. However, the price was that his already limited time had become even more strained. With classes in the morning and afternoon, he could only find fleeting moments to accomplish these 2 grueling daily tasks. Fortunately, with the increase in his inheritance level and 3 months of practice, he had become remarkably adept at the fundamental sword-swinging motions, having developed muscle memory. What once required multiple breaks to complete 1,000 swings could now be done with significantly improved efficiency, reducing the time nearly by half, allowing him to barely squeeze in the time needed for the 10-kilometer running task. Of course, this was relative. The high-intensity training after school still pushed him to his limits. In addition to his gradual physical enhancement, there had been new developments in the inheritance experience within his mental realm over these 3 months. With the rise in his inheritance level, he no longer merely experienced the insights of the eagle eye's childhood sword practice. Instead, he began to vividly encounter various battle scenes. It was not a cataclysmic battle, but rather a skirmish akin to the youthful confrontations among peers, primarily consisting of street brawls. The imagery remained hazy, yet the ambience of combat was strikingly brutal, suffused with a fierce determination to survive. With each experience, Yechuan could vividly sense the exhilarating surge of adrenaline. He observed his opponent's vulnerabilities with a keen eye, seizing the opportunity for a decisive strike, and relished the tranquility that followed his triumph in battle. At this juncture, the Ninja Academy had not yet formally commenced its combat practice courses. Theoretically, all students were still neophytes in the art of combat. Nevertheless, Yechuan was aware that through 3 months of sporadic mental experiences, he had developed an almost instinctual intuition and experience in battle. Although the children of clans such as Uchiha and Hyuga may have engaged in sparring under the guidance of their elders from a young age, that practice bore no resemblance to the visceral reality of combat that Yechuan had encountered. He brimmed with confidence, believing that as long as his physical prowess was not utterly overwhelmed, he could triumph over any classmate. Yet, despite his self-assurance, he did not allow himself to relax. In addition to the system's daily tasks, he diligently utilized every fragment of free time to secretly hone his chakra. Chakra, a unique energy derived from the fusion of physical and mental energies extracted from approximately 130 trillion cells within the human body, serves as the foundation for most jutsu employed by ninjas. Although Yechuan primarily focused on swordsmanship, he understood that in this world, ignorance of chakra was untenable. Even the most fundamental transformation technique required chakra to activate, let alone the body flicker technique that he might need in the future. Furthermore, he recalled that in the original narrative, there existed a warrior nation known as the Land of Iron, where samurai could channel chakra into their swords, significantly enhancing the power and sharpness of their strikes. Consequently, after the school introduced chakra refinement courses, he secretly devoted considerable energy to his training. Following Irika's guidance, he sat cross-legged in meditation, concentrating inwardly to sense the two energies within his body and endeavoring to merge them. Thanks to the mental advantages bestowed by his adult soul, he discerned the two latent energy sources within him with relative ease. At the moment the two energies converged, a novel energy imbued with warmth emerged, albeit faint. It was undeniably chakra. With his relentless practice, this chakra gradually grew in strength. However, constrained by his 6-year-old physique, the rate of chakra accumulation was not particularly rapid, far less pronounced than his improvement in energy control. His efficiency in chakra refinement and control surpassed that of all his classmates. Yet he consistently presented himself at a moderately elevated level, never revealing his true progress. Thus, days passed in this rhythm of feigned normalcy during classes and intense training by night, until one fateful day, during the afternoon practical class, Irika led everyone to the outdoor training ground. "All right, students, after 3 months of foundational study, I believe you have gained a certain understanding of chakra and basic physical techniques. Today, we will engage in our first practical combat exercise." Irika stood at the forefront of the group, clapping his hands to announce the commencement of a practical combat exercise. The children instantly became animated, eager to participate. "Well, let us keep it brief. The primary objective is to immerse everyone in the atmosphere of real combat and assess each individual's progress in their training," Irika stated as he produced the attendance sheet. Now, for the first group, as the pairs engaged in sparring, the majority displayed little more than the chaotic skirmishes typical of young children, devoid of any discernible strategy, which left Yechuan feeling rather uninterested. However, his attention was piqued when Irika called out 2 names. Next group, Uzumaki Naruto versus Uchiha Sasuke. "Oh, the plot thickens," Yechuan mused, observing the scene. Naruto remained his usual boisterous self, while Sasuke exhibited a level of composure and skill far beyond that of his peers, effortlessly evading Naruto's attacks and retaliating with precision. Although Yechuan perceived their movements as still somewhat juvenile, glimpses of their future potential were already discernible. Ultimately, the intensity of their clash escalated, prompting Irika to intervene and separate them, compelling them to perform the reconciliation seal that symbolized the beginning of their bond. Yechuan watched this unfold without any particular sentiment, merely noting the premature entanglement of these rivals. "All right, next group." Irika, clearly exasperated by the previous display, swiftly turned to the next page. "Yechuan versus It's my turn." Yechuan raised an eyebrow as he stepped out from the corner. Irika's gaze lingered on the roster before he lifted his head to address a direction in the group, calling out his opponent's name. "Hyuga Hinata," as Irika announced the combatants. A subtle shift in the atmosphere permeated the training ground. All eyes converged on the 2 individuals emerging from the crowd. On one side stood Yechuan, tall and handsome, his expression perpetually stoic and distant, yet he remained one of the most admired figures among the girls in the class. Opposite him was Hinata, the timid heiress of the prestigious Hyuga clan, with her short bangs framing her delicate features, clad in loose-fitting training attire that accentuated her bashfulness. Upon realizing that her opponent was Yechuan, Hinata's fair complexion flushed a deep crimson, her gaze flitting nervously away from his, unable to meet his eyes, her fingers fidgeting together in a display of anxiety. Observing her reaction, Yechuan understood the situation all too well. He recalled an encounter not long ago, when he had happened upon a trio of unruly upperclassmen bullying Hinata on her way home from school. At the time, he had thought little of it. Finding the ruffians bothersome, he simply tossed a few well-aimed pebbles to disperse them. Hinata had appeared grateful, stammering an attempt at thanks, but he had brushed her off and continued on his way. Unbeknownst to him, this minor act of chivalry had apparently sparked some inexplicable sentiment within the shy young lady. What a nuisance, Yechuan contemplated, though his expression remained impassive. Whether it was infatuation or gratitude mattered little to him. His focus lay solely on the sparring itself. "Combatants, prepare." Irika raised his hand, signaling the beginning of the practice match. As Irika's hand descended, Hinata took a deep breath, striving to calm herself as she assumed the initial stance of the Hyuga-style gentle fist. Although her movements were somewhat awkward and her gaze betrayed a hint of hesitation, her posture was largely correct. She seemed inclined to take the offensive, yet hesitated, her feet shifting slightly but not committing to an attack. Yechuan stood quietly, refraining from launching an assault. Observing Hinata's evident lack of confidence, he shook his head slightly. From the outset, this sparring session held little suspense. He had no desire to reveal too much in such a setting, nor did he intend to truly harm his opponent. A swift resolution was preferable, and he aimed to be as gentle as possible, just as Hinata mustered her courage and tentatively stepped forward. Her small hands thrusting forward in the stance of a gentle fist, Nichuan moved. His actions were not swift, yet his timing was impeccable. As if he had foreseen Hinata's trajectory. With a simple sidestep, he effortlessly caused her attack to miss its mark. In the blink of an eye, Nichuan's body glided forth like a specter, his right hand's index and middle fingers coming together to lightly tap the area just beneath Hinata's neck. At the moment, she exposed a vulnerability from her failed strike. While not a fatal point, the precise impact was sufficient to cause her to lose her balance instantaneously, leaving her limbs tingling. Hinata felt a sudden numbness in her neck, her vision blurring, and her body immediately lost strength, staggering backward for 2 steps before nearly falling. That's enough. Irika promptly declared the outcome, casting a surprised glance at Nichuan. The evasion and counterattack from moments ago were executed with such finesse that they hardly seemed the actions of a student who had only entered school 3 months prior. Particularly the precision of the acupoint strike, which left a lasting impression on him. Nevertheless, Nichuan immediately withdrew, refraining from pursuing, adhering to the principle of moderation. Nichuan wins. Hinata, her face flushed, lowered her head and murmured something softly before retreating to the side, visibly disheartened. Nichuan returned to a corner of the crowd with an impassive expression, while the gazes of his classmates toward him were now laced with complexity, some astonished, some curious. And a few boys who had previously overlooked him now displayed a hint of trepidation. The practical training session concluded swiftly. By the time Irika announced dismissal, the sun had begun to set. The intensity of the training left Nichuan feeling ravenous. A strong hunger pang surged within him. He rummaged through his pockets, finding only a meager amount of allowance, and decided to indulge a little today. He made his way to the village's most renowned ramen shop, Ichiraku Ramen. As he lifted the Norin curtain, the rich aroma of tonkatsu broth enveloped him. The shop was not crowded. The hand-pulling noodle master and the elder sister Ayam were busily attending to their tasks. Nichuan settled into a corner and ordered a bowl of the most ordinary tonkatsu ramen. Today seemed fortuitous, as the boisterous blonde boy who usually shouted during his ramen visits was, surprisingly, absent. Before long, a steaming bowl of ramen was placed before him. Nichuan ate quietly, savoring the warmth of the food as it slid into his stomach, bringing a sense of satisfaction. He needed to replenish his energy swiftly, for upon returning home, 2 formidable daily tasks awaited him. After finishing his ramen and settling the bill, Nichuan wasted no time and hastened home. He had to complete 1,000 sword strikes and a 10-kilometer run before the midnight deadline. As he dragged his almost exhausted body to finish the final task and collapsed onto the ground, the midnight chime seemed to be on the verge of sounding. Daily task, sword strikes 1000, 1000, 1000, completed. Daily task, run 10 kilometers, 1010, completed. Experience gained, legacy experience 2, with the notification chime. A familiar warmth surged through his body, and his spirit instantaneously plunged into the realm of the Eagle-Eye's legacy. As his insights concluded, his consciousness returned to reality. Lying on the ground, thoughts involuntarily surfaced regarding higher realms of swordsmanship. He vaguely recalled that in the world of One Piece, Zoro's first master, Koshiro, once remarked, "In this world, there exists swordsmen capable of severing steel, yet unable to slice through paper." Eagle Eye's ascendance to the pinnacle of swordsmen undoubtedly stemmed not only from strength and skill, but also from a profound understanding of the concept of cutting. A sudden thought surged within him. He struggled to rise, returned to his room, and found a piece of paper. Then, he grasped the wooden sword he had wielded for over 3 months and took a deep breath. He envisioned the breadth of the paper, imagining the line that could be severed. Then he swung his sword. The wooden sword fell with the sound of rushing wind. The result? The paper was merely nudged aside by the blunt edge of the sword, remaining completely unscathed. Indeed, he was still far from his goal. Nichuan gazed at the intact paper and chuckled at his own naivety. At present, his fundamental strength and speed were woefully inadequate, let alone pursuing the realm of severing all things. However, this at least provided a direction. He would continue to strike, continue to run, and continue to grow stronger. Until one day, when he could truly grasp the essence of cutting, he would surely be able to sever steel. Days swiftly passed in monotonous repetition. In the blink of an eye, Over a year had elapsed since Yichuan began his studies. He had grown significantly taller, though still somewhat slender. The lines of his muscles had begun to emerge from years of rigorous training, no longer resembling the frail figure he once was. More importantly, his legacy progress had soared to 90 after more than a year of relentless cultivation. Of course, his daily tasks had not remained static during this time. Approximately 6 months ago, when his legacy level reached around 5, the daily tasks were once again upgraded. Daily tasks: 1. Sword strikes 2000, 2000. 2. Daily run 10 kilometers, 10. 3. 100 push-ups, 100. 100 sit-ups, 100. 100 squats, 100. The number of sword strikes had doubled to 2000. And an additional 300 fundamental fitness exercises had been included. The maximum experience attainable each day had also increased to 4 points. The sheer magnitude of this task is akin to a hellish ordeal for a mere 7-year-old child. Had it not been for that technique, Yichuan would have felt fortunate. Fortunately, having studied the fundamental theories of chakra at the Ninja Academy and combining it with his adult-like comprehension, he secretly mastered the technique known as the Shadow Clone Technique, which could be deemed a game-changer. The Shadow Clone Technique, classified as a B-rank high-level ninjutsu, differs from the ordinary clone technique in that it creates tangible clones. The memories, experiences, and even the sensations of fatigue experienced by the clones are relayed back to the original upon dispelling. This technique demands a substantial amount of chakra, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary genin to maintain multiple clones. However, Yichuan discovered that perhaps due to the strength of his soul, his total chakra capacity seemed considerably greater than that of his peers. Coupled with his precise control over chakra, he could barely manage to create one shadow clone to assist in his training. Consequently, his daily training regimen evolved into the original responsible for running 10 kilometers and completing 300 repetitions of push-ups, sit-ups, and squats, while the shadow clone tirelessly repeated 2,000 sword swings in the vacant lot behind the house. As a result, although the original still had to endure significant physical exertion and the fatigue relayed from the dissipated shadow clone, he could finally manage to complete all of his daily tasks. Efficiency had doubled. At this moment, the golden rays of the setting sun bathed the open space. Yichuan had just finished his final, perfectly executed push-up, while simultaneously, the identical shadow clone beside him accurately completed its 2,000 sword swing. With a puff of smoke, the shadow clone vanished. In an instant, the muscle memory, subtle insights, and corresponding fatigue from the 2,000 swings surged into Yichuan's mind. He let out a muffled grunt, shaking his head to acclimate to this influx. Daily task: 2,000 sword swings, 2000, completed. Daily task: 10 kilometers run, 10, completed. Daily task: 100 push-ups, 100, completed. Daily task: 100 sit-ups, 100, completed. Daily task: 100 squats, 100, completed. Gained 4 experience points. At last, today's tasks were complete. Yichuan sat cross-legged, not immediately resting, but instead closing his eyes and descending into that familiar realm of spiritual inheritance to absorb the day's share of experience. Within the mental domain, the image of the eagle eye was no longer that of a naive child, but rather that of a youth whose demeanor now exuded an air of aloofness. The battles he had endured grew increasingly brutal, filled with flashes of blades and splatters of blood, each encounter a true struggle for survival. Yet, this time felt different. Over the past month, each time Yichuan entered the mental space, he encountered nearly the same scene. The youthful eagle eye stood motionless in an open area, fixated on an ordinary wooden post. He remained transfixed for an extended period. Yichuan could only muster the patience to accompany him in this vigil for an entire month. On this day, just as Yichuan anticipated yet another encounter with the wooden post, the youthful figure of the hawk-eyed boy within his mental realm finally sprang into action. Without any forewarning, he calmly unsheathed the sword from his waist. Whoosh! A glimmer of cold light flashed. The wooden post, which he had fixated on for an entire month, silently split in two, its severed edge as smooth as a mirror. Yichuan's consciousness felt as though it had been struck by that very blade. In that fleeting moment, he could distinctly hear the breath of the post and perceive the line that connected it all. The boy's strike was not reliant on brute force. Rather, it harmonized with the intrinsic principles of the post itself, achieving the most exquisite result with the slightest expenditure of effort. Yichuan abruptly broke free from his mental realm. His body drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing violently. The impact of that strike had been overwhelmingly intense. He suppressed his exhilaration, immediately rose, and returned indoors, where he retrieved a thin sheet of white paper. Next, he grasped the wooden sword from the corner. Taking a deep breath, Yichuan closed his eyes, striving to recall the sensation of that earlier strike. After a considerable while, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. He swung the sword. Once again, it was a simple downward chop, still wielding the clumsy wooden sword. Yet this time swish. A soft sound resounded as the lightweight white paper was neatly sliced in two by the blade's edge. Though the cut was not as smooth as that made by a true sharp blade, it was nonetheless distinctly visible. He had succeeded. With a dull wooden sword, he had severed the paper. Ding! Congratulations, host, for grasping the rudiments of the principle of severance. Reward: 100 points of inheritance experience. Current inheritance level, 1004. Detected that inheritance level has exceeded 10. Beginner phase concluded. Unlocking beginner rewards. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a novice weapon. Hidao Iwenzi. A series of system notifications left Yichuan momentarily astonished. Following closely, a beam of white light appeared, revealing a katana with both the sheath and hilt in pristine white, quietly emanating an aura of purity. Hidao Iwenzi. Yichuan's eyes sparkled with recognition. He was exceedingly familiar with this blade. It was one of Zoro's swords from the original work, the Great Blade, 21 craftsmanship. The system certainly spared no expense. Yichuan could not help but marvel at the fact that his beginner reward was none other than the Great Blade, 21 craftsmanship. He reached out, gently grasping the hilt of Hidao Iwenzi. The touch was cool, yet seemed to possess a life of its own, fitting perfectly within his palm. Clang! He slowly drew the blade from its sheath. The blade gleamed brightly, its cold light piercing, devoid of any impurities, its edge sparkling with astonishing sharpness. Merely holding it, Yichuan could sense a sharpness far beyond that of ordinary swords. He attempted to swing it lightly a few times. The sword moved in harmony with his thoughts, light and swift, exuding an indescribable sense of coordination. It felt as though this blade was destined to belong to him. What a magnificent sword! Just as Yichuan reveled in the joy brought forth by his new weapon, a gentle knock sounded at the door. Yichuan-kun, are you at home? Came a timid female voice. It was Hinata. Yichuan sheathed Hidao Iwenzi, reining in his excitement, and walked over to open the door. Standing at the doorway was indeed Hinata Hyuga, holding a neatly packaged bento box. Upon seeing Night River open the door, her cheeks flushed, and she shyly murmured, "I made dinner and brought some for you." Night River regarded her with a sense of resignation. Ever since their last sparring session, over the course of the past year, although he continued to maintain his reclusive nature, Hinata seemed determined to draw closer to him, frequently finding various excuses to do so. Gradually, despite his lack of initiative, he had tacitly accepted this peculiar friendship, which could be deemed a form of childhood companionship in a certain sense. "Please come in." Night River stepped aside to allow her entry. He understood that, given Hinata's disposition, if he didn't invite her in, she would likely remain waiting at the threshold. Hinata stepped into the room with small, cautious steps and placed the bento on the table, her gaze anxiously fixed on Night River. He did not hesitate. After training, he was indeed hungry. Upon opening the bento, he discovered exquisitely crafted rice balls, along with tamagoyaki and an assortment of side dishes, all of which appeared far more appetizing than what he could prepare himself. He ate quietly as Hinata sat beside him, somewhat tense, stealing glances at him from time to time. After finishing the bento, Night River tidied up the box and returned it to Hinata. "Thank you. It's getting late. You should head back." Yes." Hinata nodded eagerly as she took back the bento box. "I'll walk you to the nearby intersection," Night River offered, rising to put on his jacket. Upon reaching the corner not far from the Hyuga clan's residence, Night River halted and, looking at Hinata, suddenly advised, "Hinata, listen carefully. No matter what happens tonight, or what sounds you hear, do not go outside, understand?" Although Hinata appeared puzzled, the seriousness of Night River's expression compelled her to obediently nod. I understand, Night River-kun. Good, now hurry home." Night River waved his hand, as he watched Hinata's figure vanish around the corner. The gentleness on his face faded away. He raised his gaze to the horizon where the orange-red sun was sinking below the earth. He recalled vividly that according to the original timeline, this very night marked the fateful night of the Uchiha clan's annihilation, a brutal massacre, tacitly sanctioned and even orchestrated by the higher-ups of Konoha, executed by Itachi Uchiha against his own kin, was about to unfold. Should he intervene? That thought flickered momentarily in his mind before being extinguished completely. To assist the Uchiha? Setting aside the fact that he had no familial ties to them, he had no reason to provide aid. Even if he did help, what would he gain? Would he oppose the entire Konoha leadership? Moreover, what means did he possess to offer assistance? Itachi Uchiha, as a captain of the Umbu, was at least of elite Jonin caliber, if not stronger. With his current abilities, which barely qualified as Genin, rushing in would be tantamount to seeking death. Should he inform the third Hokage? That was foolish. The third Hokage could not possibly be unaware of the situation. Even if he wished to intervene, he would likely be powerless to do so. Or perhaps he had already consented to the events transpiring. A nameless orphan like himself attempting to betray such information would likely be dismissed as insane or swiftly dealt with by Danzo lurking in the shadows. Thus, it was best to refrain from action, to remain uninvolved. Yichuan made the most judicious decision, before acquiring the formidable power to overwhelm all. Any attempt to intervene in the narrative would be sheer folly. His foremost objective was to survive and subsequently grow stronger. Everything must hinge upon his own safety. As for the tragic fate of the Uchiha, the darkness of Konoha, and the impending war, those matters would only be worthy of contemplation once he possessed sufficient strength. The night enveloped Konoha like a vast curtain, heralding the onset of a bloody massacre destined to be etched in the annals of history. Yichuan silently turned and returned to his humble abode. Regardless of the tumultuous changes in the outside world, time would inexorably flow forward. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had quietly elapsed. Yichuan re-emerged in the clearing behind his house, a place he had solidly tread upon. Now 10 years old, he had experienced a significant growth spurt, though still lean compared to his peers like Akimichi Choji. Years of rigorous training had honed his physique into a well-proportioned and robust form. At this moment, he grasped not the wooden sword that had once been his companion, but a blade of pristine white, the legendary Hodo Ikemanji. The sensation of wielding a true weapon was utterly distinct from that of a wooden sword. With each swing, he felt the sharpness of the blade slicing through the air and the subtle vibrations returned by the sword's body. This enhanced his understanding and mastery of swordsmanship to a new level. Beside him stood 2 identical figures, each wielding a wooden sword and meticulously replicating his cutting motions. After 3 years of relentless training, he had learned to stabilize 2 shadow clones. The daily tasks assigned by the system had escalated over these years, becoming increasingly demanding, with the number of required strikes skyrocketing to 5,000. Without the assistance of the 2 shadow clones to share the burden of the strikes, it would have been impossible for him to complete such an immense training regimen relying solely on his own efforts. He often felt fortunate to have mastered the shadow clone technique. Otherwise, life would have been unbearable. However, he found himself somewhat troubled by the apparent stagnation in the progress of his inheritance. Despite acquiring a greater amount of experiential knowledge, the rate at which his inheritance level increased was not as rapid as he had anticipated. It resembled the progress bars of certain shopping apps from his past life, slowing down as one approached the end. Yichuan could only speculate that perhaps the inheritance of the Eagle Eye, in its later stages, contained an ever-expanding wealth of information. The difficulty of transforming that knowledge into his own grew correspondingly, necessitating even more experience. In the face of this inflation-like phenomenon, he had diligently cultivated for 3 full years, expending far greater effort than in the early days, yet the growth of his inheritance level seemed disproportionately meager. As of now, his inheritance level stood at 3,672. Although this progress was already remarkable, enabling his foundational swordsmanship, instinctual physicality, and combat intuition to reach an exceptionally high standard, the goal of 100 still felt achingly distant. With the elevation of his inheritance level, the Eagle Eye within his mental realm had long since shed the naivety of youth. Currently, Hawkeye is approximately in his 20s, bearing an air of aloofness and sharpness as he embarks on his maritime journey. Night River personally witnessed the execution of the Pirate King, Gold, Roger, in Lobetown, absorbing the grand words that heralded the dawn of the Great Pirate Era. Based on his inherited experiences, he surmises that during this period, Hawkeye's prowess is likely formidable. Although he has yet to secure his position as the world's strongest, he is probably nearing that level. comparable to the strength of the supernovas when they first entered the Sabaody archipelago. His bounty might be approaching 100 million berries soon. While Night River delves into the swordsmanship of this era's Hawkeye, an unexpected revelation quietly unfolds. Haki, a unique power system in the world of One Piece, represents a latent strength inherent in all humanity, a manifestation of willpower. It is primarily categorized into three forms: observation haki, which allows one to sense presence and foresee danger; armament haki, which enhances defense and augments attacks; and conqueror's haki, which is possessed by only one in a million. This power differs fundamentally from chakra, leaning more towards the realms of spirit and will. Night River did not anticipate that upon reaching a heritage level of over 30, he would truly grasp a hint of Haki's mysteries. It is not the formidable armament haki, nor the rare conqueror's haki, but rather the most foundational and practical observation haki. He is yet unable to control it freely, let alone foresee the future. During a training break, Night River closes his eyes, attentively experiencing this peculiar state. It is merely a vague sensation, akin to an amplified sixth sense. His current level is roughly equivalent to Usopp's first awakening of observation haki in Dressrosa, a hazy perception of things beyond visual range, yet unstable, requiring utmost concentration, with both range and precision being exceedingly limited. At this moment, Night River sits on the ground, appearing to rest, yet his consciousness is sharply focused, extending beyond the courtyard wall. With his mind taut, the sounds surrounding him seem to vanish, plunging the world into silence. Then, within his perception, a blurred shadow sweeps past the outer wall. Intrigued, Night River's lips curve slightly in a smile as he discerns a black wildcat. Though the image is indistinct, resembling the capture of an idea, he indeed perceives the trajectory of the wildcat's sprint beyond the wall. Though faint, it is undeniably the first step taken. Night River opens his eyes, excitement shimmering in his black pupils. Mastery of haki, particularly observation and armament, is of paramount importance for a swordsman. The sky over Konoha is a clear azure. 7 years have passed since Night River arrived in this world. By the training grounds of the Ninja Academy, a figure leans against the railing, absently toying with a brand new metal forehead protector, emblazoned with the emblem of Konoha, reminiscent of a spinning leaf. Night River is now 12 years old. Years of arduous training have stripped him of his youthful innocence, rendering his features more defined, while his deep, tranquil black eyes, combined with an air of aloofness cultivated through solitary practice, exude a unique charm. His gaze rests upon the imposing Hokage rock in the distance. In his line of sight, a boy clad in orange is recklessly defacing the statue of the third Hokage with a paint bucket, while below, a few chunin shout in exasperation. Indeed, this classic opening scene brings a subtle smile to Yechuan's lips. Today marks the graduation examination day at the Ninja Academy. He arrived a bit earlier, eager to witness this iconic moment from the original story, serving as a tribute to his fleeting youth. He himself had already passed the graduation exam with remarkable composure. The clone technique, transformation technique, and substitution technique, which may pose challenges for ordinary students, now seem as effortless to him as eating or drinking, thanks to his exceptional chakra control that surpasses his peers. Nevertheless, he deliberately moderated his performance, achieving a mediocre yet satisfactory evaluation, ultimately receiving the Leaf Village headband that symbolizes his status as a genin. As for Naruto Uzumaki, who continues to wreak havoc on the Hokage rock, it is evident that he has once again failed his graduation exam. Following this, the narrative will unfold with Mizuki's temptation, the theft of the Scroll of Seals, and the eventual mastery of the Shadow Clone technique, culminating in Irika's acknowledgement for the headband. Yechuan has no desire to involve himself in such matters. Naruto is the epicenter of this world. It would be wise to keep his distance. Moreover, although the Shadow Clone technique is indeed formidable, it holds little utility for him. The technique demands an immense amount of chakra, making it feasible only for someone like Naruto, a Jinchuriki with the chakra of the Nine Tails. With Yechuan's current chakra capacity, maintaining even 2 Shadow Clones for training is already his limit. Any more would be unsustainable. He shifts his gaze from Hokage rock to his own hands, his consciousness delving into the system panel. Inheritance template, Hawkeye Dracule Mihawk, current inheritance degree, 487, after 7 years of relentless training and increasingly challenging tasks. His inheritance progress remains fixed at this number. Indeed, the further one advances, the more arduous the journey becomes, Yechuan muses. Much like the progress bar that fills with each strike, the total experience gained later on far exceeds that of the beginning, yet the percentage of growth diminishes. The insights gleaned from Hawkeye's later years are of a complexity unmatched by the early stages. It is only natural that the system requires more experience to facilitate conversion. Fortunately, having reached nearly half of the inheritance degree has already brought about transformative changes in him. In his spiritual realm, he has experienced Hawkeye traversing the new world, battling countless formidable foes. The tempestuous clashes have continually refined his soul. His greatest achievement is the mastery of observation haki. After years of honing and introspection, he has successfully grasped the fundamentals of this powerful ability. Although he was far from possessing the extraordinary foresight of Karakuri, he had become quite adept at anticipating his opponent's movements. As for the mastery of haki, he had yet to grasp its essence. It seemed that the strength of his current body was insufficient to sustain such power. Nevertheless, he could sense that he was tantalizingly close to reaching the threshold. Regarding the principle of severing all things with the sword, he felt as though he had entered the realm of understanding. With only a thin veil separating him from comprehending the breadth of all existence, awaiting the right opportunity to break through. Yamato-kun. A familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning, he saw Hinata Hyuga standing a short distance away, nervously gazing at him, her fair cheeks tinted with a blush. She held a pristine Leaf Village forehead protector in her hands. Congratulations on passing the exam, he acknowledged with a nod, his tone even. Yamato-kun, you too, Hinata replied, her voice soft and her gaze flickering, as if she were wrestling with something within. Ultimately, she seemed to summon a profound resolve, inhaling deeply before meeting his gaze directly. With a tone unusually serious yet tinged with a tremor, she declared, Yamato-kun, I like you. Yamato regarded the girl before him, who had mustered all her courage, and felt no surprise. To claim that he was entirely indifferent to Hinata would be a falsehood. She was kind and gentle, yet possessed an intrinsic resilience. Her sincere affection, devoid of ulterior motives, radiated warmth in this frigid world. However, I must apologize, Hinata, he responded, his voice calm, yet softened with compassion. I cannot reciprocate your feelings at this moment. Hinata's expression dimmed instantaneously, resembling a startled rabbit, as she clenched the hem of her garment. Yet, observing her despondence, he added, I will wait for you. When you grow stronger and mature, come back to me with your answer. Hinata abruptly lifted her head, her eyes rekindling with hope, and vigorously nodded yes. I will strive to become stronger. I will definitely succeed. Seeing her revitalized spirit brought a faint smile to Yamato's lips. He recognized that his response might have been somewhat callous, but it was the most considerate approach he could muster at that time. Furthermore, he truly wished for Hinata to gain strength, to break free from the constraints of her clan, and to live her own life. Over the past year, he had occasionally offered subtle guidance during her training when she encountered obstacles, and it seemed to have borne fruit. She now exuded significantly more confidence than in the original narrative. Hinata nodded, casting one last deep glance at him before turning and running away. As Yamato watched her depart, his smile gradually faded. Shortly thereafter, Irika and several other instructors gathered all the newly minted genin who had passed the exam to announce the class assignments. When he reached the 8th class, Irika paused momentarily, his gaze lingering on Yamato for a second. 8th class, Lead Jonin, Yuhi Kurenai. Members, Hinata Hyuga, Ōtsutsuki Kiba, and Yamato. Yamato understood immediately, just as he had anticipated. During a segment of the graduation examination, in pursuit of a commendable score, he subtly revealed a hint of extraordinary perceptual abilities. Consequently, he was assigned to the adept tracking and sensing class led by Yuhi Kurenai, replacing the originally designated Oil Woman Shino, which was quite justifiable. Ultimately, Oil Woman Shino was allocated to another class. If all goes as anticipated, the remaining lower ninja classes will most likely comprise Kakashi's Team 7, Asuma's Team 10, and his own Team 8. Nevertheless, given Oil Woman Shino's lineage from a secret arts family, it was merely a matter of time before she ascended to the rank of lower ninja. Once the class assignments were announced, the teams convened at their designated locations. Yaguchi followed Hinata and the boisterous Ōtsutsuki Kiba to the assembly point for Team 8, where their supervising jonin, Yuhi Kurenai, was already awaiting them. With her cascading black curls and crimson eyes, clad in the standard Konoha jonin vest that accentuated her mature and alluring physique, she truly embodied the essence of a rare and beautiful kunoichi. Upon spotting Yaguchi, Kiba seemed somewhat irked, perhaps feeling overshadowed by the seemingly aloof and fair-faced newcomer. He bared his teeth in a mock threat, emitting a low growl. Yaguchi chose to disregard him, dismissing such childish antics as unworthy of his consideration. Hinata, though still somewhat bashful, appeared visibly more at ease upon seeing Yaguchi. Kurenai assessed her 3 students and, with a slight parting of her lips, declared, "Now that everyone is present, we shall commence the first task for Team 8, which will also serve as your true graduation examination." She jingled 2 small bells that had mysteriously appeared in her hands. "The rules are simple. Seize the bells from my grasp before noon to pass. Failure to do so," her gaze sharpened, "will result in elimination and a return to the Ninja Academy for further training." Another bell-snatching exercise? Yaguchi mused internally. Considering that with Kurenai as their supervising jonin, the challenge might be less daunting than with Kakashi. Kurenai glanced at the sky and proclaimed, "Let the examination begin." The moment her words resonated, Kiba let out a peculiar cry and charged forward with Akamaru at the forefront, while Hinata immediately assumed her gentle fist stance. In stark contrast, Yaguchi remained still, gradually closing his eyes. Kurenai observed this with a flicker of surprise in her crimson gaze. Was he surrendering or employing a strategy? A thought flashed through her mind. "Ah, I see, he's attempting to counter my Jinjutsu by shutting his eyes." An astute response indeed. This child possesses some intriguing depth. As one of Konoha's foremost Jinjutsu specialists, Kurenai was acutely aware that the majority of Jinjutsu infiltrate an opponent's psyche through visual stimuli. Thus, closing one's eyes could effectively immunize one against a significant portion of lower and mid-tier visual Jinjutsu. However, in her presence, such cleverness was far from sufficient. Almost simultaneously, as Kiba and Akamaru advanced, Kurenai swiftly formed a series of hand seals. Without a sound, an enigmatic wave of chakra radiated outward. As the duo surged forward, their movements abruptly froze, their gazes becoming vacant as if ensnared in a phantom realm, causing them to spiral in place and even turn on each other in confusion. Beside him, Hinata trembled, her Byakugan losing focus, similarly ensnared, standing motionless as if locked in a struggle with an adversary that did not exist. In mere moments, without even a brush of fabric, the 2 members of Team 8 were effortlessly incapacitated. This exemplified the insurmountable chasm between elite Jonin and lower-ranked shinobi, particularly when confronting the Jinjutsu specialist, Yugao. Eliminating the 2, huh? As Yugao prepared to concentrate entirely on the young boy with closed eyes, her pupils suddenly contracted. Night River remained with his eyes shut, yet his body coiled like a poised cheetah, leaping forward with a sudden stride. Clang! The sword, always sheathed at his waist, was instantly drawn. Without a moment's hesitation, the gleaming blade traced a swift trajectory through the air, aimed directly at Yugao's position. The ground where the blade passed was carved with a distinct shallow groove. What? Yugao gasped in shock. She was certain that the Jinjutsu she had just unleashed had not leaked a trace of chakra in that direction, and she had employed techniques to mask her presence. How did he discern my location? Moreover, how could he do so with his eyes closed? Despite her astonishment, Yugao's reflexes were exceptional. As the lethal slash approached, her chakra erupted beneath her feet, activating the body flicker technique. In an instant, she vanished from her original spot, reappearing on a tree trunk several meters away, narrowly evading the ground-level strike. She glanced down at the cut in the earth, her expression grave. Such swift precision and keen awareness. Meanwhile, Night River, having anticipated the miss, stood poised with his blade, eyes still closed, straining to listen intently. A sensory-type ninja? No, that feeling earlier was more akin to a form of intuition, Yugao quickly assessed. Night River remained equally composed. Had that strike been a matter of life and death, even if Yugao had evaded, she would surely have sustained an injury. His observation haki, though still in its infancy, was more than sufficient to sense a jonin who had not fully concealed herself. Nonetheless, the ease with which she dodged indicated that this beautiful jonin's prowess was not to be underestimated. It appeared he needed to take things a bit more seriously. An intriguing little brat. With a slight smirk, Yugao on the tree trunk formed hand seals once more. Since visual illusions seemed ineffective against him, let us try this. Instantly, multiple illusions of Yugao manifested throughout the area, each one vivid and indistinguishable in presence. Simultaneously, the surrounding scenery began to warp, the trees swaying, light and shadow shifting. attempting to disrupt Night River's perception. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several shuriken shot forth from unexpected angles, aimed directly at the still-closed eyes of Night River. Relying on his observation haki, he evaded the onslaught of shuriken with the grace of a willow in the wind. Just then, a presence approached, wafting a delicate fragrance like a specter. Following closely, a warmth, imbued with an oddly sweet aroma, gently escaped from Yugao's slightly parted crimson lips, brushing against his nostrils. Night River's heart jolted. This is neither a visual illusion nor an auditory trick, but rather an olfactory sensation. Suddenly, a sweet fragrance infiltrated his senses, even with his eyes closed. An endless expanse of blooming flowers vividly manifested in his mind, as his five senses seemed to spiral into disarray, rendering his sense of balance indistinct. I've caught you, handsome boy. A voice laced with mirth seemed to resonate from all directions. The true form of the setting sun, concealed by the veil of illusion, had stealthily appeared behind him, aiming a swift strike at the nape of his neck. Although trapped in this phantasmagoria, Night River remained undeterred. The observation haki, akin to a beacon in darkness, allowed him to perceive the unmasked hostility with utmost clarity. Without a moment's hesitation, Night River crouched low, advancing instead of retreating. As he countered with his blade, swoosh, the first strike repelled the assault from the setting sun. In quick succession, he harnessed his core strength for a second sweeping slash, the blade gleaming with ferocity. What? The setting sun was astonished by Night River's reflexes. This fellow, is he truly unaffected by the illusion? Instinctively evading the second strike, the setting sun felt the stirrings of fury, subconsciously intensifying her force as she aimed a palm strike at Night River's chest. Thud. The palm made solid contact with its target. Yet, the anticipated sensation of impact did not arrive. Night River transformed into a wisp of white smoke, vanishing without a trace. Is it a shadow clone? When did he? The setting sun's alarm bells rang in her mind. In the next moment, she felt a chill at her neck. A cold blade had silently pressed against the smooth skin of her nape. The true Night River, his eyes still closed, an expression devoid of emotion, had appeared behind her without her knowledge. The setting sun froze, her mind momentarily blank. She hadn't even grasped when Night River had employed his shadow clone, or how he had circled to her rear. Then, she felt a lightness at her waist. The two bells, symbols of qualification, had been quietly removed by Night River. It was only then that he slowly opened his eyes, sheathing his blade. He extended his palm, showcasing the two bells to the astonished setting sun. She stared blankly at the bells in Night River's hand, still sensing the lingering chill at her neck. Taking several seconds to process the situation, gazing at the indifferent youth before her, her expression shifted to one of complexity. Surprise, disbelief, and even a hint of frustration. She had been bested by a mere freshly graduated genin, losing the bells in such a manner? Though she had indeed held back, in that final moment, she had even unleashed her true strength. Night River, taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, looked at him and said, "You are quite impressive. Just now, you nearly compelled me to reveal my true abilities." She was now certain that this boy named Night River had concealed his prowess during ninja school. Such perceptive abilities, such combat intuition, and that composure were far beyond what a 12-year-old should possess. I fear that the true strongest contender of this generation is not the illustrious Uchiha Sasuke, but rather this unassuming orphan standing before us. Meanwhile, Hinata and Kiba, who witnessed the final scene, displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. Hinata gazed at the silhouette of Yakuchin, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Kiba, mouth agape, alternated his gaze between Yakuchin and Yuhi Kurenai, although he attempted to assert his bravado with a few words. The flicker of respect in his eyes was unmistakable. Even his companion, Akamaru, whimpered as he tucked his tail tightly. All right, the test is over. Congratulations," Yuhi Kurenai exclaimed, observing her three distinctive students, and she suddenly burst into laughter, her previous stern demeanor dissipating entirely. Approaching Yakuchin, she extended her hand and playfully tousled his silky black hair, a smile gracing her face as she remarked, "Well done, handsome. You've kept your talents well concealed. Do remember to heed your teacher's guidance." Yakuchin felt a hint of exasperation as he allowed Kurenai to ruffle his hair, sensing that the charming jonin possessed a rather whimsical personality. "To celebrate the official establishment of our Team 8 and to reward you for passing the test," Kurenai declared with enthusiasm, "today, the teacher treats. Let us indulge in some barbecue." With the formation of Team 8, they embarked on their journey as Genin. Initially, like other newly formed Genin teams, they undertook trivial D-rank missions. However, the unique composition of Team 8 afforded them a distinct advantage in certain aspects, allowing them to execute search missions with remarkable efficiency, particularly in tasks involving lost pets, such as searching for missing cats and dogs. Team 8 excelled, completing these assignments with a speed and success rate that far surpassed their contemporaries, leaving a lasting impression on the mission assignment office. One day, Kurenai accompanied her 3 somewhat bored subordinates to the mission assignment office to receive new tasks. Perhaps recognizing Team 8's recent high efficiency and consistency, the Chunin responsible for task distribution, after consultation, exceptionally assigned them a mission of a slightly higher rank. A C-rank mission? Kurenai inquired, somewhat taken aback as she accepted the mission scroll. Typically, Genin teams must engage in D-rank missions for an extended period before progressing to C-rank tasks. Indeed, it has been specially approved by Lord Hokage, the Chunin explained. The client was a bridge builder from the land of waves named Tazuna, and the mission involved escorting him safely back to his homeland. An escort mission? Is it truly just a C-rank? Kurenai confirmed. If the escort is straightforward and the risk is low, it can indeed be classified as C-rank. Yes, the client assures that there are no threats from ninjas along the way, though they may encounter some ordinary bandits or ruffians. When the keywords bridge builder from the land of waves, Tazuna reached Yakuchin's ears, a jolt of realization surged through him. Wasn't this the very mission that Kakashi's Team 7 undertook as their first genuine main storyline task in the original narrative? How could it possibly be assigned to Team 8? Yakuchin's brow twitched imperceptibly in slight concern. His arrival ultimately triggered a butterfly effect, altering even this crucial initial plot. Was it because Team 7 was unprepared? Or did the higher-ups deem Team 8's reconnaissance abilities more suited for the escort mission? He could not ascertain the reason, but it undoubtedly served as a signal. The narrative had begun to deviate from the familiar path he once knew. However, this twist seemed to render the situation more intriguing. After receiving their mission, Team 8 swiftly rendezvoused with their client, Dazna, a middle-aged man, reeking of alcohol, adorned with a towel and carrying a toolbox. Together, a group of 5 and 1 dog set forth on their journey to the land of waves. The atmosphere along the way felt somewhat oppressive. Dazna appeared burdened with thoughts, casting furtive glances at the young ninjas escorting him. Yuhi Kurenai maintained a professional demeanor, directing Inuzuka Kiba and Akamaru to scout ahead while instructing Hyuga Hinata to activate her Byakugan, ever vigilant of their surroundings. As they advanced a considerable distance, they arrived at a relatively quiet woodland path. The ground bore several unnatural puddles, despite the absence of rain in recent days. Kiba, who was leading the way, seemed to sense something amiss, sniffing the air intently as he prepared to issue a warning. At that moment, Yura-chuan, who had kept his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide, his sharp gaze locking onto one of the puddles. It was happening. Almost simultaneously with his exclamation, 2 of the puddles erupted violently, and 2 figures sprang forth like phantoms, their cold, sharp claws targeting the seemingly weakest member of the team. Hinata. The brothers of the mist, Mito and Yato, moved with astounding speed and precision. Though Hinata had activated her Byakugan, her lack of combat experience rendered her momentarily paralyzed in the face of this unexpected lethal assault, her face paling in terror. Even Kurenai and Kiba, positioned nearby, were caught off guard by the sudden ambush, their attempts to intervene arriving a beat too late. Yet, someone was swifter than the brothers. Clang! A brilliant flash of steel illuminated the scene, slicing through the darkness like a bolt of lightning. Yura-chuan, unbeknownst to them, had drawn his sword, the famed Hu, and appeared before Hinata as if teleporting. With an almost imperceptible speed, he unleashed 2 swift strikes. Swoosh! Swoosh! Too fast. The 2 mist ninjas, who had just leaped from the puddles, barely registered the attack before being cleaved in half by those 2 precise and lethal arcs of light. Blood, entrails, and mud splattered across the ground. The expressions of disbelief and shock lingered on the faces of the 2 mist ninjas as their bodies collapsed, devoid of life. In a mere instant, 2 seasoned Chunin assassins were dispatched effortlessly by a boy who looked no older than 12. The scene plunged into an eerie silence. Hinata, her Byakugan wide with shock, stared at the silhouette shielding her, her mind blank. Kiba and Akamaru were equally stunned, having not even had the chance to initiate an attack before the battle concluded. As the crimson sun set, The pupils of Yuhi Kurenai contracted as she gazed upon the two neatly severed corpses lying on the ground. Her eyes shifted to the calm figure of Yakachin, who was sheathing his blade, filled with astonishment. She was aware of Yakachin's formidable strength, yet she had not anticipated it to this extent. Could a freshly graduated genin truly possess the power to dispatch two chunin in an instant? Meanwhile, their client, Dazuna, turned pale, his eyes brimming with terror. The ninjas from the Mist Village were indeed chunin. Kurenai examined the headbands and equipment of the corpses, her expression instantly turning icy. Mr. Dazuna, did you not assert that there was no threat from ninjas? What is happening here? This is far from a C-rank mission. Dazuna, his gaze evasive, stammered in an attempt to justify himself. I don't know. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Kurenai scoffed. Two chunin lying in ambush here. Their target clear. It is evident they were after you. This is at least a B-rank mission. Faced with the fury of a jonin, Dazuna began to sweat profusely. Yet he appeared reluctant to divulge the truth. According to regulations, if a client provides false information and the mission rank is grossly mismatched, we can terminate the mission immediately and escort you back to Konoha for processing. Upon hearing the prospect of being taken back, Dazuna grew frantic, ready to speak, but was interrupted by Yakachin. Let us proceed with the mission, Kurenai-sensei. His expression remained impassive, yet Kurenai keenly sensed a flicker of barely concealed excitement deep within his eyes. Yakachin? Kurenai hesitated, pondering his words. It is merely two chunin. It is not a significant matter. Yakachin's tone was flat, as though stating an undeniable fact. Moreover, the mission has commenced. Abandoning it halfway does not align with my principles. As Kurenai regarded Yakachin's tranquil gaze, she recalled the discernment he had exhibited during the bell test. After a moment of contemplation, she finally resolved, very well. Mr. Dazuna, we have decided to continue escorting you for the time being. However, before we reach the land of waves, you must disclose everything to us in full. If the danger escalates beyond our capabilities, Team 8 will withdraw immediately. Do you understand? Dazuna, glancing at the fierce female ninja before him and then at the indifferent youth beside her, nodded despondently. The land of waves, an island nation surrounded by the sea, had long suffered from economic stagnation due to its remote geographical position. In recent years, it had fallen under the control of a shipping magnate named Gato, who monopolized maritime transport through wealth and violence, leaving the nation in dire straits. The cross-sea bridge that Dazuna was constructing had become the sole hope for the land of waves. Gato had hired ninjas to eliminate Dazuna. The two chunin from the mist were evidently merely the first wave of assassins. Due to a lack of funds, Dazuna could not afford higher-ranked ninjas and was forced to falsify the mission rank. After hearing Dazuna's account, Kurenai's expression darkened further. As the team resumed their journey, the atmosphere remained tense, yet their objective had become considerably clearer. Meanwhile, Yakachin, having concluded the recent battle, had already plunged his consciousness into the system. Detected host's kill of two rogue ninjas. Based on the enemy's strength and the host's performance, comprehensive judgment gained 40 points of inheritance experience. Current inheritance level, 489. Indeed, a surge of joy filled Yechuan's heart. The defeat of enemies undeniably yields experience, and the fact that two chunin provided such a substantial amount was exhilarating. 40 points of experience equated to the effort he would expend over 10 days to achieve through mundane tasks. This was undoubtedly a faster path to empowerment than routine missions. The team arrived at the coastline, where Dazuna had arranged for a concealed boat. The ferryman, a friend of his, risked exposure to Kato to transport them across the sea. The small vessel glided slowly through the dense morning fog, surrounded by an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of oars slicing through the water. Hinata and Inuzuka Kiba remained on high alert, utilizing their respective abilities to observe their surroundings. Yechuan, seated at the bow of the boat with his eyes closed, appeared to be resting, yet his mind was deeply immersed in the recent battle. To eliminate two chunin in such a swift manner was not particularly challenging for him. With his almost 50-level Eagle Eye inheritance enhancing his swordsmanship, the ordinary chunin were unable to react in time. However, the visceral sensation of severing the enemy's life felt like a catalyst, awakening something dormant within him. He had previously struggled to master the armament haki, feeling as though something was amiss. Now he realized that it was not physical conditioning he lacked, but rather the experience of true combat. Armament haki was an extension of one's will, requiring a formidable spirit. With a surge of determination, Yechuan attempted to channel that will into his right fist. Buzz! An invisible wave instantly enveloped his hand. Success! A jolt of exhilaration coursed through Yechuan. Although still rudimentary and limited in range, it was indeed armament hockey. The small boat finally reached the shores of the land of waves. The group stealthily disembarked and, under the guidance of their leader, traversed a dense forest towards Dazuna's home. The fog surrounding them seemed even thicker than that over the sea, severely limiting visibility. As Yechuan walked in the middle of the group, he suddenly furrowed his brow. Almost simultaneously, someone exclaimed there. Hinata, responsible for reconnaissance, abruptly halted, her face turning pale. Such powerful chakra. It's right ahead. Instantly, everyone stopped, entering a state of heightened alert. Inuzuka Kiba bared his teeth, positioning himself protectively in front of Dazuna, while Akamaru emitted a low growl towards the dense fog ahead. Kurenai drew her kunai, standing resolutely before Hinata and Kiba, her gaze fixed intently forward. Heavy footsteps echoed ominously from within the mist. A tall figure gradually became discernible. Shouldering a massive cleaver, his face obscured by bandages, leaving only a pair of cold, merciless eyes visible. Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the hidden mist. Kurenai's complexion paled dramatically as she gasped in shock. It can't be wrong. It's Zabuza Momochi, one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. A rogue jonin skilled in water techniques and silent assassination. Zabuza? Kiba and Hinata's faces blanched at the mention of his name. This is indeed a rogue ninja infamous throughout the ninja world. His strength undoubtedly ranks at the level of a jonin, and he stands out even among them. How could I possibly encounter an adversary of such caliber here? Oh, someone actually recognizes me. The cold voice of Zabuza emerged from beneath the bandages, laced with a hint of mockery. It seems you are not mere lower-ranked ninja guards, but since you have crossed paths with me, your luck has run out. Hand over that old man, and I might consider granting you a swift demise. Not a chance. Kurenai immediately positioned herself in front of Dazna, her hands swiftly forming seals. Jinjutsu haze. A powerful wave of illusion surged forth, enveloping Zabuza in an instant. Kurenai aimed to subdue this perilous foe without delay. However, a flicker of disdain crossed Zabuza's eyes. He did not even bother to form seals and effortlessly broke free from the illusion's grasp. To play with Jinjutsu before me? How naive. Water release, hidden mist technique. Instantly, the already dense fog thickened, rendering visibility utterly non-existent and even distorting the transmission of sound. This was Zabuza's favored battleground. And coupled with his silent killing technique, it was a veritable nightmare for any ninja. Everyone, be cautious. He is coming. Despite the thick mist hindering Hinata's Byakugan, she could still faintly perceive the flow of chakra. No sooner had she spoken than a massive shadow materialized like a specter behind Dazna. Zabuza's form flickered in and out of visibility within the mist, wielding a colossal executioner's blade, aimed ruthlessly at the old man's neck. This is bad. Kurenai gasped, wanting to intervene, but it was already too late. In that critical moment, clang, a sharp sound of metal clashing erupted through the mist. The anticipated scene of a severed head did not unfold. Instead, a figure had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, standing protectively before Dazna, wielding a brilliantly shining katana that perfectly intercepted the descending executioner's blade. It was Yakachin. Utilizing his observation haki, he had locked onto Zabuza's movements and at the last moment countered the attack with his sword, Wado Ikamanji. A flicker of surprise crossed Zabuza's eyes. His silent killing technique had been thwarted by a mere child. Moreover, the sword in the boy's hand seemed extraordinary, capable of withstanding the might of the executioner's blade without sustaining any damage. Interesting little brat. Zabuza intensified his strength, attempting to overpower Yakachin. Yakachin felt the immense pressure from the blade, yet his stance remained as solid as a rock, steadfastly holding his ground against the executioner's assault. Is this the prowess of the 7 ninja swordsmen? In a sense, one could also consider them swordsmen, albeit their approach is too wild, overly reliant on the weapon's inherent properties and chakra. I wonder which is tougher, Wado Ikamanji or the executioner's blade. You managed to block one of my strikes. Can you withstand this? Enraged by Yakachin's defiance, Zabuza swiftly retreated, simultaneously forming seals with his hands. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Roar. Amidst the dense fog, moisture gathered rapidly, forming a ferocious water dragon composed of high-pressure torrents, roaring as it surged towards Yechuan. Its might was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary ninja's water techniques. However, Yechuan's keen perception had already discerned the dragon's vulnerabilities. Like a specter, he evaded its onslaught. And in the fleeting moment of passing by the water dragon, the blade of his Wado Ikemanji surged with sudden speed. With a flash, a brilliant arc of light sliced through the air. The once menacing water dragon was cleaved in two by a single strike. The immense torrent collapsed thunderously, dissolving into a cascade of mist. What? Zabuza was taken aback. Not only had he evaded the water dragon's assault, but the boy had also shattered it with a single blow. In that moment of vulnerability, as Zabuza's water dragon was disrupted, Yechuan seized the opportunity. His figure shot forth like an arrow, piercing through the mist to stand before Zabuza. This time, he showed no mercy. His still undeveloped armament haki was concentrated to its utmost, enveloping the blade of the Wado Ikemanji. The clash was deafening. In Zabuza's incredulous gaze, his renowned decapitating sword, the blade said to absorb blood and regenerate infinitely, was sliced in twain by what appeared to be an ordinary katana wielded by Yechuan. The massive blade shattered into two pieces. Zabuza's mind reeled. Yet, Yechuan's assault was far from over. In the same motion that severed the decapitating sword, he pivoted his wrist, bringing the Wado Ikemanji down with lethal intent, aimed directly at Zabuza's sword-bearing arm. With a sickening sound, blood spurted forth. Zabuza let out a muffled groan of anguish as his sword-bearing right arm was cleaved off at the shoulder. The excruciating pain forced a cry from his lips, and he staggered backward. Yechuan's gaze was cold as he prepared to deliver a finishing blow to eradicate this nuisance. Just then, a flurry of cold shuriken whistled through the air, not aimed at Yechuan, but at the fallen Zabuza. These shuriken found their mark, piercing several vital points on Zabuza's body. He let out a pained gasp, his body convulsing briefly before falling still. A figure appeared as if materializing from thin air, donning the mask of the Mist Assassination Unit. Zabuza Momochi confirmed dead. As per protocol, the body must be retrieved by me to prevent information leakage. It was white. Yechuan immediately recognized the figure. A death feint technique? Quite convincing. Very well. Yechuan sheathed his sword, speaking calmly. He had deliberately spared Zabuza's life when he severed his arm. However, I have one condition. Yechuan fixed his gaze on the masked figure. Your master is Kato, correct? Return and inform Zabuza Momochi that if he wishes to survive, he must eliminate Kato. Otherwise, the next time we meet, it will not be merely an arm that is severed. The masked figure, white, stiffened imperceptibly, casting a deep glance at Yechuan before remaining silent. Wait, white. A frail voice suddenly emanated from the lifeless body. Zabuza Momochi forcefully broke free from Haku's support, staggering to his feet once more. He pressed his remaining left hand against his bleeding right shoulder, his complexion as pale as parchment. Yet, in his eyes, there was no longer the madness of before, but rather a fierce pride that belonged to a true warrior. Zabuza-sama. Haku gasped, wanting to step forward. Stand back, Zabuza commanded in a low tone, his gaze never leaving Yakuchin. This is my final battle as a ninja, as the demon known as Zabuza Momochi. He looked at Yakuchin, a complex admiration flickering in his eyes. You are remarkably strong, far beyond what I had imagined. Having my great sword destroyed and losing an arm, I, Zabuza Momochi, have traversed the ninja world for many years, yet I have never been defeated so utterly. But it is precisely because of that. He drew a spare kunai with his left hand, assuming a resolute stance. I cannot flee like a beaten dog. Come, allow me to witness your full strength. To perish at the hands of a powerful adversary, such as you may not be so dreadful after all. Yakuchin gazed at the injured man before him, feeling a stir of emotion within. He had to concede that Zabuza Momochi truly deserved the title of demon. Very well, Yakuchin nodded, drawing his sword, the Wado Ikemanji. Once more, I accept your challenge, and I shall use all my strength to send you on your final journey. No further words were exchanged. With a fierce roar, Zabuza unleashed all his remaining strength into his left arm, surging forth with astonishing speed, as if returning to the light. The kunai in his left hand transformed into a glint of cold light, thrusting directly towards Yakuchin's heart. Faced with this desperate strike, Yakuchin did not evade as he had before. Instead, he stepped forward, his Wado Ikemanji arriving first, an invisible force quietly enveloping the blade. Clang! The kunai clashed against the armed blade, producing a crisp sound, yet it could not penetrate. Following that, Yakuchin flicked his wrist, redirecting the blade at an acute angle. bypassing Zabuza's final instinctive defense. With a soft gasp, the tip of the Wado Ikemanji swiftly and accurately pierced Zabuza's heart. Zabuza's body abruptly stiffened, his forward momentum halted. The ferocity and fighting spirit in his eyes swiftly waned, replaced by a sense of liberation, perhaps accompanied by a lingering affection for the figure beside him. He cast one last glance at Haku, who had rushed to his side. His lips moved as if to speak, but ultimately, it transformed into an almost inaudible sigh. Detected host has slain the rogue ninja Zabuza Momochi. Comprehensive judgment grants 200 experience points. Current inheritance level, for 199. Yakuchin slowly withdrew the Wado Ikemanji. His heart filled with myriad emotions. Zabuza-sama. Haku knelt on the ground, silent tears streaming from beneath his mask. He did not look at Yakuchin, only carefully closing Zabuza's eyes. This time, there was no hatred, only boundless sorrow and an acceptance of fate. After a long while, Haku rose, silently lifting Zabuza's lifeless body, and retrieved the severed blade of the beheading sword. He cast one last glance at Yechuan, uttering not a word, before vanishing into the distant fog. Yechuan observed his departing figure, sheathing his blade. Let us proceed. The group continued their journey. In Inuzuka Kiba's gaze, aside from the admiration he had previously held, there lingered an ineffable sense of trepidation. Even Yuhi Kurenai, watching her disciple, was filled with a complex array of emotions. At last, as dusk fell, they arrived at the humble abode of Dazuna, nestled by the sea in the land of waves. To everyone's astonishment, upon entering the village, they were greeted by the jubilant cheers of the villagers. Inquiring further revealed that, not long ago, Kato had been discovered dead in his opulent mansion. It was rumored that he had been slain by a mysterious figure donning a mask, and the method was notably swift and efficient. Bai Yechuan was not surprised. It seemed that Bai had indeed honored his promise. Kato's demise signified that the obstacles to the construction of the bridge had been largely cleared. Dazuna, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears of gratitude towards Team 8. The villagers expressed their warmest welcome to these saviors from Konoha, considering the late hour and the team's fatigued state. Kurenai decided they would rest in the land of waves for the night before returning to Konoha the following day. That night, in the temporary guest room at Dazuna's home, Yechuan was diligently polishing his sword, the Wado Ikemanji, when a knock echoed at the door. It was Kurenai. "May I have a word with you, young man?" She inquired as she entered, observing the boy seated cross-legged on the floor. "Is there something you need, Kurenai-sensei?" Yechuan looked up. "Thank you for today," Kurenai replied, her expression laced with complexity. "Had it not been for you, we might have faced grave danger." After a pause, she continued, "Your strength far exceeds that of a mere genin, even surpassing that of many jounin. You conceal your true abilities well. It is merely a stroke of fortune." Yechuan replied dismissively. "I shall not pry into your secrets," Kurenai said, fixing him with a penetrating gaze. "Everyone harbors their own secrets. I shall not report your anomalies. But for the rest, you must exercise caution." "Understood. Thank you, Kurenai-sensei." Yechuan nodded appreciatively. He was pleasantly surprised by Kurenai's understanding, deeming her quite a commendable teacher. After imparting a few more safety reminders, she took her leave. Yechuan settled back into silence, reflecting on the day's battle. Slaying Zabuza had granted him a clearer understanding of his own prowess. With his current inheritance level nearing 50, combined with his mastery of Kenbunshiku and Busasho, along with the Wado Ikemanji, he had indeed attained the strength of an elite jounin. Yet, he was far from invincible. The depths of this world were profound, teeming with bizarre bloodline limits, secret techniques, and forbidden arts. Just as Kurenai excelled in Jinjutsu, a moment of negligence on his part could spell disaster. Zabuza's defeat had been largely attributed to his underestimation of Yechuan. As he pondered, there was another gentle knock at the door. This time, it was Hinata. The young girl entered, holding a cup of steaming tea, her face betraying a hint of hesitation and unease. "Thank you for your help today, Yechuan-kun." "It was nothing," he replied, accepting the cup. Hinata seated herself across from him, lingering in silence for a moment before softly inquiring, "Yekoa-kun, do you believe there exists a distinction between good and evil among ninjas? Take Zabuza, for instance. He has taken countless lives, thus he must be a villain, right?" Yet, that masked individual appeared profoundly sorrowful. The brutal slaughters of the day evidently left a significant impact on this kind-hearted girl. Yekoa regarded her thoughtfully. Recalling the various figures from the world of Hokage, there was Itachi, who bore the weight of all for the sake of peace, and Pain, who pursued a distorted ideal. After a brief pause, he spoke slowly. There is no absolute good, nor absolute evil. Each individual possesses their own reasons and perspectives. What you must do is discern what they have done, why they have done it, and then form your own judgment. Hinata nodded, the confusion in her eyes seemingly dissipating. Suddenly, she rose and threw herself into his embrace. The softness of her youthful form caused Yekawa to stiffen momentarily. He hesitated, yet ultimately did not push her away, allowing her to hold him. Upon their return to Konoha, Yuhi Kurenai reported the entirety of the mission in the Land of Waves. Naturally, she artfully obscured critical details regarding Yekawa's prowess that surpassed that of a mere genin, particularly his ability to eliminate a chunin in an instant. Merely stating that Team 8 had cooperated diligently and endured great hardships to complete the task. After listening to the report, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, remained silent for a considerable time. He ultimately concluded that, given the encounter with the S-rank rogue ninja Zabuza Momochi during the mission, the task's rank should be elevated from its original C rank to B rank. Though it did not reach A rank, it still served as recognition of Team 8's exceptional completion of their mission. The perils of the mission left everyone in Team 8 emotionally and physically exhausted. Following its conclusion, they were granted a precious period of rest. As the guiding jounin, Kurenai felt the impact most acutely, particularly as her proud genjutsu had nearly failed against Zabuza, which was a significant blow to her confidence. Upon returning, she began to train with renewed vigor, determined to better guide her students, especially the enigmatic Yekawa. Inuzuka Kiba was similarly stimulated by the experience. Known for his competitive spirit, he returned transformed, dragging Akamaru into a frenzied training regimen, resolved to no longer hinder the team. Meanwhile, Yekawa continued his disciplined routine, leading a life akin to that of an ascetic. For him, the greatest takeaway from the journey to the Land of Waves was the confirmation of the practicality of real combat in accelerating his progress. During his leisure, he occasionally offered guidance to Hinata, who often crossed paths with him. Perhaps influenced by Yekawa's previous encouragement, Hinata dedicated herself to her training with exceptional diligence. She was no longer the timid girl who once hid behind others in the original narrative. With Yekawa's occasional insights, coupled with her innate talent and hard work, Hinata had made remarkable strides, far surpassing her contemporaries in the original story. She had already mastered the fundamentals of tree climbing and water walking, and could even execute the high-level taijutsu technique of the Hyuga clan, the 8 trigrams 64 palms, with proficiency and finesse. This prompted Yi Chuan to nod subtly. It seemed that his small butterfly had, unbeknownst to him, altered the fates of certain individuals. Thus, nearly 2 months passed. During this time, Team 8 completed several D-rank missions to meet the requirements for participating in the Chunin exams. They had now fulfilled the minimum mandated 8 missions set by the Hidden Leaf Village. One day, after training, Yuhi Kurenai gathered the 3 members of Team 8 to share an important announcement. The Chunin selection exams were about to commence, and registration would begin in a few days. The Chunin exams. Had they finally arrived? Yi Chuan felt a stirring within him. According to the regulations, Genin must participate in teams of 3, recommended by a supervising jonin to qualify. Yuhi Kurenai continued, "Our Team 8 has met the basic mission requirements. So, I would like to inquire about your intentions. Do you wish to participate in this year's Chunin exams?" "Absolutely," Yi Chuan responded without hesitation. The Chunin exams represented not merely a chance to test his abilities, but also an exceptional platform to gain invaluable experience. He could not afford to miss it, especially at the thought of potentially encountering Orochimaru and Gaara during the exams. "I want to participate too," Hinata exclaimed, her eyes betraying a hint of nervousness. She yearned to grow stronger and keep pace with Yi Chuan. The Chunin exams were the perfect opportunity to prove herself. "Of course I want in. I can hardly wait to show those guys from other villages just how formidable I am." Inuzuka Kiba grinned widely, and his companion, Akamaru, barked excitedly beside him. Seeing her team brimming with determination, Yuhi Kurenai nodded with satisfaction. "Excellent. I will submit the recommendation forms for our Team 8 shortly. However, the Chunin exams are perilous and far from the training exercises at the academy. You must prepare yourselves mentally." "Yes, Kurenai-sensei," Hinata and Inuzuka Kiba replied in unison. Yi Chuan also nodded lightly, his mind racing to recall every detail of the Chunin exams from the original narrative, the written tests, the Forest of Death, the elimination rounds, and Orochimaru's plan to bring down Konoha, not to mention the impending rampage of the future Kazekage. It truly was a tumultuous season. Yet, chaos also heralded opportunity. Perhaps this examination would serve as a new point for his growth, even granting him the chance to truly grasp the mastery of haki. That night, in the open space behind the Yi residence, two figures swiftly intertwined beneath the luminous moonlight, Yichuan and Hinata. Since their return from the Land of Waves, Hinata had occasionally sought Yichuan out for joint training, which he had not declined. At that moment, Hinata activated her Byakugan, her hands transforming into countless shadowy palms as she executed the Bagua 64 palms technique. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. Her movements were fluid, each strike precisely aimed at Yichuan's vital chakra points, attempting to seal his chakra flow. She had become quite adept at this technique. However, in the face of Hinata's tempestuous onslaught, Yichuan remained steadfast, not even activating his observation haki to evade. He allowed Hinata's gentle fists to strike his body without resistance. Strangely, each of her blows seemed to reverberate against him like a hammer against stone, producing dull thuds, yet failing to inflict any actual harm, let alone obstruct his chakra points. A closer inspection under the moonlight revealed that the areas struck on Yichuan's skin appeared to be enveloped by an exceedingly thin layer of energy. Indeed, it was the armament haki. After months of training and introspection, particularly following his battle with Zabuza, his comprehension of armament haki had deepened significantly. Although he had yet to achieve full body coverage, he could manage to concentrate haki at specific points for basic defense. Testing the defensive prowess of his armament haki against Hinata's gentle fists proved to be fortuitous. Upon completing a set of 64 strikes, Hinata was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily, and gazing at Yichuan, who remained unscathed, her eyes reflecting both frustration and indomitable spirit. Yichuan-kun, your body is remarkably resilient. Your technique has progressed swiftly, and both your speed and strength have seen substantial enhancement. Yichuan, retracting his armament haki, calmly assessed her performance and offered encouragement. Maintain this momentum, and during the Chunin exams, you will astonish everyone. Upon hearing Yichuan's affirmation, Hinata nodded vigorously, a radiant smile blooming on her fair cheeks. Yichuan regarded her with a subtle nod in return. The Chunin exams would gather the most skilled ninjas, rife with hidden currents. He, too, must prepare for the impending spectacle. Nearly 2 months passed, and Konoha became more vibrant and vigilant than ever. Ninjas adorned with headbands from various villages populated every street and alley, and the air was thick with an unspoken tension. The annual Chunin selection exams had officially commenced. On this day, Yichuan, Hinata, and Inuzuka Kiba, under the guidance of Yuhi Kurenai, arrived at the venue for the first examination, the comprehensive teaching building of the Ninja Academy. There are so many people, Kiba exclaimed, observing the lower ninjas from various villages. Yes, it is said that this year's exam has attracted an unusually large number of lower ninjas, including several formidable contenders, Kurenai cautioned. Yichuan maintained his serene demeanor, casually surveying the surroundings. Just as they prepared to enter the teaching building to submit their applications, a commotion and sounds of combat erupted ahead. In the corridor, 2 figures were engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. One was a youth in a tight green outfit with prominent eyebrows, while the other was none other than Uchiha Sasuke. The boy with the thick eyebrows displayed astonishing speed, executing powerful taijutsu attacks relentlessly. The genius Sasuke could only barely keep up, activating his Sharingan to manage the onslaught. Is that Rock Lee? Yichuan recognized the boy with the thick eyebrows, a specialist in taijutsu and disciple of Might Guy. Indeed, the narrative was unfolding as anticipated. Nearby stood Lee's 2 teammates, the Kunoichi Tenten wielding various ninja tools and the prodigy from the Hyuga branch, Niji Hyuga. In the arena, Lee Rock evidently held the upper hand, poised to unleash his signature taijutsu, the Lotus Blossom. In this world, taijutsu, when honed to perfection, possesses undeniable merit. Nichuan observed quietly, silently appraising the situation. It was a pure display of speed and strength, unencumbered by ninjutsu or bloodline limits. The taijutsu of the eagle eye seemed to exist primarily to complement swordsmanship, prioritizing efficiency and precision, in stark contrast to Lee Rock's explosive style. Simultaneously, on the other side, Hyuga Niji had also taken note of Hinata's presence. Lady Hinata, have you come to participate in the Chunin exams? Niji's voice dripped with unabashed mockery. Why is a branch family member like you here, bringing shame upon yourself? Given your abilities, it would be wise to concede early. Had this been the Hinata of the past, such words would have caused her to lower her head in self-doubt. However, after the trials in the Land of Waves and the encouragement from Knight Chuan, she had transformed into someone far more resolute. Taking a deep breath, Hinata met Niji's gaze with unwavering determination, retorting, "Brother Niji, I will prove to you that my strength is not inferior." "Oh, quite the bold statement," Niji replied, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. "Let me see just how much you have progressed in these past few months." Before their confrontation could commence, a vibrant, youthful voice interjected, all right. Young people should express their vitality through sweat and tears, not through private duels. Cease this at once." The arrival of Guy abruptly halted the impending clash. Knight Chuan's gaze fell upon the prominent figure of Might Guy, the proud azure beast of Konohagakure. Information about this man flashed through his mind. The inheritor of the Eight Gates, a master of pure taijutsu who had once forced the formidable Kisame Hoshigaki into a corner. Nearly delivering the final blow, he silently assessed his own capabilities. With his current mastery of the basics of observation haki and armament haki, paired with his proficiency against an ordinary jonin, victory might be within reach, even against someone like Zabuza, who was in a diminished state. However, facing Might Guy when he had opened the 8 gates, particularly the 7th gate, the odds of triumph were slim. Knight Chuan understood well that this surpassed conventional strength, embodying a different echelon of power altogether. This world was indeed rife with monsters. A minor conflict rapidly subsided under Might Guy's intervention. The trio of Knight Chuan successfully submitted their application and made their way towards the examination classroom. Along the path, they encountered Asuma's team, merely exchanging nods without further discourse. In the waiting area before entering the examination hall, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The lower ninjas from various villages remained distinctly wary of one another. Knight Chuan's gaze swept through the crowd, landing upon the 3 conspicuous figures from Sunagakure: Gaara, shouldering a massive gourd; Temari, wielding an enormous fan; and Kankuro, burdened with puppets. He could even perceive, through his keen observation, the tumultuous chakra of the tailed beast within Gaara. He also spotted a silver-haired ninja wearing glasses, none other than Kabuto Yakushi, engaging in conversation with other Leaf Village genin. Among the team from the Grass Village, there was a striking girl with vibrant red hair, Karen Uzumaki. Her unique regenerative abilities were indeed quite advantageous. Night River cast a lingering glance in her direction. At that moment, the bespectacled Kabuto Yakushi unexpectedly approached Night River. "Greetings. I am Kabuto Yakushi, a genin from the Leaf Village, and I have participated in several chunin exams," he said, offering a gentle smile as he adjusted his glasses. "I have gathered quite a bit of information regarding this year's candidates. Your data card indicates that you, along with your team, Class 8, recently completed a B-rank mission, correct?" His voice, though soft, was audible enough for those nearby, including Sasuke Uchiha, not far away. Kabuto continued, "As far as I know, among all the Leaf's rookie genin participating in this year's exam, only you and Gaara from the Sand Village have records of completing B-rank missions. Truly impressive." Was this flattery or an attempt to gauge something? Night River regarded the cheerful, silver-haired elder with understanding. He recognized that this man was one of Orochimaru's most trusted subordinates, lurking in the Leaf for years, and certainly not benign. A well-measured smile graced Night River's face. "It was merely good fortune, senior." "You flatter me." He neither confirmed nor denied, wishing to steer clear of any association with this perilous individual. Indeed, upon hearing Kabuto's words, Sasuke's gaze towards Night River shifted subtly, now tinged with scrutiny and ambition. Clearly, the information regarding the completed B-rank mission had led him to regard Night River as a competitor worthy of attention. At that moment, Kabuto appeared to inadvertently collide with a trio from the Sound Village. The 3 Sound Nins swiftly turned hostile, launching an attack against Kabuto. He, feigning panic, attempted to evade them but soon fell to the ground, presenting a rather weak appearance. Is he performing a complete act? Night River observed the scene with a discerning eye. Kabuto's deliberate display of vulnerability was merely a strategy to lower the vigilance of others. The examination hall was stirred by the sudden attack from the Sound Nin. Just then, a commanding voice rang out, "Silence." It reverberated across the room like thunder, commanding immediate attention. A scarred jonin from the Leaf, accompanied by a group of proctors, appeared at the front of the classroom. "Marino Ibiki, the chief examiner of the first round. His icy gaze swept across the assembly, compelling all genin to fall silent. I am Marino Ibiki, the chief examiner for this initial test. Now, everyone, take your assigned seats. Pay close attention to the examination rules. The first segment of the Chunin exam, a written test, was about to commence. Within the examination hall, the atmosphere turned tense. Ibiki's face, as if carved by countless blades, combined with his frigid demeanor, instilled a profound psychological pressure upon all present genin. You have 1 hour for the exam. There are a total of 10 questions, each worth 1 point, culminating in a total score of 10. Employing a penalty point system, each instance of detected cheating results in a deduction of 2 points, ceasing only when the total is exhausted. Most crucially, should any one of the 3 members in a team be deemed disqualified, the remaining 2 teammates are immediately eliminated. Ibiki's voice swept through the room like a chilling wind, causing many candidates to blanch. Sitting by the window, Yechuan calmly surveyed the examination paper in his hands. The questions encompassed topics such as code decryption, ballistic calculations, tactical analysis, geographical knowledge, and even some exceedingly intricate theories. The difficulty level was such that not only recent graduates among the genin, but even many seasoned chunin might struggle to answer them all correctly. The primary purpose of the first examination was to assess the genin's ability to discreetly gather intelligence under pressure and their awareness when confronted with unknown risks. The first 9 questions served as bait, a filtering mechanism, while the true essence lay in the 10th question. Understanding this, Yechuan felt remarkably at ease. He glanced around the room, observing that most candidates were intently focused on their papers, brows furrowed, and beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, clearly intimidated by the question's difficulty. However, it soon became evident that some astute individuals began to take action. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes displayed a slow rotation of the 3 tomo, evidently harnessing the inside of the Sharingan to replicate the answering motions of the Chunin before him. Gaara from Sunagakure conjured a small eye of sand, hovering above others' papers to spy. Kankuro, under the pretext of a trip to the restroom, left his puppet in the examination hall to observe clandestinely. Yamashiro Aki closed her eyes, forming hand seals to activate the mind-body switch technique. Although Hyuganiji and Hinata did not witness the specific actions, they likely activated their Byakugan to utilize their ocular prowess in acquiring answers. Yechuan's observation haki allowed him to sense the movements and even emotions of those around him. However, regrettably, it did not grant him direct access to the answers on the exam paper. Nevertheless, casting his gaze upon the questions, he discovered that the majority were well within his grasp, thanks to his 9 years of compulsory education in his former life. Could this be considered a different form of cheating? Yechuan chuckled softly. Yet, he refrained from putting pen to paper. He understood that even if he were to flawlessly complete the paper, it would bear little significance. He was aware that, even if he left the first 9 questions blank, as long as he could withstand the trial of the 10th question, he could still pass, much like Naruto in the original story. Speaking of which, he cast a sidelong glance at the somewhat anxious Inuzuka Kiba. Before entering the examination hall, he had specifically instructed Kiba to never voluntarily concede. He hoped the fellow would remember this. Thus, Yechuan simply rested his head on the desk, closed his eyes, appearing to be asleep while actually activating his observation haki to sense the atmosphere of the entire examination hall. As time ticked away, the clock soon marked the 45-minute mark. Most capable candidates had already gathered answers to the first 9 questions through various means. At that moment, the chief examiner, Marino Ibiki, announced once more, "All right, everyone. The preceding questions were merely an appetizer. Now, I shall unveil the 10th question." All candidates braced themselves, acutely aware that the critical moment had arrived. The 10th question was a multiple-choice inquiry. You may choose to respond or refrain from doing so. Those who opt not to respond will have their team scores reduced to 0, immediately forfeiting their chance to participate in the examination, though they may return next year. Conversely, those who choose to respond face the dire consequence of disqualification for both themselves and their teammates should they answer incorrectly. Forever disqualified. This punishment struck like a thunderbolt, shattering the psychological defenses of many within the examination hall in an instant. How could this be? To be barred from participation for eternity? Would that not mean a lifetime of being a mere genin? This is too daunting. What if I answer incorrectly? I give up. I shall return next year. Panic spread like an epidemic. Many candidates succumbed to despair, unwilling to gamble with the risk of permanent disqualification. Soon, trembling hands began to rise, signaling the choice to abandon the exam. According to the rules, if one opts out, the entire team is eliminated. In no time, the number of hands raised in surrender increased, dragging their teammates down with them as they were forced to exit. Ibiki observed this scene with a cold gaze, seemingly satisfied with the outcome. Just as the number of abandonments reached a peak and the atmosphere grew unbearably oppressive, a thunderous shout broke the silence. "Stop joking around." Naruto Uzumaki sprang to his feet, slamming his fist onto the table. "I refuse to give up in a place like this. So what if I remain a genin for life? I am destined to become Hokage." His seemingly foolish declaration struck like a hot iron plunged into icy water, rekindling the fighting spirit in the eyes of many. Night River regarded this moment with a mix of amusement. Truly, a future master of verbal combat. Witnessing the cessation of abandonments, Ibiki's expression softened into a smile. "Excellent. To those of you who have resolved to stay, I proclaim you all passed the first examination." "What?" Everyone was taken aback. As the crowd struggled to comprehend the outcome, a resounding crash echoed. The classroom window shattered as a figure landed gracefully on the podium, trailing a massive banner behind. The newcomer was a kunoichi clad in a form-fitting outfit beneath a trench coat, the proctor for the second examination, Mitarashi Anko. "All right, you little brats who are still breathing. I am your proctor for the second examination, Mitarashi Anko. This is not a time for celebration. The next venue is the Forest of Death. Get your act together and follow me." With Anko's dramatic entrance, the first examination was officially declared over. After providing a brief overview of the situation, she led all the successful candidates to the 44th training ground, situated within the forbidden area of Konohagakure, notorious as the Forest of Death. However, Night River's gaze did not linger on Anko or the forest. Instead, it subtly scanned the vicinity, landing on the three genin intermingled among the Grass Village team. Particularly the one at the forefront, whose face was obscured by a hood and long hair, yet emanated a venomous aura along with a substantial chakra presence. Orochimaru, disguised as a grass ninja, had indeed arrived. Night River scoffed inwardly. The Chunin exam was truly his favorite stage. It remains uncertain whether his primary objective is to target Sasuke's Sharingan or if there lies a more grandiose scheme at play. With his presence, the variables in the second examination have multiplied, necessitating heightened caution. The aim is to collect both the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth, engaging in all forms of combat, including the potential elimination of opponents, during the 5-day journey to the Central Tower. The forest itself is rife with venomous creatures and perilous beasts, presenting a high mortality rate. Ultimately, every participant must sign this death waiver. Yuhi Kurenai shook a stack of documents in her hand. "Should you perish in the forest, do not blame us for not having forewarned you." Under the staff's distribution, each team received a copy of the waiver. Naikawa signed his name without a moment's hesitation. Hinata and Inuzuka Kiba exchanged glances, gritting their teeth as they also affixed their signatures. Upon submitting the signed waivers, Team 8 received their scroll, which was the Book of Earth. "All right, all teams, prepare." Kurenai proclaimed loudly before the massive iron gates at the entrance of the forest. The second examination begins. Upon entering the forest, Team 8 did not flounder like headless flies. Instead, they swiftly located a relatively concealed thicket to pause momentarily. "Hinata, scout the surroundings," Naikawa commanded. Although Yuhi Kurenai was absent, his leadership had subtly been established following the mission in the Land of Waves. "Yes," Hinata promptly responded, forming hand seals. Veins bulged around her eyes as her pure white pupils scanned the entirety of her surroundings in a 360-degree sweep, capturing every movement and whisper of the wind. "Kiba, have Akamaru sniff out any nearby scents of other individuals." Naikawa continued to assign tasks. "Leave it to me." "Up, Akamaru," Kiba commanded, and the small dog leaped to the ground, diligently sniffing the air for information. Meanwhile, Naikawa closed his eyes, slowly extending his observation haki to sense any potential threats and prey in the vicinity. The Byakugan provided visual intelligence, Akamaru offered olfactory information, and the observation haki detected breaths and sounds. The combination of these three reconnaissance methods vastly enhanced Team 8's ability to seek out enemies compared to ordinary teams. Before long, Akamaru made a discovery, emitting a low whine in a particular direction. "Found it," Kiba exclaimed, invigorated. "There are 3 scents in that direction. I see them," Hinata promptly reported. "They're approximately 500 meters away and moving swiftly. They possess the Book of Heaven." Target acquired. And it happens to be the scroll we need. Chase, Naikawa decisively ordered, opting for a swift resolution. The trio, accompanied by their canine companion, swiftly maneuvered through the forest, stealthily approaching their objective. The target was a 3-member team from the Hidden Rain village. They appeared to possess some skill, executing their movements with caution. However, under the professional tracking capabilities of Team 8, they were utterly exposed. In a relatively open glade within the woods, Team 8 launched their ambush. Kiba head-on. Hinata, left flank. As Naikawa issued his commands, he ghosted around to the rear of the Rain Nin team. Who goes there? The Rain Shinobi team was taken aback by the sudden assault, quickly assuming a defensive posture. Yet, it was already too late. Yechuan unsheathed the blade known as Hu. And in a fleeting flash, the gleam of the sword vanished, barely stirring the air. The 3 Rain Shinobi merely felt a chill at their throats as the back of the blade struck down upon them. In mere moments, the battle was concluded and Team 8 emerged unscathed, having secured the coveted Book of Heaven. Accomplished. How effortlessly achieved. Inuzuka Kiba declared with a triumphant grin. However, just as they began to stow the scroll and prepare to depart, an overwhelming surge of chakra surged forth like a tidal wave. Hinata's Byakugan widened in shock. This chakra belongs to the Sand Village. Before she could finish her sentence, 3 figures appeared upon the branches above them, gazing down with an air of superiority. It was none other than the formidable trio of Gaara from the Sand Village. Oh, what fortunate timing. Just dispatched one team, and now have obtained the scroll, Temari remarked, hefting her massive 3-star fan, a playful smirk gracing her lips as her gaze swept over the Book of Heaven in Yechuan's possession. Children, hand over the Book of Heaven you possess, as well as your own Book of Earth. Out of consideration for our shared status as newcomers, we might spare your lives. Kankuro chuckled, seemingly confident of victory. But only Gaara's unwavering gaze was fixated on Yechuan, as if he had discovered a particularly intriguing prey. Eliminate them. His tone was flat yet laden with a palpable intent to kill. Hey, Gaara. Temari's expression shifted, clearly unprepared for Gaara's direct command for violence. It appeared there was no room for negotiation. Yechuan regarded the crimson-haired youth before him, his eyes sharpening with resolve. Humph, oblivious to your own demise. Kankuro scoffed, preparing to unleash his puppets, while Temari unfurled her iron fan. But Gaara's movements were swifter. Without the need for hand seals, he merely willed it. And the sand from the gourd on his back surged forth like a living entity, transforming into a colossal sand claw that lunged menacingly towards Yechuan. Sand binding coffin. The sand claw moved with astonishing speed, poised to ensnare Yechuan. Yet, Yechuan's form left behind a mere afterimage, as he instantly appeared several meters away, effortlessly evading the attack. He evaded. A flicker of surprise crossed Gaara's otherwise expressionless visage. Before he could launch a second strike, Yechuan propelled himself forward like a cannonball, not drawing his sword but lifting his right leg high, muscles tensing instantaneously, a layer of armament hockey enveloping it. With a sound that sliced through the air, Yechuan delivered a powerful kick directly at Gaara's chest. Boom! The sound resonated with a deep thud. Yechuan's foot struck solidly against the defensive sand layer that instinctively shielded Gaara. Although the sand quickly coalesced into a thick shield, under the full force of Yechuan's kick, the surface of the sand shield displayed a network of fine cracks. Gaara himself was sent hurtling backward, akin to a fortress being struck by a battering ram, until he collided with a massive tree, which splintered upon impact, finally bringing him to a halt. What? Gaara was knocked back. As Kanjiro and Temari witnessed this scene, their eyes widened in astonishment. They were acutely aware of the terrifying nature of Gaara's absolute defense. Yet this Leaf Village brat had managed to send him flying with a single kick. In that fleeting moment of shock, the situation took a dramatic turn. In the distance, Gaara slowly rose from the ground, brushing off the sand from his body. His gaze towards Yakuchin transformed entirely. No longer did it hold the demeanor of a predator, but rather, it was imbued with a chilling intent to kill. What is your name? Gaara rasped. Yakuchin. Very well. Yakuchin. Gaara licked his lips, his eyes suffused with crimson veins. I shall kill you and use your blood to affirm my existence. The sand behind him began to surge with ferocity. I am ever ready, Yakuchin responded, observing Gaara entering a battle state, and he gradually gripped the hilt of his blade. Confronted with Gaara's murderous intent, Yakuchin's gaze sharpened, and the blade in his hand emitted a soft chime. Sand Shuriken. Gaara initiated the assault. unleashing a torrent of high-speed sand projectiles that rained down upon Yakuchin. The latter's figure flickered swiftly amidst the dense barrage of sand, his observation haki allowing him to anticipate the trajectory of each projectile, effortlessly weaving through the narrow gaps. So fast, Kanjiro gasped, his heart racing. This evasion speed and reflexes surpassed his understanding of a mere genin. Meanwhile, Hinata and Temari, along with Kiba and Kanjiro, had already engaged in combat. Hinata momentarily ensnared Temari with her gentle fist, preventing her from easily executing her wide-range wind techniques. Kiba and Akamaru maneuvered skillfully around Kanjiro's puppet, Crow, creating a stalemate. At the center of the battlefield, having evaded the sand shuriken, Yakuchin pressed forward, charging directly at Gaara. Oof, a fool's errand. Gaara scoffed, summoning more sand from his gourd, which coalesced before him into a formidable sand wall. However, Yakuchin's objective was not to assault Gaara directly. Slash! He shouted, his blade accelerating dramatically, the gleaming edge carving an astonishing arc through the air. This time, he infused not only his armed haki, but also his comprehension of the cut into the strike. With a whoosh, a visibly pale blue slash erupted from the blade, resembling a rapidly spinning crescent moon, and struck the thick sand wall with tremendous force. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed. The once steadfast sand wall shattered as if struck by artillery, sending sand flying. What? Gaara's emotionless pupils constricted sharply. His sand defense had been obliterated in a single blow. The slash, having breached the sand wall, maintained its power, continuing forward and grazing Gaara's shoulder. It left a distinct cut upon his sand armor, with several drops of blood oozing forth. Injured, Gaara gazed down at the minute trace of blood on his shoulder, rendered momentarily speechless. Since his birth, he had never suffered a wound. This unfamiliar sensation of pain felt akin to a key, instantaneously unlocking the shackles of some frenzied existence. A surge of chakra, far more violent than before, erupted from Gaara's being like a volcanic explosion. Sand swirled chaotically around him, subtly coalescing into the silhouette of a colossal sand claw. His crimson hair danced without the slightest breeze, and his eyes brimmed with madness. This is bad. The clarity of Night River's observation haki discerned the terrifying power of the one-tail, Shikaku, residing within Gaara. Continuing this fight would undoubtedly provoke the tailed beast's emergence, which would spell trouble. His intention was merely to seize the scroll and test his strength, not to engage in a desperate struggle with a rampaging Jinchuriki. Retreat. Night River decisively commanded. Although Hinata and Kiba were somewhat bewildered, their trust in Night River compelled them to feint an attack, swiftly evading their respective opponents. Night River unleashed a sharp blade of chakra towards the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. Seizing this opportunity, the members of Team 8, along with their canine companion, turned and vanished into the depths of the forest with remarkable speed. Behind them, Gaara's frenzied roars echoed ominously. With extraordinary prowess and a stroke of luck, Team 8 successfully gathered the Book of Heaven and Book of Earth in less than half a day after entering the Forest of Death. Subsequently, they refrained from unnecessary complications and hastened directly towards the central tower. Ultimately, approximately 6 hours after the commencement of the exam, Team 8's figures materialized within the tower's interior. The ninja responsible for registration gazed at them, then at the clock, his face betraying disbelief. Undoubtedly, Team 8 from Konoha had become the first squad to pass the second examination. Following the conclusion of the second exam, Night River returned to his humble abode to await the others' completion of the test. After the exertions of the forest, he indeed felt a twinge of fatigue. He did not immediately embark on his daily tasks. Ever since realizing that combat could yield substantial experience, his attitude towards daily assignments had shifted. Previously, he adhered to them unwaveringly. Now, he approached them with greater flexibility. If time was truly lacking, he would selectively forego 1 or 2 daily tasks. After all, the meager experience from routine tasks paled in comparison to the bountiful rewards of battle. His thoughts had begun to gravitate more towards seeking suitable opportunities for practical combat. Nonetheless, foundational skills could not be neglected. Night River picked up his sword, engaging in fundamental practice, no longer fixating on quantity, but rather focusing on the essence of each swing. Considering the time, Team 7 should have encountered Orochimaru by now, with Sasuke's curse seal and Naruto's unleashed Nine-Tails chakra intertwined amidst skirmishes between other squads. The 5-day examination period swiftly drew to a close. The surviving teams gradually arrived at the central tower, All qualified participants were summoned to a hall within the tower. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, personally appeared to address these low-ranking ninjas who had endured life and death trials. Night River remained in his usual state of ethereal detachment, showing little interest in the cliched discourse. After the speech concluded, the third Hokage gazed down upon the still somewhat crowded assembly and proclaimed, "Due to the number of candidates advancing from the second examination exceeding the designated slots for the final elimination round, a preliminary contest shall be conducted prior to the commencement of the official matches to determine those who will partake in the third official competition." As his words resonated, a figure materialized beside the third Hokage. He appeared pallid, with heavy bags under his eyes, occasionally coughing, embodying a fragile and ailing demeanor. This was the special Jonin, Moonlight Gale, who would preside over the preliminary examination. "Ahem, esteemed participants," Moonlight Gale spoke in a feeble voice. "The rules for the preliminary match are quite simple. It will be a series of one-on-one duels, devoid of restrictions, continuing until one party concedes, perishes, or is rendered incapable of combat. The matchups will be drawn at random." At that moment, the medic, Kabuto, abruptly raised his hand. "Apologies, esteemed examiner," he coughed. "Due to the severe injuries sustained in the previous battle, I find myself unable to continue and choose to forfeit." As expected, Night River regarded Kabuto's frail appearance, feeling no stirrings within. The man's objective had been achieved, and he would naturally not linger for what he deemed a futile confrontation. A forfeit? Very well." Moonlight Gale nodded. Thus, excluding him, there remained 20 candidates, perfectly aligning for 10 matches. He gestured for the Chunin behind him to activate the electronic display on the wall. Names began to scroll swiftly across the screen. The first matchup announced, Night River versus Sakuto. A murmur swept through the arena at this revelation. Most of the candidates were unfamiliar with Night River, only aware that he was the solitary boy who often kept to himself. However, a select few well-informed individuals, alongside the Jonin present, turned their attention toward him. "Oh, is that the young lad who completed the B-rank mission?" Asuma remarked with keen interest. "He appears quite ordinary. I wonder about his true capabilities," Kakashi mused, hands tucked in his pockets. "Kurenai, your student seems quite remarkable, doesn't he?" Kurenai offered no response, silently observing her disciple as he made his way to the arena. His opponent, a genin from the Sound Village, was of uncertain strength, but it was likely that the encounter would conclude in an instant. From the Sand Village's contingent, Temari and Kankuro watched Night River with complex expressions, while Gaara's unwavering gaze was fixed intently upon him. Night River himself remained entirely unfazed by the attention. Sakuto? That name rang a bell. In the original narrative, he was the adversary of Shino Aburame, a sound ninja who utilized the wind holes in his arms to unleash ultrasonic attacks. Night River understood this, well as he calmly approached the center of the arena, standing face to face with the somewhat arrogant sound ninja. "The boy from Konoha. I advise you to concede now," Sakuto grinned, revealing a self-satisfied expression he believed to be menacing. "Otherwise, if your bones are broken later, do not weep." In response, Night River did not even lift his eyelids, merely stating in a matter-of-fact tone, "My swordsmanship is not yet refined. Sometimes I struggle to control my strength. If you wish to avoid death or the loss of limbs, it would be prudent to withdraw now." The words, delivered in a seemingly mundane tone, bore an icy intent of menace. The atmosphere in the hall shifted dramatically, as an unmistakable threat resonated within Night Chuan's utterance. "What did you say?" Sak erupted in a fit of rage, feeling deeply insulted. "You fool. You seek death." "Ahem." The proctor, Moonlight Gale, coughed lightly. Turning to Sak, "The opponent has issued a challenge. Do you, Sak, choose to concede?" "Concede? What nonsense. I shall destroy him." Sak roared in fury. "Very well." Moonlight Gale raised his hand. "Let the first preliminary match commence." The instant the words left his lips, Sak prepared to raise his arm, ready to unleash his prideful slash of the void. However, he was not the swiftest in that moment. Night Chuan's body lowered slightly as his right hand grasped the hilt of his sword, drawing it in an ancient stance. In the next heartbeat, clang, a flash of white light, akin to a fleeting glimpse of a phoenix, sliced through the air. So fast, so extraordinarily swift that the majority present, including Sak himself, could scarcely react. When the crowd's vision cleared, Night Chuan stood once more in his original position, his right hand still gripping the hilt as if he had never moved. The sword, the famed He Dao Yuanzi, had somehow returned to its sheath. Thud! A muffled sound echoed as Sasuke, standing opposite Knight Chuan, suddenly froze. A line of blood oozing from his chest, spreading diagonally. In the next moment, blood gushed forth like a fountain. Sasuke gazed incredulously at the wound on his chest, terror filling his eyes. He had not even comprehended how his opponent had drawn the blade. With a soft collapse, his knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, unconscious. The entire hall fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone stood dumbfounded by the abruptness of the battle's conclusion. One strike. Merely a single draw of the blade. Even the sound ninja had not had the chance to unleash any technique before being instantaneously vanquished. I have made every effort to temper my strength. Knight Chuan's calm voice broke the silence, as if justifying the severity of his blow. Yet, deep within, he understood that this was not mere bravado. With his current inheritance nearing 50, dealing with such a lowly opponent was truly a challenge to modulate his power. In a clash with a higher-ranked ninja, there could be exchanges, a control of force. However, facing a lower-ranked ninja, overwhelming strength prevailed. A moment's earnestness resulted in this outcome. Striving to strike a balance without revealing too much of his prowess proved far more arduous. The elite shinobi on the platform wore solemn expressions. What a concise and lethal strike. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Kakashi's exposed eye. There were no superfluous movements. All power coalesced in the instant of the draw. This technique transcended the realm of ordinary ninja swordsmanship, resembling the legendary strikes of the samurai from the Iron Country. As the crimson sun set, the serene disciple of Yuhi Kurenai calmly sheathed her blade, filling her heart with both pride and an undercurrent of concern. Night River's exceptional prowess far exceeded her expectations. Uchiha Sasuke's expression darkened considerably as he mentally placed himself in the position of Sasuke, repeatedly simulating the encounter, ultimately arriving at a conclusion that he found difficult to accept. That last strike was unavoidable. Even with the activation of his Sharingan, he feared he would be unable to match such speed. How could this individual possess such formidable strength? A twinge of defeat welled up within him. Meanwhile, Naruto gaped in astonishment, murmuring, "Incredible." Moonlight Gale also wore a look of shock. He had distinctly sensed that Night River's strike was devoid of any chakra alteration, relying solely on sheer physical power. Such potency was truly a terrifying display of swordsmanship. Regaining his composure, he proclaimed loudly, "The victor is Night River." He immediately summoned the medical team to carry the gravely injured Sasuke away. Night River calmly descended from the arena, returning to the side of Hinata and Inuzuka Kiba. The subsequent preliminary matches continued to unfold like a revolving lantern. The sequence of battles shifted slightly due to Night River's participation, yet most pivotal confrontations proceeded as anticipated. Haruno Sakura faced Yamanaka Ino, and the two girls engaged in an intense struggle until they both exhausted their chakra and were eliminated. Temari easily defeated Tenten. Nara Shikamaru, with his wisdom beyond his years, outmaneuvered the sound ninja, Kin. Kankuro also triumphed over his opponent. Night River observed every duel from the sidelines, while Hinata stood anxiously beside him, her small hand tightly clenched. Soon, a few spotlight battles approached. Naruto faced Inuzuka Kiba. Kiba was slightly stronger than in the original tale, but Naruto, being the child of destiny, ultimately secured a narrow victory. Rock Lee battled Gaara, and this clash was hailed as one of the most thrilling encounters of the preliminaries. After shedding his weights, Lee exhibited astonishing speed, even unlocking the initial gates of the 8 gates, momentarily suppressing Gaara. However, in the end, he succumbed to Gaara's nearly impenetrable absolute defense and the funeral sandstorm, suffering a regrettable defeat and sustaining severe injuries. Night River regarded the unfolding events with an impassive gaze. This was the harsh reality of the ninja world. Hard work does not always triumph over talent and lineage. As each battle concluded, the list of qualified candidates dwindled. Finally, the last preliminary match arrived. The names on the large screen slowly came to a halt. Hyuga Hinata versus Hyuga Neji. It was here. Upon witnessing this matchup, Hinata's body trembled ever so slightly. The final bout of the preliminaries, with the names frozen on the screen, cast a peculiar atmosphere over the venue. Hyuga Hinata versus Hyuga Neji, clan members pitted against one another, the main house's eldest daughter facing off against the most formidable genius from the branch family in Hyuga history. The ninjas of Konoha, particularly the high-ranking shinobi familiar with the Hyuga family's circumstances, wore expressions of complexity. Assume aside for Neji. Hinata. Yuhi Kurenai clenched her fists. her eyes filled with concern. She was acutely aware of Hinata's remarkable progress over the past year. Yet her opponent was none other than Hyuga Neji, the prodigy who graduated at the top of his class from the Ninja Academy and is regarded as one of the strongest among the legendary 12. In the arena, upon seeing the match list, Hinata's body trembled slightly. Confronted by Neji, who had long loomed over her like a nightmare, she instinctively felt a wave of trepidation. However, that fear lasted but a fleeting moment. Taking a deep breath, she recalled the encouragement from Yakuchin, the life and death experiences during the mission in the Land of Waves, and her unwavering determination to catch up to that shadow. Her formerly timid gaze was replaced with an unprecedented resolve. She lifted her chin, meeting Neji's eyes as he entered the arena. "Humph, Lady Hinata." Neji's voice was as frigid as the depths of a lake. "I never imagined you would pass the second exam. However, your stroke of luck ends here. The main family is the main family, and the branch family is the branch family. This is an unalterable fate. I shall make you confront reality here and abandon your unrealistic fantasies." His fatalistic rhetoric pierced through Hinata mercilessly. Fate can be altered. Hinata clenched her fists, her voice resonating with a tremor yet clarity. "Neji, I will show you through this battle that I will no longer run away. I too can seize my own destiny." "Stubborn fool." Neji's eyes narrowed with coldness. "Then let me awaken you. Byakugan." Simultaneously, Hinata activated her own bloodline limit. "The match begins," declared Tsukikage, the swift wind. The battle erupted instantaneously. Neji's speed was astonishing, his figure darting before Hinata in an instant, hands morphing into shadows as he aimed for her vital chakra points with the signature gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan. Yet, this was no longer the same Hinata. Prepared, she subtly shifted her chakra, her body gliding gracefully to the side, while simultaneously employing her own gentle fist to block and deflect Neji's assault. A flicker of astonishment crossed Neji's eyes. Hinata's reflexes and martial arts response were far beyond his expectations. 8 trigrams palms. Seizing the opportunity, Hinata launched a counterattack. In an instant, the two became enmeshed in fierce combat. Utilizing the same gentle fist technique, their palms danced, and the sound of clashing chakra filled the air. Neji's innate talent was indeed remarkable. Every move he made was executed with lethal precision, his experience vastly surpassing that of Hinata. Yet, bolstered by over a year of training under Yakuchin, Hinata adeptly withstood Neji's relentless onslaught, and at certain moments, she even capitalized on his openings to retaliate. How is this possible? Onlookers Lee and Tintin were utterly astonished. In their memories, Hinata had always been an average girl. How could she possibly hold her own against Neji? Neji became increasingly alarmed as he fought. He realized that not only had Hinata's strength improved at an astonishing rate, but the unwavering determination in her eyes was something he had never witnessed before. "Damn it! Don't underestimate me." 8 trigrams, 64 palms. After a prolonged struggle, Neji finally unleashed his most cherished technique. "I shall not be defeated." The 8 trigrams, 64 palms. To everyone's astonishment, Hinata also cried out and executed the same move. Their figures transformed into 2 swirling white tornadoes, as countless chakra-infused strikes clashed violently in the arena. Acupoint ceiling. Chakra blockage. This was the very essence of the Hyuga gentle fist competition. Ultimately, with a resounding thud, both figures were propelled backwards. Neji stumbled to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his main acupoints throbbing painfully. The flow of chakra significantly hindered. Meanwhile, though Hinata was similarly exhausted, her pallid complexion betraying her fatigue, she managed to steady herself before Neji, her Byakugan unwaveringly locking onto him. "I have not yet lost," Hinata gasped, once again assuming the stance of the gentle fist. Neji gazed at his cousin, who appeared to have undergone a transformation, and for the first time, the unwavering belief in his fate cracked. How could he, who had always looked down upon her, be pushed to this extent by the timid heir of the main family? Coughing, the outcome was clear. The figure of the swift moonlight gale appeared on the stage, glancing at the nearly depleted Neji, then at the undeterred Hinata, and proclaimed, "The winner is Hyuga Hinata." The crowd erupted in disbelief. The greatest upset. The prodigy of the Hyuga branch had actually been defeated by the seemingly weak heiress of the main family. Hearing the announcement, Hinata's tense body finally relaxed, nearly causing her to collapse. Yet, she held on, instinctively casting her gaze towards Yakuchin below. Their eyes met, and he nodded calmly. "Well done." Those simple 4 words, conveyed through his lips, instantly banished all her fatigue, and a radiant smile illuminated her face. Thus, the preliminary rounds came to a close. The third Hokage stepped forward once more to congratulate the newly qualified Genin. Following this, the drawing ceremony to determine the matchups for the finals in a month commenced. The results of the draw emerged swiftly, largely consistent with the original narrative, except Niji was replaced by Hinata and Shino by himself. Yakuchin understood the implications of this draw. After announcing the match order and the arrangements for the finals in a month, the preliminary rounds officially concluded, and all candidates dispersed to prepare for the upcoming battles. Upon returning home, Yakuchin did not immediately rest, but instead commenced his daily physical training and sword practice. Shadow clones expertly engaged in sword drills, while his main body completed running and strength training. As he diligently trained, he pondered the events to come. The Chunin exam finals, Orochimaru's plan to bring Konoha to ruin, and the third Hokage's farewell. Should he intervene in this incident? To what extent should he interfere? Undoubtedly, his presence had already caused some deviations in the storyline, such as Hinata's strength and victory, as well as the ownership of the Wave Country mission. However, the overarching direction should remain unchanged. Orochimaru's objective was Sasuke's body and the destruction of Konoha, and to protect the village, the third Hokage would likely end up sacrificing himself alongside his disciple, employing the dead demon-consuming seal. So should I assist Konoha? Prevent Orochimaru? Rescue the third Hokage? Yekawa shook his head, swiftly arriving at a conclusion. No, at least not at this moment. He was not a saint, nor did he possess a profound sense of belonging to this village. He would strive to save a few ordinary souls within his reach, but he would never be foolish enough to involve himself in battles against shadow-level adversaries. With his current inheritance rate of less than 50, even with the addition of Haki and a renowned blade, facing Orochimaru at full strength would still yield negligible odds of victory, until he had established an absolute capacity for self-preservation, survival, and growth were paramount. Any actions that could provoke fatal consequences must be avoided. Furthermore, the collapse of Konoha might present a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In the chaos of Konoha, countless battles would ensue, offering an excellent chance to gain inheritance experience. With this thought, his previous anxiety over the slow growth of his power significantly eased. After completing all daily tasks and feeling the surge of experience within, Yekawa sat cross-legged, calming his mind. His consciousness once again sank into the mental realm. This time, he sensed not only combat skills and experience, but also a profound state of mind. Inheritance rate, 501, milestone achieved at an inheritance rate of 50. Congratulations to the host for receiving a milestone reward. The 6 styles of the Navy. Yekawa suddenly opened his eyes. The 6 styles of the Navy. It was this. He immediately began to examine the detailed information of the system reward. The 6 styles of the Navy, originating from the world of One Piece, encompass 6 martial arts that transcend the limits of human physicality. The high-speed movement known as Soru, the aerial leaps called Jeppo, the technique that grants the body the hardness of steel referred to as Tekai, the finger-based shockwave attack, Shurgan, the kick that releases cutting waves known as Renkyaku, and the technique that allows the body to become as light as paper called Kamii. Each of these techniques is nothing short of miraculous, especially Soru and Jeppo. The high-speed movement of Soru can seamlessly integrate with the body flicker technique, elevating his speed to an entirely new realm. Meanwhile, Jeppo, in a world where ground combat is the norm, possesses an almost cheat-like level of mobility. Having successfully acquired the reward, Yekawa decided to treat himself and ventured to his familiar Ichiraku ramen. Just as he immersed himself in his meal, a familiar figure caught his peripheral vision, the proctor of the preliminary exam, Moonlight Gale. He was seated at the nearby counter, enjoying his ramen. Yekawa felt a stir within, recalling the narrative surrounding this particular jonin. It seemed he had inadvertently overheard a plot involving Tsunagakure and Otogakure conspiring to invade Konoha, leading to his demise at the hands of Maki. Yekawa sighed inwardly, although he had resolved not to intervene in major events. If a simple act could save this potentially valuable jonin, it would be worth the effort. With this in mind, he lifted his half-finished bowl of ramen, feigning a clumsy slip of the hand, exclaiming, "Oh no." Unfortunately, the hot broth splashed over Moonlight Gale's attire. Cough, cough, cough. Hot, hot, hot. The Moonlight Gale was jolted awake by the scalding liquid, frantically attempting to wipe the soup stains from his clothes while coughing violently. his frail health exacerbated by the sudden shock. "I sincerely apologize." Night River immediately rose, offering a heartfelt apology. "Ah, it's nothing, just you." The Moonlight Gale, surveying the disheveled state of his attire, fixed his gaze upon the youthful face of the boy who had apologized, suddenly recognizing him. Wasn't he this the same lad who had effortlessly dispatched a sound ninja in the recent Chunin exam preliminaries? How unfortunate that it was this boy who had sullied his garments. Despite the overwhelming irritation brewing within him, he could not lash out and instead resigned himself to misfortune. Clearly, in his current state, he could no longer carry out his surveillance mission. "I shall return to change my clothes," the Moonlight Gale hastily remarked, clutching his still coughing chest as he departed the ramen shop. Night River watched him leave, nonchalantly returning to his seat and instructing the proprietor to serve him another bowl of noodles. Missing the night's surveillance would ensure that the Moonlight Gale would not overhear anything he ought not to, thus avoiding a dire fate. After finishing his ramen, Night River strolled to the village's public bathhouse. A hot soak after intense training was a splendid remedy for fatigue. However, upon entering the men's bath, he immediately sensed a lecherous gaze emanating from above the partition wall, unmistakably targeting the adjacent women's bath. Following the source of the gaze, he spotted a middle-aged man with spiky white hair, peering over the wall with a foolish grin, engrossed in his rather inappropriate activities. Jiraiya, Night River thought, a twitch appearing at the corner of his eye. This legendary Sannin, the notorious pervert, had indeed returned to Konoha. With two of the Sannin present, Orochimaru and Jiraiya, Konoha was bound to become lively. Ignoring the inappropriate elder, he proceeded into the bath, seeking solace in a secluded corner. The warm water enveloped his body, soothing his taut muscles. Night River closed his eyes but did not entirely relax. Instead, he quietly engaged in another form of training beneath the water's surface. He extended his hand, manifesting a water sphere that he had brought from home. Focusing intently, he summoned the limited chakra within him, attempting to induce irregular, rapid rotations within the water sphere, reminiscent of Naruto's training methods. Spiraling sphere. This technique, developed by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, exemplified the pinnacle of pure transformation and bore tremendous power. The original text provided extensive details on mastering this jutsu, and for someone with exceptional control like Night River, it was illogical not to learn it. Although his primary focus lay in swordsmanship and haki, an abundance of skills could only serve to enhance his prowess. Having ventured into the world of Hokage, relying solely on the power of the eagle eye would be a squandered opportunity. Mastering formidable jutsu would enrich his combat repertoire and bolster his trump cards. The water sphere trembled violently in his grasp, the currents within growing increasingly chaotic. With a sudden burst, the sphere could no longer withstand the pressure and exploded. Not yet, he mused, realizing that achieving ultimate control over chakra forms was indeed a formidable challenge. Night River remained undeterred. He understood that this would require patience and perseverance. However, he was confident that with his advantages, mastering the speed of the Rasengan would undoubtedly surpass Naruto by a considerable margin. Besides the Rasengan, he also contemplated his own chakra nature. Shortly after enrolling, he had tested his chakra with a chakra paper, which yielded a result of lightning. The paper crumpled as if it had been crushed. Sharing the same lightning affinity as Kakashi was quite favorable, as lightning release is renowned for its penetrating power and speed, making it particularly suitable to complement his swordsmanship. Unfortunately, the original narrative did not elaborate on how Kakashi perfected his Chidori. It seemed that the transformation of chakra's nature and form demanded a high level of skill, leaving him to explore this on his own over time or seek other lightning release techniques. However, the lightning release Rasengan? It was said to possess an extremely unstable nature. With tremendous power but equally high risk, it could serve as a potential avenue for future research. In addition to ninjutsu, he had not ceased his practice of the 6 forms of the Navy, particularly the techniques of Soru and Jeppo. The high-speed movement technique of Soru, combined with the ninja's inherent skill in body flicker technique, greatly enhanced his short-distance explosive speed, and he was gradually discovering the sensation of merging the two. With his velocity increasing steadily, the practice of Jeppo, however, proved to be more challenging. Forcibly creating footholds in the air for movement demanded a high level of stamina and skill. Currently, he could only manage a few short-distance steps, far from achieving proficiency. A month flew by in the blink of an eye. The much-anticipated third official match of the Chunin exam had finally arrived. In the heart of the Hidden Leaf Village, the newly constructed Grand Arena was filled to capacity, a sea of spectators. Nobles from the Land of Fire, envoys from various nations, and villagers from the Hidden Leaf had all gathered. In the stand sat the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, alongside Orochimaru, disguised as the fourth Kazekage, with various Jonin and Umbu members surrounding them. Yekawa stood quietly in a corner. "Are you ready, Yekawa-kun?" Hinata approached him, her nervousness evident as her opponent was Naruto Uzumaki. Yekawa glanced at her and suddenly said, "Hinata, I don't intend to participate in this match." Hinata's eyes widened in surprise. "Why not?" "It's nothing in particular," Yekawa replied flatly, feeling it was unnecessary. His opponent was Kankuro from the Sand Village. According to the original storyline, to align with the plan to devastate Konoha, Kankuro would likely forfeit to conserve his strength and puppets. Even if he did not forfeit, what would it matter if he won? After the match with Sasuke, Orochimaru would set his plan in motion, interrupting the entire exam and preventing it from proceeding to the next round. The finals of the Chunin exam were less a competition and more a stage for showcasing potential. Without engaging in battle, one could not demonstrate their strength and thus could not be promoted to Chunin. Given this reality, whether he participated or not, the outcome would remain unchanged. There was no need to expend energy and risk revealing more of his abilities. "Are you really not participating?" Hinata gazed at Yakuchin in astonishment, struggling to comprehend the reason behind his decision at such a critical moment. Yakuchin nodded, his expression turning serious as he looked at Hinata. "In the upcoming match, exercise caution, not only against your opponent, Naruto Uzumaki, but also be wary of any unforeseen events that may arise. Remember, safeguarding yourself is paramount." He was aware that with Hinata's current abilities, an all-encompassing hypnotic illusion would likely not affect her. As for her match with Naruto, Yakuchin speculated that, given Hinata's nature, even if she were to win, she would probably refrain from using excessive force. Moreover, Naruto was notorious for his relentless tenacity, and as the battle progressed, Hinata would likely choose to concede. Thus, he was not concerned about the match itself. Rather, his apprehension lay in the impending chaos. "Unforeseen events?" Hinata queried, a hint of confusion in her voice, but upon seeing Yakuchin's grave demeanor, she nodded earnestly. "I understand, Yakuchin. You must also take care. I will know my limits." After stating this, Yakuchin did not linger but turned and departed from the venue. As the proctor, Suki no Kaze, announced the official commencement of the finals, a roar of cheers erupted from the crowd. "Now, the third round of the Chunin exam begins. First match." Suki no Kaze cleared his throat and loudly recited the list of combatants. "Please have the contestant Kankuro from Sunagakure and Yakuchin from Konohagakure assemble in the arena." Reluctantly, Kankuro, burdened by his puppet crow, stepped into the arena. He had no intention of participating in this match. What a joke. His opponent was the one who had effortlessly sent Gaara flying in the forest of death. He had no desire to put himself through such torment. Preserving his strength for the forthcoming plans was of utmost importance. However, just as he prepared to forfeit, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Due to Yakuchin's failure to arrive within the designated time, Suki no Kaze glanced at the empty side of the arena and declared, "This match is awarded to Kankuro of Sunagakure by default." Kankuro was taken aback. Not only him, but Temari and Gaara in the audience wore expressions of disbelief. The leading Jonin from Sunagakure, Maki, furrowed his brow in concern. On the Konoha side, Hinata and Inuzuka Kiba exchanged bewildered glances, while several Jonin also expressed their surprise. What was happening? That kid named Yakuchin had forfeited without a fight? Asuma felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped to witness the prowess of this dark horse. Perhaps he possesses the wisdom to recognize he is no match for a Sunagakure puppet master, someone speculated idly. Only Kurenai stared thoughtfully in the direction Yakuchin had departed, remaining silent. Regardless, the first match concluded in a manner none had anticipated. "Now, let us proceed to the second round," Suki no Kaze announced. "Please have the contestant Temari from Sunagakure and Shikamaru Nara from Konohagakure take the stage." This time, the match unfolded without further complications. Temari's strength was indeed formidable, wielding her wind-release techniques with remarkable finesse. Yet, Shikamaru Nara, a genius with an intellect surpassing 200, took tactical brilliance to unparalleled heights. He skillfully employed the art of shadow imitation, gradually luring Temari into a trap. Just when everyone believed he had exhausted his options, he successfully ensnared Temari with his shadow. As the crowd assumed victory was assured, Shikamaru lazily raised his hand and declared, "Ah, what a bother, I concede." He glanced at the dissatisfied expression on Temari's face and then at the clouds above, pondering, "I've depleted my chakra. Devising a strategy now seems overly tedious. Had I known, I would have learned from that fellow named Yagura and simply abstained from participating, which would have been far less troublesome." This classic battle from the world of Naruto concluded with Shikamaru's voluntary surrender. Next up, the highly anticipated match was about to commence. The voice of Moonlight Kakashi resonated once more, igniting the fervor of the audience. From Sunagakure, the formidable Gaara was set to face off against the prodigious Uchiha Sasuke from Konohagakure. The audience erupted in excitement. One was the strongest newcomer from Sunagakure, while the other was the talented heir of the Uchiha clan. This confrontation was keenly awaited. However, Sasuke was conspicuously absent from the arena. Just as the spectators began to suspect that Sasuke might forfeit, Kakashi arrived with him, as if propelled by a whirlwind. Sasuke took his place in the arena, casting a confident gaze at the expressionless Gaara across from him. After a month of intense training with Kakashi, his speed and strength had significantly improved, and he had even mastered that technique. The match commenced. Sasuke launched the first attack, moving with the swiftness of lightning, emulating Rock Lee's taijutsu. He aimed to prove through this battle that he was indeed the strongest newcomer. Gaara stood resolutely, allowing the sand to form an automatic defense. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, with Sasuke seemingly gaining a slight advantage due to his speed. At that moment, Gaara spoke, his hoarse voice tinged with indifference. "Uchiha Sasuke, your speed has indeed increased, but..." His emerald gaze shifted to Sasuke, as if stating an undeniable truth. "You are not as formidable as that ninja named Yagura." "What did you say?" Sasuke's movements halted abruptly, his face flooding with rage. A potent mix of jealousy and fury surged within him, propelling his spirit to new heights as he prepared to unleash the lethal technique he had diligently honed over the past month. However, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. Without warning, countless pristine feathers began to fall from the sky, resembling ethereal snowflakes. Simultaneously, a powerful wave of chakra enveloped the entire arena. "Is this Genjutsu?" The jonin in the stands suddenly changed their expressions. Within the arena, the majority of the spectators and lower-ranking shinobi, lacking sufficient strength, succumbed to slumber the moment they made contact with the feathers. "This is bad." Kurenai instantly realized the situation and attempted to cast a spell to alert her team. But it was too late. Kabuto, the spy who had long been lurking in the venue, finally signaled the commencement of the Konoha collapse plan. Boom, boom, in the stands. Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, launched a sudden attack, seizing the third Hokage, while the ambushing sound and sand shinobi revealed themselves. "Gaara, we must go." Temari and Kankuro rushed to Gaara's side. Gaara was injured by Yakuchuin during the second exam, and the Shikaku within him was exceedingly unstable. It was evidently not the time for combat. The trio swiftly took advantage of the chaos to make their escape. Nearby the contestants' waiting area, Hinata whispered a command, her exceptional mental fortitude allowing her to break free from the illusion's grasp. As she surveyed the tumultuous scene around her, memories of Yakuchuin's earlier warning to be cautious of unforeseen events flooded her mind, draining the color from her face. She immediately activated her Byakugan, searching through the disordered crowd. Hanabi, her sister, Hinata Hanabi, had come to watch the match today as well. Simultaneously, while the exam venue descended into chaos, a large contingent of ninjas from Sunagakure and Otogakure, already lying in wait outside Konohagakure, received the signal to act. They surged toward the village's outer defenses, poised to provide support from outside and thoroughly tear apart Konoha. Among them were seasoned chunin and a few elite jonin leading the charge. To them, breaching the outer defenses and infiltrating the village to sow discord was merely a matter of time. However, just as they were about to reach the first line of defense, everyone was taken aback to discover, standing silently in their path, a figure whose presence seemed almost ethereal. A strikingly handsome boy of no more than 12 or 13. With jet black hair, wielded a pristine white katana, his gaze calm as a tranquil pool. One person? A mere child? The sand and sound ninjas were momentarily stunned. But soon enough, cruel smiles crept across many faces. Where did this child come from? Seeking death, are we? Eliminate him. Do not let him hinder us. Quickly, charge forth. The foremost ninjas paid little heed to the lone boy, their kunai and blades glimmering ominously. Yet, just as they were about to close in on him, Yakuchuan made his move. His figure transformed into a streak of black lightning, vanishing from sight in an instant. Shave. This super speed technique, a fusion of the body flicker technique and the Navy 6 forms shave, propelled him into a realm of velocity beyond the naked eye's capacity to perceive. In the next moment, he had seamlessly infiltrated the enemy ranks like a wraith. Clang! The blade of the Wado Ikemonji was drawn, its brilliant light slicing through the chaotic throng like the scythe of death, elegantly gliding past. Thud! 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 Swift! Too swift. The leading sand and sound ninjas had no time to react before feeling a chill at their throats, consciousness plunging into darkness in an instant. Yakuchuan moved like a butterfly flitting through flowers, traversing the enemy formation with astonishing speed. His observation haki had already illuminated the positions of all nearby foes and their intentions to attack in his mind. Each evasion was executed with unparalleled finesse, and every strike was executed with pinpoint accuracy. He employed no flashy jutsu, nor did he unleash a sweeping wave of sword energy. He focused solely on the most efficient task, destruction. The Wado Ikemonji, enveloped in the nascent armament of haki, was sharper than one could imagine, effortlessly cleaving through ninja gear and severing bones. In but a few breaths' time, the dozen or so ninjas at the forefront had fallen like sheaves of wheat, collapsing into pools of their own blood. At this moment, the sand and sound ninja forces halted in shock, gazing in terror at the black-haired youth who resembled a deity of death. Who was this individual? Such formidable strength. He has effortlessly slain so many of us in an instant. When did Konoha acquire such a monster? The leading jonin from the sand, his complexion ashen, realized that the mysterious youth's power far exceeded their estimations. Relying solely on ordinary ninjas to charge would result in their complete annihilation at his hands. We cannot delay any longer. Summoning technique. The sand jonin decisively formed hand seals and slammed his palms onto the ground. Boom! A colossal plume of smoke erupted into the sky. As the smoke dissipated, a gigantic three-headed serpent, as massive as a small mountain, emerged onto the battlefield. Its immense body barreled towards Konoha's walls, attempting to breach their defenses. A summoning serpent, is it? Attempting to create an opening with this? Night River glanced at the rampaging serpent, his expression remaining composed. Summoning technique. A resounding shout echoed from the direction of Konoha's walls. Another even larger cloud of smoke detonated. A red toad of a size comparable to the serpent made a grand entrance, exuding an air of authority. Upon its head stood the lecherous sage with white hair. What a lively scene. How audacious of someone to wreak havoc in my territory. The toad Wanta plopped down heavily on the serpent, instantly subduing it with its tremendous weight. Night River observed and, without hesitation, took a deep breath, infusing his blade, the Wado Ikemonji, with armed haki. The blade emitted a faint hum. In the next moment, he swung his sword with all his might towards the rampaging serpent. Swish! An enormous wave of slashing energy erupted from the blade, sweeping forth. The speed of the slash was astonishing. The air was torn apart in its wake, emitting a piercing shriek. The serpent had yet to react when, swoosh, swoosh, its massive head was severed cleanly as if cut by a hot knife through butter, propelled skyward before crashing heavily to the ground, serpent blood cascading like a torrential downpour. The enormous serpent body, deprived of its head, continued to surge forward for a brief distance due to inertia before collapsing with a thunderous crash. One strike, 3 kills. This cataclysmic scene not only stunned the Konoha ninjas, but also instilled terror in the invaders. Even Jiraiya, standing atop Wanta, felt his pupils constrict in awe as he beheld the extraordinary slash, staring down at the youth wielding the sword. What an astonishing strike. Was that sword energy just now? This young lad is truly impressive, Jiraiya mused inwardly. Such prowess at such a tender age. It appears that even without my intervention, he could handle that massive serpent on his own. When did Konoha produce such a remarkable swordsman? Meanwhile, within the relatively safe confines of the Hyuga clan, Hinata, having successfully returned home with her sister Hanabi, happened to catch sight of the colossal slash soaring into the sky in the distance. Hinata's Byakugan saw it clearly. Despite the distance, she recognized the figure wielding a sword. Sister, who is that person? They are incredible. With just one strike, they severed such a massive serpent. Beside her, Hinata Hanabi widened her eyes in admiration and inquired, "Is he your boyfriend?" No. Hanabi, don't say such things." Hinata's face flushed crimson like an apple, and she quickly waved her hands in denial, although her heart raced like a startled deer. On the battlefield, having slain the giant serpent, Yechuan did not pause. His figure melded seamlessly into the chaotic fray. Confronting the ordinary sand and sound ninjas was akin to slicing through vegetables for him. With each swing of his blade, he inevitably claimed one or several lives. His observation haki rendered him a phantom on the battlefield, effortlessly evading all attacks, while his armament haki rendered his strikes utterly unstoppable. Defeated a Sand Chunin, gained 50 experience points. Defeated a Sound Jinin, gained 25 experience points. Defeated a Sand Jonin, gained 200 experience points. The system's notifications echoed persistently in his mind. Yechuan's gaze remained cold, his movements efficient, operating like a precise killing machine. His objective was unequivocal: to eliminate as many invading foes as possible, transforming this calamity upon Konoha into a feast of experience for himself. Soon, blood stained the earth a dark crimson hue. Yechuan remained unblemished, save for the sword in his hand, once as white as snow, now seemingly tainted by ink. Its blade exuding an ominous black sheen. This was the manifestation of armament haki enveloping the blade. After comprehending the technique of slaying the legendary Zabuza in the Land of Waves, coupled with the catalyzing intensity of the recent skirmish, his mastery of armament haki had progressed from mere partial coverage for defense to a stable application over his weapon. Although he was far from achieving the level of the legendary Mihawk, who had forged his blade into a true black sword, this undoubtedly amplified the power of his strikes. Surrounded by over 20 sand and sound ninjas, they gazed in terror at the boy before them, resembling a demon from the depths of hell, wielding a dark blade radiating an ominous aura. Their courage faltered, and none dared to advance. "We cannot allow him to continue his slaughter. Use wind release. Distract his vision." A few sand ninjas, fighting through their fear, promptly formed hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, sandstorm. Several gusts of wind stirred the earth, rapidly forming a colossal sandstorm that surged toward Yechuan. Yet, such an act of interference held no significance for Yechuan, who possessed observation haki. How naive. Just before the sandstorm engulfed him, Yechuan closed his eyes. He unleashed his observation haki fully, everything around him, including the hidden ninjas preparing to ambush within the sand, and even the accelerated heartbeats driven by fear, became vividly clear within his perception. He could hardly be bothered to evade the shurikens and kunai concealed within the swirling dust. He once again raised the sword, enveloped in a dark, armed aura, and aimed it at the few who unleashed wind-style ninjutsu, striking down with fierce intensity. Swoosh! A surge of terrifying, pitch-black sword energy erupted from the blade, akin to a colossal wave of darkness, instantly tearing through the raging sandstorm. Without losing momentum, it crashed violently into the positions of several sand ninjas. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated. The ground was plowed open, creating a vast, deep chasm, and the 3 or 4 sand ninjas caught in the onslaught were obliterated into mere fragments of flesh, unable to utter even a scream. Not a trace remained. As the dust settled, a bottomless ravine was revealed, with Night River standing at its edge, wielding the dark blade, his gaze indifferent. The remaining few invaders, witnessing the chasm before them, succumbed to utter despair. A devil. He is a devil. Run. They abandoned all thoughts of mission and orders, shrieking in terror as they fled like headless flies. But how could Night River allow such walking experience points to escape? His figure transformed into a wraith, weaving through the panicked crowd. With each swing of the dark blade, imbued with armed color, a life was precisely taken. The glint of the blade flashed, accompanied by continuous cries of anguish. Blood stained the edges of his clothing, but he paid it no heed, a hint of exhilarating delight gleaming in his eyes. The ferocity, inherited from the eagle-eyed legacy, was fully awakened in this moment. He could distinctly sense the fear of each enemy in their final moments, hear their desperate breaths, and then, with swift precision, sever their lives. This sensation was profoundly intriguing. In the distance, Marino Ibiki, commanding the Leaf Ninja in defensive maneuvers, also took note of the unfolding events. Upon witnessing Night River dispatching invaders with the ease of cutting through vegetables, particularly the terrifying power of that immense black sword energy, even this renowned cold-hearted special jonin felt his heart race with trepidation. What exactly is that child? Ibiki was utterly astonished. Meanwhile, at another battlefield, Jiraiya had been partially diverting his attention to observe Night River. Remarkable, that little brat truly is something else. Jiraiya watched Night River's astonishing strikes, which relied not on chakra fluctuations, stroking his chin with a look of perplexity. This combat style bore no resemblance to any swordsmanship of the leaf, but rather seemed to be a technique entirely foreign to the ninja system. What a prodigy! Yet, thankfully, he is one of our leaf ninjas. Just as Night River was caught up in the thrill of battle, feeling his prowess intensifying, a resounding boom echoed from the direction of the leaf village's center. Shaking the ground, Night River paused, lifting his gaze. He sensed a massive clash of formidable chakra within the village. The Leafs, Umbu, and the elite from various clans had evidently mobilized entirely, commencing a counteroffensive against the invading sand and sound ninjas. Has the Leaf begun a serious counterattack? It seems this farce is nearing its conclusion. Immediately, a thought crossed his mind as he directed his gaze towards the venue where the examination had previously taken place. There, a violet barrier had once enveloped the area. At this moment, the formidable, purple flames formation that had isolated the interior from the exterior had quietly dissipated. Has it come to an end? Night River understood instantly. The disappearance of the barrier signified that the battle within had reached a conclusion. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had presumably already met his fate. Indeed, it wasn't long before he sensed the chilling, malevolent aura of Orochimaru swiftly retreating. The ninjas from Sunagakure and Otogakure began to withdraw like a receding tide from the village. The plan to bring Konoha to ruin had culminated in the sacrifice of the third Hokage. Observing the disarrayed invaders fleeing in haste, Night River chose not to pursue them. He recognized that this conflict had drawn to a close. Surely, the battle between Naruto and the One-Tail would also be concluding. Calmly, he sheathed his sword, the ominous dark sheen of the blade gradually fading to reveal its original pristine white. His consciousness delved into the system. Total experience gained, 1,420 points. Current inheritance level, 611. Night River's eyes gleamed upon seeing this figure. Indeed, it was through real combat that one truly grasped their potential. This battle was tantamount to the fruits of his arduous training over the past year. Days later, Konoha held a solemn funeral for the fallen third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. A gentle rain fell from the sky, enveloping the entire village in a somber atmosphere. Dressed in black, Night River stood amidst the crowd of mourners, gazing from afar at the kind visage of the memorial portrait before the spirit tablet. His feelings towards the third Hokage were complex. Hiruzen Sarutobi was undoubtedly a Hokage who could be deemed compassionate in certain respects, sacrificing his life for the protection of the village, which commanded respect. Yet, his indecisiveness had indirectly led to many tragedies that befell Konoha subsequently. His death, though heroic, marked the definitive end of an era. Raindrops fell upon his face, chilling to the bone. Night River lifted his gaze towards the overcast sky, his eyes deep with contemplation. A new era was on the verge of unfolding. In the aftermath of the third Hokage's funeral, Konoha began to gradually restore order. On that morning, a thick fog enveloped the village in a shroud of mystery. Night River stealthily departed from his humble abode, his figure weaving through the mist-laden banks of the river. He was in search of an opportunity, a chance to test the limits of his current strength. The slaying of Zabuza in the Land of Waves, along with the sand and sound ninjas involved in the Konoha collapse plan, had provided him with a certain understanding of his abilities. However, this was not enough. He required a stronger adversary, a true benchmark standing at the pinnacle of the shinobi world, to gauge the disparity between himself and the apex of combat prowess in this realm. But where could he find such a formidable opponent? He could not simply challenge Jiraiya. Could he? He was certain that today, an excellent opportunity would present itself. Itachi Uchiha. This man would, on this very day, infiltrate Konoha alongside his partner, Kisame Hoshigaki. Engaging with him was the most reasonable and relatively safe method of testing that Yechuan could conceive at this moment. Preventing the invasion of rogue ninjas was entirely justifiable. As for safety, Yechuan was well aware that, despite Uchiha Itachi bearing the heavy burden of his clan's massacre, he harbored a unique affection for Konoha. His return to the village was primarily to ascertain Sasuke's safety and to caution Danzo against making any moves against him. Itachi would never unleash a massacre within Konoha, nor would he strike down the lower-ranked ninjas with lethal force. In the original narrative, Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai were easily overpowered by him. Yet they merely sustained serious injuries and ended up hospitalized, without him delivering a fatal blow. Otherwise, given his prowess, those three would have perished countless times over by now. As long as he did not exhibit overt hostility, Itachi would most likely only test his limits and refrain from truly taking lives. This was precisely what Yechuan needed, a formidable adversary who could compel him to fight at full strength without posing a genuine threat to his life. With this thought in mind, Yechuan, relying on his hazy recollections of the plot, swiftly sensed several powerful presences at the village's edge. He stealthily approached and concealed himself behind the trees, and indeed, he beheld the anticipated scene. Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi stood gravely, confronting two mysterious individuals clad in red cloud-patterned black cloaks. One bore a large sword, wrapped in bandages, resting on his shoulder. The other possessed a pair of crimson, three-tomo Sharingan eyes. The battle commenced in an instant. With a sinister grin, Kisame Hoshigaki launched the first strike, charging towards Kurenai with his sword. Not so fast, Asuma shouted, brandishing his wind-infused kunai, and met Kisame's assault head-on, their weapons clashing with great force. Seizing the opportunity, Kurenai swiftly formed hand seals and attempted to ensnare Uchiha Itachi in her most adept Jinjutsu. However, confronted by those eerie Sharingan, her illusion dissipated into nothingness, as if it had entered a bottomless abyss, having no effect whatsoever. Instead, Itachi easily saw through her technique and countered with her own strategy. Jinjutsu rebound. Kurenai let out a muffled gasp, feeling a disorienting wave wash over her, as if she had become trapped within the illusion she had woven. Quickly retreating in an effort to shake off its influence, Itachi's gaze was frigid, seemingly unwilling to grant her any reprieve. His figure flickered as he advanced to strike. At that moment, swish, a blade of silver light, swift as the wind, appeared as if from thin air, slicing through the dense fog in an instant. Faced with such a sudden assault, Itachi could only slightly shift his body in a vain attempt to evade. With a sharp sound, the blade cleaved through his form, scattering him into a myriad of crows that vanished into the air. Shadow clone. Who is it? The clash between Kisame and Asuma temporarily halted, both astonished as they turned to the source of the blade's light. Emerging from the mist, Yechuan, wielding the blade no Tachi, stepped forward with measured strides, his gaze calm as he fixed it on the reappearing figure of Uchiha Itachi. Oh, a little brat from Konoha? Itachi remarked, a fleeting hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. The speed of that recent strike was undoubtedly beyond that of a mere genin. Yechuan, Kurenai, having broken free from the backlash of her Jinjutsu, expressed both shock and delight upon recognizing him. How did you end up here? You must leave immediately. It's dangerous. I apologize, Kurenai-sensei, Yechuan replied, without turning back. Upon encountering a rogue ninja from the hidden leaf, I could not stand idly by. He presented a seemingly grandiloquent justification. An amusing little brat. Uchiha Itachi gazed at Yechuan, his tone unremarkable, yet imbued with an intangible pressure. It seems you are eager for a confrontation with me? Merely wishing to experience the prowess of the legendary Uchiha genius, Yechuan replied, adopting a stance with his blade. As you wish. The moment Uchiha Itachi's words faded, his figure vanished once more. Almost simultaneously, Yechuan's Kinbunchika Haki detected a fierce killing intent approaching from behind. Without turning, he swiftly slashed backward with his blade. Clang! The sword of Wado Ikamanji precisely parried a kunai aimed at his back. Uchiha Itachi's silhouette materialized behind him. Failing to land a hit, Itachi immediately retreated, his hands swiftly forming seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball, akin to a meteor, surged forth, radiating intense heat towards Yechuan. In the face of such an overwhelming display of fire jutsu, Yechuan executed an unexpected maneuver that astonished Asuma and Kurenai alike. He closed his eyes. Paradoxically, instead of retreating, his figure surged forward, charging directly into the massive fireball. In the astonished gazes of Asuma and Kurenai, Yechuan's form plunged into the fireball. The next moment, whoosh! The fireball was cleaved in two. Yechuan emerged unscathed from within, his blade enveloped in a pitch-black armed haki, aimed squarely at Uchiha Itachi. Indeed, if the armed haki could grasp the essence of a natural type, it could certainly sever ninjutsu. A flicker of astonishment passed through Uchiha Itachi's eyes as he realized his opponent had shrouded the blade with some form of power. He swiftly raised his hand to block, while his other hand rapidly formed seals. Clang, clang, clang. The blade and kunai clashed incessantly, sparks flying. Yechuan's swordsmanship was grand and forceful, each strike imbued with tremendous power and cunning angles. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi utilized the dynamic vision granted by his Sharingan to evade and parry continuously. Remarkable swordsmanship. During their engagement, it was rare for Uchiha Itachi to commend another. At your age, to possess such skill, you are the first. Yechuan remained unfazed, intensifying his assault. He understood that against an opponent of Itachi's caliber, any hint of complacency could prove fatal. With his armed haki operating at full capacity, he fortified his blade and vital areas, withstanding several seemingly ordinary attacks from Itachi. It was nearly time to conclude the probing. Yechuan's gaze sharpened as he seized an opening, erupting with explosive force. Flash! Another wave of ominous black sword energy swept forth, more refined than when he faced the Sand Ninja. Confronted with this formidable strike, Uchiha Itachi's expression shifted slightly as he swiftly formed seals. Bang! The sword energy struck Itachi, transforming him into a wooden stump. Body replacement technique. The real Uchiha Itachi materialized not far away. Lightning cutter. Accompanied by the deafening chorus of Chidori, Kakashi's figure finally arrived. Upon recognizing Uchiha Itachi, he wasted no time in launching a surprise attack. Yet, faced with Kakashi's signature lightning jutsu, Uchiha Itachi merely sidestepped. He effortlessly avoided the critical strike, delivering a swift kick to Kakashi's wrist, which abruptly interrupted his jutsu and sent him flying. Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai, who had rushed over, promptly caught Kakashi. What is your name? Uchiha Itachi disregarded Kakashi and the others, redirecting his gaze towards the unexpectedly intriguing youth, Yekawa. Yekawa Ryu, he answered calmly, revealing himself to be a genin of the same cohort as Uchiha Sasuke. Upon mentioning Sasuke, Itachi's eyes flickered ever so slightly. Yekawa, an intriguing little brat, he mused. Nearby, the formidable Kisame, wielding his sword Samahata, chuckled. Itachi-san, this kid's prowess hardly resembles that of a mere genin. Itachi remained silent, casting a deep, assessing glance at Yekawa as if weighing something of significance. Let us depart, Kisame, he finally declared. Understood. Though Kisame felt a tinge of reluctance, he complied with the order. The two figures did not linger. With a few flickers, they vanished into the thick mist. Yekawa watched their departing figures, slowly sheathing his sword and letting out a long sigh. This marked his first genuine encounter with a shadow-level powerhouse. Although his opponent had clearly held back, not exerting full strength and not even activating his Mangekyo Sharingan, the impenetrable depth of their power made him acutely aware of the vast chasm that separated him from the true elite of this world. A 60 inheritance rate, coupled with his imposing aura and renowned blade, might suffice against elite jounin, but it was woefully inadequate when confronting a shadow-level adversary, particularly one like Itachi, who possessed the Sharingan and mastered an array of ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu. His offensive capabilities felt alarmingly limited. Swordsmanship alone seemed to possess inherent limitations. The smoke of the Konoha collapse plan gradually dissipated, and through the efforts of countless ninjas, the damaged structures began to be restored. Unfortunately, this was merely a temporary reprieve. In a few years, when pain unleashed his Shinra Tensei, the area would once again be laid to waste. On this day, a multitude of ninjas gathered beneath the Hokage building for the inauguration ceremony of the new Hokage. Yekawa found himself among the crowd, positioned at the relatively sparse perimeter. His presence immediately drew the attention of numerous ninjas surrounding him. Many had witnessed this youth, who had appeared as a harbinger of death during the Konoha collapse plan, and their gazes were filled with a complex mix of emotions. Amidst the silence, a figure finally emerged atop the Hokage building's terrace. A strikingly beautiful woman, seemingly in her 20s, with flowing golden hair and a purple seal emblazoned on her forehead. Her stunning physique captivated all eyes. In her hands, she held the Hokage hat, a symbol of the highest authority in Konoha. She was none other than Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, a pinnacle of medical ninjutsu, known for her gambling addiction and fear of blood. She stood as the fifth Hokage of Konoha. With her presence, the village's medical standards would undoubtedly soar, making the impossible of regrowing severed limbs a reality. Under the watchful eyes of countless ninjas, Tsunade donned the Hokage hat, marking the official completion of the inauguration ceremony. Shortly after the ceremony concluded, Yekawa received a summons from the Hokage. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade reclined in the chair that signified her authority, scrutinizing the enigmatic black-haired youth before her. "Yechuan, is it?" Her voice bore a hint of languor. "I have heard from Hong and Jiraiya regarding your commendable performance during the mission in the Land of Waves and amidst the recent attack on the village. Quite impressive." Her gaze was sharp, as if she sought to penetrate the depths of Yechuan's soul. "With such prowess at such a tender age, coupled with that peculiar power you wield, you harbor many secrets." Tsunade leaned slightly forward, accentuating her remarkable silhouette. Yechuan felt a slight chill within, yet maintained an impassive facade. "It is merely a matter of luck and serendipity, Hokage-sama." "Luck? Serendipity?" Tsunade scoffed. "To dispatch Zabuza in an instant. To eradicate dozens of sand and sound ninjas as if they were mere vegetables. This cannot simply be attributed to luck." She fixed her gaze upon Yechuan. "In my youth, I encountered numerous so-called prodigies, including Orochimaru, who often lost their way due to their overwhelming power, ultimately descending into darkness. This young man before me, though seemingly calm, possesses an underlying ruthlessness that stirs my concern. However, Yechuan appears disinterested in human experimentation. His talents and abilities are a treasure for Konoha, yet they may also herald catastrophe. I do not wish to witness Yechuan becoming a second Orochimaru. It is imperative that this genius be shielded from the village's shadows, afforded a relatively stable environment for growth. From this day forth, I shall pay particular attention to you. Your supervising jonin, Yuhi Kurenai, will continue to oversee most of your affairs. Simultaneously, I hope you will remember where this power ought to be directed." "Indeed, Hokage-sama," Yechuan replied calmly. "The intent of protection, yet in truth, observation and control? I comprehend. It is fortuitous. I too require time to further develop, and having someone to shield me from certain troubles is advantageous. Now, go and train diligently. The future of Konoha relies upon the strength of you young warriors." Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. Yechuan bowed and exited the Hokage's office. In the subsequent days, tranquility seemed to return. As a member of Team 8, under Kurenai's guidance, Yechuan undertook several missions of varying difficulty, steadily amassing experience, until Tsunade urgently summoned Team 8. The incident of Sasuke's defection marked a pivotal climax in the first act of the Hokage's narrative, heralding the commencement of Naruto's verbal prowess. The situation was dire and demanded immediate action. In the early hours, Team 8 appeared at the gates of Konoha, swiftly pursuing the direction taken by Shikamaru's squad. The trio and their canine companion darted through the woods with astonishing speed. "Found them! This direction!" Inuzuka Kiba suddenly exclaimed. Almost simultaneously, Yechuan's observation haki detected not only the chakra signatures of Shikamaru's team ahead, but also three powerful and familiar presences, moving at high velocity. Before long, they caught up with those three figures, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro. "Is it you?" In the Hidden Leaf Village, Kankuro was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Team 8. Instinctively taking a step back, his face betraying a clear expression of fear. Temari also regarded Yakumo with vigilance. Only Gaara, upon seeing Yakumo, displayed a slight ripple of emotion in his otherwise impassive eyes, his pupils momentarily constricting. He spoke first, his voice still hoarse. "It's you. Long time no see." Yakumo replied calmly. It seemed that after being unceremoniously kicked away last time, and then receiving a barrage of words and a headbutt from Naruto, this individual had indeed changed quite a bit. At the very least, the murderous intent in his gaze had diminished significantly. "We have come at the request of the 5th Hokage to assist Konoha in retrieving Uchiha Sasuke," Temari explained, thereby clarifying their position. "During the Chunin exams, our Sand Village owed Konoha a favor, and this is part of repaying that debt." Kankuro muttered softly to himself. "I've heard that Uchiha Sasuke is quite formidable. He might be difficult to handle." "Formidable?" Temari scoffed, casting a glance at Yakumo beside her. "Compared to this guy, what danger does Uchiha Sasuke really pose?" Kankuro nodded in agreement, not daring to speak further. In his mind, the level of threat posed by Yakumo was likely greater than that of Gaara when he was enraged. After Team 8 rendezvoused with the Sand siblings, they wasted no time. Yakumo's Kinbunshika haki was continuously active, sensing everything ahead. This way, he suddenly changed direction, charging towards the left front, with the others immediately following suit. Soon, They burst forth from the thicket into a chaotic clearing. There lay a massive pit, surrounded by trees that had been thrown askew, and at the edge of the pit, Choji lay wounded and unconscious. Yamato, you stay here. Inuzuka Kiba wanted to protest, eager to join the fray. He glanced between Yakumo and the severely injured Choji, ultimately gritting his teeth and nodding in compliance. Without further ado, Yakumo led the remaining members onward. Before long, they discovered a second battlefield amidst the disheveled trees. This time, it was Niji Hyuga sprawled on the ground, bloodied and pierced by several black arrows. Niji, Hinata cried out, rushing over to check for his breath, feeling a faint pulse before sighing in relief. Hinata, you stay here and take care of Niji, Yakumo promptly instructed. Hinata quickly wiped away her tears, propping Niji up and cautiously using her gentle fist technique to stabilize his chakra. There are still 2 battlefields remaining. Yakumo closed his eyes, concentrating his Kinbunshiku to its fullest extent. Ultimately, he decided to send Temari to support Shikamaru, while Kankuro and Gaara would confront the threats nearby. The battlegrounds were swiftly divided. Now, only one target remained. Taking a deep breath, Yakumo accelerated to his utmost speed, charging towards the final battlefield. Kimimaro, Naruto Uzumaki gasped, dodging the bone spikes aimed at him. His opponent, with each wave of his hand, extracted sharp bone blades from his own body. He was indeed a descendant of the Kage clan. Damn it, what manner of beast is this? Naruto, in a state of disarray, evaded the onslaught, feeling as though his attacks were utterly futile. At that moment, a chilling aura surged forth like a tsunami from behind. Junmaru halted abruptly, his typically impassive visage now betraying a rare expression of gravity. Such formidable pressure. This sensation was even more disconcerting than when facing Lord Orochimaru. Instinctively ceasing his assault on Naruto, he swiftly turned to confront the source of the ominous presence. There, perched silently upon a nearby branch, was a dark-haired youth, wielding a white katana, his gaze calm and unwavering. Though it was merely a fleeting glance, it felt as though he were being scrutinized by an extraordinary beast. Junmaru instantly assessed the situation. The peril posed by this dark-haired boy far surpassed that of Naruto Uzumaki. His mission was to safely escort Sasuke back to Lord Orochimaru, and he would not allow this individual to pass, even at the cost of his own life. Naruto Uzumaki, for the moment, was spared. Casting a glance at the still-breathing Naruto, Junmaru unhesitatingly abandoned that pursuit. He turned his full attention to Yechuan, recognizing him as a true adversary worthy of his utmost effort. Reveal your name. Strong one from Konoha, Junmaru rasped, his voice tinged with a sickly hoarseness. Yechuan gracefully descended from the branch. The tip of his katana angled towards the ground. Yechuan Ryu, he declared. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of Yechuan, Naruto was momentarily taken aback, then shouted, Hey, Yechuan, thank you. This guy is tougher than he looks, a real nuisance. I must retrieve Sasuke. I leave this to you. Without further hesitation, Naruto turned and sprinted towards the direction Sasuke had taken, pouring all his strength into his flight. Yechuan, however, did not spare Naruto a single glance. His entire focus was devoted to Junmaru. He sensed the formidable strength of his opponent. Junmaru, too, paid no mind to Naruto's departure, his gaze fixed solely on Yechuan, his pallid face devoid of emotion. He scrutinized the katana in Yechuan's grasp and spoke in a gravelly voice, a white blade and black hair. You must be the swordsmanship prodigy mentioned in the intelligence reports. Perhaps, Yechuan replied, his tone unperturbed. Come, let me witness the power of the Kage clan's bloodline limit. That suits me just fine, Junmaru replied, leaning slightly forward, akin to a coiled serpent poised to strike. For the aspirations of Lord Orochimaru, any obstacle must be eradicated. Before the last words faded, Junmaru surged into action. His speed was astonishing, closing the distance in an instant as his right hand shot forth 5 sharp bone spikes. 10-finger puncture. In the face of this rapid onslaught, Yechuan did not flinch or retreat. Instead, he stepped forward with his left foot, unleashing the explosive power of a combination of body flicker technique and Shuinpa. In an instant, his figure became a blur. Not only did he evade Junmaru's bone spikes, but he also closed in at an even swifter pace towards his adversary's embrace. How swift! As Junmaru's pupils constricted, he swiftly altered his technique, causing an array of bone spikes to erupt from his body, forming an impenetrable defense. The dance of iron wire flowers. However, Yakuchin's observation haki had already discerned the trajectory of all the bone spikes. He deftly dodged through the gaps of the dense spikes, his blade, the Wado Ikemanji, enveloped in a dark hue of haki, unleashed precise and incisive strikes. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of blade meeting bone resonated like a torrential downpour. Sparks flew. Junmaru grew increasingly alarmed. The speed of this youth was astonishing. Each movement expertly evaded his attack range. Even more terrifying was his perceptive ability. Though Junmaru could unleash spikes from any part of his body, the opponent always seemed to anticipate his moves, as if foreseeing the future. The white katana in the opponent's hand was frightfully sharp. His bones, which he prided as being as hard as steel, felt as fragile as decayed wood beneath that blade imbued with an extraordinary force. Several clashes resulted in his bone spikes being severed outright. Yakuchin was acutely aware of Junmaru's prowess. The strength of the Shikatsumiyaku, combined with his exquisite martial arts, was formidable enough to easily overpower most jonin. In the original narrative, had it not been for his ailments draining his strength, Rock Lee and Junmaru would have long since perished at his hands. Junmaru's power was at least that of an elite jonin. What manner of monster is this? Junmaru's heart raced with dread. The pressure this youth exerted surpassed that of any adversary he had encountered before. There was no time to linger. A swift resolution was imperative. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Junmaru's chakra surged wildly. Dance of the willow, dance of the camellia. He fused the flexibility and ferocity of Shikatsumiyaku, dancing like a specter, his arms transforming into bone whips, and his legs sprouting bone blades, transforming into a highly efficient and graceful killing machine, his offensive suddenly becoming frenzied. In the face of Junmaru's tempestuous assault, Yakuchin's expression grew serious. This level of martial arts, combined with Shikatsumiyaku, was indeed formidable. He relied on his observation haki to evade while calmly analyzing the situation. Relying solely on swordsmanship and haki to swiftly conclude this battle would likely incur significant cost. Though his observation haki enabled him to predict movements, Junmaru's attack range was vast. His armed haki could sever bones. Yet the opponent's bones were nearly infinitely regenerative and remarkably tough. Each severing consumed a considerable amount of haki. Given this, a gleam of determination flashed in Yakuchin's eyes. He would attempt a newly learned technique. During a moment of evasion, he infused his own lightning chakra into the Wado Ikemanji without reservation. Zazup! The ebony blade was instantly enveloped in a shimmering blue arc of electricity, emitting a piercing sound. The entire sword exuded a perilous aura. Is this lightning release? Junmaru gasped in surprise. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Yakuchin seized the opportunity. The Wado Ikemanji, now imbued with lightning chakra, sliced forth like a bolt of lightning. With instinctive reflex, Junmaru raised his arm to block. Clang! Zzz. The moment the bone blades clashed, a fierce current surged through half of Junmaru's body. He felt a sudden numbness seize him, rendering his movements stiff. Now, Yechuan distinctly heard the lethal vulnerability that emerged from Junmaru's body due to the paralysis. The line, as if existing in the breath of all things, had never been so clear. No longer hesitating, he poured all his comprehension of severance into this strike. Whoosh! There was no grand spectacle, only a blade of pitch-black light, concentrated to the utmost. The blade sliced through the air with pinpoint precision, flashing past the location of Junmaru's heart. All of Junmaru's actions came to a halt. He lowered his head, gazing at the slender wound on his chest, blood gushing forth. He felt it. His heart had been irrevocably shattered. On his face, there was no agony, no resentment, only a serene acceptance. He lifted his gaze to Yechuan, his emerald eyes reflecting the tranquil figure of the young man. It seemed he wished to speak, yet ultimately, his body weakened, gradually kneeling to the ground, before collapsing entirely. Silent forevermore. The last bloodline of the Kage clan, regarded by Orochimaru as a perfect vessel, had met its end. Yechuan slowly sheathed his blade, the lightning and armament color fading, leaving the blade as pristine as before. He observed Junmaru's face, etched with obsession, and felt a profound silence within. This was the essence of life and death combat. Clear, brutal. One would die, the opponent would also perish. The seemingly trivial truth that one killed and thus died became strikingly real and heavy after personally ending one life after another. Detected host has slain formidable foe Kage Jumuru. Comprehensive assessment grants inheritance experience of 1,673 points. Current inheritance level, 626. Has it increased by 15? Yechuan sensed the growth of understanding within him, yet his gaze held no joy, only profound contemplation. Ultimately, Yechuan chose not to pursue Sasuke further. After resolving Junmaru, he regrouped with Hinata and the others, then returned to Konoha. He understood well that pursuing now would change nothing. Uchiha Sasuke was in pursuit of his own strength, a conviction that could not be shaken. Forcing him back would only result in another betrayal. The news returned to Konoha, mirroring the outcome etched in Yechuan's memory. At the Valley of the End, Naruto suffered a narrow defeat, failing to bring Sasuke back to Konoha. Sasuke had completely defected, surrendering to Orochimaru in the darkness. Fortunately, all of the Konoha ninjas involved in this pursuit mission had survived. Outside Konoha Hospital, Yechuan glanced through the glass window at his comrade lying on the hospital bed, confirming the news. He also spotted Temari and Shikamaru outside the ward. Knight Chuan did not enter to pay a visit, nor did he greet anyone. He merely confirmed the situation before silently turning away. For him, the fate of others held little significance. His primary concern lay with his own circumstances. As he walked along the streets of Konoha, Knight Chuan found himself ensnared in profound contemplation. Sasuke's defection and Naruto's failure in the first part of the storyline had essentially reached their conclusion. According to the original narrative, the next phase would involve a time skip of 2.5 years, leading directly into the Shippuden arc. The thought of 2.5 years caused Knight Chuan's brow to furrow. This meant that the plot information he was familiar with would become entirely obsolete during this interval. What events would unfold in the coming 2.5 years? What specific actions would the Ōtsutsuki take? What new schemes would Orochimaru devise? What changes would transpire within the village? He was utterly in the dark. A 2.5-year span devoid of intelligence was far from favorable news. His expression grew somber. In this perilous world, losing foresight into the future equated to exposing oneself to unknown risks. Though his strength had ascended to the level of an elite jonin, he remained insufficient in the face of true powerhouses. Numerous beings capable of easily dispatching him existed within this world, not to mention those beyond the ninja realm. The Kage-level powerhouses of the 5 great ninja villages, the Ōtsutsuki, which tirelessly sought to collect tailed beasts, Danzo lurking in the deepest shadows of Konoha, and Orochimaru, who coveted the bodies of geniuses. Even that enigmatic masked figure orchestrating everything from behind the scenes posed a threat. Any one of them, should they harbor murderous intent, could plunge him into an irretrievable abyss. Initially, he pondered whether it would be prudent to leave Konoha during this time, to wander and seek battles in order to expedite his growth. However, Knight Chuan quickly dismissed this notion. He had already gained a modicum of fame. Recklessly abandoning the sanctuary of Konoha could lead to disastrous consequences if he were targeted by forces such as the Ōtsutsuki or Orochimaru. It seemed the wisest course of action was to bide his time in Konoha. He resolved to dedicate the next 2.5 years to rigorous training, striving to enhance his capabilities. Once Naruto returned and the Shippuden arc commenced, he would regain the advantage of information and reassess his plans. As long as he understood the trajectory of the plot, the risks would remain manageable. Quietly growing stronger was the true path to success. Thus, how could he maximize his self-improvement during these 2.5 years in Konoha? Daily missions and basic training could not cease. Yet relying solely on them would yield insufficient efficiency. Practical combat experience also needed to be accrued, but he must avoid provoking overly dangerous foes. Perhaps seeking a powerful ally would be beneficial? A notion surfaced in Knight Chuan's mind. The legendary Sannin of Konoha were undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the ninja world. If he could learn their core abilities, Orochimaru was swiftly eliminated from consideration. Knight Chuan decisively rejected the idea of seeking him out. He would likely find himself on an experimental table within days, subjected to dissection. This left Jiraiya and Tsunade. Jiraiya, a master of sage techniques and possessing top-notch intelligence capabilities, would be occupied with training Naruto for the next 2.5 years, leaving Knight Chuan with no opportunity to engage with him. Even if given the opportunity, Yechuan remained indifferent to his theory of seeking the prophecy child. Thus, only Tsunade remained as a viable option. Yechuan's gaze drifted towards the Hokage building. The newly appointed 5th Hokage, one of the legendary Sannin, a master of medical ninjutsu, and a paragon of extraordinary strength, Tsunade was undoubtedly the most suitable choice at present. Firstly, as the Hokage, being in her proximity would provide relative safety and access to certain resources. Secondly, and most importantly, was the ability to safeguard his own life. He was in urgent need of enhancing his survival capabilities. While his swordsmanship and haki were formidable, they ultimately had their limitations. When confronted with the bizarre ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, they might prove inadequate. If he could learn Tsunade's creation rebirth, or even the mitotic regeneration technique, it would be akin to acquiring one or even several additional lives. In the original narrative, Tsunade survived being cleaved in two by Madara, making her a reliable instructor in medical arts. Furthermore, if he could master her precise chakra bursts of extraordinary strength and integrate that into his swordsmanship, it would undoubtedly elevate his explosive power to an entirely new level. With swordsmanship as his primary focus, the 6 styles to provide mobility and support, haki to enhance perception and bolster offense and defense, medical ninjutsu and mitotic regeneration for endurance and preservation, and extraordinary strength for explosive power, an almost flawless combat system began to take shape in Yechuan's mind. With this thought in mind, he no longer hesitated and adjusted his course towards the Hokage building. To his surprise, upon nearing the Hokage building, he encountered a figure with pink hair emerging from the structure, her face alight with an indescribable excitement. It was Haruno Sakura. Judging by her demeanor, she had likely just succeeded in becoming Tsunade's apprentice. Yechuan entered the Hokage building and conveyed his intent to the receptionist ninja. Shortly, Tsunade's assistant, Shizune, emerged to relay the message. Lady Tsunade has summoned you, Yechuan-kun. Shizune's expression bore curiosity, evidently having heard about this young man's exploits from Tsunade. Thank you. Yechuan acknowledged with a nod, following Shizune into the Hokage's office. Inside, Tsunade was seated, handling documents with a casual air, yet her posture exuded a relaxed confidence. She lifted her gaze to meet Yechuan's as he entered, setting down her pen and reclining against her chair, her stunning silhouette subtly revealed. Truly, Tsunade was a force to be reckoned with, emanating an extraordinary aura. Tsunade regarded Yechuan with keen interest and inquired, "What brings you to me?" Yechuan steadied his nerves, maintaining eye contact with Tsunade, and replied calmly, "Lady Hokage, I have not come for a mission." "Oh?" Tsunade raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Then what is it for?" "I've heard you tend to operate alone. It's unlike you to seek me out for a conversation." "I wish to grow stronger," Yechuan stated succinctly. "Desiring strength is commendable," Tsunade smiled. "And what follows? Are you seeking some special resources?" "I wish to be your apprentice," Yechuan declared with unwavering conviction. Cough. Tsunade appeared taken aback, nearly choking on her own saliva. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Yechuan. "What did you say? You want to learn medical ninjutsu from me? You, a cold-blooded killer, wish to become a medical ninja? The contrast is truly remarkable." Indeed, Yechuan nodded affirmatively without hesitation. Tsunade gazed into Yechuan's earnest eyes, sensing authenticity rather than pretense. After a brief silence, she suddenly burst into hearty laughter. "How intriguing. Truly intriguing. Excellent. Very well. In light of your perceptiveness and the talent you have displayed, I, Tsunade, shall accept you as my disciple." She found no reason to refuse. Yechuan's talent was evident to the naked eye, and having him by her side for personal instruction aligned perfectly with her prior intentions, allowing her to guide him better and prevent him from straying onto the wrong path. Moreover, Konoha was in dire need of exceptional medical ninjas. Today is indeed a fortuitous day, having just taken in Sakura, that diligent girl, and now encountering such a gifted prodigy. Haha. Tsunade appeared exceedingly joyful, as if she had stumbled upon a treasure. "Thank you, Teacher Tsunade," Yechuan said respectfully as he bowed. "Enough of the formalities. We shall forego the traditional apprenticeship ceremony. I am not one for excessive rituals." Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. "However, I must caution you, my training regimen is quite rigorous. I will have Shizune teach you the foundational theories of medical ninjutsu, and as for the Baika and the strength of 100, we shall address those once your basics are firmly established." "Understood," Yechuan replied. He never anticipated that Tsunade would hold his hand through every step. Gaining her recognition and the opportunity to learn these essential skills, along with her protection, had already fulfilled his aspirations, leaving the Hokage building with a sense of satisfaction. Yechuan felt that the path for the next 2.5 years had become much clearer. As he descended the stairs, he spotted a familiar figure lingering not far away, seemingly waiting for him. It was Hinata, Yechuan-kun. Upon seeing him emerge, Hinata hurriedly approached, curiosity etched on her face. "Did you speak with the Hokage?" "Ah, nothing of great significance." Yechuan smiled, feeling rather buoyant. "Let us go. I'm a bit hungry. How about some ramen?" "All right." Hinata nodded obediently, falling into step beside him. Upon arriving at Ichiraku Ramen, the two took their seats and placed their orders. After a moment's hesitation, Hinata quietly inquired, "Yechuan-kun, now that you have become Tsunade's disciple, does that mean you will be leaving Team 8? Her tone carried a hint of imperceptible disappointment. "Leave Team 8? Yechuan paused, swiftly grasping her implication. He shook his head and chuckled, "You're overthinking it. Tsunade is now the Hokage and is exceedingly busy. She cannot dedicate herself to teaching like an ordinary instructor. Being her disciple is more akin to supplementary tutoring. His assignment would likely still remain with Team 8, and he would probably continue to undertake missions and training alongside Hinata. Furthermore, he wished to learn from Kurenai about Jinjutsu, particularly methods to dispel it. Considering this, it seemed that for the next 2.5 years, both of his teachers would be top-tier beauties, which he deemed a fortunate circumstance. Upon hearing that Yechuan would not be leaving, Hinata visibly relaxed, her face brightening with a genuine smile. Yechuan, witnessing her joy, felt a subtle stirring within his heart. After finishing their ramen, he escorted Hinata to the vicinity of the Hyuga clan, then made his way home alone. The passage of 2.5 years slipped by quietly. For Yechuan, this undoubtedly marked the most tranquil period since his arrival in this world. Freed from the imminent threat of death and the constant vigilance against conspiracies, he could finally devote his entire focus to the singular goal of enhancing his strength. Over the course of 2.5 years, he remained a member of Team 8 in Konoha, successfully completing numerous missions of varying degrees, ranging from C-rank and B-rank tasks to even encountering a few A-rank missions. Concurrently, he never ceased his extracurricular tutelage under Tsunade. The journey of mastering medical ninjutsu proved to be far more tedious and challenging than he had anticipated, demanding a level of chakra control that was exquisitely refined. Alongside a vast expanse of medical knowledge and anatomical charts that required rote memorization. Even with the soul of an adult, he expended considerable energy. Attaining Tsunade's level of limb regeneration was not an endeavor to be accomplished overnight. In contrast, the study of immense strength progressed much more smoothly. Drawing upon his insights into chakra manipulation, he swiftly mastered the technique of concentrating chakra into a singular point, integrating it into certain sword techniques. Naturally, the systematic daily tasks assigned by the system were a non-negotiable part of his routine, with the number of sword strikes escalating from 5,000 to 8,000, and now reaching 10,000. Fortunately, the use of shadow clones enabled him to manage the increasingly arduous workload. As for his ninja rank, it steadily advanced in accordance with protocol. Approximately a year after Sasuke's defection, Konoha once again held the Chunin exams. This time, Yechuan chose not to conceal his prowess. Yet he also refrained from excessive ostentation. With abilities that far surpassed his peers, he successfully passed the evaluation and was promoted to Chunin. Over a year later, based on the merits and skills he had accumulated through numerous missions, he was exceptionally elevated to Jonin alongside Niji Hyuga, who was a year his senior. While this rate of advancement may not rival the extraordinary pace of Kakashi or Itachi Uchiha, it certainly classified him as a top-tier genius in an era of peace. Thus, 2.5 years quietly drew to a close. Now, at 16, Yechuan stood taller and more slender, his youthful features having faded. With eyes as deep as the night, his Hawkeye inheritance had ultimately stabilized at 888. Presently, he could undoubtedly be regarded as a true master within the entire ninja world, with only a slight distance remaining to reach the pinnacle of shadow level. Nevertheless, his self-defense capabilities were more than sufficient. On this day, while training at home, Yechuan suddenly felt a stirring in his heart. He lifted his gaze toward the gates of Konoha village. A familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar presence was swiftly approaching, significantly more powerful than 2.5 years prior. A subtle smile graced Yechuan's lips. Has he finally returned? He set aside his sword, Wado Ikamanji, and in a flash, appeared atop the roof of his small abode, gazing toward the village entrance. Moments later, two figures emerged within his line of sight. One was the white-haired ninja still carrying a massive scroll, while the other was a notably taller blonde youth. Uzumaki Naruto had finally returned to Konoha. Night Chuan understood that this signified the conclusion of a peaceful developmental period that had persisted for 2.5 years. The comprehensive actions of the Ōtsutsuki organization, along with the renewed entanglement of Orochimaru and Sasuke, heralded the ominous clouds of the Ninja World War. A perilous era had indeed arrived. The return of Naruto Uzumaki rippled through Konoha like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. However, for Night Chuan, the impact was minimal. His life continued to revolve around his relentless training. Days later, he was summoned once again by the Hokage. "Ah, Night Chuan, you've arrived," Tsunade remarked, lowering the documents in her hand to gaze upon the entering youth, a smile gracing her features. After 2.5 years of camaraderie, their relationship had transcended the ordinary boundaries of superior and subordinate, resembling more of a profound friendship across generations. Tsunade held deep admiration for Night Chuan's talent and composure. "What is it that you require, Lady Tsunade?" Night Chuan inquired calmly, noticing a more serious demeanor on her face than usual. "We have an urgent mission that requires your immediate attention," Tsunade replied, her expression grave. "An S-class mission." S-class. A surge of intrigue coursed through Night Chuan. Tsunade, foregoing any preamble, continued, "We have just received an emergency distress signal from Sunagakure. The newly appointed 5th Kazekage, Gaara, has been captured by members of the Ōtsutsuki. Gaara has been abducted." Night Chuan's gaze sharpened. Indeed, the narrative was unfolding as anticipated. The Ōtsutsuki had finally begun their assault on the Jinchuriki. "I have dispatched Team 7, led by Kakashi, as the advance team to promptly head to Sunagakure for assistance," Tsunade stated, her eyes fixed on Night Chuan. "However, the adversary is the Ōtsutsuki, and according to intelligence, it is highly probable that the captors are 2 of their formidable members. I am not reassured by the mere presence of Kakashi and his team. Therefore, she fixed her sharp gaze upon Night Chuan. I require you as the 2nd support unit to depart immediately for the Land of Wind. Your mission is to assist Team 7 and collaborate with Sunagakure to rescue Kazekage Gaara at all costs." "Yes, Lady Hokage," Night Chuan responded without hesitation. An S-class mission, facing the Ōtsutsuki, and the opportunity to join forces with Team Kakashi. How could he possibly decline such a bountiful experience? "Excellent," Tsunade nodded. "Remember, safety comes first. If you encounter an insurmountable foe, retreat is permitted. Your very existence is a precious asset to Konoha." She could not help but impart this advice, clearly valuing the genius she had watched grow. "I understand." Without delay, Night Chuan exited the Hokage's office. After a brief preparation, he set forth. With his current speed, a fusion of body flicker technique and Shuinpa, complemented by the occasional aerial assistance from moonwalk. His efficiency in traversing the terrain was remarkable as he swiftly darted through the trees. As he approached the border of the Land of Wind, nearing Sunagakure, his formidable Kinbunchaku Haki suddenly detected 2 familiar presences ahead. This sensation was that of Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki. Night Chuan's heart tightened. The chakra levels appear to be rather peculiar. It seems that only about 30% of the original body's chakra is being utilized by the Ōtsutsuki's technique of transformation. Is it being employed to obstruct the pursuers with puppets? Without losing momentum, he accelerated instead, heading straight towards the 2 distinct presences. Soon, amidst the desolate expanse of the desert wasteland, he beheld 2 familiar silhouettes, stationed as if awaiting something. One bore a striking resemblance to Itachi Uchiha, and the other to Kisame Hashigaki. Indeed, they were mere shadow clones. Night River's gaze turned icy. Although these puppets contained only a third of the original's chakra, their techniques and combat styles should closely mirror those of the original, perfect for a warm-up. Without uttering a single word, Night River drew the blade of the Wado Ikemanji. Confronted by the advancing Itachi and Kisame, he felt no inclination to evade their fireball and water shark bomb techniques. The pitch-black armor of Haki enveloped his entire being and blade in an instant. Boom! The fireballs and water sharks collided against the dark armor, disintegrating immediately, failing to inflict any harm upon Night River. What? The shadow clones of Itachi and Kisame seemed to retain a fragment of consciousness, their faces displaying shock. Meanwhile, Night River's figure had already appeared before Kisame's clone, as if by teleportation. Swiftly, the blade imbued with Haki sliced through the air. Kisame's clone, along with its chakra-simulated Samahata, was effortlessly cleaved in 2, disintegrating into fragments of earth. Without even glancing at the aftermath, Night River executed a reverse slash, cutting through the air. A concentrated stream of black sword energy surged forth, striking the Ōtsutsuki clone, which had attempted to form hand seals to cast an illusion. Splatter. The Ōtsutsuki clone was similarly obliterated, dissipating into the atmosphere. Instant kill. Two shadow clones possessing strength sufficient to rival most Jonin could not withstand even a single strike from the current Night River. After pursuing for a considerable time, he finally sensed Team 7 near the outskirts of a forest, close to the Ōtsutsuki stronghold. With a few swift movements, he materialized before them. Night River. Kakashi exclaimed upon seeing the newcomer, momentarily taken aback. Excellent. Night River, you've come too. Naruto shouted excitedly upon spotting his companion. Night River Kuin. Sakura's face lit up with evident relief at the sight of him. Over the past 2.5 years, their opportunities for interaction had increased significantly due to their shared training under Tsunade. Sakura was acutely aware of Night River's prowess, particularly his astonishing talent and progress in medical ninjutsu. The In seal on Night River's forehead appeared to be taking shape, progressing even faster than her own. Night River nodded to everyone in acknowledgement, his gaze settling upon the petite elder woman. Surely, you must be the advisor Chiyo from Sunagakure? Oh, you recognize me? Chiyo's murky eyes scrutinized Night River, carrying a hint of appraisal. I have heard much about your esteemed reputation, Night River replied calmly. After a brief exchange, they readied themselves to unravel the entrance barrier of the Ōtsutsuki stronghold ahead. Night River did not, as in the original narrative, wait for Niji to locate the talisman, only for Guy's team to laboriously tear it apart simultaneously. He simply drew the Wado Ikemanji slowly. Swoosh! A blade of darkness, even more restrained than the one that had previously slain the colossal serpent, fiercely struck against the barrier of the rock wall. Crack! Boom! The extraordinarily sturdy 5-ceiling barrier shattered like fragile glass beneath this unparalleled strike. Kakashi and the others, witnessing this violent breach of the barrier, felt their hearts race. Just how much stronger has this individual become? As the barrier fell, the scene within the cave was revealed to all. In the center of the vast cavern, a golden-haired figure sat upon the lifeless body of a crimson-haired youth, seemingly performing some form of ritual. Beside him loomed a figure enveloped in a colossal puppet, none other than Deidara of the Ōtsutsuki and Sasori of the Red Sand. And the one beneath him was none other than Gaara, who had already been stripped of his tailed beast, Shikaku. Damn it, Gaara. Upon seeing this, Naruto let out a furious roar and charged forward. Have I been discovered? Art is an explosion, Deidara shrieked, swiftly seizing Gaara's lifeless body and leaping onto a massive white clay bird that soared skyward. No escape. Naruto immediately pursued, with Kakashi hot on his heels to provide assistance. Yekawa observed Sasori, then glanced towards the direction where Naruto and Kakashi had gone. Splitting their forces, are we? Very well. He chose not to follow Deidara, instead focusing his attention on Sasori. The immense Hiriko puppet stood before him, housing the legendary genius puppet master, the S-rank rogue ninja, Sasori of the Red Sand. Sakura, you are tasked with interference and support. Be wary of his poison, Chiyo-baba advised instantly. So, Sasori, you have indeed come this far. Chiyo-baba's voice resonated from within Hiriko, devoid of emotion. Long time no see. I didn't expect you to arrive as well. Just perfect. I shall add you, meddlesome old woman, to my collection. Yekawa-kun, be careful. Sasori's puppets are laced with deadly poison. Sakura warned anxiously. Poison, you say? Yekawa tightened his grip on the sword, Wado Ikemanji, his gaze calm. As long as I am not touched, I shall be fine. He stepped forward, intentionally drawing Sasori's attention towards himself. Sasori of the Red Sand, your opponent is me. Oh, another reckless brat? The massive Hiriko turned towards Yekawa, emitting a discordant grinding sound. You were the one who breached the barrier just now, weren't you? Quite a display of brute strength. No sooner had he spoken than the metallic tail behind Hiriko, akin to a venomous scorpion, lashed out, aiming directly for Yekawa's face. Yekawa's figure flickered, activating Shunpa, and in an instant, he appeared at Hiriko's side. Effortlessly evading the poisoned tail, he brought down his sword, enveloped in armament haki. With the force of a thunderclap. Too slow. Clang. The blade struck Hiriko's tough exterior. The immense destructive power of the armament haki, leaving a deep gash upon the thick shell. Sasori, within Hiriko, was momentarily taken aback. This brat's strength exceeded his expectations. He immediately commanded Hiriko to counterattack, and the mechanical arms unleashed a barrage of poison needles, raining down upon Yekawa like a torrential storm. Yet, Yekawa, undeterred, advanced further into the fray. The observation haki had long since captured the trajectory of all the poison needles, allowing him to weave effortlessly through the rain of darts, each one grazing the hem of his garments without inflicting a single injury. This is impossible. Scorpion was once again taken aback. In the very moment of his astonishment, Night River had closed in once more. This time, he not only employed armament haki, but also concentrated the monstrous strength he had learned from Tsunade within his arms. Shatter for me. Boom. A punch, infused with both armament haki and monstrous strength, struck fiercely at the previously fractured shell of the Scarlet Flow Jewel. Crack. The resilient exterior of the Scarlet Flow Jewel could no longer withstand the terrifying force of the internal and external assault, shattering explosively like a broken eggshell, scattering countless fragments in all directions. From the ruins of the shattered Scarlet Flow Jewel emerged a diminutive figure, a youth appearing no older than 15 or 16, with a fair complexion and short red hair. This was the true form of the Scorpion of the Red Sand, or rather, the human puppet he had crafted for himself. How could he have destroyed my Scarlet Flow Jewel so swiftly? Scorpion gazed at the black-haired boy before him, his eyes filled with disbelief. Who are you, brat? He sensed the menacing aura emanating from the boy, a threat that surpassed even that of Kakashi Hitaki. The one who will kill you, Night River replied, succinctly and coldly. Arrogance. The murderous intent surged within Scorpion's eyes. In that case, let me show you my most formidable collection. Arise. With a flick of his fingers, a scroll appeared out of thin air and unfurled. Amidst the billowing smoke, a puppet draped in the cloak of the wind shadow materialized on the scene. It was none other than the third Kazekage, hailed as the strongest wind shadow of all time. The eyes of the third Kazekage puppet gleamed with a crimson light as it opened its mouth, and a torrent of black iron sand surged forth, overwhelming and rushing towards Night River. The attack of the iron sand was broad in range, swift in execution, and inherently heavy and hard, compounded by magnetic interference. Faced with this nearly insurmountable assault, both Chiyo and Sakura's expressions changed drastically. Yet, Night River remained undaunted. Magnet release? Quite formidable, he mused, closing his eyes and unleashing his observation haki to its fullest extent. The trajectories of countless iron sand attacks, along with the faint fluctuations of chakra threads as Scorpion manipulated his puppet, all became transparent to his senses. In the next moment, he moved. Moonstep. His feet danced in the air, his figure rising like a specter, soaring rapidly through the gaps in the tempest of iron sand. Shave. Utilizing the explosive power of Shave, he continuously changed direction in midair, evading the pursuing iron sand spikes with the swiftness of lightning. In an instant, a black figure darted through the raging storm of iron sand, sustaining no injuries whatsoever while drawing ever closer to the third Kazekage puppet. How is this possible? Scorpion was utterly stunned. His iron sand technique had been completely suppressed by a mere boy using taijutsu. The opponent's ghostly speed was truly in a realm of monsters. Now is the moment. In the flicker of brilliance within Yichuan's eyes, he seized the fleeting moment of vulnerability following a large-scale assault. Engaging the technique to its utmost potential, his figure effortlessly breached the final defenses of sand and iron, appearing before the puppet in an instant. Alarmed, Scorpion desperately attempted to command the puppet to retreat. Yet, Yichuan's blade was swifter. With a swift slice, the sword, enveloped in lightning-infused chakra, cleaved through the darkness like a bolt of lightning, piercing the chest of the third Kazekage puppet and obliterating its core mechanism. The puppet froze abruptly, its crimson glow extinguished, collapsing to the ground like a marionette with severed strings. Scorpion, witnessing the destruction of his most formidable collection, was consumed by madness. However, before he could execute his next move, Yichuan had already appeared before him as if teleporting. Instinctively, Scorpion sought to activate the mechanisms on his body to retaliate. But Yichuan's blade was even faster. This time, the edge of the sword was aimed directly at the only remaining part of Scorpion that still resembled humanity. It was over. With a piercing thrust, the sword accurately penetrated the regeneration core, and the armed color of Conqueror's haki instantaneously obliterated all traces of vitality within. Scorpion's body trembled violently, the last spark of light in his eyes faded completely, and he fell to the ground like an ordinary puppet. Detected host has slain the Ōtsutsuki member, Scorpion of the Red Sand. Comprehensive assessment grants 2,000 points of inheritance experience. Current inheritance level, 906. With a sigh of relief, Yichuan sheathed his sword, breathing slightly heavier. It was then that Chiyo and Sakura emerged from their stupor. Chiyo gazed sorrowfully at Scorpion, now devoid of life, her eyes brimming with profound sorrow. She staggered forward, crouched down, and gently caressed Scorpion's cold cheek. Within the cave, only Chiyo's mournful lament echoed, accompanied by Sakura's gaze at Yichuan, filled with a mix of awe and horror. Yichuan chose not to intrude upon the grieving elder, standing quietly at a distance. Before long, sounds emerged from outside the cave. Kakashi and Naruto had returned. They had successfully rescued Gaara from Deidara, but at that moment, the Kage had lost all semblance of life due to the extraction of the tailed beast. Witnessing this scene, Naruto was overwhelmed with anguish, furiously questioning Chiyo and the unjust treatment of Jinchuriki in Sunigakure. Ultimately, moved by Naruto's words and resolve, and perhaps seeking to atone for her past mistakes, Chiyo made a fateful decision. She employed the forbidden technique of the self-resurrection, sacrificing her own life force to rain-fuse vitality into Gaara's body. Yichuan quietly observed the unfolding events. After the technique was performed, Chiyo, with a hint of a relieved smile, gradually succumbed, transforming into dust. Gaara reopened his emerald green eyes, no longer cold, but now imbued with warmth. Yichuan merely watched, feeling little emotion. To him, it seemed more like an equitable exchange. The mission of retrieving the Kazekage had, thus, come to a fulfilling conclusion. In the Hokage's office in Konohagakure, Yichuan reported the details of the mission to Tsunade. Certainly, certain pivotal details regarding his battle remain undisclosed, merely indicating collaboration with Granny Chiyo. However, at the conclusion of the report, he inadvertently divulges some insights into the abilities of the Ōtsutsuki members, even mentioning that extraordinary entity known as Juzo, quite commendable. Upon finishing the report, Tsunade nodded in satisfaction, her gaze towards Yakuchin brimming with admiration. Not only had he successfully rescued the Kazekage, but he had also eliminated the S-rank rogue ninja, Sasori, and gathered an abundance of intelligence about the Ōtsutsuki. Yakuchin, you shall be credited with this achievement, she proclaimed, rising to her feet and approaching him with a smile of approval. Tsunade reached out to ruffle his hair as she had done in the past, only to realize that the young man had grown significantly, nearly matching her height. Her motion faltered, and she settled for a gentle pat on his shoulder. You have truly matured, Tsunade mused, gazing at the youthful visage that had shed its naivete, feeling a pang of nostalgia. In the span of 2.5 years, the boy who once required her protection had transformed into a formidable ninja, one she could scarcely comprehend. Perhaps due to the relaxed atmosphere with only the two of them present, Tsunade momentarily shed her Hokage demeanor and teased, speaking of which, you have become quite the handsome young man in the village, haven't you? With your strength, I'm sure you're quite popular with the ladies. Have you set your sights on anyone? Would you like Hokage-sama to introduce a few? As she spoke, she playfully accentuated her own assets with a glint of mischief in her eyes. Yakuchin's lips twitched slightly, and he calmly averted his gaze. Thank you for your concern, but I am currently focused on my training. Tisich, such a dull boy, Tsunade scoffed, though her expression soon turned serious again. On to business. Recent intelligence indicates that the activities of the Ōtsutsuki have become increasingly frequent. She handed Yakuchin a dossier. This contains information collected by other teams in the Umbu regarding another group of Ōtsutsuki members spotted near the borders of the Land of Lightning. Yakuchin accepted the dossier and quickly skimmed through it, his understanding deepening. Indeed, they have arrived. Haiden and Kakuzu, the immortal duo of the Ōtsutsuki. One, a deranged cultist who kills through cursed rituals, and the other, a greedy rogue ninja from Takigakure with 5 hearts. According to the analysis, their next target is likely the Land of Fire. Tsunade's tone carried a weight of gravity. This means they may very well penetrate the borders of the Land of Fire, not far from Konoha. Understood. Yakuchin set the dossier down, a flicker of intensity glimmering in his eyes. Haiden and Kakuzu, they are the perfect opportunity for experience. Particularly Haiden, as it would serve as an ideal test for his current slashing technique to see if he can truly defeat him. I will keep a close watch on their movements. Yakuchin stated calmly. Yes, exercise caution, Tsunade nodded, aware of Yakuchin's discernment. A mysterious smile played at the corners of Yakuchin's mouth. He had always merely flowed with the current of the narrative, cautiously accepting his fate. But now, his power had evolved beyond recognition. Perhaps the time had come. Let the narrative of this world undergo intriguing transformations due to one's existence. In the vicinity of a water cave, a strikingly beautiful silver-haired woman is firmly pinned against the wall by several black nails. Her chakra sealed, she is rendered immobile, with traces of blood still lingering at the corner of her mouth, evidently a victim of a devastating defeat. Before her stand two figures cloaked in black robes adorned with red clouds. One is relatively short, wearing a mask, exuding a chilling aura, Kakazu. The other is Haiden, his chest bare, wielding a massive three-bladed scythe, fervently engaged in a bizarre ritual, with a vivid crimson circular array inscribed upon the ground. Ha ha ha, relish the agony. This is the fate that befalls those who disrespect the Lord of the evil gods. Your life shall become a sacrificial offering. Haiden licked the blood from his scythe, a morbid smile spreading across his face as the ritual appeared to reach its climax. Ugh, Haiden, hurry up and conclude your tiresome ceremony. Kakuzu urged impatiently. We need to exchange this woman's head for money and proceed to our next target. Enough of your incessant chatter, Kakuzu. One must maintain reverence for the ritual dedicated to the Lord of the evil gods. You money-obsessed fool, Haiden retorted, albeit hastening the pace of his ceremony. In the midst of their exchange, neither noticed the abrupt sound of a piercing cut. The cavern's unyielding rock wall, akin to tofu, was effortlessly sliced open by an extraordinarily sharp force. Who goes there? Both Kakuzu and Haiden exclaimed in astonishment, turning abruptly toward the newly formed opening. A black-haired youth, brandishing a pristine katana, stepped slowly through the entrance. Ah, fortune smiles upon me. It seems I have arrived in time. Yekawa moved with a composed demeanor, his gaze tranquil, as if merely visiting a neighbor. Yet, the subtle yet potent aura emanating from him sent a shiver of trepidation through the seasoned rogue ninjas Kakuzu and Haiden. Are you the infamous immortal duo of Ōtsutsuki? Yekawa's eyes scanned the pinned Jinchuriki, ultimately resting upon Haiden and Kakuzu, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Perfect timing. I just dispatched that puppet user, and I find myself still craving more. He slowly raised his sword, the tip pointed at the two. Let us see how well you withstand the fruits of my 2.5 years of training. Huh, where did this arrogant brat come from? Haiden was the first to be provoked, pointing an accusing finger at Yekawa, his face contorted in fury. How dare you interrupt my offering to the Lord of the evil gods? You are committing sacrilege. I shall rend you into pieces, using your pain and cries to please the Lord. Haiden, silence yourself. Kakuzu, in contrast, remained composed. His masked visage concealed his expression, yet his eyes, seasoned by the Warring States period, scrutinized Yekawa intently. Do not underestimate him. This boy gives off a rather formidable vibe. That sword seems far from ordinary. He sensed a perilous aura emanating from Yekawa. Regardless of its simplicity, before the dark god, all heresies would be reduced to dust. Fadewan, evidently unfazed by Kakuzu's warning, erupted in maniacal laughter as he brandished his colossal three-sectioned scythe, charging at Yekawa with a frenzied fervor. In the face of Fadewan's seemingly wild yet cunning strike, Yekawa didn't even flinch. Too slow. His observation haki had already discerned the scythe's every trajectory. With a slight pivot of his body, he activated Shave, vanishing from his original position and reappearing instantaneously beside Fadewan. What? Fadewan's strike missed its mark, shock coursing through him. Before he could register the moment, Yekawa unleashed a powerful elbow strike that collided forcefully with his ribs. Bang! Fadewan felt an overwhelming force, as if struck by a battering ram, uncontrollably hurtling through the air until he crashed against a distant mountainside, producing a dull thud. TSK, indeed quite resilient. Yekawa shook out his elbow. That blow would have rendered an ordinary jonin incapacitated, yet Fadewan merely let out a grunt of pain and quickly regained his footing. Only a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Was this part of his so-called immortality? Just as Yekawa was poised to advance again, intending to sever Fadewan's neck, he was met with a sudden onslaught. Wind release. Pressure damage. A wind-based ninjutsu, akin to a high-pressure air pump, surged from behind, targeting Yekawa's back. Simultaneously, several ominous black tendrils slithered forth from beneath Kage's cloak like venomous serpents. Faced with this unexpected dual assault, Yekawa remained unperturbed. Armament haki. The deep black aura enveloped his back, bracing against the fierce impact of the wind technique. Though he felt a tumult of energy within, he sustained no injury. At the same time, he executed a series of swift steps. Moonwalk. His form defied the laws of physics, soaring gracefully into the air, adeptly evading the encroaching black tendrils. You managed to thwart my wind release, and can move in midair. A flicker of astonishment broke through Kakuzu's stoic demeanor. This young one's physical prowess and defensive capabilities exceeded all his expectations. But the encounter was far from over. The recently risen Fadewan roared anew, charging forward, his scythe whirling like a tempest. In that instant, Yekawa found himself caught between Fadewan's relentless close-range assault and Kakuzu's long-range ninjutsu. Yet he maneuvered with remarkable ease. After exchanging a flurry of blows, both Fadewan and Kakuzu began to feel the strain. The youth before them possessed extraordinary strength. Moreover, his combat style was exceedingly peculiar. With a near precognitive awareness, unyielding defense, elusive speed, and slashing strikes that betrayed no chakra fluctuations, he surpassed their understanding of Konoha ninjas entirely. Damn it, this guy is slippery. My scythe can't even graze him. Fadewan bellowed in frustration. He needed to draw blood to initiate his cursed ritual, but Yekawa's evasive maneuvers were too agile, and his defenses too formidable. He could find no opportunity. His strength and speed were astonishing, seemingly unaffected by conventional ninjutsu. Kakuzu analyzed the situation calmly, already harboring thoughts of retreat. Together with Haiden, they were unable to subdue this boy. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, and Kakuzu contemplated whether to employ another heart, a white figure silently emerged from the ground beside him. It was White Zetsu. "Oh dear, Kakuzu, it appears you are in quite a predicament," he remarked. "Pain has commanded that the Two-Tails Jinchuriki must be captured and cannot be delayed any longer. Allow me to assist you." With that, White Zetsu initiated the dandelion technique, preparing to forcibly take away the Jinchuriki. Not a chance. Night River had already locked onto White Zetsu with his observation haki. In a flash, he appeared before White Zetsu and struck down with his blade. Startled, White Zetsu swiftly burrowed underground to evade the attack. However, this brief delay granted Kakuzu and Haiden a moment to regroup. Curse that little brat. Die. Haiden lunged forward again with his scythe. Water release. Water veil. Kakuzu immediately cast a water technique for cover. Troublesome, Night River frowned. It seemed that ensuring the Jinchuriki's safety was now paramount. He no longer lingered in battle, feinting a strike to push Haiden back, then using the moon step to propel himself to the pinned Jinchuriki. With swift movements, he severed the black bindings restraining the Jinchuriki, then hoisted the unconscious figure onto his shoulder. This time, consider yourselves fortunate. His form blurred as he alternated between the shave and moon step techniques, carrying the Jinchuriki like a specter as he dashed out of the cave towards Konoha. Damn it, don't let him escape. Haiden shouted in frustration as he attempted to pursue. Kakuzu, however, blocked his path, his gaze dark as he watched Night River vanish from sight. That brat's power is unfathomable, and his speed too swift. We cannot catch up. More importantly, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki has been rescued. White Zetsu nodded in agreement. Indeed, he is a formidable little brat. It seems we must factor him into our future operations for capturing Jinchuriki. Infuriating. So close. Just a little more, and we could have sacrificed that woman to Lord Jashin. Haiden continued to curse vehemently. Enough, Haiden. Kakuzu's voice was icy. Complaints solve nothing. That boy, Night River, possesses considerable strength. His swordsmanship is peculiar, seemingly not entirely reliant on chakra, yet capable of easily severing my jutsu and tendrils. His ability to harden weapons and his own body is unheard of. White Zetsu added. Yes, and his speed and sensory abilities are extraordinary. It is as if he has eyes in the back of his head. We must report his information promptly. Meanwhile, Night River, carrying the still unconscious Jinchuriki, raced back towards Konoha at full speed. He understood that his proactive strike had irrevocably bound him to the Ōtsutsuki. But so what? To survive in this chaotic world and grow stronger, he could no longer remain in the shadows. It is time for the world to truly recognize him. Night River, bearing the unconscious Two-Tails Jinchuriki, Ōtsutsuki, hastened back to Konoha. The spoils he brought ignited a profound commotion among the higher echelons of Konoha. Outside the special treatment room in the hospital, the atmosphere in the corridor was exceptionally tense. Ōtsutsuki had already been ushered inside, surrounded by a formidable barrier personally established by Tsunade to stabilize the tailed beast. Before her entry, Her heterochromatic eyes had briefly regained a flicker of clarity as she glanced at Night River and weakly uttered 2 words. Thank you. Night River stood outside the corridor, gazing at the tightly shut door of the treatment room with a tranquil expression. Beside him, the hurriedly arriving Asuma Sarutobi and Shikamaru Nara wore expressions of shock. Hey, Night River, you brat, Asuma remarked, his cigarette hanging from his mouth as he scrutinized Night River with disbelief. You really snatched the Two-Tails Jinchuriki back from Ōtsutsuki. Despite having heard from Tsunade about Night River's formidable strength, including his victory over Zabuza in the Land of Waves, reclaiming a Jinchuriki from 2 members of Ōtsutsuki was an entirely different matter. That was Ōtsutsuki. Each member is a terrifying organization comprising at least S-rank rogue ninjas. It was merely luck. They appeared to be in a hurry to retreat, Night River casually replied. Luck? Shikamaru furrowed his brow, beginning to analyze. This means that Konoha now simultaneously possesses both the Nine-Tails and the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, although the status of the Two-Tails is currently uncertain. This undoubtedly disrupts the long-maintained balance of tailed beasts among the 5 great ninja villages. We are in trouble. Balance? Humph, what balance can we speak of now? Tsunade interjected with a cold huff as she emerged from the treatment room, interrupting Shikamaru's analysis. That balance has long been shattered by those Ōtsutsuki scoundrels. Since they dare to target the Jinchuriki, they must not blame us for being ruthless. Our foremost priority is to ascertain Ōtsutsuki's intentions and eliminate them one by one. Re-establishing order can be addressed later. Night River's gaze shifted to Asuma, contemplating another matter. Rescuing Yuzuki had indeed disrupted Ōtsutsuki's plans to gather tailed beasts and altered the original storyline. This meant that Haiden and Kakuzu would likely refrain from coming to the Land of Fire for bounty, given that their primary target, the Two-Tails, was lost. Could it be that Asuma's grim fate could thus be averted? As he pondered this, a figure suddenly appeared like a specter. An Umbu ninja abruptly knelt before Tsunade, calmly reporting, Lady Hokage, the fire temple has been attacked. The host, Dilu, is deceased. According to on-site intelligence analysis, the assailants were 2 ninjas clad in red clouds and black robes. Night River furrowed his brow. He immediately recognized that this was the work of Haiden and Kakuzu. These 2 madmen had ultimately come to the Land of Fire for the bounty. His earlier attempt to alter their course by saving Yuzuki had proven to be naively optimistic. Meanwhile, Asuma stood frozen, his entire being stiffening upon hearing the names of the Fire Temple and Dilu. With a soft thud, the cigarette he had been holding fell to the ground, prompting him to instinctively tighten the waistband emblazoned with the character for fire. This was a distinctive emblem of the 12 Guardians of the Hidden Leaf. Asuma's voice trembled slightly. Master Jiro, do you know him? Shikamaru inquired softly, observing Asuma's despondent demeanor. He was aware that his teacher had once been a member of the 12 Guardians. Asuma did not respond directly. Instead, he murmured vacantly, My relationship with Jiro is akin to yours with Choji. This single statement conveyed a multitude of unspoken sentiments. Shikamaru instantly grasped the significance of Jiro in Asuma's heart, succumbing to a thoughtful silence, refraining from further questions. Hokage-sama. Asuma suddenly raised his head, looking at Tsunade. Please allow me to lead a team to investigate the incident at the Temple of Fire and pursue the murderer of Jiro. I must avenge him. Granted, Tsunade replied without hesitation. Moreover, Ōtsutsuki continues to provoke us. Do they truly believe that we in Konoha are powerless? I have decided to form a total of 20 new teams to conduct a comprehensive manhunt within the Land of Fire. We shall not let those 2 members of Ōtsutsuki escape. Hokage-sama, I also request to join Asuma-sensei's team for this pursuit. Nyokawa interjected at that moment. Oh. Both Tsunade and Asuma turned to him. I have crossed paths with those 2 members of Ōtsutsuki. I possess some understanding of their capabilities, and my presence may offer valuable assistance. Nyokawa calmly explained. His desire to accompany them stemmed not only from a thirst for combat experience, but also from a more significant reason. He could not allow Asuma to perish here, not for Asuma's sake alone, but for his esteemed mentor, Hinata Kurenai. While the prospect of a widow was indeed appealing, he wished to spare his teacher the anguish of losing a beloved. Excellent. Your participation is most welcome, Asuma promptly agreed. Although he had not witnessed Nyokawa's strength firsthand, the fact that he had successfully reclaimed a Jinchuriki from Ōtsutsuki spoke volumes about his prowess. With such formidable support, their chances of success in the pursuit would significantly increase. Thus, it was settled. Led by Sarutobi Asuma, the team would comprise Nara Shikamaru, Nyokawa, and 2 other seasoned Chunin, Kamizuki Izumo and Kozo Tetsu, forming one of the advanced squads tasked with capturing the immortal duo. Upon the formation of the pursuit team, they immediately commenced discussions regarding their operational strategy. According to protocol, we should first investigate the Temple of Fire to gather clues, Asuma stated, pulling out a map and indicating the location of the temple. There's no need for such convoluted measures, Nyokawa countered, shaking his head. He was acutely aware that those two, particularly Kikuzu, placed immense value on wealth. Jiro's bounty was worth 30 million ryo on the black market. After acquiring this sum, their next move would undoubtedly lead them to the nearest underground exchange to convert their spoils. I suspect they are highly likely to be en route to the closest underground bounty exchange near the Temple of Fire. We should intercept them there for a swifter and more successful outcome. The underground exchange? Asuma furrowed his brow. Indeed. Shikamaru immediately grasped the implications of Yakuchin's words and swiftly deduced the situation. Indeed, Yakuchin's conjecture was quite reasonable. The 2 members of Ōtsutsuki had just slain Deidara and were eager to convert their bounty into cash. Thus, heading to the nearest exchange point was the most efficient choice. If we hurry, we might indeed intercept them. What a hassle. All right, let us proceed as Yakuchin suggested. Asuma decisively declared, target, the underground exchange. Forward. The 5-member team wasted no time and set off at full speed towards their destination. In the Land of Fire, outside a certain clandestine underground exchange, what appeared to be merely an ordinary abandoned restroom concealed a true entrance hidden below, known only to those familiar with the intricacies. At this moment, Haiden sat languidly on a stone outside the restroom, grumbling, Kisame is taking forever. It's just a matter of exchanging money. Does it really take this long? I'm about to die of boredom. Lord Jashin must be growing impatient as well. While Haiden complained, he remained oblivious to the strange occurrence around him. A black shadow silently extended from the ground behind him, swiftly connecting to his own shadow. Haiden felt his body stiffen and looked down, instantly enraged. When did this happen? Now. With a low hiss, Kamizuki Izumi and Kitetsu, who had long been lying in ambush on either side, sprang into action. Each wielding weapons resembling enormous spikes, they simultaneously pierced through Haiden's body, which was ensnared by the shadow. The sounds of weapons piercing flesh were distinctly audible. Success. Both Izumi and Kitetsu felt a surge of triumph within. However, that hurts. You bastards. Haiden, impaled by 2 weapons, did not perish but instead erupted into a maniacal laugh. Do you think you can kill me, a devotee of Lord Jashin, like this? How naive. What? He is still alive? The 2 were momentarily stunned by this unprecedented situation, just as their astonishment distracted them. A shadow darted forth like a specter from the entrance of the underground exchange. Kisame emerged, having completed the transaction, and witnessed his comrade being ambushed. With claws extended like fingers, he lunged at Shikamaru's back. Shikamaru, watch out! Asuma exclaimed, rushing to assist, but it was already too late. Just as Kisame was about to land a devastating blow on Shikamaru, a resounding clash of metal echoed through the air. A figure with flowing black hair had mysteriously placed themselves in front of Shikamaru, their gleaming white katana blocking the lethal claws that could pierce stone. It was Yakuchin. Your opponent is me. Yakuchin gazed coldly at the decaying figure before him, exuding an aura of rot. You, Kisame's eyes, having endured a century of trials, flickered with a hint of astonishment upon recognizing Yakuchin standing before Shikamaru. Damn it, it's you again, brat. On the other side, Haiden, still bound by the shadow binding technique, also recognized Yakuchin and unleashed an even more furious roar. At the border of the Land of Rivers, that imp unexpectedly appeared, effortlessly vanquishing them and seizing the soon-to-be captured Two-Tails Jinchuriki. This humiliation and failure have left both Haiden and Kakuzu deeply troubled. It seems that the lesson imparted last time was not sufficiently profound. With a frigid tone, Yekawa faced Kakuzu, brandishing his blade. He had already informed Asuma's team about the abilities of the immortal duo and Kakuzu's proficiency in various ninjutsu. Thus, though Shikamaru and the others were astonished by Haiden's immortality, they instinctively kept their distance, wary of being harmed by his eerie scythe. Asuma's expression was grave as he positioned himself protectively in front of Shikamaru, vigilant for Kakuzu's next move. Previously, they had refrained from fully unleashing their power to avoid unnecessary complications. Yekawa's gaze sharpened, a formidable aura radiating from him, far surpassing that of before. However, this was the heart of the Land of Fire, not far from Konoha. It was time to unleash his full strength. His primary target was the still arrogant Haiden. The bizarre nature of his immortality and curse ritual required immediate attention. Yekawa's figure flickered, leaving a shadow clone to engage Kakuzu while his true self materialized before Haiden like a specter. "You little brat, die." Haiden was about to continue his tirade, but found Yekawa's speed so overwhelming that he could hardly react. With a thunderous slash imbued with dark haki, Yekawa struck Haiden with devastating force. This time, Yekawa showed no mercy, accompanied by the sickening sound of shattering bones. Haiden's so-called immortal body was cleaved in twain at the waist. The upper and lower halves separated, blood and entrails spilling onto the ground, creating a grotesque and horrifying scene. "Ah, it hurts. Bastard. How dare you split me in half? The evil god will not let you off." Even so, Haiden's upper half remained vibrantly cursing on the ground, his tenacity utterly astonishing. "One half dealt with," Yekawa remarked, not even glancing at Haiden's writhing upper half as he addressed Asuma and the others. "Asuma-sensei, Shikoro. Although this fellow cannot die, he poses no threat when divided. Control his remnants. Do not allow him the chance to reassemble." "Understood." Asuma and the others, suppressing their shock and discomfort, promptly advanced, employing Earth-style techniques to firmly restrain Haiden's upper and lower halves. With Haiden neutralized, Yekawa turned his full attention to Kakuzu. "Now it is your turn, ancient monster. You little brat have thoroughly enraged me," Kakuzu exclaimed, witnessing his comrade's effortless dismemberment, feeling the intensifying pressure emanating from Yekawa, finally igniting his true fury. Having lived for nearly a century, he had never been pushed to this extent by someone so young. "Earth-style, Earth Spear," Kakuzu bellowed, his skin instantly transforming to a rock-like, dark, and hard texture, exuding a metallic sheen. This is his most formidable defensive ninjutsu, capable of withstanding the majority of physical and ninjutsu assaults. He is confident that, regardless of the opponent's skill with blades, they will never breach his earthen spear defense. However, as Yechuan observed Kakuzu's body, seemingly clad in a layer of black armor, a cold smirk crept across his lips. "Earth release, you say? How fortuitous, for I command lightning." Zap! The blade of the Sword of the Way once again became enveloped in a tempestuous blue lightning chakra. The edge of the blade, in friction with the air, emitted a piercing shriek. In the next instant, Yechuan's figure vanished from his position. Shave! He reappeared before Kakuzu, his lightning-infused blade striking like a bolt of lightning piercing through the darkness, aimed directly at Kakuzu's heart. Kakuzu's pupils constricted as he attempted to block with his hardened arm. Sizzle! A sound that sent shivers down the spine rang out. The Sword of the Way, imbued with armed color haki and lightning chakra, effortlessly tore through Kakuzu's proud earthen spear defense, as if slicing through tofu. Thud! The blade plunged unimpeded into Kakuzu's chest, precisely penetrating his first heart. The fierce lightning chakra erupted instantly, obliterating it completely. Ugh! Kakuzu let out a pained howl, incredulously staring at the katana that had pierced his defenses. "My heart. But it is not over yet." Yechuan withdrew the blade, not even glancing at Kakuzu's wound, and swiftly executed another horizontal slash. Kakuzu, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, attempted to retreat, but Yechuan's speed was too swift. Once you emerge, there is no returning. Kakuzu's cloak tore violently from behind, four eerie masks detached, hovering in the air, revealing Kakuzu's body, resembling a patchwork monstrosity. "You brat, I shall rend you to pieces." Kakuzu, now utterly enraged, entered his complete battle form. The four masks roared simultaneously, unleashing powerful ninjutsu of wind, fire, and lightning, cascading towards Yechuan like a torrential storm. At the same time, countless black tendrils of the earth grievance surged from all directions, ensnaring Yechuan. In the face of such apocalyptic onslaught, Yechuan stood firm, unflinching. Armed color haki enveloped his entire being. The ebony haki surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping him and forming an impervious layer of intangible armor. Boom, boom, boom. Wind blades, fireballs, and lightning. Various ninjutsu struck Yechuan with ferocity, yet it was as if they had vanished into the abyss, failing to even budge him an inch. His armed color haki, though not entirely immune to elemental damage, possessed such formidable defensive power that it rendered the potency of these ninjutsu negligible. How could this be? Ninjusta ineffective? Kakuzu was utterly astonished. "I told you, Your opponent is me. Yechuan's voice was icy. Against me, relying on ninjutsu is futile. He did not need to devise elaborate traps as Shikamaru did in the original tale, painstakingly dismantling them one by one. The most effective method against an adversary like Kakuzu was sheer brute force. Shave, moonwalk, slash. The figure of Yechuan transformed into an elusive bolt of black lightning, swiftly navigating through the barrage of ninjutsu and tentacles. In his hand, the pitch-black katana, with each swing, emanated an aura capable of severing all. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The wind-release mass creature was cleaved in half. The fire-release mass creature was beheaded in a single stroke. The lightning-release mass creature, along with the tentacles extended by Kakuzu, was utterly shredded by the ferocious sword energy. In the blink of an eye, the four-heart mass creatures, which Kakuzu had taken great pride in, were all annihilated by Yechuan with an overwhelming display of power. No, this is impossible. Kakuzu gazed at his remaining original form, despair filling his eyes. He had lived nearly a century, fought countless battles, and even faced the first Hokage, albeit being thoroughly overpowered. He had never imagined he would meet his end at the hands of such a young boy. It is over. Yechuan's figure materialized before Kakuzu, raising his katana high, the blade shimmering with a chilling black radiance. With a swift thrust, Kakuzu's last heart, along with his head, was cleanly severed. Detected host has killed Ōtsutsuki member Kakuzu. Comprehensive assessment grants 2,000 experience points. Current inheritance level, 926. Yechuan wiped the blood from his blade and slowly sheathed it. He turned to glance at the remnants of Haiden, who was still screaming and cursing in the distance. How annoying. Yechuan furrowed his brow. This guy truly seems incapable of dying. Asuma and the others looked on, equally exasperated by Haiden's incessant antics. Humph. Even if you kill me, what of it? I have been granted immortality by the Lord of the evil gods. You heretics will eventually, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Before Haiden could finish his sentence, Yechuan had already approached, the blade flashing like a skilled butcher, slicing Haiden's body into dozens of pieces. Haiden's head fell to the ground, blinking in disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. This should do the trick, right? Yechuan observed the scattered fragments and inquired. Theoretically, as long as his consciousness remains, along with the curse, he cannot be considered truly dead. Shikamaru watched this scene, feeling a tingle of unease. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed a suggestion. However, we could deal with these fragments separately. My family has a forbidden area in the forest. We can bury his head and other vital parts in different deep pits and seal them completely with sealing techniques. Even if his consciousness persists, he shall never escape. A splendid idea. Yechuan agreed, finding this method akin to the original narrative. He cast a glance at Haiden's head, still attempting to curse, feeling a twinge of regret. Although he had dismembered the guy, it was evident that his consciousness remained, and the system would likely not recognize it as a true kill, thus denying him the corresponding experience points. Such a waste of an Ōtsutsuki member-level experience package. Then it is settled. Asuma nodded. He gazed upon his unscathed comrades and then cast his eyes upon the remnants of the two formidable members of the Ōtsutsuki lying on the ground, his heart swelling with profound astonishment at the prowess of Yechuan. The Ōtsutsuki, the base, the art of the shadow clone technique. On the enormous finger of the outer path's golem, several shadowy figures clad in red cloud-patterned black cloaks stood silently. In the center, Pain of the Six Paths, having just completed the sealing ritual of the three tails, coldly opened his eyes, which were adorned with countless rippling patterns. The sealing of the three tails was accomplished. The voice of Deva Path Pain resonated devoid of emotion. However, the operation to retrieve the two tails had failed, and Kakuzu was dead. As the news spread, the other shadowy figures of the Ōtsutsuki present stirred slightly. What? Kakuzu is dead too. The figure with the orange spiral mask, Haiden, made a quirky sound. Yet a trace of barely perceptible gravity laced his tone. What about that fool Haiden? Isn't he supposed to be immortal? Although Haiden was not dead, according to Zetsu's intelligence, he had been completely dismembered and sealed by the ninjas of Konoha, rendering him incapable of battle. Black Zetsu spoke in his somber tone. The assailants were a small team from Konoha, led by Asuma Sarutobi, but the true threat was a boy named Yechuan who was part of their ranks. Yechuan? Deidara seemed to recall something. Was he not the one who swiftly eliminated Itachi and Kisame's shadow clones? According to Zetsu's observations, Black Zetsu continued. The boy named Yechuan possesses extraordinary power. He is proficient in a swordsmanship style we have never encountered, coupled with an exceptionally keen sense of perception. Nearly all 5 of Kakuzu's hearts were destroyed by him alone. Ha ha ha. Konoha truly has an abundance of talent. The shadow of Kisame chuckled softly. To be able to take down Kakuzu, this young lad's strength must not be far inferior to that of Itachi. The shadow of Uchiha Itachi remained silent. The 2 Tails and 9 Tails are both in Konoha. Deva Path Pain stated indifferently. It appears Konoha has become the greatest obstacle in our plans. No matter. He shifted his tone. His Rinnegan displaying no ripples. The operation to capture the other Jinchuriki will continue. As for Konoha, I will pay them a personal visit. Pain's voice resonated with absolute confidence. The 9 Tails must be retrieved, and I shall conveniently bring back the 2 Tails Jinchuriki as well. If that boy named Yechuan dares to obstruct me, he shall be eliminated as well. In the Hokage's office in Konoha, the events unfolded as described. Yechuan concluded his report on the mission to apprehend the immortal duo. He concealed the details of his overwhelming dominance and merely stated that he had cooperated with the Suma and others, incurring certain costs to ultimately annihilate the enemies. Well done, Yechuan, Tsunade exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table, her face radiating admiration. To have single-handedly taken down 2 members of the Ōtsutsuki is a monumental achievement. You are now the sharpest blade of Konoha. She strode a few steps towards Yechuan, her face brimming with unabashed pride. After all, he was her nominal disciple. She extended her hand, instinctively embracing Yechuan's neck, affectionately tousling his smooth black hair. After 2.5 years of companionship and shared experiences, Tsunade increasingly regarded him as family. Yekawa, somewhat resigned, allowed her to playfully knead his arm, distinctly feeling the remarkable elasticity and warmth of Tsunade's mature physique, alongside an overwhelming sense of bliss that bordered on suffocation. Coughing softly, Yekawa marveled at the vastness of the 5th Hokage's heart, though he endeavored to maintain a facade of calm. All right, let's get down to business. Tsunade acknowledged her overly affectionate gesture and released her grip, though a smile lingered on her face. You were the most instrumental this time. What reward do you desire? Speak freely. No need for rewards. Contributing to the village is my duty, Yekawa replied, evenly. Just then, a knock echoed at the office door, and Shizen peeked in. Lady Tsunade, Lord Jiraiya has returned. As soon as the words left her mouth, the white-haired Jiraiya swaggered in, exclaiming, Hey, Tsunade, I'm back. I heard the little ones you sent out took down 2 members of Ōtsutsuki. Well done. His gaze settled on Yekawa, filled with a mix of scrutiny and approval. Lord Jiraiya, Yekawa acknowledged with a nod, feeling a stir of emotions within. His return surely indicated something significant. As anticipated, after exchanging pleasantries and listening to Tsunade boast about Yekawa's achievements, Jiraiya's expression turned grave. Tsunade, I have some new discoveries and speculations regarding the leader of Ōtsutsuki. Jiraiya stated solemnly. I must personally visit Amigakure to uncover the truth behind pain. No, it's far too dangerous. Tsunade immediately protested. Precisely because it is dangerous, I must go, Jiraiya asserted resolutely. As the two engaged in a heated debate, Yekawa interjected, Lord Jiraiya, there's no need for you to go. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade turned to him. I have gathered some intelligence regarding pain, Yekawa stated calmly. What? Both were taken aback in astonishment. Yekawa regarded the 2 legendary Sannin and continued, the founders of Ōtsutsuki, as well as its current core members, are connected to the 3 disciples you took in at Amigakure. This thunderous revelation plunged both Jiraiya and Tsunade into profound shock, particularly Jiraiya, whose face betrayed an incredulous sorrow. Nagato, Konan, Yahiko no? I must go? I need to see for myself. I must inquire further. This cannot be right. Perhaps I still have a chance to save them. Observing Jiraiya's fervent demeanor, Yekawa understood that this lecherous sage, willing to sacrifice everything for his beliefs, could not be dissuaded. Accepting this reality, Yekawa inhaled deeply and made a bold decision. Lord Jiraiya, I wish to challenge you to a duel. A duel? Jiraiya was taken aback. Indeed. Yekawa's gaze sharpened. If you win, I will no longer impede your journey to Amigakure. But if you lose, he paused, enunciating each word with gravity. You must remain in Konoha. On one hand, he sought to find a way to retain Jiraiya. For the loss of Jiraiya would be a significant blow to Konoha's future combat capabilities, especially when confronting figures like Obito and Madara. On the other hand, Yechuan wished to seize this opportunity to test his current strength and truly assess the gap between himself and the legendary Sannin. Ha! How amusing. Such an intriguing young lad. Jiraiya paused momentarily, then burst into hearty laughter, his eyes brimming with admiration. Excellent. Truly worthy of one who could defeat Kakazu. I accept your challenge. Let me witness the strength of this new generation of Konoha. Tsunade, will you serve as a witness? Jiraiya turned to Tsunade. She looked at the two men before her, sighed helplessly, and nodded. Very well. But let us keep it within limits. She understood that once these two engaged, it would be anything but trivial. Outside the village of Konoha, in a secluded and expansive training ground, Tsunade stood at a distance, acting as both referee and witness. Yechuan faced Jiraiya directly. Yechuan slowly unsheathed his blade, the Hammon Ikemanji, its edge glinting ominously under the sun. Lord Jiraiya, allow me to preface my actions with a word of caution. His tone remained calm, yet his gaze was intensely serious. My combat style deviates from that of ordinary ninjas. Once I strike, it will be a lethal maneuver, difficult to hold back, so I implore you to exert your utmost strength. Should I inadvertently cause your demise, I can only express my apologies, hoping your spirit may serve as nourishment for my own growth. Then bring it on. I shall not show mercy simply because you are a youth. The atmosphere in the expansive training ground grew unbearably tense. Tsunade retreated further back, her expression complex as she observed the two poised to clash, one her longtime companion, the other her disciple. Then I shall commence. Jiraiya broke the silence first, the air of nonchalance evaporating, replaced by a formidable and weighty aura. With a sudden, powerful stomp, he propelled himself toward Yechuan like a cannonball. Fire release, Toad oil flame bullet. As he rapidly approached, Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of toad oil, immediately followed by a surge of searing flames. The combination of oil and fire instantaneously birthed a terrifying sea of flames, surging forth toward Yechuan. Clearly, Jiraiya had no intention of holding back from the very beginning. Confronted with this inferno capable of melting steel, Yechuan's gaze remained serene. His observation haki had already discerned the extent of the flames, even capturing Jiraiya's concealed movements behind the fiery curtain. Shave. In the moment the inferno loomed, his figure vanished in an instant. Like a specter, he evaded the direct onslaught of the flames. Immediately afterward, he activated Moonwalk. Leaping gracefully in the air, he soared upward and dove toward Jiraiya, who had just completed his jutsu. With the Hammon Ikemanji enveloped in armament haki, he descended with a piercing howl, aiming a decisive strike. Such remarkable speed. Jiraiya was taken aback, yet being one of the legendary Sannin, his reflexes were extraordinarily swift. Ninja art, Thousand Needle Jutsu. His trademark white hair instantly elongated and hardened, shooting upwards like steel needles towards the night sky, covering all angles of evasion. Armed haki. Night River remained composed, enveloped in a dark aura that instantly cloaked his entire being. Clang, clang. Countless hardened hair needles struck against the armed haki, producing a cacophony of sound, yet failing to penetrate even slightly. Flash. Night River forcefully twisted his body midair, unleashing a strike with a sound of slicing air. A concentrated sword aura severing most of the incoming hair needles. Utilizing the momentum, he adjusted his form and dove towards Jiraiya. But that was not the end. Ninja art. Lion's main technique. Jiraiya formed hand seals, his hardened white hair coiling like a living serpent from all directions, attempting to ensnare the descending Night River. Paper drawing. Night River's body twisted impossibly amidst the gaps of the entangling hair, as if weightless. Simultaneously, Shave activated again, and he appeared before Jiraiya in an instant. Too fast. Jiraiya's pupils constricted as he quickly abandoned the ninjutsu, lowering his center of gravity and adopting the frog kata stance. Frog strike. A punch was thrown, seemingly ordinary, yet imbued with an indescribable finesse. Night River's observation haki keenly sensed that intangible attack. He dared not hesitate, covering the blade with armed haki to block. Boom. A tremendous force surged through, causing Night River's arm to tingle slightly. So this is the frog kata? Truly peculiar. Yet he did not retreat. Instead, he spun, his sword carving a cunning arc like an antelope's horn, aimed directly at Jiraiya's ribs. Jiraiya, possessing a wealth of combat experience, swiftly sidestepped, while his other hand quietly gathered a rapidly spinning blue chakra sphere. Spiraling sphere. The nearby spiraling sphere, carrying terrifying destructive power, bore down upon him. Night River's gaze sharpened. The black aura mixed with flickering blue arcs of electricity instantly enveloped his sword. He chose not to evade, but to counterattack. Swoosh! The blade met the spiraling sphere head-on. The violent rotating chakra was forcibly held back by the armed haki, constantly disrupted by the lightning chakra. Ultimately, the spiraling sphere burst apart, while Night River's blade merely trembled slightly. He actually cleaved through the spiraling sphere head-on. Jiraiya was utterly astonished. The power emanating from the opponent's blade was too uncanny. What kind of monster are you, kid? He shook his tingling arm, filled with shock. The strength Night River exhibited far exceeded his expectations of a 15 or 16-year-old. This power was undoubtedly at the level of a Kage, and a remarkably formidable one at that. The name of the three legendary ninjas was indeed well-deserved. Night River silently assessed. Jiraiya's combat experience was extensive. He wielded various ninjutsu and taijutsu with ease, and his reaction speed was incredibly swift, evading several of Night River's lethal strikes. This cannot continue. Jiraiya's gaze sharpened as he abruptly retreated, creating distance between them, while swiftly forming hand seals. Summoning technique. Boom, boom. Two massive clouds of white smoke erupted. Two frogs appeared on Jiraiya's shoulders, namely the Sage Fukusaku and the Sage Shima. Oh, young Jiraiya, are you in trouble? Who is your opponent? Sage Fukusaku inquired. A very formidable young ninja from the Leaf Village. Riveted Sage Shima, sensing the powerful aura of Yakuchin. Sages, I implore you to lend me your strength. Jiraiya spoke solemnly. I must resort to that. Are you going to use Sage mode? Very well. The two frog sages immediately understood, perched on Jiraiya's shoulders, and began to assist him in absorbing and merging with natural energy. Yakuchin observed the scene, his expression growing serious. Is he about to enter Sage mode? Perfect. Let me witness one of the highest tiers of power in this world. He refrained from interrupting. Firstly, he was confident in his current strength. Secondly, he was curious to see if he could defeat Jiraiya in Sage mode in a head-on confrontation. In just a brief moment, the aura emanating from Jiraiya began to undergo a profound transformation. Shadows appeared around his eyes, his nose enlarged, and his palms exhibited webbed characteristics. Sage mode. Complete. Jiraiya declared. You have compelled me to employ this technique. You can take pride in that. With his voice now deeper, Jiraiya in Sage mode warned. What follows will not be on the same level as before. Just what I desired. Yakuchin tightened his grip on the tachi. His observation haki and armament haki reaching their zenith. Sage art, frog croak. Jiraiya initiated the assault, not with a direct attack, but by attempting to disrupt Yakuchin's perception. However, Yakuchin's observation haki, fundamentally rooted in his will, was only slightly perturbed by such interference, failing to truly shake the core of his perception. Sage art, needle jutsu 1000. This time, the needles infused with Sage chakra were not only faster and harder, but also carried the corrosive effect of natural energy. Armament haki, hardening. Yakuchin concentrated his haki into the blade, slicing horizontally. Clang, clang, clang. Most of the needles were deflected, yet a few grazed his body, eliciting a slight sting on his haki-covered skin. The power had indeed intensified. Sage art, supergiant Rasengan. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya formed a Rasengan even more terrifying than before, hurling it towards Yakuchin like a small meteor. Faced with this cataclysmic strike, Yakuchin's gaze sharpened. Moonstep. He executed a rapid series of movements in the air, attempting to create distance. Yet, Jiraiya in Sage mode was equally astonishingly swift, the supergiant Rasengan tailing him closely. Can't evade it? Then I shall cleave through it. Yakuchin inhaled deeply, channeling his understanding of the cutting principle into the tachi. With a swift motion, he unleashed a terrifying slash entwined with ebony haki and dazzling lightning. Rising to meet the massive Rasengan. Boom. A cataclysmic explosion erupted at the center of the training ground. A ferocious energy storm surged wildly in all directions, forcing even Tsunade in the distance to deploy her chakra for defense against the aftermath. Not good. Jiraiya's expression changed dramatically. The force of this strike posed a lethal threat. Water style, water barrier. Boom. After cleaving through the colossal spiral sphere, the residual waves of the lightning sword clashed violently with the water barrier. Steam enveloped the air, and dust billowed. When tranquility finally returned, Jiraiya's Sage mode had dissipated, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. He yearned for further battle, only to discover a chilling blade silently poised at his throat. Yekawa's figure had appeared behind him unbeknownst to him. The outcome was clear. I have lost. Jiraiya chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. Truly, the The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous waves aside. Yekawa, your strength has far surpassed my imagination. It is truly terrifying. He understood that had Yekawa truly wished to end his life moments ago, he would have perished multiple times over. Then, as per our agreement, Yekawa spoke calmly. I am aware, Jiraiya sighed, his gaze revealing a mix of reluctance and acceptance. I shall no longer venture to the Hidden Rain village. I will remain in Konoha and diligently train that boy Naruto. To lose to such a young prodigy does not seem too shameful, does it? Upon hearing Jiraiya's promise, Yekawa slowly retracted the blade. Tsunade, who had been waiting at a distance, could no longer contain herself and rushed over. She shot a glare at Jiraiya before turning to Yekawa, her face a blend of relief and concern. You little rascal, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Tsunade approached and enveloped Yekawa in a hug, instinctively ruffling his hair with a hint of reproach in her tone. Well done. You truly defeated Jiraiya. You are indeed worthy of being my chosen disciple. Yekawa, once again helplessly enduring Tsunade's affectionate onslaught, felt that familiar pressure. Meanwhile, Jiraiya observed the scene with a twinge of jealousy, but upon glancing at the serene Yekawa, he could only smirk. Forget it, he is just a kid. In a small, tucked-away room in Konoha, Yekawa sat cross-legged, gradually opening his eyes and exhaling a long breath of stale air. He raised his hand, and with a mere thought, summoned the system panel. Inheritance template, Hawkeye Dracule Mihawk, current inheritance degree, 926. The number 926 signified that he was nearing the pinnacle of the world's greatest swordsman. At present, both his swordsmanship and haki had reached an unfathomable height. With his current strength, there were few in the Naruto world who could genuinely threaten him. He mentally reviewed the list of strong individuals in this world. Although Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu posed significant challenges, as long as he avoided direct eye contact and relied on his observation and speed, he might stand a chance. The true concern lay with the potential existence of Shursue's Kodo Ōtsutsuki. That nearly invincible genjutsu, if ensnared, could lead to dire consequences. Next was the Rinnegan, Pain's Six Paths technique, as well as the Rinnegan wielded by future figures like Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara, represented a power that transcended higher realms, necessitating the formulation of countermeasures. Apart from a few entities endowed with extraordinary abilities, even those of the 5 Kage level, I hold a firm belief in my capacity to triumph over them, perhaps even to slay them. Currently, Yichuan strides confidently through this ninja realm. Since his arrival in this world, he has treaded cautiously, meticulously building his strength while maintaining a low profile for a full decade. Now, with his prowess nearing its zenith, the moment to assert himself has arrived. The pressing task at hand is to swiftly complete the final 74 and attain a perfect score of 100. This will allow him to fully master the powers of the Eagle Eye and unlock the second legacy. Only through this can he ensure an absolute safeguard in the impending Ninja World War. Undoubtedly, the quickest path to advancement lies in hunting formidable adversaries, and the Ōtsutsuki organization serves as the optimal source of experience. A glint of cold light flickered in Yichuan's eyes as he began to assess his targets. Pain and Obito are currently off limits, and Itachi's situation is too intricate to address just yet. Hence, he turned his thoughts to the self-proclaimed artist among rogue ninjas, Deidara. He decided, you shall be my target. He was aware that Deidara was currently teaming up with Obito, who was disguised as Tobi. Furthermore, based on the timeline, they would soon encounter Uchiha Sasuke, who had left Orochimaru in search of Itachi. He could not allow Sasuke to get ahead. Without further hesitation, he set forth. Days later, near the borders of the Land of Fire, amidst a desolate expanse of rubble, a voice suddenly resonated with calm, yet imposing authority. Gentlemen, where might you be headed? Both Deidara and Tobi were taken aback, looking up to see a dark-haired youth standing atop a massive boulder. Clad in simple black attire and equipped with a pure white katana at his waist, he gazed down at them with a tranquil demeanor. It's you. The one from Konoha. Deidara instantly recognized Yichuan. After all, the information regarding the black-haired youth who had previously seized the Two-Tails Jinchuriki and eliminated Kakazu and Sasori had already spread throughout the Ōtsutsuki. You audacious fool. You dare to seek me out. Enraged by Yichuan's calm demeanor, Deidara's fury ignited as he swiftly plunged his hands into his clay pouch. Just right. Last time, you slipped away, but this time, I shall demonstrate my most exquisite art. He launched his assault, sending several C1 clay spiders and birds hurtling towards Yichuan. Yet, Yichuan regarded the incoming clay explosives with an unflinching gaze. Body flicker technique. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight, effortlessly evading all explosions. In the next moment, he reappeared before Deidara. So swift, Deidara's pupils constricted in astonishment. Without the slightest hesitation, Yichuan unleashed the dark and formidable Hodo Ikemanji, striking down with great force. In a moment of panic, Deidara raised his clay arm to block the attack. Crack! The clay arm was effortlessly severed. The blade's momentum remained unyielding. In a desperate situation, Deidara awkwardly leaped away from the clay bird. Damn it! Filled with both shock and fury, Deidara swiftly distanced himself, his hands forming seals with alacrity. Allow me to show you this. C3 number 18. Huh. A colossal clay puppet hurtled towards Yichuan with a howl. Yichuan's gaze sharpened, neither flinching nor retreating. An even more concentrated and terrifying sword aura erupted. Boom. The C3 puppet was obliterated in midair. What? Deidara was utterly horrified. Was even C3 so easily dispatched? Is that all your art amounts to? Yichuan's calm voice, akin to a devil's whisper, suddenly resonated from behind Deidara. Stiffly, Deidara turned around, only to find Yichuan had mysteriously appeared within 5 meters of him. Unforgivable. An overwhelming fear and rage stripped Deidara of his reason. I shall make you witness my ultimate art. He violently tore open his shirt. Wow, senior, you can't be serious about using that, right? I'm taking my leave first. Before Afei could finish his words, his body began to distort, preparing to escape with Kamui. Behold, this is my ultimate art. My self-detonation. C0. Deidara shoved the last piece of clay into his mouth, unleashing a desperate roar. Cataclysmic energy began to coalesce. Attempting to self-destruct? Yichuan's gaze turned cold. Do you truly believe you have this opportunity in my presence? Just as Deidara was about to detonate, Yichuan's speed reached its zenith. Whoosh. A streak of black lightning, imperceptible to the naked eye, flashed by. Deidara's movement abruptly halted, the frenzied light in his eyes quickly dimming. My art bang. His body collapsed weakly, the gathered explosive energy dissipating alongside it. Detected host has slain Ōtsutsuki member Deidara. Comprehensive assessment grants 2,300 experience points. Current inheritance level, 946 at that moment. The space behind Yichuan suddenly warped, and Afei, who had just evaded the explosion with Kamui, reappeared. A golden opportunity. A murderous gleam surged in Yichuan's eyes. Without hesitation, he delivered a swift strike. Swoosh! The dark and oppressive Hodo Ikemanji sliced effortlessly through Afei's waist. What? Just as he had finished using Kamui, Obito felt a chilling sensation in his lower back, followed by a searing pain. He was horrified to discover that he had been bisected. However, just as Yichuan believed he had succeeded, Afei's severed body twisted and vanished like a phantom. The unharmed Afei appeared a short distance away, the remaining Sharingan beneath his mask forever devoid of light. Izanagi. Cough cough. The reappeared Obito gasped for breath, gazing at Yichuan with unprecedented horror. He had been compelled to use Izanagi. What kind of monster is this Yichuan? Who are you? Obito's voice was gravely serious. Just a passing swordsman. Nightstone gazed at the activated Izanagi of Obito, his brow furrowed. Ah, Izanagi. What an inconvenient ability. The Uchiha clan truly possesses one trick more insidious than the last. He understood that it was nearly impossible to completely detain Obito here. The latter still wielded the exceptional space-time ninjutsu, Kamui. Obito, too, recognized the urgency of leaving, for the preceding encounter had been perilously close. Continuing the battle further was a gamble, as who could ascertain what other trump cards this monster might possess. Until we meet again. With this parting remark, Obito activated Kamui once more, his form distorting and vanishing from sight. TCH, another one has fled. Nightstone sheathed his blade, feeling a sense of helplessness as he reflected on the tenacity of the Uchiha clan. He took a moment to steady his breath, orient himself, and prepared to return to Konoha. After some time, Uchiha Sasuke, accompanied by his team members, followed the traces to this ravaged battlefield. The sight of Deidara's mangled corpse on the ground, alongside the horrific remnants of a battle that seemed to have been ravaged by a natural disaster, left them all with expressions of shock. Meanwhile, in the Rain Village, at the Ōtsutsuki's base, high atop the tower, Obito, having narrowly escaped, was issuing commands under the guise of Uchiha Madara. That boy from Konoha, known as Nightstone, possesses an exceedingly peculiar and formidable strength. He must be eliminated swiftly. Pain. Commence the plan to capture the 9 tails at once. Failure is not an option. And bring back the 2 tails that I rescued as well. Exercise utmost caution with that Knight's John. Obito emphasized in conclusion. He could potentially become the greatest variable. Understood. Pain replied coldly, his Rinnegan revealing no emotion. Does Konoha's 9 tails, and that variable, named Knight's John, pose a threat? No matter. It is time to let the world feel pain. Outside the special isolation ward of Konoha's hospital, Knight's John and Hinata arrived at the innermost part of the facility. The area was heavily guarded, surrounded by sensory barriers, evidently erected to protect an individual of utmost importance. Lord Knight's John, Lady Hinata, please enter. Lord Ōtsutsuki has awakened and specifically requested to see you. The Anbu ninja in charge of the guard said respectfully after confirming their identities, opening the ward door. Knight's John nodded, entering alongside Hinata. Sakura had long been waiting inside. As Tsunade's disciple, she had also participated in part of Ōtsutsuki's treatment. On the hospital bed, the once impaled blonde woman was now sitting upright. She had changed into a clean patient gown. Though her complexion remained somewhat pale, her striking heterochromatic eyes had regained their luster. Lord Knight's John, is it? Ōtsutsuki inquired, attempting to rise to pay her respects, but was gently halted by Knight's John's raised hand. Your wounds are not yet healed. There is no need for such formalities. Knight's John replied calmly. The 2 Ōtsutsuki seemed to have once claimed in the original narrative to be the perfect Jinchuriki of the Cloud Village, second only to Killer Bee. Unfortunately, in the original story, their prowess was scarcely displayed before they were captured by the immortal duo, serving merely as narrative tools. However, she was undeniably beautiful. This life-saving grace must be acknowledged. The tone of Ōtsutsuki was filled with sincerity. Had you not appeared in the nick of time, I fear she would not have continued. But the implication was clear. She gazed at the youthful black-haired boy before her, her eyes brimming with curiosity. I heard from Lady Tsunade that you single-handedly repelled those 2 monsters. Those fiends were so formidable that even with the power of the sage, I was no match for them. A hint of frustration tinged her voice. As the perfect Jinchuriki, she had suffered such a complete defeat. Yekawa merely nodded subtly, offering no further explanation. He understood that both Kakuzu and Haiden were indeed powerful. Ōtsutsuki's defeat at their hands was not a source of shame. Noticing Yekawa's reluctance to delve into the details of the battle, Ōtsutsuki shifted the conversation, revealing a somewhat mischievous smile. Speaking of which, Yekawa-kun, not only are you as strong as a monster, but you are also quite handsome. Among these lovely sisters beside you, which one is your girlfriend? Or perhaps all of them? Upon hearing her words, Hinata instantly flushed from head to neck, staring at her clothing, too bashful to speak. Sakura's face also turned crimson as she hurriedly waved her hands, exclaiming, No, Lady Ōtsutsuki, please do not misunderstand. We are merely comrades. Yekawa maintained his calm demeanor, directly denying the implication. At that moment, Sakura noticed Hinata's deeply flushed ears, and realization dawned upon her. It seemed Hinata had genuinely fallen for him. Yet, it was no wonder. Yekawa-kun was indeed exceptional. Handsome and extraordinarily powerful. Which girl would not be enamored? A peculiar feeling flickered within her heart. As visiting time drew to a close, Yekawa had no intention of lingering. Your injuries require rest. We shall not impose further. He bid farewell to Ōtsutsuki. Just before exiting the hospital room, he suddenly halted, leaning towards Sakura to whisper a caution. Sakura, although the defenses here are stringent, the Ōtsutsuki's targets are Jinchuriki. They are unlikely to relent. It would be prudent to suggest to Lady Tsunade that Miss Ōtsutsuki be relocated to a more secretive area within the village. Sakura was taken aback by his words, her expression turning grave. Yekawa's warning was indeed cogent. Since the Ōtsutsuki could capture the Kazekage, they could very well infiltrate Konoha to seize the 2 tails. Understood. I will report to Lord Hokage immediately. Sakura nodded vigorously and simultaneously. She thought of another target within the village, Naruto. What about Naruto? Yekawa wore a resigned smile, reassuring her, rest assured, he is perfectly fine. His life is remarkably resilient. In the original story, during Pain's invasion, he did not make his grand entrance until the very end. However, it seems this time, his appearance may not be necessary. The 6 paths of Pain present an excellent opportunity for experience. As for Naruto's role as the savior, I can only express my apologies. Having stolen Naruto's chance to save Konoha may have some implications for his future as Hokage. Do your best, Prince. Let us go, Hinata. Yekawa thought no more, calling out to the still-flushed Hinata. Together, they exited the hospital. As Yechuan walked ahead, his mind began to quietly devise strategies for confronting the impending devastation of Konoha. Departing from the oppressive atmosphere of the hospital, he strolled along the streets of Konoha in the evening, where the air seemed significantly more refreshing. Hinata trailed closely by his side, her head bowed, fingers instinctively entwined. After a moment of silence, she mustered her courage and softly inquired, Yechuan-kun, do you have some free time? I would like to treat you to ramen as a token of my gratitude for your guidance. Yechuan paused momentarily. Glancing at the girl beside him, her cheeks flushed. At that moment, he too yearned for a brief respite, a chance to reclaim a fragment of normalcy. Very well. He nodded in agreement. Upon receiving his affirmative response, Hinata's eyes sparkled with delight, her face breaking into an exuberant smile. The two of them walked side by side towards the ramen shop, the setting sun casting elongated shadows as people bustled by on the street. As they continued, they passed the entrance of a training ground and unexpectedly encountered Shikamaru, who was yawning lazily, appearing as if he had just awakened. Noticing Yechuan and Hinata together, Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. Oh, Yechuan and Lady Hinata, are you two on a date? How peculiar to see you out with a girl. Hinata's face reddened even further as she quickly waved her hands in denial. Yechuan, however, disregarded Shikamaru's teasing, not even casting a glance in his direction. Shikamaru shrugged and muttered to himself about the lack of excitement, then ambled away. Not long after, they encountered their Jonin instructor, Yuhi Kurenai. Hinata? Yechuan? Kurenai expressed mild surprise at their togetherness, followed by a warm smile. Just coming from the hospital? How is Miss Yamano's condition? It has stabilized. Lady Tsunade mentioned she needs to rest. Yechuan replied succinctly. That's good to hear, Kurenai nodded, her gaze shifting between the two before settling on Yechuan. Yechuan, you've been working hard lately. But in times like this, one must remain vigilant, understood? I understand, Kurenai-sensei, he responded. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Kurenai took her leave. As they continued their walk, they spotted Might Guy and Rock Lee, the spirited duo, engaged in intense physical training in their green spandex attire. Upon noticing Yechuan and Hinata pass by, Lee waved enthusiastically from afar. Yechuan treated the two exuberant fools as if they were invisible, walking past without a sideways glance. Hinata, however, couldn't help but chuckle softly at their antics, though her gaze soon returned to the ever-composed and indifferent boy beside her. Their paths serendipitously led them to an area hosting a small festival, seemingly held to commemorate the village's founding. Lanterns adorned the space, and numerous stalls offered games such as goldfish scooping, target shooting, and candied apples, enveloping the atmosphere in a lively and warm celebratory spirit. Wow, look at the goldfish scooping! Hinata exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at one of the stalls as a memory seemed to resurface. Yechuan halted, observing the rare display of enthusiasm from the girl beside him, his heart stirring slightly. In my recollection, this girl always seemed to live in a state of tension, rarely indulging in moments of relaxation and joy. Do you want to play? He inquired. Huh, is that all right? Hinata replied, somewhat bashfully. Go ahead. With permission granted, Hinata joyfully dashed to the stall, grasped a paper net, and delicately began to scoop up goldfish. It was evident that she lacked experience, as the paper net quickly tore several times. Night River observed from the side. With his keen eyesight, catching all the fish in the pond was a trivial task. Yet, he refrained from intervening, quietly watching Hinata's somewhat clumsy attempts. At last, after breaking 7 or 8 nets, Hinata successfully caught a tiny red goldfish. Elated, she cradled the bag containing the fish in her hands and hurried back to Night River, presenting it to him like a treasure. Look, Night River-kun, I caught one. Her smile shone brightly under the glow of the festival lanterns, radiating an extraordinary charm. She gazed at Night River, then glanced at the lively crowd around them and the little goldfish swimming joyfully in her hands. Suddenly feeling her cheeks flush, this feels like a date, doesn't it? Night River, upon hearing her words, looked at the goldfish in her hand and then at her bashful face, choosing to remain silent. The two continued their way to the Ichiraku ramen shop. Finally arriving at the familiar eatery, lifting the curtain, they were greeted once again by the warm welcomes of the noodle-making uncle and sister Ayam. Finding a seat and waiting for their ramen, Night River habitually scanned the interior of the shop. since his arrival in this world. It seemed he had never encountered Naruto at Ichiraku. Could this be a form of narrative correction? How peculiar. The steaming bowls of ramen were soon served. Perhaps influenced by the festive atmosphere, Hinata spoke more than usual, softly sharing insights about her training or occasionally mentioning matters concerning her family. Night River mostly listened quietly, responding occasionally with a word or two. Although still reticent, the ambience felt considerably more relaxed than before. For him, it was indeed a rare moment of respite. After finishing their ramen, the sky had completely darkened. Night River walked Hinata to the corner near the Hyuga clan's territory. All right, it's time to head back. Be careful on your way, Night River advised. Hinata nodded but did not leave immediately. Instead, she lifted her gaze to meet his. Night River also looked up, their eyes locking at that moment. Neither spoke, simply gazing at one another in silence. Just then, the clouds parted, and the silvery moonlight cascaded down, gently enveloping the two. The night sky was beautiful, and the moonlight was soft. After a long while, Hinata finally averted her gaze. Her cheeks flushed as she softly said, "Goodbye, Night River-kun." Goodbye. Watching Hinata's figure disappear into the night, Night River stood still for a moment before turning to leave. The moonlight tonight was indeed enchanting. In the humble abode of Night River in the Hidden Leaf Village, he sat cross-legged, abruptly opening his eyes, his dark gaze deep and icy. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed from the village center, and the ground began to tremble violently. Had he arrived? In Yechuan's eyes, there was no trace of surprise, only a chilling calm. He sprang to his feet in an instant, seizing the nearby Hidao E1Z. The invasion of pain had commenced. This divine judgment, sweeping across the entire Konoha, had finally begun. His figure flickered as he activated the Shunshin technique to its utmost, vanishing from the small room. With a few steps on the air, he appeared atop the highest rooftop nearby, his observation haki radiating without reservation. Before his eyes, the entire Konoha village had descended into a conflagration and chaos. Various grotesque summoned beasts of the animal path were rampaging through the streets, while terrified civilians fled in every direction. Meanwhile, figures clad in peculiar attire emerged throughout the village, efficiently slaughtering ninjas in search of information. The scene resembled a hell on earth. Yechuan's gaze swiftly scanned the battlefield, soon fixing upon a target. In a relatively wide street, a figure with long orange hair was gripping a Konoha Chunin by the neck with one hand, lifting him off the ground. "Speak. Where is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki? And what about the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, Yujito? Where is she located in the village?" The hungry ghost path demanded coldly. I don't know." The Konoha Chunin struggled feebly. "Useless trash." The hungry ghost path's eyes were frigid, tightening his grip as if about to snap the other's neck. At that moment, a calm voice resonated. "Your opponent is me." The hungry ghost path looked up abruptly to see a black-haired youth had appeared on a nearby rooftop, wielding a pristine white katana, gazing at him with indifference. "Oh, another Konoha ninja seeking death?" The hungry ghost path regarded Yechuan, a hint of derision playing upon his lips. He never turned away food that came to him willingly. Yechuan wasted no words. His response was action. He took a deep breath, channeling pure armament haki into Hidao E1Z. The blade once again shrouded in an abyssal darkness. Flash. Swish. A colossal, concentrated wave of black sword energy descended upon the hungry ghost path. In the face of this cataclysmic strike, the smile on the hungry ghost path's face only widened. To him, this was undoubtedly a formidable energy-based ninjutsu, and his ability was to absorb all ninjutsu. Perfect. Just what I need to replenish my chakra. He stretched out his hands, activating the sealing technique. Absorption, preparing to completely absorb this powerful ninjutsu. However, when the pitch-black sword energy made contact with his palms, the smile on the hungry ghost path's face froze instantaneously, replaced by boundless horror. This is not ninjutsu. This is pure power. What he sensed was not chakra energy that could be absorbed, but a form of sheer physical strength. It was utterly inconceivable to absorb. Not good. Panic surged through the hungry ghost path, straining with all his might to either resist or evade. But it was already too late. Boom. The inky blade of energy shattered his hastily formed defenses with an overwhelming force, crashing violently into him. The hungry ghost path was struck as if by a speeding train, letting out a tormented shriek as his body uncontrollably flew backward. He crashed through several buildings, ultimately buried deep beneath the rubble, his fate unknown. Detected host has defeated the formidable opponent. Pain's Hungry Ghost Path. Comprehensive assessment grants 1,200 points of inheritance experience. Current inheritance degree, 951, having dealt with one. Ichuan calmly withdrew his gaze. His observation Haki sensed two powerful presences rapidly approaching from different directions. They were the human path and the Asura path. Clearly, they were drawn here by the recent commotion. Almost simultaneously, a beam of laser and dozens of small rockets hurtled toward Yichuan from both directions. It was the Asura path's ranged assault. Firepower suppression? Yichuan's eyes narrowed. His figure flickered as he activated Shave, instantly leaving a series of afterimages, effortlessly evading the laser beams. At the same time, his sword, the Kanemitsu, swept through the air like a tempest, clashing against the incoming rockets. Clang, 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 clang. The blade shimmered. Those whistling rockets were precisely severed mid-air, bursting like a splendid display of fireworks. With that, Yichuan set his sights on the Asura path, who was adorned with weapons. Moonstep, Shave. His figure transformed into a wraith as he darted through the air, traversing dozens of meters in the blink of an eye, materializing before the Asura path. So swift. The Asura path gasped in shock, raising his arm to unleash a more potent chakra cannon. But Yichuan's blade was even swifter. A flash of blue lightning surged across the Kanemitsu. Swoosh. The blade sliced through, severing the Asura path's weapon-laden mechanical arm at the shoulder. Ack! Before the Asura path could react, Yichuan executed a reverse strike. His blade, cloaked in a dark, armed Haki, cleanly severed his neck, completely separating head from body. A swift execution. Another of Pain's 6 paths was instantaneously vanquished. Detected host has defeated the formidable opponent. Pain's Asura path. Comprehensive assessment grants 1,000 points of inheritance experience. Current inheritance degree, 958, only one remains. Yichuan turned his gaze toward the human path, who had just arrived. Upon witnessing the effortless slaughter of his companion, a look of horror crossed the human path's face. He realized that this youth before him was far beyond his solitary capability to contend with. Without hesitation, he turned to escape, intending to utilize the shared vision of the Rinnegan to regroup with the other Pains. Thinking to flee? Yichuan scoffed coldly, his figure vanishing once more. Leveraging his superior speed, he caught up to the human path in just a few moves. A series of clean and decisive strikes then led to the complete annihilation of this Pain adept at soul extraction. Detected host has defeated the formidable opponent. Pain's human path. Comprehensive assessment grants 1,000 points of inheritance experience. In a mere span of less than a minute, the realms of hungry ghosts, Asura, and human among the 6 paths of Pain were utterly vanquished by the lone figure of Yichuan. How formidable! How astonishing! He dispatched 3 monstrous adversaries in one fell swoop. The nearby Leaf Village ninjas, who were desperately holding their ground, stood agape at this spectacle. Yichuan's remarkable prowess undoubtedly injected a much-needed surge of hope into their despairing hearts. Simultaneously, atop the highest edifice of Konohagakure, Pain, the Deva path, floated serenely in the air, his Rinnegan coldly surveying the village engulfed in flames below. Suddenly, a slight furrow appeared on his brow. He sensed that the hungry ghost, Asura, and human paths, which he had dispatched to gather intelligence below, had inexplicably lost contact in rapid succession. Moreover, it appeared that a single individual was responsible for their downfall. Could it be that wretched boy Yichuan? Through shared vision, Pain beheld the black-haired youth standing with his blade. The speed with which he eliminated 3 of my paths suggests that prior intelligence had indeed underestimated his capabilities. His initial plan was for the remaining 5 paths to create chaos within the village, drawing attention and uncovering the whereabouts of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, culminating in a decisive capture by his Deva path. Yet now, an unforeseen variable had emerged. This boy Yichuan possessed strength far exceeding expectations, swiftly dismantling his eyes and limbs. He could no longer allow this interference to persist. For the first time, a flicker of disturbance crossed the eternally stoic visage of Deva path Pain. Thus, he gradually raised his hands, a terrifying repulsive force gathering within his palms, as if to expel the very world itself. Let this village, along with that troublesome little brat, experience true agony, and then vanish entirely. In an instant, Yichuan felt a dreadfully chilling power that sent shivers through his very soul emanating from above the Leaf Village. He abruptly looked up. Atop the highest structure of the village, Deva Path Pain had ascended, resembling a deity surveying the mortal realm. With his arms outstretched, an invisible and terrifying force was wildly coalescing. The air throughout Konohagakure seemed to freeze at that moment. Yechuan's pupils constricted. His observation, Haki blared warnings. He instantly recognized the technique. Shinra Tensei, the ultimate ocular technique exclusive to Pain's Deva Path, capable of generating a vast repulsive field centered around himself. Yechuan vividly recalled that in the original narrative, this very technique had nearly obliterated the entirety of the Leaf Village. Countless structures were reduced to dust, and innumerable ninjas and civilians perished in an instant. This was a power that could only be wielded by a being of divine caliber. Did he intend to annihilate the Leaf Village utterly with this attack? Yechuan's gaze turned frigidly resolute. To flee? At his current speed, he might escape the epicenter of the explosion. But the villagers below, including the wooden figure he had just saved, Hinata and Sakura, would undoubtedly not evade such devastation. Should this strike occur, even if the Leaf Village were not completely eradicated, it would suffer grievously, with heavy casualties. Night River took a deep breath, a glimmer of madness flashing in his eyes. He intended to confront this divine power head-on. Since the Sword of Eagle I sought to sever all, then surely, not only physical entities, but also energy, and even this so-called repulsive force field should be cleaved as well. In that moment, all the principles of the sword converged unreservedly onto the blade of Hidao E1 in his hand. Buzz! The pristine blade was instantly stained a darkness deeper than the night itself, entwined with violent, leaping arcs of blue lightning. The entire sword vibrated violently, emanating an aura so fearsome that it seemed capable of rending space itself. With this strike, Night River's gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the figure in the sky, resembling a deity. Surely, it would surpass the blow Eagle I delivered to Whitebeard during the war above. His body sank slightly, adopting a simple drawing stance. Meanwhile, in the heavens, the Deva Path Pain had also amassed its power. With a cold indifference, he surveyed the struggling village below, akin to ants, and coldly uttered, "Feel the pain. Experience the agony. Accept the torment. Comprehend the suffering. From this moment forth, let the world know pain." Shinra Tensei. Boom! The formless yet seemingly destructive colossal repulsive force surged down from the sky, like a flood breaking a dam. Wherever it passed, the air distorted and the earth groaned, as if the entire world were on the verge of collapsing before this overwhelming force. Just as the apocalyptic scene descended, Night River unleashed his blade. One sword style. His voice was soft, yet resonated with a peculiar rhythm. Break the boundaries. Swoosh! A tremendous slash, embodying the very essence of severance, entwined with ink-black destructive lightning, surged forth against the descending formless repulsive force field. This was the mightiest strike he could muster at present. In the next moment, the pitch-black lightning strike collided with the formless force of destruction above Konoha with a resounding crash. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor the anticipated clash of energies. An uncanny spectacle unfolded. The obsidian lightning slash, upon contact with Shinra Tensei, manifested its ultimate intent to sever, as if slicing through tofu, forcibly tearing a gaping wound in the repulsive force that should have rejected everything. It was as if an invisible curtain had been brutally cut open by an indomitable pair of scissors. The terrifying power of Shinra Tensei, which was meant to engulf all of Konoha, became unstable in an instant due to the emergence of this rift. The massive repulsion, as if losing control, dissipated sideways. Although powerful shockwaves still swept across Konoha, destroying numerous structures and causing some casualties, the devastation was significantly diminished compared to the original narrative, which portrayed a strike that could flatten the entire village in an instant. Konoha had been preserved largely intact. Simultaneously, in the distant cave, Puff, Nagato, connected to Deva Path Pain through the Rinnegan, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face reflecting an unprecedented disbelief. The Shinra Tensei was unexpectedly severed. How could this be possible? That is not ninjutsu. It embodies a principle capable of severing the very essence of power. Who exactly is that boy? Within Nagato's heart, tumultuous waves surged. The might of the Rinnegan was astonishingly countered by an inconspicuous youth's swordsmanship. This utterly shattered his understanding. Yekawa descended slowly to the ground, the recent exertion having drained him significantly, his breath coming in quick gasps. Yet, as he gazed at the Deva Path Pain, who too bore the repercussions. His eyes remained sharp. It seemed that the so-called divine power was not beyond severance after all. Devapath Pain landed amidst the nearby ruins. His Rinnegan coldly fixated on Yekawa. For the first time, he regarded this young imp as an equal, perhaps even a more perilous adversary. You are rather impressive. Pain's voice was devoid of emotion. But do you presume this is the end? No sooner had he spoken than a new anomaly arose. The Hell Path silently manifested amidst the debris, hands forming seals, and from his mouth erupted the formidable King Enma. A radiant glow flickered within the maw of King Enma. The specters of the Hungry Ghost Path, Azura Path, and Human Path, previously vanquished by Yekawa, were suddenly resurrected, appearing behind Devapath Pain. The 6 paths of pain convened once more. 6 pairs of emotionless Rinnegan simultaneously targeted Yekawa below. Had they finally gathered in full? Yekawa gripped the kanji for path tightly, his expression turning grave. The earlier full-force strike, the World Sunder Slash, had taken a considerable toll on him. Both his chakra and haki were no longer at their zenith. Now, faced with the diverse abilities of the 6 paths of pain, their combined strength and the complexities they presented undoubtedly rivaled that of the peak-level Hawkeye. Indeed, in certain aspects, they were even more troublesome. In the next instant, the onslaught of the 6 paths descended like a tempest. Devapath Pain coordinated from the center, alternately employing Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin, manipulating the rhythm of battle, at times forcefully propelling Yekawa away, and at others, drawing him toward perilous attacks. The Azura Path transformed into a veritable arsenal, unleashing a barrage of laser cannons, homing rockets, and steel fists, pouring forth remote assaults, as if they were without cost. The Animal Path summoned various peculiar giant summoning beasts, split dogs, Yada no Kagami, and chameleons, to harass and flank from both ground and air. In an instant, Yekawa found himself besieged. He pushed his Kin Bunchika haki to its limits, alternating between Shuanpa, Moonwalk, and Paper Drawing. His form flickering like a specter amidst the onslaught of the 6 paths and summoning beasts, his kanji continuously cleaving through the incoming rockets. Yet, he clearly felt overwhelmed. That previous World Sunder Slash had nearly drained him of half his haki. He needed to devise a means to prioritize the elimination of the Hell Path, capable of resurrection. However, the other 5 paths coordinated too seamlessly, leaving him no discernible opening. He even began to contemplate whether to resort to the newly formed Een-sealing technique for a sudden burst of power. Leaf Hurricane, Raikiri, Fire Release, Ash Pile Burning, Enchanted Tree Bind Kill. A multitude of formidable ninjutsu and taijutsu assaults suddenly descended from all directions. Boom, boom. Caught off guard, the summoned beast of the Animal Path was sent flying by a powerful kick from Might Guy. The Azura Path was pierced through the arm by Kakashi's Raikiri. The Human Path was forced back by Asuma's Fire Release. Meanwhile, the Hungry Ghost Path found itself ensnared in Yugao's illusionary techniques. Reinforcements from Konoha had finally arrived. Kakashi, Might Guy, Asuma Sarutobi, and Yugao, for Elite Jonin, led a throng of Konoha's young ninjas as they broke through the encirclement to reach the heart of the battlefield. They had previously been delayed on the outskirts by other Pain clones, but now they had successfully breached their defenses to provide aid. Night's-John, are you all right? Yugao inquired with concern. Well done, kid. Asuma commended. This is what youth is about. Facing formidable foes without flinching. Guy gave a thumbs up to Night's-John. Kakashi, however, gazed gravely at the reassembled 6 paths of pain. These adversaries possess peculiar abilities. Everyone, be cautious. Tsunade arrived on the battlefield. Everyone, follow my commands. We must address these foes strategically. Before she could finish her thought, she noticed Night's-John's pallid complexion, clearly a sign of prior exhaustion. Night's-John, Tsunade's heart tightened, and she quickly appeared beside him, placing her palm, imbued with healing chakra, against his back. Focus. I will assist in your recovery. A surge of incredibly warm chakra flooded into Night's-John's body, swiftly revitalizing his fatigued form and visibly restoring his stamina. Simultaneously, Pain observed the sudden influx of Konoha ninjas with a flicker of surprise in his Rinnegan. Oh, they seem to have knowledge of our 6 paths abilities? Was it that young brat who leaked the intel? He quickly deduced that Konoha had seemingly grasped some information regarding their powers. The battlefield plunged into chaos. Kakashi confronted the Azura Path, utilizing his Sharingan to replicate and analyze its attack patterns. Might Guy charged directly at the colossal summoned beast of the Animal Path. engaging in a purely physical brawl. Asuma and Shikamaru coordinated their efforts, attempting to ensnare the human path with shadow techniques while launching wind release attacks. Yugao held the hungry ghost path at bay with her illusions. The Deva path of pain, having just expended significant energy on Shinra Tensei, remained momentarily stationary. Meanwhile, under Tsunade's rapid healing, Nightshaw's stamina and spirit were restored to about 70 to 80%. Thank you, Tsunade-sensei. Nightshawn expressed his gratitude. In the next instant, his figure vanished once more. This time, he unleashed his full power without reservation. Nightstone moved like a streak of black lightning, disregarding the surrounding turmoil as he directly targeted the Hell Path, responsible for resurrection. Shinra Tensei. The Deva path of pain reacted immediately, attempting to counter with repulsive force. But Nightstone had anticipated this. Utilizing Kinbunchika Haki, he swiftly altered his trajectory with Moon Step and countered with a vacuum blade kick to disrupt the Deva path. Swoosh. Before the other pains could react, the dark, domineering aura of the Wado Ikamanji pierced through the chest of the Hell Path, obliterating it entirely along with its enigmatic ability to summon the King of Hell. What? The Deva path of pain's expression shifted dramatically. The destruction of the Hell Path signifies that the other paths can no longer be swiftly revived. Without hesitation, Night River turned and lunged toward the hungry ghost path, which was still disoriented by the illusion of the setting sun. Just as the hungry ghost path broke free from the illusion, it had no time to deploy sealing techniques before being struck down by a swift bolt of lightning that severed its head. Next came the human path. Although Asuma and Shikamaru's collaboration was intricate, Night River's speed was unparalleled. In a flash of blade light, the human path was sliced into several segments. Following that was the beast path. Bound by Guy, it was utterly unable to evade the deadly strike descending from Night River. The enormous summoning beast, along with its summoner, was obliterated. Finally, the Azura path. Kakashi was engaged in a skirmish with it when Night River's figure appeared behind, like a specter, delivering a decisive blow that shattered its core. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. When Night River finally paused, the five pain who had been besieging the Leaf Ninja had been reduced to irreparable remnants, scattered amidst the ruins. This time, it was a true instant kill. The battlefield momentarily fell into silence, as if the sudden turn of events had rendered everyone speechless. All eyes were fixed upon the black-haired youth, standing with his blade, still imbued with residual lightning and murderous intent. So swift, so powerful. Night River slowly lifted his gaze, casting a cold glance toward the only remaining opponent suspended in the air, the Rinnegan-wielding Pain. Current inheritance level, 991. The Deva path of pain remained expressionless, hovering in midair, its Rinnegan coldly observing Night River, as if the recently obliterated foes were mere inconsequential tools. It seems you truly cannot be regarded as an ordinary small fry. Your power structure is quite unique. Likewise, Night River gradually raised his sword, the Hunotachi, its tip pointed toward the Deva path in the sky. Your Rinnegan is indeed troublesome. Without further ado, the final battle commenced. The Deva path of pain initiated the assault. Universal pull. A powerful, invisible force suddenly acted upon Night River, attempting to draw him closer. Yet, Night River merely shifted his footing slightly, his body swaying like a weeble before easily negating the pull. Futile. Night River's figure flickered as he charged toward the Deva path of pain. Heavenly push. The Deva path raised a hand, unleashing a repulsive force. However, Night River seemed to possess foresight, abruptly altering his direction an instant before the force erupted. Appearing at the Deva path side, the Hunotachi, cloaked in dark-armed haki, cut through the air with a piercing scream. The Deva path reacted with remarkable speed, instantly summoning a black chakra receiver in the other hand, akin to a short staff, to block the blow. Clash. The blade met the staff, sparks flying. The two immediately engaged in an intense close-quarters battle. The Deva path possessed formidable taijutsu, and with the support of Heavenly Push and Universal Pull, it was a daunting adversary. Yet, Night River's combat style was even more terrifying. His Kinbunchika Haki had reached its zenith. His predictive ability was nearly on par with Katakuri's fleeting foresight of the future. Every flow of chakra from Pain of the Six Paths, including his forthcoming attack intentions, remained utterly transparent to his perception. The Navy's Six Styles martial arts had been seamlessly integrated into his combat instinct. His form danced like a wraith, evading attacks with minimal cost. Each strike of his sword, the kanji of harmony, was imbued with armament haki and profound comprehension of the principle of severance. Ordinary chakra receivers were incapable of withstanding such force, and even Pain's repulsive defense would be forcibly torn asunder by that indomitable blade. To amplify the pressure, Yechuan even divided his form, employing a shadow clone to launch a simultaneous assault from two directions, momentarily overpowering the formidable Pain of the Six Paths. This is impossible. Nagato, observing the battlefield through the Rinnegan, felt a tempest brewing within him. He understood better than anyone the sheer power of Pain. It embodied the pinnacle of the Rinnegan's abilities. How could a mere boy reduce him to such a state? The opponent's uncanny predictive ability, the invincible strikes, and that bizarre martial arts surpassed his comprehension. Yechuan was astonishingly powerful. Was even the leader of Pain not his match? Below, the Konoha ninjas were left speechless. Frustrated, Pain, unable to break through, was forced back by Yechuan, and fury finally flickered in his Rinnegan. He was a god. How could he be subdued by a mere mortal? In response, Pain abruptly distanced himself. Raising his hands high, a surge of chakra, more potent than ever before, began to coalesce with wild intensity. The very sky seemed to tremble. This sent alarm bells ringing in Yechuan's mind. Planetary devastation. Accompanied by a roar of divine retribution, a pitch-black orb ascended from Pain's hands. A powerful gravitational force erupted instantaneously. Debris, rubble, the remnants of buildings, and even the bodies of fallen Konoha ninjas were irresistibly drawn towards the black sphere in the sky, coalescing into a form reminiscent of a miniature moon. Its target was to seal Yechuan. Planetary devastation, the ultimate sealing technique of the Rinnegan. Yechuan gazed upward at the colossal, celestial body. The potency of this move was beyond doubt. Once fully formed, even he would likely find it difficult to break free. He had to thwart its completion or destroy its core. Taking a deep breath, Yechuan adjusted his state to its zenith. At this moment, his strength transcended mere Hawkeye lineage. Infused with chakra, the six styles, and the combat experiences of this world, he had, in some respects, surpassed the pure swordsman of the pirate world. Yechuan grasped the kanji of harmony with both hands, lifting it high. The blade shimmered with dark armament haki, pulsing as if alive, entwined with flickers of lightning. With a resounding whoosh, an indescribably brilliant arc of the ultimate blade surged skyward. Like a river flowing against the current, it precisely strikes the black gravitational core. Crack! A sound akin to shattering glass reverberates throughout the battlefield. After being struck by the formidable sword, the black core surprisingly splits open, revealing a fissure. The crack spreads like a spider's web. Ultimately, boom! The black core shatters explosively, deprived of its gravitational source. The massive rock sphere that had just begun to coalesce in the sky collapses as though it had lost its support. Countless enormous stones plummet like meteors from the heavens. The Earth-exploding star has been cleaved asunder. Gush! In the distance, Nagato spews another mouthful of blood, his face instantly paling to a golden hue. The abrupt interruption of the Earth-exploding star inflicts unimaginable backlash upon his true body. His gaze towards Yechuan is filled with fear. This youth is a genuine monster, an existence that even the gods cannot defeat. Meanwhile, below, although Yechuan has also expended considerable energy, the brilliance in his eyes intensifies. The game is over. His figure vanishes from sight in an instant. The severely injured Pain has no time to mount any effective defense. Splat! The blade of the Way One character pierces through Pain's heart with precision, unleashing a powerful aura that utterly shatters the core within him. Pain's body stiffens abruptly, the last glimmer of life in his Rinnegan quickly fading. Like a marionette with its strings cut, he falls helplessly from the sky. Ding! A crisp system notification rings in his mind. First inheritance template, Hawkeye Dracul Mihawk, fully absorbed. Congratulations, host. Inheritance degree has reached 100. The path of the world's greatest swordsman is complete. Boom. An indescribable sensation of metamorphosis sweeps through Yechuan's entire being. His comprehension of the sword, the application of his aura, and his perception of the world seem to have reached a flawless, harmonious realm at this moment. He feels as if he could hear the breath of the wind, see the lines existing within space, and sever anything within his sight, should he so desire. Is this the essence of 100 Hawkeye? The terrifying combination of the six paths of pain, which nearly brought Konoha to ruin. has been single-handedly resolved by the black-haired youth before them. The battle has concluded. The smoke lingering over the battlefield gradually settles. All surviving Konoha ninjas cease their actions, their gazes converging upon the solitary boy wielding a sword. They sense a change in Yechuan's aura after the battle. The previously sharp presence has considerably softened, replaced by a profound and unique charm. He stands there calmly, yet emanates an illusion akin to facing an endless sea. This boy, in the distance, Tsunade, struggling to support her body, watches this scene and whispers in relief. Truly a monster who has grown stronger. She retracts her gaze, no longer probing into Yechuan's secrets, and redirects her attention to the entirety of the village. Though the most formidable enemy has been vanquished, the previous battle, particularly the extensive Shinra Tensei unleashed by pain, has inflicted grievous casualties upon Konoha. Tsunade, with hands poised in a series of seals, released the long-dormant seal upon her forehead, unleashing a tremendous torrent of chakra without reservation. Through the numerous slug clones that had long since dispersed throughout the village, she channeled her healing powers to each injured ninja and civilian. Soon, her complexion paled due to the immense chakra depletion, and her delicate form trembled slightly. At that moment, two overwhelming presences descended from the heavens like shooting stars, Jiraiya and Naruto Uzumaki, having returned from their training in Mount Myaboku. They beheld the desolation before them and the lifeless remnants of pain, their expressions etched with shock. Naruto, surveying the devastation and then glancing at Tsunade, who was diligently employing her medical ninjutsu in the distance, as well as the familiar figure wielding a white katana, found himself momentarily speechless. Did we arrive too late? Has the battle already concluded? Jiraiya, equally grave, sensed the lingering aura of terrifying chakra in the air. Naruto dashed towards Yakuchin, surveying the surrounding debris and then gazing at the seemingly unscathed Yakuchin, his mouth agape. Hey, Yakuchin, you really know how to steal the spotlight. I mean, to resolve such a grand affair without waiting for me. Impressive, but mark my words, next time, I will not be outdone by you. Although he had missed the battle, witnessing the village's salvation brought him relief, even as his pride remained unyielding. Yakuchin regarded the visibly stronger blonde youth before him with a faint smile, remaining silent. He bent down to retrieve a black chakra receiver from Pain's remnants and casually tossed it to Jiraiya, instinctively catching the black rod. Jiraiya's expression shifted dramatically upon contact. Utilizing his sage-level sensory perception, he immediately traced the faint chakra signal lingering on the rod to a distant location. It was a chakra both familiar and foreign, belonging to the Rinnegan. So it was. Pain's 6 paths were merely puppets manipulated from the shadows. Jiraiya swiftly grasped the truth, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the Deva path of Pain. Upon recognizing the lifeless visage before him, his body quaked, eyes brimming with sorrow, anguish, and guilt. Yahiko, he murmured hoarsely. It seems you already know what must be done, Yakuchin spoke calmly. After a moment of silence, Jiraiya glanced at Naruto and then at Yahiko's corpse, ultimately arriving at a decision. Naruto, he addressed his disciple, follow this signal and locate Pain's true body. There are matters that perhaps only you can discuss with him. Me? Naruto replied, taken aback. Go on, believe in yourself, Jiraiya encouraged, patting Naruto's shoulder. Some truths require correction, and some peace must be fought for. Meeting Jiraiya's earnest gaze, Naruto nodded vigorously. I understand. Perverted sage. Leave it to me. He no longer hesitated and immediately followed the guidance of the black rod, charging towards the direction of Nagato's true form. Jiraiya watched Naruto's departing silhouette, refraining from pursuing him. Confronted with Nagato, he was engulfed by guilt. Perhaps it was indeed the wisest choice to allow Naruto, the child of prophecy who inherited Yahiko's will, to proceed. He slowly approached Yahiko's lifeless body, bending down to gently lift him. Teacher Yahiko, I will take you home. Embracing the remains of his former disciple, Jiraiya departed the battlefield, his figure steeped in melancholy. He sought a tranquil place to lay his pupil to rest properly. Yekawa observed all of this without intervening. As he had anticipated, Naruto's verbal prowess was the key to resolving Nagato's inner turmoil. This heroic narrative must be completed by him. Currently, his attention had been entirely captivated by another matter. Just moments ago, at the instant of defeating Deva Path Pain, the system's notification rang out, signifying not merely the completion of the inheritance. First inheritance template, Hawkeye Jurikuro Mihawk, is complete. Analyzing host data, and calculating optimal evolution path. Locking complete. Second inheritance template activated. Inheritance activation countdown. 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Was the second inheritance finally about to commence? Yekawa's heart brimmed with anticipation. He was profoundly curious about what this so-called second inheritance would entail. Would it be a powerful entity from another realm? Or perhaps a unique system of abilities? Ideally, it would enhance his tangible strength directly or endow him with special life-preserving capabilities sufficient to counter the likes of Kage Ōtsutsuki in the future. Just then, a sound of anguish echoed from a distance. Tsunade, who had been tirelessly administering large-scale healing, finally succumbed to exhaustion, her body collapsing backward. Yekawa reacted swiftly, stepping forward with a Shuinpa, instantly appearing behind Tsunade and securely cradling her feverish form. He could distinctly feel her soft body in his grasp. At that moment, a gentle green light began to spread from afar, rapidly enveloping the entire battlefield of Konoha. The bodies of those unfortunate leaf ninjas and civilians who had perished in the earlier conflict began to emit a faint glow, their previously lifeless forms seemingly reviving. Could it be resurrection? Am I still alive? Has Lord Hashirama manifested? Countless resurrected ninjas and civilians stared in bewilderment at their own hands, uttering incredulous exclamations. Outer Path, Rebirth of the Living Technique. As Yekawa held the unconscious Tsunade, drained of energy, he gazed in awe at the miraculous scene unfolding before him. Naruto's verbal prowess had indeed succeeded. Had Nagato ultimately chosen to believe? The Rinnegan's command over the forces of life and death was undeniably formidable. The power structure of this world was becoming ever more fascinating. The battle against pain came to a close. Yekawa returned to his humble abode, seated cross-legged, his mind wholly immersed in the system panel. First inheritance template, Hawkeye Jurikuro Mihawk, is complete. Upon detecting the completion of the first inheritance, milestone rewards were granted. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a special item, Bloodline Evolution Pill X1. The Bloodline Evolution Pill, a mysterious elixir infused with miraculous power, allows the host to selectively awaken a formidable bloodline based on their body's compatibility. Note, the outcome of the evolution carries a degree of randomness, so use with caution. The Bloodline Evolution Pill? Night Chuan gazed at the translucent pill in the system space, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Such a reward exists? This means he could selectively acquire a bloodline limit. What a delightful surprise. He had initially presumed that his power system would revolve entirely around the swordsmanship of the Eagle Eye. Yet the system provided him the opportunity to integrate into the local power system of this world. Which bloodline should he choose? Night Chuan began to contemplate rapidly. The Sharingan? Its potential is immense, but evolving to the Mangekyo or even the Rinnegan demands stringent conditions, not to mention its evident side effects. The Byakugan? An exceptional scouting ability. Formidable when paired with Gentle Fist, but seemingly has a lower ceiling than the Sharingan. Would release? The legendary technique of the first Hokage. Yet he might not master it perfectly. After much deliberation, a name ultimately surfaced in Night Chuan's mind. Undoubtedly, the strongest bloodline in this world belongs to the goddess of the moon, Kage Ōtsutsuki. He recalled that Kage possessed both the Byakugan and the Rinne Sharingan, along with the terrifying ability to execute techniques such as Shinjutsu, Koten Zansho, and Yomi's Hirasaka. If he could obtain Kage's bloodline, even if only a fragment, it would be sufficient to propel his strength to a transformative leap, granting him the power to roam freely in this realm. However, Night Chuan ultimately restrained the impulse to consume it immediately. Kage's bloodline is too astonishing, should it be exposed. It would likely attract the attention of the Ōtsutsuki clan or even higher entities, and he might not be able to withstand such scrutiny. Furthermore, the system warned of the evolution's randomness. What if the outcome was unfavorable? More importantly, his gaze returned to the system panel displaying the countdown prompt. The second inheritance template has been locked. Countdown to inheritance activation, 19 hours, 34 minutes, 23 seconds. It would be wise to wait until the second inheritance is unveiled to ascertain its capability before deciding how to utilize the Bloodline Evolution Pill. Selecting a bloodline that harmonizes with both his swordsmanship and the abilities of the second inheritance would be the optimal solution. Resolute, Night Chuan temporarily stored the Bloodline Evolution Pill, intending to solidify his recently achieved mastery of the Eagle Eye. Yet, at that moment, his heightened observation haki was abruptly triggered. Outside the small dwelling, A dozen chilling presences encircled him silently, akin to trained hunting dogs. Their speed and coordination indicated they were not ordinary ninjas. Night Chuan's gaze instantly turned cold. Who could it be at this hour? A name immediately surfaced in his mind. Shimura Danzo. Night Chuan suddenly came to a realization. His previous attention had been focused on pain and the Ōtsutsuki, completely overlooking the greatest threat lurking within Konoha itself. Tsunade had succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. The village lay in ruins, and he had just endured a fierce battle. Although his strength had significantly increased, the toll was immense. For Danzo, the ambitious schemer, this was nothing short of a divine opportunity to seize power. In the original narrative, this man had remained in the shadows during Pain's invasion, even going so far as to eliminate the messenger frog sent to seek assistance from Mayaboka Mountain, biding his time for Tsunade to fall so he could ascend. Now, while Tsunade had not perished, she had temporarily lost her ability to act. As her most prominent disciple, he had just demonstrated a terrifying power capable of jeopardizing Danzo's plans. Undoubtedly, Danzo had identified him as the greatest obstacle in his quest for the position of Hokage, and one that needed to be eliminated with utmost urgency. His judgment was astute, and his actions decisive. He truly was the man who upheld the dark side of Konoha. Yechuan slowly rose, grasping the emblem of root beside him. He had not anticipated that just as he achieved the perfect inheritance, savoring the joy of graduation, he would be confronted by a new challenger. Moreover, this challenge came from within Konoha itself. Very well, let me see if your strength is sufficient to warrant my removal of you. Yechuan opened the door to his humble abode. Outside, beneath the moonlight, a dozen masked root ninjas had surrounded his modest dwelling, sealing off any escape. Armed with short blades, they emanated a chilling aura of death, resembling emotionless machines of slaughter. Judging by their numbers and positions, it was evident that Danzo was resolute in his decision to deliver a fatal blow against him. The atmosphere was thick with impending violence. Yet, just as the root ninjas were poised to strike, Yechuan's gaze sharpened. A terrifying oppressive force, seemingly originating from the depths of his soul, erupted from him like a tangible shockwave, sweeping outward in all directions. Conqueror's Haki. This was the innate quality of a ruler. Awakened naturally as the eagle eye, inheritance reached its pinnacle, a power that required no training, relying solely on one's own aura to directly shatter the spirits of adversaries, a talent possessed by only one in a million. Before this sudden and overwhelming pressure, thud, thud, thud. The surrounding elite root ninjas had no time to react. They collapsed like wheat before the scythe, their eyes rolling back, frothing at the mouth, convulsing as they fell unconscious, instantaneously losing awareness. Their wills, honed through brutal training and expected to be unyielding, crumbled before the true conqueror's Haki. Only a select few members with exceptionally strong willpower managed to remain standing, albeit pale and trembling violently. Their eyes were filled with unprecedented terror as they gazed at Yechuan. With just a single glare and an explosive display of might, Danzo's meticulously orchestrated ambush crumbled into disarray. Yechuan observed the fallen root ninjas strewn across the ground, his expression devoid of any emotion. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the veil of night, directed towards a shadowy figure concealed at a distance. Shimura Danzo, emerge. Such a meager number of adversaries is hardly sufficient. I shall not flee. The residual shockwave of my conqueror's Haki had yet to dissipate completely, leaving behind a multitude of root ninjas, foaming at the mouth, as a silent testament to the formidable power of Yekowa. A weathered and malevolent figure, leaning on a cane, gradually stepped forth from the shadow of a grand tree. It was none other than Shimura Danzo. He appeared merely as an ordinary elder of Konoha. Clad in a simple kimono, his face etched with wrinkles, his right eye and arm heavily bandaged, his gait somewhat unsteady. Yet, the exposed left eye glimmered with a cold brilliance reminiscent of a hawk, as well as the depths of an abyss, emanating a chilling aura that could instill fear in anyone who laid eyes upon him. Behind him, like shadows, trailed two masked root ninjas. Danzo's voice was hoarse and deep as he surveyed the incapacitated subordinates strewn about, his gaze then locking onto Yekowa. A flicker of surprise crossed his features, swiftly overshadowed by a more potent aura of murderous intent. I underestimated you. Not only do you possess monstrous strength, but you also wield such power? Indeed, you have disrupted many of my plans. Yekowa remained composed, his eyes drifting past Danzo to the two root ninjas behind him. Drawing from his recollection of the original narrative, he instantly recognized them. One was a ninja from the Yamanka clan, skilled in mental arts, known as Yamanka Kage. The other was an anomaly from the Aburame clan, capable of manipulating nano-sized insects, named Aburame Toryun. Both were Danzo's most trusted aides, exceptional among the elite Jonin. It appears, Danzo, that you have indeed invested heavily in your endeavor to confront me, Yekawa remarked coolly. Talented young individuals often find themselves wandering astray. Danzo approached, his cane guiding his steps, his tone devoid of discernible emotion. Tsunade's excessive compassion will only render Konoha weak. Consider the recent invasion by Pain. Had it not been for your fortuitous intervention, Konoha would have long ceased to exist. I am the one who can truly safeguard Konoha and lead it towards greatness. A glimmer of ambition flickered in his eyes. Yekawa, your talent and strength should not be squandered on someone as naive as Tsunade. She is currently incapacitated, her chakra depleted, and even upon awakening, she may not be able to continue as Hokage. Konoha requires a more resolute leader. He halted, his voice laced with temptation. Forsake Tsunade and join my roots. I can offer you everything you desire: power, status, resources, indeed, access to the deeper layers of ninja strength. Together, we can reshape Konoha and establish a truly formidable shinobi village. Is this your final pitch? Yekawa regarded the ambitious old man before him, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips. I am afraid I have no interest in playing the political game from the shadows. He did not hesitate to refuse. Night River, feigning seriousness, remarked in a teasing tone. Rather than accompany someone like you, who obviously has more schemes than a beehive, I would prefer to work alongside a beautiful teacher. At least my spirits would be lifted. The muscles on Danzo's face twitched, and his eyes were suddenly filled with a chilling, murderous intent. Very well, since you refuse my invitation, I shall have no choice but to eradicate you, this unstable factor, in its infancy. Regrettably, I had hoped to cultivate you into the sharpest tool at my disposal. Once you are gone, I would take over the Hokage position and eliminate that troublesome Tsunade. Konoha will ultimately be in my grasp. With that declaration, Danzo no longer concealed his intentions and began to slowly unravel the metallic sealing device coiled around his right arm. An ominous and chaotic chakra began to seep forth. Meanwhile, the figures of Yamashiro Kazuma and Aburame Toryun vanished from their positions, preparing to coordinate with Danzo for an assault. However, Night River would not grant them the luxury of preparation. Just as the seal on Danzo's arm was half undone, Night River sprang into action. Shave! His figure vanished instantaneously, targeting Danzo directly. Yet, in that fleeting moment of movement, his observation haki distinctly sensed an obscure mental wave surging from the side. It was Yamashiro Kazuma's mind-turned technique, attempting to seize control of his body while he attacked Danzo. Naive. Night River's form twisted abruptly in mid-motion, drawing an arc like a specter, deftly evading the invisible mental assault. Kazuma's secret technique missed its mark. Immediately after, countless minuscule black insects, nearly invisible to the naked eye, descended upon Night River like a dark cloud. Aburame Toryun's nano-level poison insects, upon contact, could swiftly devastate cells. Insects, you say? Just the test I needed. Crackle. Night River erupted with a surge of potent lightning-released chakra, blue arcs dancing around him. As the swarming poison insects made contact with the lightning-released chakra, they were instantly charred to ashes, falling to the ground in a cacophony of crackles. Lightning release was indeed the bane of those insects. What? Toryun gasped in shock. In that moment of astonishment, Night River had already closed the distance. He did not strike lethally. Instead, with a flick of his wrist, he struck the napes of the two with the back of his blade. Thud, thud. Both emitted muffled groans, their vision darkening as they succumbed to unconsciousness. To deal with foes of such caliber, Night River need not even draw the blade's edge, having swiftly dispatched the two bothersome guards. Night River's gaze once again fixed upon Shimura Danzo. At this moment, the seal on Danzo's right arm had been fully undone. A monstrous arm, adorned with crimson Sharingan, lay bare in the air. Moreover, his previously bandaged right eye slowly opened. Danzo's most formidable ability was the Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Shursui. Such high-level genjutsu was nearly impossible to defend against. Despite the protracted cooling period, Danzo evidently regarded this operation as a high-stakes battle, likely prepared to utilize his full power. Little brat, Your strength has indeed surpassed my expectations. However, this is where it ends. Witness the true might of this eye. Before he could finish his words, Danzo's Sharingan, belonging to Shursui, suddenly focused intensely. Yet, just as the illusion was about to be cast, Night River's observation haki distinctly sensed Danzo's intentions. Here it comes. Without a moment's hesitation, Night River unleashed his speed to its utmost limit, his figure transforming into a mere blur, vanishing from Danzo's line of sight. Danzo's pupils constricted. The target has vanished. His meticulously prepared Kodo Ōtsutsuki, deprived of a target, rendered his formidable ocular power futile. Unyielding, Danzo re-established his focus on Night River's position, channeling his ocular strength to attempt Kodo Ōtsutsuki once more. Yet, each time, just as he was on the brink of success, Night River's figure would invariably disappear from his sight, as if mocking him. The pride of Shimura Danzo, Kodo Ōtsutsuki, had not even been granted the opportunity to activate. Each endeavor to concentrate his ocular power and lock onto the target was thwarted, with Night River consistently evading, as if playing a game with him. That infuriating brat's perceptive abilities were indeed formidable. Danzo's face darkened, ultimately abandoning the use of Kodo Ōtsutsuki. Nevertheless, he did not retreat. Instead, a more chilling intent to kill flickered in his eyes. Even without Kodo Ōtsutsuki, I have traversed the ninja world for decades. The power I command is beyond your youthful imagination. Resolute, he commenced his counteroffensive. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Danzo inhaled sharply and unleashed a barrage of highly compressed air projectiles, hurtling toward Night River like bullets. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals with one hand. Summoning technique, Dream Eater. Boom. As the colossal smoke dissipated, a gigantic taper-like creature, the size of a small mountain, materialized on the battlefield, opening its massive maw to generate a powerful suction, attempting to draw Night River inside. Furthermore, Danzo, utilizing the dynamic vision granted by his Sharingan, charged at Night River with kunai in hand, aiming to flank him in conjunction with the summoned beast. He even attempted to activate the cells of Hashirama within his right arm, causing thick roots to sprout from the ground, seeking to ensnare Night River. In an instant, Danzo unleashed nearly all of his conventional techniques: wind release, summoning beasts, Sharingan-enhanced taijutsu, and wood release. Yet, all of this appeared utterly ineffective before Night River. Faced with the vacuum sphere, Night River barely bothered to evade. With his Busashoka haki enveloping his body, he allowed the air projectiles to strike him, producing dull thuds without so much as budging him. In response to the Dream Eater's formidable suction, he merely snorted in disdain and retaliated with a powerful slash. Break. The tremendous wind pressure was forcibly cleaved apart. The tip of his blade directly struck the Dream Eater's massive snout, eliciting a pained cry from the creature as it was sent crashing back to the realm of summoning by Night River's strike. As for Danzo himself, relying on the physical attacks instigated by the Sharingan and those feeble wood-release roots, it was far too slow. Night Chuan's figure appeared before Danzo, as if he had teleported, his observation haki having already discerned all of Danzo's movements. Clang. With effortless grace, he deflected Danzo's kunai. Immediately, Night Chuan's gaze turned icy, the blade accelerating. With a swift motion, the gleaming edge cleanly severed Danzo's neck before his horrified eyes. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Shimura Danzo, the clandestine puppeteer of Konoha, was beheaded in a single stroke. However, just as Night Chuan believed the battle had reached its conclusion, the head suspended in midair began to blur, reminiscent of a reflection on water. In the next moment, the unscathed Shimura Danzo reappeared several meters away, clutching his neck. Though entirely unharmed, his face was filled with terror. On his arm, adorned with Sharingan, one of the tomo had already lost its luster. Izanagi Night Chuan observed this scene with a cold gaze, devoid of surprise. This was indeed one of the Uchiha clan's most formidable forbidden techniques. By sacrificing the vision of one Sharingan, it allowed the user to transform any adverse effects experienced, including death, into a mere dream, while bringing favorable circumstances into reality. It was a technique that blurred the boundaries between reality and illusion. 10 Sharingan meant 10 opportunities to rewrite reality. In the original narrative, Danzo had relied on this to contend with Sasuke for an extended period. An immortal body for 10 minutes? Night Chuan regarded the seemingly frantic Danzo, a chilling smile gracing his lips. It sounds like a chance for me to stretch my limbs a bit. Before the words could leave his mouth, His figure vanished once more. Swish. The blade flashed, and Danzo's body was cleaved in half again. In the next moment, Izanagi activated, and Danzo appeared unscathed on the other side. Another Sharingan closing. Futile. You cannot kill me. Hiss. Before Danzo could finish his words, Night Chuan reappeared like a specter, plunging his blade through Danzo's heart. Izanagi activated again. The third eye closed. Flash. Night Chuan offered him no respite. Another fierce strike. The head flew once more. Izanagi activated. The fourth eye closed. Stop. Please stop. Danzo finally felt fear. This youth before him was an unequivocal monster. His speed was so extraordinary that Danzo could scarcely react. Each moment of death felt painfully real, and with each resurrection, he inched ever closer to true demise. Yet Night Chuan remained unfazed, cleaved in half, heart pierced, head severed, even directly reduced to pulp with a fist enveloped in armament hockey. Fifth time, sixth time, seventh time, eighth time, ninth time. When Danzo relied on Izanagi to revive for the ninth time, he had completely unraveled from sheer terror. Night Chuan gazed at the elderly figure before him, utterly devoid of fighting spirit, resembling nothing more than a heap of clay, his eyes reflecting an icy detachment. He slowly approached Danzo, raising the blade inscribed with the words of harmony. For the sake of your twisted notion of protection, you have indeed sacrificed much, stained your hands with countless blood. Regrettably, your era, along with the darkness you epitomized, must come to an end. The blade fell, devoid of any surprise. The last of Izanagi's Sharingan did not even activate. Calmly, Night Chuan sheathed his sword. Then, several figures rushed towards him from the distance, drawn by the violent fluctuations of battle. The elite ninjas of Konoha, led by Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai. Even Tsunade, who had only recently awakened and was still somewhat frail, arrived at the scene with Shizune's support. Upon witnessing the scene before them, all were left in stunned silence. There stood Night Chuan, composed, with the lifeless body of the Konoha elder and root leader, Shimura Danzo, at his feet. Scattered around lay several unconscious root ninjas. Danzo is dead. Night Chuan killed him. What on earth is happening? The shocking tableau rendered everyone speechless. Tsunade stared at Danzo's unblinking head, then glanced at Night Chuan, who stood beside the corpse, his calm demeanor unsettling. A tempest of emotions surged within her. She knew Night Chuan was formidable, even surpassing Jiraiya, yet she could not fathom that he would dare to strike down a high-ranking elder like Danzo within the village. And he succeeded. The power this youth wielded had completely surpassed her control. At that moment, Night Chuan paid no heed to the astonished and complex gazes of those around him. His attention, having confirmed Danzo's irrevocable demise, swiftly shifted to a matter of greater significance. The first inheritance template, Hawkeye Jurikuro Mihawk, has been successfully completed. Countdown for the second inheritance template. 0 hours, 05 minutes, 12 seconds. The countdown was nearing its end. His heart brimmed with unprecedented anticipation. Simultaneously, his thoughts raced. With Danzo's death, the most significant internal threat to Konoha had been temporarily alleviated. However, external dangers still loomed. Even closer than before. Nagato was dead due to the use of the rebirth technique, yet his Rinnegan was a crucial element in Uchiha Madara's plan. Long ago, Madara had acquired Hashirama Senju cells during the Valley of the End battle against the first Hokage and fused them with his own Indra's power. After an extensive period, he finally succeeded in awakening the legendary Rinnegan just as his own life was nearing its end. To execute his Moon Eye plan, he stealthily implanted his Rinnegan into Nagato, a war orphan of the Uzumaki clan lineage, arranging for Black Zetsu and Obito to guide him, hoping that at some future moment, Nagato would utilize the outer path, Samsara technique, to resurrect him. However, this pivotal piece, Nagato, deviated from the script due to Naruto's verbal prowess, sacrificing himself to resurrect the people of Konoha. Now that Nagato is deceased, the Rinnegan, belonging to Uchiha Obito, remains upon his lifeless form. According to the original storyline, Uchiha Obito will undoubtedly make his way to Amigakure to seize the Rinnegan from Konan's hands. After the invasion led by Pain, Yakuchuin did not immediately set out for Amigakure. One reason being the need for recovery after the recent battle, and another being the potential confrontation with Obito and the lurking Kage, which posed a significant risk. After all, Uchiha Obito is entwined with the deepest and most ancient darkness within the Naruto universe, the will of Kage Ōtsutsuki. Engaging them recklessly without sufficient assurance would be extremely perilous. His original plan was to await the activation of the second inheritance, to gain greater power before making further moves. And now, the timing is impeccable. Ding! Countdown to the activation of the second inheritance template has concluded. Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the second inheritance template, Ryugi Shiki. Upon seeing those 3 words materialize on the system panel, even with Yakuchuan's currently tranquil disposition, he felt as if struck by a thunderclap, his eyes widening in shock. His mind blank. Ryugi Shiki. It is actually her. As a traveler from an era of information overload, how could he be unaware of this name? The protagonist of the Tsukihime universe, Karen no Kyukai. Ryugi Shiki possesses an origin known as mystic eyes of death perception, capable of connecting to the very essence of all things, the root, and her terrifying eyes that can gaze upon death itself at the level of causal laws. Mystic eyes of death perception. How is this even possible? The system actually. Yakuchuan's heart raced violently, an indescribable euphoria sweeping over him in an instant. He understood all too well what the mystic eyes of death perception entailed. Unlike the Sharingan, Byakugan, or Rinnegan, which are based on chakra or bloodline, this is a higher form of ocular power that directly interferes with existence and causality. The bearer of these eyes can perceive the line of death that connects all things. By slicing along this line with a sharp object, one can disregard the target's defenses and obliterate their very existence. This is a conceptual ability to erase causality. As Ryugi Shiki herself asserts, anything living, even gods, can be slain before her. Yakuchuan tightened his grip on the katana in his hand, a myriad of thoughts flashing through his mind. The pinnacle of the eagle-eye swordsmanship seeks to maximize the act of cutting, while the mystic eyes of death perception reveal the concept of all things end. If these two are combined, using the swordsmanship of eagle eye to sever the death line perceived by the mystic eyes, what terrifying scene might unfold? Severing space? Cutting through ninjutsu? Breaking barriers? Shattering fate? Even Obito's nearly insurmountable Kimui, would it not appear as fragile as paper before the line of death? If the legacy of the 2 rituals could reach 100, Yechuan felt his breath quickening with anticipation. Undoubtedly, he would acquire the formidable power to intervene in causality and slay deities. At that point, not even the mere Kage Ōtsutsuki would deter him. He would dare to confront even the most exalted members of the Ōtsutsuki clan. However, after the initial euphoria, Yechuan quickly regained his composure. He understood well that while the mystic eyes of death perception were powerful, they came with their own costs. It appeared that, much like the legacy of the Hawkeye, the inheritance of the 2 rituals also required a gradual approach. Until he fully mastered the techniques of the mystic eyes, he must refrain from recklessly overextending himself. Otherwise, he risked jeopardizing his own mind. Even so, merely unlocking this legacy and realizing its potential had already exponentially bolstered Yechuan's confidence. He directed his gaze towards the Hidden Rain village. Should Obito successfully transplant the Rinnegan and gain control over the outer path, the 4th Great Ninja War would merely be a matter of time. However, what if he could thwart Obito's plans here? If Obito were unable to obtain the Rinnegan, then Uchiha Madara could not be perfectly resurrected, and the Moon Eye plan would become a castle in the air. Without the Rinnegan and the outer path, even with the Mangekyo Sharingan and Kimui, Obito would be incapable of instigating the 4th Great Ninja War. If he could prevent Obito from acquiring the Rinnegan, perhaps he could eradicate the war before it even began. Would this world then usher in its conclusion ahead of schedule? This possibility made Yechuan's heart race once more. The risks were undoubtedly immense. Yet, could Obito's Kimui remain invincible in the face of these eyes that could perceive death? With this thought, he felt an urge to test his mettle. No longer hesitating, Yechuan did not spare a word for Tsunade and others, who were still in shock at a distance. He simply declared, "Danzo is dead. You take care of the remnants of Root. I have urgent matters to attend to." No sooner had he spoken than his figure transformed into a streak of light, alternating between shave and moonwalk, propelling him towards the Hidden Rain village at an even swifter pace than before. He aimed to arrive before Obito could lay claim to his prize. The Land of Rain, perpetually cloaked in a shroud of relentless rain, enveloped the entire nation in dampness. Yechuan's silhouette darted through the downpour like an arrow released from its bow. His observation haki had reached its zenith, extending his perception over dozens of kilometers as he diligently searched for traces of Obito's presence. Suddenly, A thunderous explosion reverberated from the heart of the Hidden Rain village. Even from several dozen kilometers away, Yechuan could distinctly feel the earth's violent tremors beneath him, accompanied by the terrifying shockwave that rippled through the air. His form halted abruptly atop a towering tree, his expression turning gravely solemn. The scale of the explosion, the quality of the chakra, it instantly conjured a classic scene from the original narrative. It was Conan, her technique, the divine paper master's 6 trillion explosive talismans. A wave of dread washed over Yechuan's heart. To his astonishment, Xiaonan had already resorted to this ultimate move. This indicated that her battle with Obito had escalated to a life-and-death confrontation. Damn it, had he arrived too late? Without further hesitation, he propelled himself to the utmost limit, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he raced towards the epicenter of the explosion. Upon reaching the vicinity of the blast's core, Yechuan was struck with horror at the sight before him. What should have been a vast lake was now a gaping abyss, unfathomably deep. The waters surged back, creating a murky and chaotic lake of death. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the charred odor of burning paper. On the edge of the lake, propped against a shattered rock, lay a figure in a state of near demise. Her bluish-purple hair, soaked with rain and blood, clung messily to her pale cheeks. The once sacred white paper wings were now tattered and stained with mud and blood. The Ōtsutsuki uniform adorned with red clouds was in tatters, revealing gaping wounds that exposed bone. Blood oozed continuously from her injuries, staining the rock beneath her a dark crimson. It was the angel, Xiaonan. At this moment, her chakra was nearly depleted, her life force flickering like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. Yechuan swiftly darted to her side, crouching down to assess her injuries. Fortunately, although grievously wounded, her life-threatening organs remained intact. It was primarily the excessive consumption of chakra and vitality that had led her to this state. Without delay, he extended his hands, a soft green glow of healing chakra emanating from his palms, carefully enveloping her wounds. Healing technique. With his chakra control far surpassing that of a Kage and his mastery of medical ninjutsu, combined with the precise understanding of human anatomy granted by the 100 Eagle Eye legacy, his healing prowess was unmatched by ordinary medical ninjas. The pure healing chakra nourished Xiaonan's nearly withered body like gentle spring rain, rapidly stabilizing her injuries and replenishing her life force. Under Yechuan's dedicated care, the vacant gaze in Xiaonan's eyes gradually began to regain a glimmer of life. She struggled to open her eyes, focusing on the dark-haired youth tending to her wounds. It's you. Xiaonan's voice was faint, laced with disbelief. The one from Konoha, she evidently recognized Yechuan's identity from the Ōtsutsuki's intelligence reports. Do not speak. Conserve your strength, Yechuan urged in a grave tone. Nagato Yahiko Xiaonan seemed not to hear him, gathering her last vestige of strength to grasp Yechuan's arm. The Rinnegan must never fall into his hands. That is the last hope for Yahiko and Nagato. Her words trailed off as she succumbed to unconsciousness once more, her body collapsing from exhaustion. Yechuan gazed at her furrowed brow, even in unconsciousness, and let out a quiet sigh. He knew that Xiaonan had ultimately succumbed. Obito had likely succeeded in his malevolent intent. After confirming that Xiaonan was temporarily out of danger, Yechuan gently laid her down in a relatively safe and dry spot. In a flash, he dashed toward the direction where Xiaonan had just cast her gaze. That was undoubtedly the concealed resting place of Nagato's body. However, upon witnessing the empty stone platform and the lingering aura of divine power surrounding it, despair enveloped his heart. Uchiha Obito had already departed with Nagato's Rinnegan. Ultimately, he had arrived a moment too late. Standing in the vast cavern, Yechuan remained silent for an extended period, eventually shaking his head in resignation. It seemed that some events were, after all, unavoidable. The Rinnegan falling into Obito's hands signified the official commencement of the gears of the Fourth Shinobi World War. The resurrection of Uchiha Madara and the Moon's Eye plan appeared to be unfolding step by step along the trajectory of the original narrative. With the unconscious Xiaonan in his arms, he departed from the Land of Rain, making his way back toward Konohagakure. Throughout the journey, his emotions were tumultuous. The plan to thwart Obito's acquisition of the Rinnegan had failed. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. Since the Fourth Shinobi World War was inevitable, let this war serve as the ultimate proving ground for these eyes. Instinctively, he felt within the depths of his soul the recently awakened Liang Yishur inheritance. along with the restless, Shiki Shinjitsu no Mi. The threads of death and causality would be tempered in the impending Shinobi World War, allowing him to witness just how terrifying the potential of these eyes could become. Perhaps only through the baptism of blood could these eyes truly manifest their unparalleled might. In Konohagakure, at the Hokage office, when Yichuan appeared before Tsunade, cradling the unconscious Xiao Nan, the fifth Hokage was once again taken aback by her disciple. "Is this Xiao Nan from the Ōtsutsuki?" Tsunade exclaimed, recognizing the familiar lavender hair and Ōtsutsuki cloak. "Yichuan, what on earth happened? I found her on the way." Yichuan calmly explained, placing Xiao Nan on the medical bed. "She sustained severe injuries while trying to prevent Obito from acquiring the Rinnegan. I managed to preserve her life for the time being, but she requires further treatment." Tsunade immediately approached to examine Xiao Nan's injuries, her expression turning grave. "Such astonishing blast wounds and chakra backlash. It's a miracle she survived." Without further inquiries, she swiftly joined forces with Yichuan to administer more intensive treatment for Xiao Nan. Under the collaborative efforts of the two top medical ninjas, Xiao Nan's condition finally stabilized, her vital signs returning to normal, though she remained in a state of unconsciousness. After the treatment concluded, Tsunade wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead and regarded Yichuan with admiration in her eyes. "Yichuan, your medical ninjutsu has probably surpassed mine by now." Her tone conveyed both appreciation and complexity. This disciple was growing at such an astonishing pace that even she, as a teacher, found it difficult to keep up. "You flatter me, teacher. I still have much to learn," Yichuan humbly replied. Tsunade stepped forward, suddenly extending her arms to embrace Yichuan tightly. With a soft and resilient touch, accompanied by the delicate fragrance unique to mature women, the night enveloped Ōtsutsuki. Tsunade's voice quivered subtly as she spoke. "You are, at this moment, truly a hero of Konoha. With you by my side, I feel at ease." Ōtsutsuki was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected embrace, yet he resignedly allowed her to hold him, savoring the warmth of care and affection bestowed by his mentor. After a brief moment, Tsunade released him, her expression regaining the authoritative demeanor of the Hokage, though the softness in her gaze lingered. "Let us discuss matters of importance." Tsunade retrieved a letter from her desk and handed it to Ōtsutsuki. "Kumogakure has just dispatched an urgent missive, inviting Konoha to participate in the 5 Kage Summit to deliberate on how to address the impending actions of the Ōtsutsuki and manage the situation regarding the tailed beasts." Ōtsutsuki accepted the letter and swiftly perused its contents, comprehending the implications. Based on the timeline, it was evident that Sasuke had likely succeeded in capturing the Eight Tails decoy, inciting the Raikage sire, hence the necessity for this summit. With Danzo deceased, it was only fitting that the authentic 5th Hokage would represent Konoha at this gathering. "You, Ōtsutsuki, will serve as my bodyguard and accompany me to this summit. Each Kage is permitted to bring 2 guards, but I have chosen to take only you." Tsunade's tone radiated unwavering trust in Ōtsutsuki's abilities. "After all, with you present, additional personnel would merely be a hindrance." "Yes, Tsunade-sensei," Ōtsutsuki nodded without a hint of hesitation. A summit of the 5 Kages, indeed. This presented a splendid opportunity to observe other Kage-level powers up close and even seek potential targets. In the original narrative, Danzo brought Yamanka Fu and Yuhi Kurenai as his guards. Thus, it seemed he had effectively supplanted those 2 root subordinates in this instance. "Excellent," Tsunade replied, nodding in satisfaction. "Prepare well, we shall depart tomorrow." She suddenly winked, her tone laced with playful sarcasm. "Consider it a date to the land of iron, my great hero." At her words, Ōtsutsuki's lips twitched slightly, a hint of exasperation crossing his face. This Hokage could be rather whimsical at times. The following morning, as the sun rose, it cast a gentle golden hue over the resilient Konoha village. Ōtsutsuki packed his belongings simply, consisting mainly of spare clothing and some emergency rations, with his sword, Koten, securely fastened at his waist. Upon arriving at the Hokage building, he found Tsunade already awaiting him. Today, the 5th Hokage donned a streamlined, deep green outfit that accentuated her impressive figure. Her golden hair swaying gently in the morning breeze as she tossed her new Hokage hat casually. "Tsunade-sama, all preparations are complete." Shizune, cradling her pig, stood beside Tsunade, meticulously outlining the details for their journey. Finally, she turned to Ōtsutsuki and bowed respectfully. "Ōtsutsuki-kun, I entrust you to take care of Tsunade-sama." "Rest assured, Shizune-senpai." Ōtsutsuki replied with a nod, acknowledging his responsibility. The two bid farewell to Shizune and strode side by side out of the Hokage building. Before him lay the village of Konoha, still bearing the scars of Pain's invasion. Although, due to the tireless efforts of countless shinobi, the main streets and structures were swiftly being restored, the air still seemed thick with the lingering scent of battle. Night River's gaze drifted to the distance, where a group of ninjas diligently worked to reconstruct the houses. Among them was a familiar figure, performing hand seals with deft precision. Utilizing wood-release jutsu to rapidly erect the framework of a building, it was Yamato. Ah, the natural-born architect, Night River mused inwardly. I wonder if my bloodline evolution pill could replicate such a Kekei Genkai. If I could use wood-release to construct houses, it would certainly simplify matters. At that moment, a slightly hoarse voice suddenly called out from nearby. Hey, is that you, Night River? And this must be Lord Hokage. Night River and Tsunade turned to see a middle-aged man, clad in a towel, hastening towards them. It was none other than the bridge builder from the Land of Waves. Tazuna, what brings you here? Night River inquired, surprised. Haha, Konoha is our great benefactor from the Land of Waves. I heard about the calamity that befell Konoha. Though I am just an old man with little skill, I thought I would bring some of our craftsmen to help rebuild our home. Tazuna clapped Night River on the shoulder and scrutinized him from head to toe, exclaiming, It's been years, and you've truly become quite the formidable figure. Even back in the Land of Waves, I sensed you were no ordinary person. Tsunade, listening nearby, wore an intrigued expression. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they bid farewell to the enthusiastic Tazuna and officially set forth on their journey to the Land of Iron. Outside Konoha, along a forest path, Tsunade appeared to be in good spirits, humming an unknown tune, while Night River maintained his calm and detached demeanor, ever vigilant of their surroundings. Not far along the path, Night River suddenly hesitated. Almost simultaneously, a dozen figures, exuding a chilling intent to kill, erupted from the surrounding woods, their kunai glinting ominously in the sunlight. Aimed directly at Tsunade, Night River showed little interest in the attackers' faces. With a swift motion, he positioned himself in front of Tsunade. Confronted with these reckless assailants, he did not even draw his sword. Within his deep, black eyes, countless threads of death quietly emerged. He simply raised a hand, casually slicing through the air toward the foremost attackers. A strange spectacle unfolded. Before the assailants could comprehend what had transpired, their bodies were severed as if by invisible blades, instantly splitting into multiple pieces. Blood gushed forth, and dismembered limbs fell scattered on the ground. There was no chakra fluctuation, no traces of jutsu, only pure death. The Eye of Death revealed its initial prowess. Yet, Night River furrowed his brow slightly. Even a mere taste of the power of the magic eye left him with a sharp pain in his head, and he sensed a significant depletion of his mental energy. Indeed, the capacity for such direct intervention in the realm of cause and effect imposes a tremendous burden on both body and spirit, and should not be employed lightly. Tsunade observed the bizarre scene before her, her pupils dilating in shock. Although she could not discern precisely what Yechuan had done, the gruesome fates of these assailants stirred a sense of dread even within her, a seasoned shadow-level warrior. Tsunade approached the remnants of the corpses and quickly identified a distinctive cursed mark upon them. Could they be remnants of Danzo's faction? Truly, their malevolence lingers. With a cold snort, she turned her gaze towards Yechuan. Yechuan, what was that ability you just exhibited? Its power is remarkable. It's merely a few newly grasped techniques, not yet fully mastered, Yechuan replied nonchalantly. Tsunade regarded him thoughtfully, choosing not to press further. She understood that her disciple harbored secrets far beyond her imagination. Well done. Tsunade's face broke into a smile. To reward your diligent efforts as a protector, I, the Hokage, have decided. She gestured towards the faintly visible sign of a hot spring in nearby, winking playfully as she added, Please, indulge in a soak. Relax a bit. Yechuan felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Yes, Tsunade-sensei, he acquiesced, albeit resignedly. After all, it was a business trip funded by the village. And given the continuous travel, he indeed required some relaxation. At that moment, he began to empathize with Shizune's daily struggles in caring for this whimsical Hokage. In a quaint room of a hot spring inn within the resort town, Yechuan and Tsunade, having finished their baths, donned the provided yukatas and sat across from one another. The table was adorned with exquisite small dishes and a warm flask of sake. Tsunade clearly relished this leisurely moment, raising her cup and downing its contents in one gulp. a charming blush gracing her fair cheeks. She seemed slightly inebriated, her words flowing more freely. Speaking of which, the upcoming 5 Kage summit will be held in the neutral land of iron, Tsunade remarked, setting down her cup and gazing into the distance. The land of iron is quite an intriguing nation, independent of any ninja village influence, renowned for its formidable samurai, who wield sharp swords and blades. Yechuan felt a stir of interest within him. A land of samurai, you say? They all wield swords? In a sense, they too, like himself, might be considered outliers in this ninja world. Noticing Yechuan's curiosity about the land of iron, Tsunade continued. Though samurai do not possess the various peculiar ninjutsu and jinjutsu like ninjas, their swordsmanship is equally formidable. It is said that the most elite samurai can even sever chakra, their strength rivaling that of shadow-level warriors. Suddenly, with a playful smile, she turned her gaze to Yechuan. By the way, Yechuan, have you ever considered becoming Hokage? Taken aback, Yechuan had not anticipated Tsunade's sudden inquiry and promptly shook his head without hesitation. Not interested. He had never pursued power or status. Rather than spend time managing the complexities of village affairs, he preferred to wield his blade more, immersing himself in the essence of life and death. Tsunade gazed at his decisive refusal, momentarily taken aback before a smile broke forth. She reached out, instinctively ruffling the soft black hair of Yechuan, her tone laced with affection. Indeed, this is your style. Perhaps influenced by the effects of alcohol, or perhaps relieved from the burdens of Hokage. Tsunade soon leaned on the table and drifted into a deep slumber, a faint smile of contentment gracing her lips. Yechuan watched her defenseless visage as she slept. Shaking his head in resignation, he rose and retrieved a thin blanket from the nearby cabinet, gently draping it over her. Having completed this act of kindness, he did not rest, but instead settled into a cross-legged position in the corner of the room, commencing his meditative practice. The battles of the day, though effortlessly resolved against the remnants of the root, had nonetheless taken a toll on him, particularly the initial use of the mystic eyes of death perception. The sensation of directly peering into death and the burden of forcibly distorting causality had drained his mental energy significantly. The mystic eyes of death perception indeed held terrifying power. After all, it was a capability associated with the root within the realm of type moon, its bizarre nature and potential far surpassing that of ordinary ocular techniques. He glanced at his system panel. Second inheritance template, Shiki Ryugi. Current inheritance level, 0, 5. Eliminating those 10 or so root ninjas only increased his inheritance level by 0, 5. Compared to the previous swift increments during his inheritance of the Hawkeye, this was indeed a much more arduous endeavor. However, the more challenging the inheritance, the more powerful and promising the ability seemed to be. Departing from the hot spring town, the two journeyed northward, and with each step closer to the Iron Country, the biting cold intensified. The roadside pines were adorned with heavy layers of snow. Tsunade, feeling the chill, had long since conjured a fur-collared cloak from an unknown scroll to wrap around herself. Yechuan, on the other hand, was relatively unfazed, merely donning a black cloak as snowflakes settled upon his shoulders. This cursed place is truly freezing, Tsunade exhaled, her breath visible in the air as she rubbed her hands together. Yechuan cast a sidelong glance at her, but remained silent. With your physique, are you truly afraid of the cold? At last, a grand fortress perched atop the snowy mountains came into view. The Iron Country had arrived. At the city gates, a middle-aged samurai awaited, clad in the distinctive armor of the Iron Country, with a heavy long sword sheathed at his side. He stood tall, flanked by 2 rows of samurai, each standing as straight as the pines in the snow. Hokage-sama, you have traveled far. The middle-aged samurai bowed slightly to Tsunade, his voice steady. I am Mitsubian, the general of the Iron Country, and I have prepared hot tea for you. Please, follow me. Thank you, General Mitsubian, Tsunade replied courteously, nodding in acknowledgement. Mitsubian's gaze swept over Yechuan, his brow subtly furrowing. He had evidently noticed that this 5th Hokage had brought only 1 guard, and he appeared remarkably youthful. Hokage-sama, Mitsubian began tentatively, forgive my curiosity, but has your other guard encountered some misfortune on the road? Upon hearing this, Tsunade turned her gaze towards the young Yekawa by her side, a proud smile gracing her lips. She extended her arm, embracing Yekawa's shoulders, and addressed Sanbian with a clear voice. There is indeed no surprise. My disciple alone is sufficient to withstand 1,000 troops. Any additional followers would merely be a burden. As her words echoed, Sambyun's astonishment deepened as he looked at Yekawa. The black-haired youth, appearing no older than 16 or 17, had garnered such trust from the fifth Hokage that she deemed him capable of standing alone. It seems that this generation of Konoha has truly produced an extraordinary talent. You're jesting, Hokage-sama, Yekawa calmly replied, gently extricating himself from Tsunade's embrace. Under Sambyun's guidance, the two traversed the heavily guarded city, arriving at a magnificent conference hall. In the center of the hall stood a grand circular conference table, upon which 4 hats representing the influential villages of wind, lightning, water, and earth were meticulously placed, leaving the seat for the Hokage conspicuously vacant. The atmosphere within the hall felt somewhat tense. Gaara, adorned with the Kazekage hat, retained his usual composed demeanor, though his gaze had softened considerably. Behind him, Kankuro and Temari remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. The imposing fourth Raikage, with his arms crossed and eyes closed in meditation, emanated an undercurrent of explosive lightning chakra. His 2 guards, Darui and Ki, presented an air of sharp competence. The Mizukage, Terumi Mei, exuded charm. Her long brown hair elegantly styled, revealing her fair, elongated neck, while a subtle smile played at the corners of her lips. Her bodyguard, Shizune, appeared timid as ever, while another guard, Ao, surveyed the room with a watchful eye. Hovering above his seat, the diminutive third Ōtsutsuki, Anoki, was flanked by his loyal attendants, Ōtsutsuki and Kuratsuchi, who stood respectfully at his sides. As Tsunade and Yekawa entered the hall, all eyes swiftly converged upon them. The presence of only the young Yekawa as Tsunade's sole guard elicited varying degrees of surprise among the Kage and their protectors. Oh, the Hokage of Konoha has brought just a mere child as her bodyguard? This is quite an underestimation of us, remarked the Raikage, his eyes now open and laced with discontent. Terumi Mei stifled a laugh, her captivating gaze appraising Yekawa with a mixture of interest and subtle admiration. Oh, so this is the legendary Konoha genius who single-handedly slayed several members of Ōtsutsuki? He certainly is quite handsome. Upon noticing Yekawa, Gaara's gaze momentarily sharpened before he nodded in acknowledgement. Behind him, Kankuro and Temari could not help but express their awe, after years apart. The boy who had showcased extraordinary prowess in the Forest of Death had now matured to a point where even the 5 Kage regarded him with respect. Tsunade disregarded the murmurs of the other Kage, striding directly to the seat designated for the Hokage and placing her hat upon the table. Yakuchin retreated to stand behind her like a spear, his calm gaze sweeping over every individual present. With all 5 Kage assembled, the summit was officially underway. As Mifune announced gravely, from the outset, the atmosphere was charged with tension. The Raikage took the initiative, slamming his hand onto the table, vehemently denouncing the Ōtsutsuki for abducting his brother, the 8-Tails, Killer Bee, and demanding that the other 4 Kage divulge any intelligence their villages possessed regarding the organization. The Ōtsutsuki operates in secrecy. Their strength is unfathomable. Do you truly believe they can be eradicated so easily? The Ōtsutsuki, Anoki, scoffed dismissively at the Raikage's proposal. The Mizukage, Mei Terumi, interjected with a smile, attempting to mediate. Raikage-sama, please remain composed. The Ōtsutsuki is indeed a mutual foe, but our course of action requires careful deliberation. The Kazekage, Gaara, remained relatively silent, simply listening intently. As the dispute escalated, the Raikage struck the table once more with force, shattering the sturdy meeting table into splinters. Enough of this. Uchiha Sasuke has taken my brother, and Konoha must provide an explanation. Otherwise, do not blame Kumogakure for its hostility. Lightning crackled around him, a clear indication of his fury. Darui and Kishi, positioned behind him, stepped forward, their vigilance fixated on Tsunade. The guards of the other Kage also revealed themselves, and in an instant, the hall was rife with tension, the threat of conflict palpable. Yakuchin's eyes turned icy as he swiftly positioned himself before Tsunade. He had yet to unsheath his sword, but an aura of menace radiated from him, sweeping through the hall like a chilling tide. Every individual present, whether Kage or guard, felt a shiver run down their spine. Indeed, he was the legendary genius of Konoha. The Ōtsutsuki, Anoki, regarded him with newfound seriousness. Such an extraordinary presence. The smile on the Mizukage's face diminished. Her gaze towards Yakuchin now laced with caution, though an undeniable desire seemed to intensify within her. The Kazekage and his companions were acutely aware of the pressure Yakuchin had exerted on them during their previous encounter in the Forest of Death. Years had passed, and his strength had only deepened. Tsunade observed the figure shielding her with a sense of pride welling within her. She cleared her throat gently, signaling Yakuchin to step back. Very well, Reikage, let us communicate civilly, without resorting to violence. My voice regained its calm. Regarding Uchiha Sasuke, Konoha will indeed provide an account. However, before we proceed, our primary focus should be on the Ōtsutsuki itself. She paused, launching a bombshell. According to our latest intelligence, the leader of the Ōtsutsuki is likely Uchiha Madara. What? Uchiha Madara? That legendary figure. The moment those words escaped her lips, every Kage present, including the previously distracted Sasuke Jinoki, displayed expressions of shock. Uchiha Madara, a name that resonated with the legends of the shinobi world, possessed the power to reshape the very fabric of the ninja realm. If the leader of the Ōtsutsuki truly is him, the gravity of the situation will far exceed anyone's imagination. Just as the hall fell into a deafening silence due to this astonishing revelation, the once calm eyes of Yi Chuan suddenly sharpened. In an instant, his figure flickered as if teleporting, positioning himself protectively in front of Tsunade. Almost simultaneously, a white figure resembling a carnivorous plant silently emerged from beneath the floor of the conference hall, wearing a sinister smile. Following this, a voice laced with malicious glee echoed, "Ah, esteemed shadows, your discussion is so intense, it truly must be exhausting. However, I regret to interrupt your elegant gathering, because..." White Zetsu grinned, revealing a nefarious smile. Uchiha Sasuke is already in the vicinity. At the utterance of this name, the atmosphere in the conference hall plummeted to a frigid low. Uchiha Sasuke. The fury of the fourth Reikage erupted like a volcano on the brink of explosion. His blue lightning chakra surging violently, as if it were a tangible force. How dare he infiltrate the 5 Kage summit? Truly reckless. His singular thought was to locate Uchiha Sasuke and tear him to shreds. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the ground beneath the Reikage fractured instantly, propelling him forward like a cannonball, crashing through the thick walls of the conference hall, charging in the direction indicated by White Zetsu. His speed was such that even the lightning armor trailing behind him left a blinding trail of electric sparks. Hey, Reikage, you're being too impulsive. That Ōtsutsuki, Anoki, observed the scene and immediately floated up, attempting to intervene. Humph, this meeting has lost all significance. The Reikage's roar echoed from afar. I will deal with that Uchiha brat first. Reikage-sama. Darui and Kira immediately followed suit. The other Kage, seeing the commotion, also rose to their feet. It seemed they would first need to resolve the troublesome Uchiha Sasuke. Mizukage Meiterumi sighed, her gaze flickering with a hint of coldness. Let us go. The 5 Kage and their guards promptly pursued the destruction left in the Reikage's wake. Yi Chuan and Tsunade naturally joined the fray. Soon, they beheld the two battling factions in a more spacious courtyard. Uchiha Sasuke was currently besieged by a group of samurai from the Land of Iron, wielding katanas. Accompanying him were 3 other members of Team Hawk, the perceptive and healing-capable Karen, the water-style user and descendant of the Ghost Lantern clan, Suigetsu, and the Curse Seal wielder, Jugo. Lightning Release, Lightning Cutter. The Reikage's figure appeared before Sasuke in a flash, his arm enveloped in terrifying lightning chakra, striking down with overwhelming force. Sasuke's pupils constricted, and he quickly drew the Kusanagi sword to block. Clang! The clash of metal was deafening. Under the immense pressure, the ground beneath Sasuke collapsed instantly. Gasp! Sasuke let out a muffled grunt, feeling his arm tingle, his grip nearly shattered by the impact. The Reikage's martial prowess and strength were indeed overwhelmingly formidable. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, the members of the Eagle Squad rushed to provide support. Xianglin took charge of sensing the surrounding enemies and assessing the battlefield, while Shueiwa brandished his large sword in an attempt to restrain Reikage. Meanwhile, Chengwu activated his Cursed Seal state, striving to lend his formidable strength to Sasuke. However, in the face of the raging fourth Reikage, the Eagle Squad's resistance appeared feeble and ineffectual. The Reikage's speed and power surpassed their wildest imaginations, with each strike delivering devastating force. Shueiwa and Chengwu were soon forced to retreat under relentless assault, sustaining numerous injuries. Sasuke-kun, be careful, Xianglin suddenly exclaimed. Just as Sasuke found himself in a precarious situation, besieged by the Reikage's unyielding onslaught, The three tomo in his crimson Sharingan began to whirl violently, transforming into an eerie kaleidoscope pattern. Amaterasu. Black flames erupted without warning upon the Raikage's arm. Aya. Even the Raikage's formidable physique could not withstand the horrifying power of Amaterasu, eliciting a pained roar from him. In a split second, he decisively severed his own arm, akin to a blade, to extinguish the engulfing black flames. Blood splattered. Was he truly willing to sacrifice an arm to escape the grasp of Amaterasu? In the distance, Tsunade observed this scene, her pupils constricting in shock. This fourth Raikage was indeed a formidable character. Damn Uchiha brat. With his severed arm, the Raikage's murderous intent intensified. Just as he prepared to launch another attack to eliminate Sasuke once and for all, an extraordinary transformation occurred. A colossal surge of chakra erupted from Sasuke. Purple-black energy materializing from within him, rapidly coalescing around his form to create a gigantic skeletal structure. Subsequently, flesh and sinew enveloped it, ultimately morphing into a terrifying half-body warrior manifestation. Susanoo. What is that? Such astounding chakra. Is it the ocular technique of the Uchiha clan? The onlookers, save for a few well-informed individuals, were astounded by the sudden emergence of this immense energy entity. The sheer presence radiating from Susanoo was so formidable that even some weaker warriors and guards found it difficult to breathe. Was this the power of the Uchiha? As Sasuke felt the powerful energy surging within him, an arrogant smile graced his face. He felt unprecedented strength coursing through him. Yet, just as he was about to command Susanoo to crush his foes, a calm voice unexpectedly resonated from nearby. Susanoo, is this the power you take pride in? It seems rather lackluster. Sasuke whirled around, only to find a black-haired youth, seemingly inconspicuous and shadowing behind Tsunade, had silently approached the edge of the battlefield. Upon recognizing that face, Sasuke's pupils dilated, a wave of buried resentment rising within him. Yekawa Ryu. He nearly spat the name through clenched teeth. This individual had loomed over him like an insurmountable shadow since their days at the Ninja Academy. No matter how hard he strives or how powerful he becomes, it seems he can never truly surpass his opponent. Yet, on Yechuan's face, there is no expression. He merely draws the sword, Hideo Ikemanji, from his waist with deliberate calm. He does not activate the armed color of his haki, nor does he envelop himself in lightning chakra. Instead, he gazes steadily at the terrifying aura emanating from the Susanoo before him. In his eyes, one can almost perceive countless delicate threads, weaving over the surface of the Susanoo's form. Yechuan softly utters a single word. The Hideo Ikemanji in his hand appears to be swung forth casually. There is no cataclysmic sword energy, nor is there any world-shattering momentum. Only a pure blade of light, seemingly capable of severing all in existence, flickers and fades. In the next instant, under the incredulous gazes of all present, Uchiha Sasuke's indomitable Susanoo is cleaved as effortlessly as butter by a hot knife. Sliced cleanly from head to toe, the immense energy form emits a silent wail before collapsing with a thunderous roar, dissolving into countless specks of light that vanish into the air. Sasuke himself plummets from the sky like a kite severed from its string, blood pouring from his mouth. He could hardly comprehend how his opponent had executed the strike. His own Susanoo had been cut down in a single blow? How could this be possible? Yechuan's figure appears before Sasuke like a specter, the Hideo Ikemanji raised high, its blade glimmering with a chilling gleam. As Sasuke gazes at the approaching deathly blade, despair flickers in his eyes for the first time. Just at this critical moment, a figure wearing a swirling mask materializes before Sasuke. Little brat, this ends here. The gravelly voice of Obito Uchiha resonates. He grips Sasuke's shoulder with one hand, his Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly sharpening with intensity. Kamui. The space warps, and in an instant, Sasuke's form is absorbed and vanishes without a trace. Within the courtyard, the atmosphere has thickened to an unbearable tension. After rescuing Sasuke with Kamui, Obito does not make an immediate exit. His exposed crimson Sharingan slowly sweeps over the gathered 5 Kages and their guards, ultimately locking onto Yechuan. Yechuan from Konoha. We meet again. The masked man's voice is hoarse, laced with a chilling undertone. He vividly recalls that it was this very youth who had nearly forced him into a corner not long ago, even costing him a precious Sharingan to activate his Anaji. I had originally planned to quietly abduct a Kage during this 5 Kage summit as leverage to better advance my scheme. However, with you as the greatest variable present, It seems I must make some adjustments to my plan. Who exactly are you? The Kage bellows, suppressing the agony of his severed arm. Isn't Uchiha Madara already dead? Huh, does it truly matter whether one is alive or dead? The masked man chuckles lightly. My goal is the Eye of the Moon plan. I intend to guide everyone, including you, into a perfect illusionary world. In that realm, devoid of war, suffering, and loss, every individual has the opportunity to attain their deepest desires and realize all their wishes. It is a world of true peace. The voice of the masked man, imbued with the essence of the Sage of Six Paths and the 10 Tails, grew increasingly ethereal and grandiose. I shall gather all 9-tailed beasts, resurrect the 10 Tails, become its Jinchuriki, and cast my gaze upon the moon to unleash the ultimate illusion, the infinite Tsukuyomi. Upon hearing the terms 10 Tails and infinite Tsukuyomi, the gathered 5 Kage changed countenance. You lunatic, Tsunade rebuked coldly. The peace you speak of is but a deceptive dream. Do you truly wish to turn everyone into your puppets? Deceptive? Genuine? The masked man retorted. As long as all beings experience happiness, that is the greatest truth. The current world is rife with conflict, hatred, and despair. Does it not resemble an unending nightmare? Cease your insidious rhetoric. Inoki, the Ōtsutsuki, declared sternly while floating in the air. No matter how eloquently you speak, we shall never allow you to succeed. Is that so? Then there is nothing left to discuss. The masked man's tone turned frigid once more. Originally, I intended to offer you an opportunity for cooperation, but it seems that force is the only recourse left. His solitary eye slowly swept over the crowd, finally resting upon Tsunade, though his peripheral gaze remained fixed on Yakuchin, the 9 tails of Konoha, the 8 tails of Kumogakure, and the 2 tails Jinchuriki, saved by your hand. Surrender these 3-tailed beasts, and I might consider delaying the onset of the 4th Great Ninja War. Absolutely not. Tsunade rejected without hesitation. We will never hand over our Jinchuriki to a madman like you. The other Kage echoed their unwavering stance. A foolish choice. The masked man shook his head, a hint of pity in his voice. If that is the case, the 4th Great Ninja War officially begins. With that proclamation, his figure was once again consumed by the vortex of Kamui, vanishing entirely from sight. The courtyard fell into a profound silence. The 4th Great Ninja War, Tsunade murmured. Her expression ashen. This madman has truly declared war on the entire ninja world single-handedly. It appears we must swiftly assemble a ninja coalition. Gaara was the first to break the silence. Indeed, Mizukage Terumi nodded in agreement. Although Inoki and Reikage AI harbored their own calculations, they recognized the importance of unity in this life-or-death moment. The 5 Kage swiftly formed a consensus to establish the ninja coalition and decided to return to their respective villages to mobilize their forces in preparation for the impending conflict. After the meeting, Tsunade remained behind with Yakuchin. Yakuchin, her expression was unusually grave. You heard it as well. The Akatsuki's targets are the 9 tails, the 8 tails, and the 2 tails Jinchuriki, Yuzuki. With 2 Jinchuriki currently residing in Konoha, they will undoubtedly become prime targets once the war commences, possibly even the final battleground. I need you to ensure the safety of Naruto and Yuzuki before the ninja coalition officially assembles. Upon hearing this, Yakuchin understood the gravity of the situation. This arrangement is indeed quite reasonable. After all, his current strength is undoubtedly the most formidable in the Hidden Leaf Village, surpassed only by Tsunade and Jiraiya. Furthermore, safeguarding the Jinchuriki implies a steady influx of Akatsuki members arriving at their doorstep, ripe for experience. I understand, teacher. Yekawa nodded, calmly acquiescing. With my presence, nothing will happen to the 2 of them. As the 5 Kage summit concluded, the ominous clouds of the Ninja World War loomed ever closer. Upon returning to the Hidden Leaf, Tsunade promptly began to strategize defenses and counterattacks against the Akatsuki. A crucial element of this plan was to ensure the safety of the Jinchuriki within the village. Days later, a ship disguised as an ordinary cargo vessel quietly departed from the coastline of the Land of Fire under the cover of night. On board, apart from a few members of the Leaf's Umbu responsible for piloting, were Yekawa, Naruto Uzumaki, and the recently revitalized 2 tails Jinchuriki, Yuzuki. Hey, Captain Yamato. Yekawa, where exactly are we headed? Naruto exclaimed from the bow, gazing out at the vast ocean with excitement. This is an S-rank secret mission, isn't it? Are we going to eliminate some incredibly powerful enemy? Captain Yamato flashed his signature kind smile and replied earnestly, Naruto, the confidentiality of this mission is exceptionally high. I cannot disclose the destination or the specifics just yet. You only need to know that it relates to the safety of the entire ninja world. Wow. It concerns the safety of the whole ninja world. That's amazing. Naruto was instantly invigorated. Meanwhile, Yekawa leaned against the edge of the ship, eyes closed in meditation. Yet his mind was fully aware. He knew that their destination was the mobile fortress known as Turtle Island, used by the village hidden in the clouds to conceal and protect the Jinchuriki. It was also where Naruto would practice controlling the Nine-Tails chakra, and the very refuge where Killer Bee evaded the Ōtsutsuki in the original story. Ōtsutsuki, clad in a warm cloak, stood a short distance from Yekawa, the sea breeze tousling her golden hair. She observed Naruto, blissfully ignorant of their destination and still chattering away, and then glanced at the black-haired youth beside her, whose demeanor was as tranquil as the depths of the ocean, her expression somewhat complex. As an elite jonin and perfect Jinchuriki from the hidden cloud village, she was well aware of the true purpose of this journey. Approaching Yekawa, Ōtsutsuki spoke softly. Yekawa-kun, I am truly grateful to you. Not only did you save me, but you also agreed to escort us to that place. It's a mere trifling task, Yekawa replied calmly, opening his eyes. Moreover, protecting the Jinchuriki is a mission entrusted to me by the fifth Hokage. Ōtsutsuki gazed into his profound eyes, wanting to say something, yet hesitating to find the right words. This youth, significantly younger than herself, possessed unfathomable strength, and his demeanor was anything but typical of a leaf ninja. At that moment, the previously calm surface of the sea ahead of the ship suddenly erupted into massive waves. What is happening? Naruto immediately became alert. A colossal beast, adorned with 8 octopus-like tentacles, burst forth from the depths, letting out a deafening roar. Upon its apex stood a formidable figure, a burly man with dark skin, adorned with sunglasses and a hip-hop ensemble, bearing 7 blades upon his back. Yo, welcome to the heart of the ocean, everyone from Konoha. Check it out. He greeted with a distinctive rap cadence. The identity of the man was immediately recognized by Ōtsutsuki, who displayed a flicker of delight upon realizing it was Karabi. However, just as she prepared to approach him, the silhouette of Yekawa surged forth like an arrow released from its bow. He made no attempt to draw his sword. Instead, his fingers formed a blade-like gesture, unleashing a fierce, invisible sword energy directed towards the hip-hop giant. Yekawa-kun. No, Ōtsutsuki exclaimed in alarm. That is Lord Raikage's brother, our Jinchuriki Karabi from the hidden cloud village. He is an ally. Karabi, startled by the sudden onslaught, reacted swiftly, commanding the tentacles of the 8 tails to defend himself. Yet, the target of Yekawa's sword energy was not Karabi, but rather the wrapped and twitching blade known as Samahata, concealed behind him. Almost instantaneously upon the sword energy's approach, Samahata erupted violently. A figure with a shark-like visage, radiating ominous chakra, emerged in a frantic escape from the onslaught, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. It was none other than the Ōtsutsuki's Jinchuriki, Kisame Hoshigaki. What? Kisame? What is he doing here? Ōtsutsuki gasped in disbelief. Oh, you managed to see through my disguise. Kisame steadied himself, revealing a toothy grin, his interest piqued by Yekawa. You're quite remarkable, little leaf ninja. It seems the previous defeats of Kakazu and Scorpion at your hands were not without merit. His observation Haki had already discerned the potent aura concealed within Samahata. Kisame had stealthily infiltrated their midst, his intentions unmistakable, to extract intelligence regarding the Jinchuriki's whereabouts. Yekawa's gaze turned frigid. It appears you Ōtsutsuki are indeed relentless. Hell, likewise. Kisame sneered. Since you've uncovered my presence, I suppose I must eliminate all of you here. Water release, great shark bomb technique. Kisame swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a massive shark-shaped water projectile that soared towards Yekawa with an insatiable force. Water release, water prison shark dance. He then transformed the surrounding seawater into a colossal water prison, ensnaring the entire ship along with Yekawa, Naruto, Ōtsutsuki, and Karabi within its depths. In the water, his prowess would reach its zenith. Yekawa, be cautious. This guy is formidable in the water. Naruto shouted urgently. Yet, Yekawa remained composed, gazing steadily at the oncoming massive water prison and the shark water projectile. In the face of absolute power, any superficial advantage of terrain became irrelevant. He slowly unsheathed his sword, the kanji for one inscribed upon it. Swish. A blade of concentrated, pitch-black sword energy erupted forth, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through the night. The seemingly indestructible water prison, along with the ferocious shark water bullets, was effortlessly cleaved apart by the blade of sword energy, as if it were mere paper. The immense torrent collapsed with a deafening roar, crashing back into the sea and stirring up towering waves. What? The smile on the face of the dry persimmon Kisame froze in an instant. His eyes filled with disbelief. His triumphant water escape was, astonishingly, severed by a single stroke. Your chakra is indeed remarkable, rivaling that of a tailed beast. Night River's figure materialized before Kisame, the blade of the sword of Ōtsutsuki glimmering with armed color and domineering aura. Alas, before me, quantity does not equate to everything. He offered Kisame no chance, unleashing his technique to its utmost, his form approaching like a phantom. Kisame attempted to employ the same tactic, utilizing water escape to create distance. But Night River's speed was too swift. His observation haki had already locked onto all of Kisame's escape routes. Water escape, 5 shark bombs. In a moment of desperation, Kisame unleashed his formidable water escape ninjutsu once more, 5 ferocious shark water bullets lunging at Night River from various angles. Night River's gaze turned icy, the sword of Ōtsutsuki transforming into a dazzling array of blade light. With precise strikes, the 5 shark water bullets were obliterated mid-air. Immediately following, an even more rapid and fierce slash arrived before Kisame. His pupils constricted, and instinctively he raised his samahata to block. Clang! The piercing sound of metal clashing echoed. The armed, color-imbued sword of Ōtsutsuki collided violently with the chakra-absorbing samahata. However, this time, the proud chakra absorption of samahata yielded no effect against Night River's pure and domineering strike. Crack! A crisp sound resonated, and a clear fissure appeared on the blade of samahata. Impossible! The thought struck Kisame with terror. Yet Night River's assault did not cease. With a flick of his wrist, the blade shifted at an acute angle, bypassing samahata's defense and targeting Kisame's heart directly. It was over. With a thrust, the sword of Ōtsutsuki penetrated Kisame's chest without hindrance. Kisame incredulously glanced down at the blade piercing through him, his eyes filled with reluctance. But just as Night River prepared to unleash his full might and extinguish his life force entirely, Kisame's eyes glimmered with a hint of resolve, and he let out a furious roar. Water escape, water prison technique. He summoned a colossal water sphere centered around himself, ensnaring both himself and Night River within it. Following this, the remaining chakra within him surged violently. Even in death, I must deliver the information. Several shark clones carrying intel forcefully burst through the gaps of the water prison, scattering in different directions. You think you can send information before me? Night River's gaze turned cold, yet trapped in the water prison, he found it difficult to intercept all of them in time. Boom. Ultimately, dry persimmon Kisame chose self-destruction, the raging water escape chakra igniting the water prison in a cataclysmic explosion. Detection confirms host has slain Ōtsutsuki member dry persimmon Kisame. Comprehensive assessment grants 3,000 experience points for inheritance. The current inheritance level stands at 15. An S-rank rogue ninja has only increased it by a mere fraction. As Yechuan emerged from the remnants of the explosion, he observed the fleeing shark-like information clones. His brow slightly furrowed. Kisame Hoshigaki, a true stalwart of the Ōtsutsuki, indeed possesses his own ninja way, willing to sacrifice everything, even himself, for the sake of a mission. Alas, he has chosen the wrong side. Wow, Yechuan, you are truly formidable, Naruto exclaimed, astonished by Yechuan's unscathed state amidst the devastation that resembled a natural disaster. Killer Bee, shedding his usual playful demeanor, regarded Yechuan with seriousness. The Leaf's young man, your strength surpasses what my brother described. Yo! Yuzuki's enchanting gaze sparkled as she looked at Yechuan, harboring an indescribable sentiment. Naruto clenched his fists, declaring loudly, damn it. Yechuan has grown stronger again. I cannot fall behind. Uncle Octopus, take me to train. I must master the power of the Nine Tails. With that, Naruto eagerly followed Killer Bee towards the so-called real waterfall, which was said to aid him in mastering the Nine Tails chakra. Yechuan remained on a high ground at the edge of the island with Yuzuki, the gentle sea breeze tousling their hair. Yechuan-kun, Yuzuki said, gazing in the direction Naruto had departed, her heterochromatic eyes reflecting a hint of concern. Can Naruto truly control the power of the Nine Tails? That is the mightiest of tailed beasts. A slight misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. As the perfect Jinchuriki, she was acutely aware of the challenges and dangers of controlling a tailed beast. The fearsome reputation of the Nine Tails echoed throughout the ninja world, warranting her apprehension. In response, Yechuan merely smiled lightly, saying, "Worry not. He is the protagonist, after all, blessed with a halo. Even without parental support, he will surely convince the Nine Tails in the end." He refrained from voicing these thoughts, instead calmly replying, "Naruto Uzumaki always manages to create miracles, does he not?" Yuzuki paused, recalling how during Pain's invasion, Naruto single-handedly persuaded Nagato to resurrect the entire Leaf Village, and she nodded in agreement. Indeed, that golden-haired youth seemed to possess an innate ability to inspire those around him. Nonetheless, Yuzuki still harbored some unease. "But you saw how unpredictable Killer Bee can be. I fear he might lead Naruto astray." The more she pondered, the more uneasy she became, and suddenly she stood up. "No, I must go and check. If Killer Bee causes chaos, I can lend a hand." With that, she hurriedly pursued the direction in which Naruto and Killer Bee had departed. Yechuan watched Yuzuki's retreating figure without attempting to stop her. It must be noted that the training methods employed by the Cloud Village regarding Jinchuriki and tailed beast control are indeed unique. Both Killer Bee and Yuzuki can seamlessly achieve tailed beast transformation through their own consciousness, a feat nearly unimaginable in other ninja villages. Unlike Gaara, who initially relied on the technique of pretending to sleep to unleash Shikaku's power, which was fraught with danger. At that moment, Night River, with an acute perception akin to radar, suddenly sensed an anomaly. He abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp as they pierced the horizon where the sea met the sky. This aura was directed towards the island tortoise. Two familiar, yet now strangely ominous chakras were rapidly approaching the island tortoise's location. Night River's expression sharpened as he recalled the pertinent details from the original narrative. At this juncture, the information conveyed at the cost of Kisame's life indicated that it would be Kabuto Yakushi, alongside Deidara, resurrected through the impure world reincarnation technique. Their objective was undoubtedly the Eight Tails and Nine Tails residing on the island tortoise. Without further hesitation, he propelled himself forward with a powerful step. Moonwalk. Night River's figure shot into the sky like a cannonball, his form a streak of light as he advanced towards the source of the two ominous energies. Moments later, high above, Night River encountered the two uninvited guests. One was draped in a dark purple cloak, hooded, with a serpent-like cold smile gracing his face. It was none other than Kabuto Yakushi, who had successfully integrated Orochimaru's cells and mastered the impure world reincarnation technique to perfection. Beside him hovered a familiar golden-haired figure, Deidara, whom Night River had slain with his own hands, now summoned back through the same forbidden technique. "Ah, isn't this the Konoha brat who ended my art with a single stroke?" Deidara's eyes brimmed with malice upon recognizing Night River. "Kabuto, it's this guy? Let me blow him up into the most magnificent fireworks." As Kabuto laid eyes on Night River, his serpentine pupils slightly narrowed, revealing a grave expression. "So it's you, Night River. I didn't expect you to notice our arrival so swiftly." He was acutely aware that this young man possessed unfathomable strength. Having recently single-handedly vanquished the Six Paths of Pain, and even Uchiha Madara had suffered a significant setback at his hands. An adversary of such caliber could not be underestimated. Night River disregarded Deidara's clamoring and calmly addressed Kabuto. "Kabuto Yakushi, you have indeed chosen this path. It appears you handle the sacrilegious art of impure world reincarnation with great ease." "Heh, it's merely the victor and the vanquished." Kabuto adjusted his glasses, his gaze cold beneath the lenses. "Since you stand in my way, I shall eliminate you as well." He whispered to Deidara beside him, "Deidara, be cautious. His strength is formidable. Humph. No matter how strong he is, I am now invincible. My art is the most perfect." Deidara, unable to contain his eagerness, swiftly formed hand seals as clay birds carried him and Kabuto plunging towards Night River. Simultaneously, countless small clay spiders and birds erupted forth like a celestial shower. Night River regarded the myriad clay bombs cascading through the air with a glimmer of disdain. Shave. His figure vanished from sight in an instant, effortlessly evading all explosions. In the next moment, he appeared before the massive C1 clay bird, even faster than Deidara's reaction. However, this time he did not intend to strike down with a single sword as he had previously. He wished to test whether his newly awakened mystical eyes could directly annihilate these creations formed of chakra. Yechuan refrained from drawing his sword. Within his profound, dark eyes, countless delicate threads of death quietly emerged. He casually raised his hand and lightly sliced the air towards the enormous clay bird diving towards him. Whoosh! An invisible wave swept through, and the colossal C1 clay bird, along with Deidara and Yakushi Kabuto atop it, barely had time to react. It was as if an unseen hand had erased a portion of its existence. The bird's wings instantly fractured, losing balance and beginning to plummet erratically towards the sea. The explosion's flames dimmed significantly, as if even the very concept of an explosion had been diminished. What? Yakushi Kabuto and Deidara clumsily leaped from the out-of-control clay bird, their faces etched with shock. My clay has disintegrated? Deidara stared incredulously at his hands. Yakushi Kabuto's heart raced with terror. This attack is neither chakra nor a mere physical strike. What kind of power is this? Without hesitation, Yakushi Kabuto formed hand seals, and the sea below suddenly erupted. A gigantic serpent, several times larger than the original Manda, burst forth from the water. Its gaping maw aimed directly at Yechuan in the sky. This was the second-generation Manda, crafted from Orochimaru's cells. Yechuan, prepare to face this. This is my meticulously cultivated second-generation Manda. Its strength and defense far exceed that of the first generation. Even you shall not escape easily. Before Yakushi Kabuto could finish his boast, Yechuan calmly glanced at the menacing serpent, his gaze betraying not a hint of trepidation. He slowly grasped the hilt of his sword, the Wado Ikamanji, not hastening to draw it, allowing the serpent's great mouth, reeking of blood, to approach. Now is the moment. A glimmer of triumph flashed in Yakushi Kabuto's eyes, as if he believed Yechuan had been intimidated by the second-generation Manda's presence. Yet, just as the Manda was about to engulf Yechuan, he moved. He did not employ that enigmatic annihilation ability. Instead, he infused both chakra and willpower into the sheath of the Wado Ikamanji. Buzz! Before the blade was unsheathed, an extraordinarily concentrated and terrifying sword pressure emanated from within. He then drew his sword. Swoosh! A colossal slash, entwined with dark, armed haki and violent blue lightning, surged forth like a thunder dragon tearing through the heavens, rising to meet the serpent's biting maw. This strike was the culmination of his mastery of the eagle-eye sword technique combined with his own lightning release. Boom! There was no suspense whatsoever. The second-generation Manda, which Yakushi Kabuto had placed such high hopes upon, met the dark lightning slash, and in that instant, its massive head exploded like a watermelon. Purple serpent blood and shattered flesh poured down like a torrential rain, instantly filling the air with a foul stench. The terrifying force of the slash continued upward, cleaving the second-generation Manda's vast body in two. The enormous serpent carcass fell helplessly, crashing into the sea and sending towering waves surging into the air. The smile on the face of the pharmacist abruptly froze, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. What manner of monster is this? The second generation of the 10,000 serpents, slain by a single stroke? Without hesitation, he swiftly formed hand seals, contorting his body like a serpent, enveloped by a slick layer of fluid, preparing to execute the shedding technique to escape. However, the figure of Yechuan appeared before him like a relentless parasite, his pitch-black eyes shimmering once more with a heart-stopping deathly glint. The pharmacist's soul trembled, a wave of fear seizing his heart. This was the terror of facing a natural enemy. He unhesitatingly urged forth the chakra of the already prepared celestial technique within him. Celestial art, white flash. A blinding light erupted instantaneously, attempting to disrupt Yechuan's vision. Simultaneously, he forcibly invoked the shedding technique again, his body akin to a gecko shedding its tail, discarding the majority of his form to transform into a small snake, fleeing desperately into the distance. Meanwhile, Deidara, resurrected through impure reincarnation, was forcibly returned to his coffin, vanishing into the horizon alongside it. He ran swiftly. Yechuan slashed through the air with his sword, watching as the pharmacist transformed into a small snake and disappeared into the distance. Casting a sidelong glance at the forcibly retrieved coffin, his brows slightly arching. Before sheathing his sword, this fellow, after fusing with Orochimaru's cells, had indeed become quite elusive. Especially with the celestial chakra, the speed of its eruption was remarkable, allowing him to narrowly escape this time. Yechuan was acutely aware that had he recklessly activated the Eye of Death to retain the pharmacist, it would not have been impossible. Those eyes could pierce through the essence of celestial techniques, severing their threads of existence. However, he felt a slight fatigue emanating from the depths of his mind. Presently, the inheritance of 2 instruments stood at merely 15. Utilizing the magic eye once a day was already at its limit. Any more would impose a significant strain on his psyche. It was not worth it for a pharmacist. Moreover, Yechuan did not intend to eliminate the pharmacist entirely at this moment. This individual was, after all, a crucial supplier of experience packs in the impending Fourth Great Ninja War. A mysterious smile curved at the corners of Yechuan's lips. Obito, the successive Hokage, and past powers all required him to summon them through impure reincarnation, providing warmth to themselves. Wouldn't it be too great a loss to kill him now? The inheritance of 2 instruments was far more challenging than that of the Eagle Eye. A formidable figure like Kisame had only marginally increased his inheritance by a little over 1. How long would it take to achieve completeness without summoning more powerful beings through impure reincarnation? Just as Yechuan pondered, a yellowish light streaked across the distant sky, drawing near. A diminutive figure flew over, cursing under his breath, nearly straining his back from the rapid speed. "Hey, kid, was that commotion just now caused by you?" The third Ōtsutsuki, Inoki, floated in midair, glaring at Yechuan with indignation, pointing towards the still tumultuous waves and the remnants of the giant serpent below. Behind him, his granddaughter, Ōtsutsuki, jumped down, curiously surveying Yechuan. The Ōtsutsuki observed the unnaturally calm demeanor of Yakuchin, sensing the lingering aura of terrifying sword intent in the air, and couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. He turned to Ōtsutsuki, lowering his voice to say, "This kid is far too formidable. He is even more dangerous than that nine-tails Jinchuriki. Such a presence is undeniably disrupting the balance between the villages. Once we deal with that old monster, Uchiha Madara, the next one we must be wary of is undoubtedly this boy." At this point, Inoki suddenly shifted his tone, playfully raising his eyebrows at Ōtsutsuki. "How about you try to lure him to our Wagakure? With your looks, you might just captivate him completely. Then, we would have an invincible guardian for our village." "Huh? Grandfather, what are you saying?" Ōtsutsuki's face flushed crimson as she shot an exasperated glare at her unrestrained Ōtsutsuki. However, she couldn't help but steal a glance at the handsome boy with black hair and eyes not far away, feeling her heart flutter. But this guy really is quite handsome, and his strength is extraordinary. Yakuchin effortlessly overheard their little exchanges, but he chose to ignore them. With a swift motion, he vanished into the horizon, returning towards the island turtle. Soon, he sensed a powerful earth-style chakra enveloping the entire island. Under the Ōtsutsuki's technique, the giant turtle began to float slowly, moving at an unprecedented speed towards the coalition's designated gathering point, the Hidden Cloud Village. This gathering place was a colossal fortress built within the mountains, already brimming with elite ninja from the 5 great shinobi villages and the Land of Iron, all adorned with headbands emblazoned with the character for shinobi. The ninja coalition had indeed assembled. Tsunade had been waiting at the command center, and upon seeing Yakuchin return safely, a smile immediately graced her face. "Yakuchin, well done." She stepped forward, disregarding the numerous high-ranking officials around, and affectionately wrapped her arms around Yakuchin's neck, ruffling his hair. "Oh my, you are becoming increasingly reliable. Truly deserving of being my most cherished disciple." The familiar, mature fragrance enveloped Yakuchin once more as Tsunade's ample bosom pressed against his arm. He could only helplessly endure this sweet burden. "Tsunade-sensei, we are in a public setting. Please be mindful of your influence," Yakuchin remarked. It seems Tsunade noticed the scrutinizing gazes surrounding them. She cleared her throat, reluctantly releasing Yakuchin and regaining the dignity of the 5th Hokage. "Ahem, let's discuss serious matters." Just then, Gaara, the Kazekage, approached. "Yakuchin, after discussion among the various Kage, considering your displayed strength in the previous battle, we unanimously propose that you assume the role of commander of this ninja coalition and lead the operation." "Commander?" Yakuchin raised an eyebrow, shaking his head in immediate refusal without a hint of hesitation. Tsunade chuckled, casting a proud glance at the Reikage. "See, I told you so. I knew this kid would decline. He has no interest in such titles." "Humph, this kid is quite decisive. But even if he wanted to accept, I would be the first to oppose." Reikage murmured a few words, yet his gaze towards Yakuchin diminished in hostility and grew in acknowledgement. Gaara nodded. seemingly unfazed by Yakuchuan's reaction. In that case, I shall continue to serve as the commander of the Allied forces. Yakuchuan, your strength is undeniable. As the pinnacle of our coalition's combat power, your autonomy may well enable you to realize your utmost potential. Subsequently, Gaara provided a succinct overview of the composition of the ninja coalition. The coalition is divided into 5 principal combat divisions. The first division, Mid-Range Joint Force, led by Darui, specializing in coordinated mid-range assaults. The second division, Close Combat Joint Force, commanded by Inoki, responsible for frontal close-quarters engagement. The third division, Near Mid-Range Joint Force, under the leadership of Kakashi Hatake, focusing on support and surprise attacks. The fourth division, Long-Range Joint Force, personally led by Gaara, with Shikamaru assisting during battles, tasked with large-scale remote offensives and defenses. And the fifth division, Special Abilities Joint Force, led by Mifune, composed primarily of samurai and ninjas with unique abilities. Yakuchuan. Gaara turned his gaze towards him. Which division do you wish to join? Without a trace of hesitation, Yakuchuan opted for the second division. The rationale was clear. The second division was the front line of close combat, signifying that they would invariably confront the enemy's most concentrated firepower and gain the most experience. Excellent. Gaara nodded. Thus, the personnel allocation is settled. The ninja coalition is ready for action. On the high platform of the fortress, the leaders of the 5 divisions stood shoulder to shoulder, backed by tens of thousands of poised ninjas of the coalition. A great battle was imminent. Although the ninja coalition had assembled, this unprecedentedly vast army was not without its internal discord. The air was thick with tension and an almost imperceptible scent of gunpowder, a harbinger of the impending conflict. The enmity accumulated over decades between villages was not something that could be easily resolved by a mere declaration of alliance. Indeed, just before the Grand March, a cacophony erupted nearby. What did you say? It was your Sand Village scoundrels who ambushed our Konoha transport convoy back at Kikyo Mountain. A scarred Konoha ninja glared fiercely at a young Sand ninja, his hand resting ominously on his ninja tool pouch. Humph, on the battlefield, we all serve our own masters. Have your Konoha not committed their share of despicable acts in the past? The Sand ninja retorted defiantly, his eyes ignited with fury, chakra subtly surging. Cease this at once. Sand flowed silently from the ground, parting the agitated ninjas and gently sheathing their unsheathed weapons. Yakuchuan, mingling among the crowd, understood the scene unfolding before him, a quintessential pre-battle rally of fervor. However, this motley group indeed required a firm hand to restore order. Gaara, the Wind Shadow, had appeared on the platform at some point, his emerald gaze calmly surveying the restless throng below. In such times, do you still wish to direct your blades toward former foes, now comrades? I understand that those present hail from various villages, each with distinct histories. Sunagakure once committed unforgivable transgressions against Konohagakure. However, it was the ninjas of Konoha, particularly Naruto Uzumaki, who enlightened me on the essence of true peace. Upon hearing Naruto Uzumaki's name, a flicker of recognition passed through the eyes of some Konoha ninjas, especially among the younger generation. Now, we stand before a common adversary. Let us unite as one. The square fell into an oppressive silence. Moments later, an unknown individual began to lead, and soon muffled roars coalesced into a thunderous cheer. The tension that had pervaded the air seemed to dissipate, swept away by Gaara's inspiring words. Naikawa gazed at the small figure upon the platform, unable to suppress his internal commentary. Truly, as Naruto's first successful case of verbal persuasion and cherished disciple, Gaara's oratory skills would have made him a charismatic leader in any previous life. Nonetheless, the effect was undeniably profound. He had managed to temporarily consolidate this disparate assembly, showcasing his remarkable capabilities. Under Gaara's encouragement, the morale of the ninja coalition soared to unprecedented heights. Soon, each unit, under the guidance of their respective leaders, departed in an orderly fashion, advancing toward their designated battlegrounds. Naikawa followed the second unit, led by the earthy commander from Iwagakure, marching resolutely toward the assigned war zone. As a close combat assault team, their mission was to serve as the vanguard of the coalition, directly confronting the enemy's main forces. The unit progressed swiftly through the vast expanse of forest and snow, with the sensory ninjas maintaining acute vigilance, constantly scanning for any signs of enemy presence. However, as hours passed, they found no trace of the adversary. as if the enemy had vanished into thin air. It was peculiar, logically. The Ōtsutsuki organization could not possibly remain utterly silent. The earthy commander scrutinized the map in his hands, his brow furrowed with concern. Suddenly, Naikawa, who had been meditating with closed eyes, opened them wide. His observation Haki distinctly perceived numerous presences beneath their feet, densely packed to the point of causing a prickling sensation. Captain Yudo. Naikawa's voice shattered the tranquility of the unit. The enemy is underground. Underground. Yudo exclaimed, immediately turning to Naikawa. Can you confirm? How many are there? He was aware of Naikawa's unfathomable strength, but was astonished at his perceptive abilities, capable of sensing what even the sensory unit had missed. There are a vast number. Naikawa replied gravely. Dense, at least in the tens of thousands. Tens of thousands. Even Yudo, a seasoned veteran, gasped at the enormity of that figure. Yet, he hesitated not for a moment and promptly commanded his daughter, Ōtsutsuki, listen to Naikawa. Prepare for Earth release. Understood, father. Ōtsutsuki recognized the urgency of the situation and immediately began forming hand seals. Earth release, rising Earth. Simultaneously, Yudo and Ōtsutsuki unleashed their powerful Earth release techniques. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar. Amidst a cacophony of thunderous roars, the ground before the 2nd Battalion was suddenly upheaved by an immense force of earth manipulation, akin to being overturned by a colossal plow, revealing a profound abyss beneath. Immediately thereafter, a scene that sent chills down the spines of all present unfolded. From the excavated earth surged forth a multitude of white figures, erupting like a fountain. Their forms were contorted, expressions vacant, exuding an aura of chakra reminiscent of flora. These were the white Zetsu, a mere cannon fodder species fabricated by Uchiha Madara using Hashirama's cells. Thousands upon thousands of white Zetsu streamed forth like an unrelenting tide, instantaneously inundating the entire battlefield. Enemy attack. Prepare for battle. The piercing alarm resonated incessantly. Although the members of the Ninja Coalition's 2nd Battalion were taken aback by the sheer number of foes, they quickly regained their composure, drawing their weapons in readiness to confront the impending threat. The battle was officially underway. Yet, in that critical moment, Night River stepped forward slowly. Grasping the hilt of his sword, he gave it a gentle shake. With a hum, the blade remained sheathed, yet an indescribable aura of terror emanated from him, suffusing the air. In the next instant, he drew his sword. There were no cataclysmic chakra fluctuations, nor were there resplendent displays of ninjutsu. He merely executed a simple horizontal slash. Swoosh! A stunningly brilliant strike, akin to a celestial rift tearing through the heavens, swept forth. Where the sword's energy passed, the air seemed to be instantaneously vacated. The light of the entire world appeared to dim at that very moment. All gazes, whether belonging to the Ninja Coalition or the newly emerged white Zetsu, were irresistibly drawn to this radiant, pure sword light. The juxtaposition of dazzling brilliance against profound darkness seemed poised to rend the very fabric of space itself. In the path of this sword energy, the hundreds of white Zetsu at the forefront were shattered like decayed wood struck by an invisible tidal wave, reduced to mere remnants. Their cries stifled before they could even escape their lips. With just a single blow, nearly 1/10 of the adversaries emerging from the depths had been obliterated. My heavens! This fellow is indeed a monster. Inuzuka Kiba and his companion Akamaru, witnessing this miraculous spectacle, were left agape in astonishment. He was aware of Night River's prowess, yet he had not anticipated it to reach such monumental heights, far exceeding his comprehension of power. Night River Kuin Hinata's pure white eyes widened slightly in astonishment. Yet soon they brimmed with unabashed admiration. In her heart, Night River's figure had already ascended to that of a divine being, omnipotent and transcendent. Even the nearby Ōtsutsuki, upon witnessing that terrifying sword light as if it were poised to cleave heaven and earth asunder, stared wide-eyed, her mouth agape, murmuring, "Surely this strike is a jest. Can such a cut truly be wielded by a mere human?" Following a brief silence, a thunderous cheer erupted. "Oh, Night River-sama is incredibly strong. We are saved. Let us vanquish these monsters." Night River's earth-shattering strike served as the most potent elixir, igniting the fighting spirit of all coalition ninjas in an instant. Initially wavering due to the overwhelming numbers of white Zetsu, the morale of the troops surged to unprecedented heights. "Brothers, with Lord Yechuan leading the charge, what is there to fear? Let us slay them." Earth release, earth-shattering palm. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Inspired by Yechuan's formidable strength, the ninjas of the second unit roared in unison, unleashing their respective ninjutsu. As a deluge of attacks surged forth like a tidal wave towards the diverse forms of white zetsu, Yechuan did not falter. He resembled an indomitable god of war, single-handedly dominating the battlefield. He refrained from utilizing the energy-draining large-scale sword energy and did not resort to the use of the Eye of Death. Against such foot soldiers, there was no need to reveal his trump cards. Shadow clone technique. Boom, boom. Two clones identical to him appeared instantaneously on either side of the battlefield, transforming into three black whirlwinds of death that plunged into the ranks of the white zetsu army. With every strike, a sharp cry sliced through the air, and with each flash of his blade, dozens of white zetsu were cleaved in half or beheaded. His swordsmanship, enhanced by the legacy of 100 eagle eyes, had already reached a level bordering on the sublime, with every ounce of power employed with impeccable precision, yielding an efficiency that was astounding. In a mere moment, thousands of white zetsu had perished beneath the blades of Yechuan and his shadow clones. The once overwhelming tide of white zetsu was decisively stifled by his singular prowess, and the front line stabilized rapidly. However, as Yechuan beheld the easily dispatched white zetsu, a slight frown creased his brow. Kill white zetsu. Gain 1 inheritance experience. Kill white zetsu. Gain 1 inheritance experience. The constant chimes of the system notifications rang out, yet the meager amount of experience failed to ignite his interest. To kill 1,000 white zetsu to barely accumulate a single point of inheritance? The efficiency was abysmally low, Yechuan mused. Perhaps this was due to the very nature of the white zetsu. He understood that these beings were, in essence, artificial constructs birthed from the cells of the original Hokage. Hashirama Senju, catalyzed by the life force of the Outer Path's golem. Despite their vast numbers, their individual strength was lacking, and they seemed to lack a true soul and concept of death. For a legacy centered on the annihilation of all things, such as Ryogi Shiki, the experience they yielded was pathetically scant. As the battlefront stabilized, Yechuan noted that while the remaining white zetsu were still numerous, they no longer posed a significant threat to the second unit, prompting him to contemplate departure. He dispelled the shadow clones and approached Captain Huangtu, greeting him. Captain Huangtu, the situation here is nearly resolved. I shall check on the other battlefields. Huh. Oh, all right. Huangtu nodded vigorously, observing Yechuan, who was drenched in blood yet remained composed. You truly are a monster. We owe you a great debt this time. Yechuan merely acknowledged this with silence and turned to Hinata, noting her slightly fatigued countenance from the battle. He cautioned her gently. Hinata, be cautious. These white zetsu can disguise themselves as ninjas. Use your Byakugan to observe carefully. And do not let yourself be ambushed. I understand. Yechuan-kun, you must also take care. Hinata nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with concern. Once his instructions were conveyed, Yechuan did not linger. He lightly tapped the ground, activating the moon step, his figure soaring into the sky like a majestic eagle, racing towards the horizon. The question now was, to which battlefield should he proceed? As he traversed the air at high speed, Yechuan swiftly recalled the plot of the original story and the conditions of each battlefield. According to his memory, the third squad led by Kakashi was responsible for mid-range support and surprise attacks. The adversaries they faced were the 7 ninja swordsmen, resurrected through the impure world reincarnation. The 7 ninja swordsmen, all wielders of blades, could indeed be considered his peers. A hint of intrigue curved Yechuan's lips. It was the perfect opportunity to witness the prowess of these legendary Mist Village swordsmen and, coincidentally, to procure some worthy whetstones for the blade of Wado Ikemanji. Resolute in his decision, he adjusted his course and sped towards the battlefield of the third squad. Meanwhile, amidst a forest shrouded in thick fog, the third squad found themselves in dire straits. Damn it, the fog is too dense. We can't see the enemy's position at all. Everyone, be cautious. Their sword techniques are exceedingly deceptive. Led by Kakashi, the third squad was ensnared in a fierce battle. The resurrected Zabuza Momochi had already unleashed his most adept technique. The hidden mist jutsu, which enveloped the entire forest in a dense mist, severely impairing the visibility of the allied ninjas. Other members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, such as Kirigakure's Jinin Akabino, Kushimaru Kurirare, and others, adeptly maneuvered through the fog like phantoms, their uniquely shaped swords claiming the lives of numerous allied ninjas with each strike. Although the ninjas of the third squad fought valiantly, they found themselves retreating under the relentless assault of these legendary swordsmen, once feared throughout the ninja world, suffering heavy casualties in the unfavorable conditions. Just as a leaf ninja was about to be struck by Jinin Akabino's explosive tag, with no escape in sight, a chilling beam of sword light sliced through the fog like a bolt of lightning, descending from above. With a sharp sound, the explosive blade poised to strike was precisely deflected by this sudden surge of sword light. "Who is it?" Jinin Akabino exclaimed in surprise. From within the mist, a tall figure with flowing black hair gradually materialized, wielding a pristine white katana, his gaze calm as he regarded the assembly of swordsmen before him. "Yichuan, what are you doing here?" Kakashi was initially taken aback, but soon felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Kakashi-senpai, it seems you are encountering quite the predicament here," Yichuan remarked, surveying the beleaguered third squad. "Just in time, my blade has grown thirsty." In the fog-laden forest, the atmosphere was thick with murderous intent and the scent of blood. Yichuan's sudden appearance momentarily halted the actions of the resurrected foes, who had been rampaging through the mist. Another reckless leaf ninja has arrived?" Jinin Akabino grinned wickedly, revealing a cruel expression while clutching his explosive blade, adorned with detonating tags. "Perfect. Let this Grandmaster's explosive artistry claim yet another soul. How could that little imp be here?" Todaizai tightened his grip on the beheading sword in his hand, his gaze towards Yekawa filled with complexity. The battle in the Land of Waves remained vividly etched in his memory. Whoever he may be, he must be eliminated first. "Kurasame Shiranui, lend me your aid." With a long blade resembling a needle in hand and a morbid grin upon his face, Kurasame darted through the woods like a spider. The long needle he wielded trailed a slender wire, attempting to launch an attack from an uncanny angle. The wielder of the dull blade, Tassiano Aaron, let out a low, resonant growl, charging towards Yekawa with a massive axe capable of shattering all defenses. In addition to these four renowned members of the legendary Seven Ninja Swordsmen, two more figures stealthily emerged at different points on the battlefield, radiating unique chakra fluctuations. One, with hands adorned in peculiar patterns, was none other than the wielder of the explosive release bloodline limit, Karyu. The other exuded a scorching aura. His gaze icy. He was the user of the Scorch Release Bloodline Limit, Yakura. 6 formidable ninjas, once a force to be reckoned with, now encircled Yekawa from 3 directions. "Kakashi-senpai, your task is to eliminate the minions and seal their movements. Leave these to me." Yekawa spoke calmly without looking back at Kakashi, who observed the 6 dangerous reincarnated beings and then glanced at Yekawa's tranquil yet unfathomable silhouette, ultimately nodding. Be careful. He understood that, given Yekawa's current strength, these adversaries might indeed be insufficient. The little brat from Konoha. How arrogant. Explode. Without hesitation, Wooly Shinpachi struck first, detonating the explosive tags on his blade, unleashing a furious torrent of fire and steel towards Yekawa, akin to a tempest. Explosive Thunder Fist. Karyu also initiated his attack, slamming his fist into the ground, triggering a chain reaction of explosions beneath the surface, effectively trapping Yekawa in an inescapable onslaught alongside Wooly Shinpachi's assault. Faced with this nearly flawless barrage of explosions, Yekawa's gaze remained utterly unperturbed. Chafe. In an instant, just before the explosion reached him, his figure vanished from sight, reappearing like a specter behind Wooly Shinpachi and Karyu. What? Both were taken aback simultaneously. Yekawa offered them no chance to react. The blade, Wado Ikamanji, was unsheathed without them noticing. It bore no application of armed haki, nor was it entwined with lightning chakra. Yet, within his profound black eyes, countless intricate lines of death emerged, visible only to him. With a mere flick of his wrist, he struck at the 2. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 seemingly unremarkable slashes traversed the clearest lines of death on their bodies with pinpoint precision. The astonishment on Wooly Shinpachi and Karyu's faces froze instantaneously. They felt no pain as their bodies were meticulously severed, as if crafted by an artisan's precise hand. The 2 bodies resurrected from the dirt swiftly crumbled into a cloud of dust, revealing the core of the sealing talisman. The Eye of Death reappeared with divine might. In an instant, 2 adversaries were vanquished. From a distance, Kakashi's pupils constricted at this scene. He could not comprehend how Yichuan achieved such a feat. The nature of that attack transcended his understanding of both ninjutsu and taijutsu. Next, Yechuan's gaze shifted towards Kurasame Shiranui, who was launching an assault with steel wires and long needles, as well as the charging Tsukasa Yubito. Scene kill. Kurasame Shiranui let out a low cry, unleashing a myriad of poisoned steel needles that enveloped Yechuan like a net. Cleave. Tsukasa Yubito leaped high, wielding a blunt knife that descended with tremendous force. Yechuan's figure danced through the dense barrage of steel needles like a nimble fish, employing the technique of paper drawing to effortlessly evade all attacks. Following this, he took several steps in the air. Moon step, his silhouette soared, meeting the colossal blunt knife that fell from the heavens. At the moment of contact, Yechuan once again swung the sword, Wado Ikamanji, in his grasp. This time, a layer of finely condensed black-armed haki enveloped the blade. Clang! The piercing sound of metal clashing resonated through the forest. Tsukasa Yubito's cleaving strike, capable of shattering mountains, shattered inch by inch upon colliding with the Wado Ikamanji, now shrouded in armed haki. Impossible. A look of disbelief filled Tsukasa Yubito's eyes. Undeterred by the broken cleave, Yechuan proceeded with a horizontal slash. Thud. The body of Tsukasa Yubito, resurrected from the dirt, was cleaved in half. On the other side, Kurasame Shiranui sensed the impending doom and attempted to retreat. But Yechuan's shadow clone had already silently appeared behind him. A hand strike imbued with monstrous strength precisely struck his nape, temporarily incapacitating him. As for the adept user of Scorch Release, Yakura, she had just intended to unleash a fireball capable of vaporizing human moisture when Yechuan's main body, attuned to the color of observation haki, had already locked onto her. A swift, storm leg was unleashed, and the vacuum/wave reached her fireball in midair, causing it to detonate and sending her flying as well. At last, only Zabuza Momochi remained, standing a short distance away, his gaze complex as he regarded the youth before him, who resembled a deity or demon. In the span of merely a few exchanges, the once formidable 7 ninja swordsmen, who had ensnared the 3rd Division in a bitter struggle, alongside 2 powerful bloodline limit ninjas, were effortlessly dispatched by Yechuan with overwhelming force. Looking at Yechuan, Zabuza slowly raised his executioner's blade, his voice hoarse as he spoke. Yechuan, I never expected that after several years, you would grow to such heights. He inhaled deeply, a flicker of resolution crossing his eyes. It seems today, I, Zabuza Momochi, am destined to fall at your hands once more. However, he suddenly broke into a smile, a hint of relief and contentment shining through. It appears that kid, Haku, has not shown up here, which means he is living well. Thus, I can rest easy. As his voice fell, he no longer hesitated, charging forth with his blade towards Yakuchuan. This was the final dignity he possessed as a ghostly figure. Yakuchuan gazed at the approaching Zabuza, his eyes revealing no trace of emotion. The sword in his hand, the Wado Ikamanji, once again enveloped in the dark aura of haki. Clang! The great blade met the sound of severance. With a swift thrust, Yakuchuan's blade cleanly sliced through Zabuza's chest, concluding the life that had been forcefully extended by the reanimation jutsu. Zabuza's form gradually dissolved, yet a faint smile of relief adorned his visage. Yakuchuan sheathed his sword. As the system's notification echoed in his mind, detected host has defeated several formidable foes. Comprehensive assessment. Inheritance template degree increased by 5. Current inheritance degree, 75. 5 S-rank rogue ninjas reanimated, along with a formidable explosive release ninja, only yielding an increase of 5 in inheritance degree. Yakuchuan pondered inwardly. It appears that as one progresses in the 2 rituals legacy, the requisite quality of demise escalates. Ordinary battles have become insufficient to satiate the growth of the cursed eye. He glanced at the remains of the reanimated corpses on the ground, now being processed by the members of the 3rd unit with sealing techniques, and turned to Kakashi, stating, Kakashi-senpai, the troubles here have been resolved. I shall proceed to the next battlefield. Understood. Kakashi regarded Yakuchuan, his gaze still imbued with a mix of complexity and reverence. We must also swiftly ensure these fellows are thoroughly sealed to prevent any unforeseen resurgence. He recognized that a force like Yakuchuan should not be confined to a single locale. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Ninja Allied Forces, within the expansive operations tent, the atmosphere was tense and bustling. Flags representing various units continuously shifted across the sand table, while sensory and intelligence ninjas traversed back and forth, consolidating the latest battlefield updates for the command center. Well done. That lad named Ōtsutsuki managed to suppress the previously daunting enemies of the 3rd unit all on his own. Indeed, Captain Kakashi just sent word that the 7 ninja swordsmen and those 2 Kekkei Jinkai users have been completely sealed. The pressure on their unit has greatly diminished. Unbelievable. They are the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen. The advisors within the command center, upon receiving Kakashi's report, were left in awe of Ōtsutsuki's terrifying prowess. The tension that had gripped them due to formidable foes on all fronts began to ease slightly. As expected of my favored disciple. Tsunade, listening to her subordinates' discussions, revealed an unmistakable smile of pride, feeling a weight lift from her heart. With a powerhouse like Ōtsutsuki present, the odds of victory for the alliance had undoubtedly increased. Nara Shikaku, serving as the chief strategist of the alliance, observed the alleviation of pressure on the front lines due to Ōtsutsuki's activity, and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Habitually stroking his chin, Nara Shikaku remarked, with the variable that is Ōtsutsuki-kun, it indeed disrupts the enemy's deployment, granting us more initiative. Consequently, the pressure on other battlefields can also be significantly alleviated. He is a reliable individual, albeit also a troublesome one. He is acutely aware that the uncontrollable might of Yechuan serves as a double-edged sword for the allied forces, potentially heralding both salvation and future peril. At that moment, a panicked sensory ninja burst into the command center, his voice trembling. Report to the general headquarters. The 4th Division has encountered a formidable foe. The enemy? What are you flustered about? Speak clearly. Tsunade furrowed her brow and commanded sternly. Yes, yes. 4 past Kages have been resurrected by the impure world reincarnation. What? The moment those words escaped, the entire command center fell into a profound silence, faces etched with disbelief and horror. The past Kages. These were legendary figures who once stood at the pinnacle of each ninja village, wielding cataclysmic power. The simultaneous appearance of 4 such individuals on the battlefield of the 4th Division was unfathomable. Who are they specifically? Nara Shikaku inquired gravely. According to the images and chakra intelligence relayed by Lord Gaara, they are the 2nd Ōtsutsuki, Mu, the 2nd Mizuki, Kageyama Mangetsu, the 3rd Reikage, A, and the 4th Kazekage, Raza. Each name landed like a 1,000-pound boulder upon the hearts of those in the command center. The 2nd Ōtsutsuki, Mu, renowned for his dust release, could decompose all matter to a molecular state and was adept at concealment and division, making him an exceptionally troublesome adversary. The 2nd Mizuki, Kageyama Mangetsu, with his mirage-like illusions and devastating boiling vapor techniques, had instilled fear throughout the ninja world. The 3rd Reikage, famed for wielding the strongest spear and shield, possessed a physical might capable of withstanding tailed beast bombs, making him the most powerful Reikage in the history of Kyumobikure. As for the 4th Kazekage, Raza, father to Gaara, his ability to manipulate magnetism with sand and gold was unparalleled among shadow-level threats. The simultaneous emergence of these 4 legendary Kage was a catastrophic blow for any division. Damn it, that scoundrel, Kabuto, has kept this ace up his sleeve. Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, her face a mask of fury. Just as the atmosphere in the command center reached its zenith of despair, another urgent message arrived. Report. Captain Kakashi of the 3rd Division has sent an urgent transmission. A communication ninja called out. In their operational area, all enemies resurrected by impure world reincarnation have been completely subdued. Yechuan, having dealt with the foes there, is now en route at full speed to provide support to the 4th Division. What? That kid Yechuan has already gone there. Tsunade momentarily froze, then slammed her hand on the table again, her face transforming into a relieved smile. The previously oppressive atmosphere lifted instantaneously. Ha! Good. That lad is here. We are in safe hands now. Even if 4 Kage are resurrected, they will fall like mere vegetables beneath the blade of my precious disciple. On the battlefield, engulfed by swirling sands, Yechuan's figure appeared beside Gaara, as if through teleportation. At that moment, the 4th Division was being relentlessly pressed back by the 4 resurrected Kage, suffering heavy casualties. Yechuan, you have arrived. As Gaara beheld the emergence of Yakawawa, a fleeting smile graced his otherwise taut visage. What is the situation? He inquired, his gaze scanning the 4 ominous figures emanating a terrifying chakra in the distance. It is dire, came Gaara's solemn reply. Each of them possesses strength that nears their former pinnacle, and as they are bodies reanimated through the impure world reincarnation. Their chakra is virtually limitless, and they cannot be slain. We have no effective means of counterattack. Not far away, the third Ōtsutsuki, Inoki, was engaged in a fierce clash with the second Ōtsutsuki, Mu. The duel of dust release between the two Ōtsutsuki's unleashed cataclysmic energy, with each collision capable of obliterating all in its path. However, Inoki, being of advanced age, was beginning to exhibit signs of fatigue due to significant chakra depletion. Yakuwawa, Inoki called out, noticing the arrival of the young man. That third Raikage is tough as nails. With astonishing defensive capabilities, ordinary attacks will be ineffective. You must find a way to deal with him. The rest, we shall handle. In his view, concentrating their forces to eliminate opponents one by one was the most prudent strategy. Yet, Yakuwawa merely cast a calm glance at the four towering figures of the impure world reincarnation and replied, "There is no need for that, Lord Ōtsutsuki. Leave them all to me." At these words, not only Gaara and Inoki, but even the beleaguered coalition ninjas nearby displayed expressions of incredulity. One individual challenging four legendary Kages? Has this boy lost his mind? Disregarding the astonishment of the crowd, Yakuwawa's form flickered, manifesting before the four reanimated shadows like a wraith, blocking their path. A little brat from Konoha? The second Ōtsutsuki, Mu, examined Yakuwawa with sharp eyes, his bandaged face betraying a hint of disdain. Such boldness to challenge us for alone. The youth of today truly have no sense of their own limitations. The second Mizukage, Terumi Mei, stroked his small mustache, a smirk playing on his lips. A mere junior dares to stand before me? Seeking death. The third Raikage, his massive form crackling with lightning, exuded a ferocious aura, while the fourth Kazekage, Raza, regarded Yakuwawa with cold scrutiny. This boy's chakra feels rather unique, unlike that of an ordinary ninja. Could he be a prodigy of the Uchiha clan's new generation? In the face of the scrutiny and derision from the four legendary figures, Yakuwawa's gaze remained as tranquil as a placid lake. He slowly raised his blade, the Wado Ikemanji. Its tip angled toward the ground. In the next instant, a sword intent more tempestuous than the lightning surrounding the third Raikage erupted from him with a thunderous roar. Without further ado, Yakuwawa swung his sword. A breathtakingly refined and awe-inspiring slash, imbued with an indomitable spirit, descended upon the four imperious figures of the impure world reincarnation. Yakuwawa's astonishing opening strike seemed poised to cleave the very heavens asunder. Yet, those who stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world, bearing the title of Kage, were not to be trifled with lightly. What an astonishing sword pressure. The figure of the second Ōtsutsuki, Mu, instantaneously became translucent, narrowly evading the lethal strike while internally astonished. This young lad is not using ninjutsu. Such an exquisitely pure sword technique is something I have never witnessed in my lifetime. Water release, water mirror technique. The second Mizukage, Hozuki Mangetsu, rippled like water, instantly creating a water clone that mirrored his likeness, swiftly dodging to either side. He stroked his small mustache, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. An intriguing little brat. This sense of oppression is far more captivating than those who only rely on brute force. The third Raikage, A, was enveloped in a blaze of lightning, transforming into a black flash that moved with an almost imperceptible speed, narrowly avoiding the blade's edge. Even upon his bronze skin, he felt the searing pain of the sword energy grazing by. What a swift strike. This lad's strength is certainly not inferior to mine. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, manipulated the gold sand beneath his feet, retreating as if teleporting, a golden sand curtain unfurling before him in layers, attempting to withstand the residual force of the strike. Boom. The earth-shattering slash ultimately struck the empty space, cleaving several distant sand dunes in two, leaving behind a terrifying chasm of unfathomable depth. The sheer power of it caused all present to involuntarily gasp in awe. Has he evaded it? Truly worthy of the past Kage. Yakuwa's gaze remained tranquil, showing no surprise. You little brat, do not be arrogant. After a brief moment of shock, the four reanimated Kage launched their counterattacks almost simultaneously. Dust release, original world separation technique. The figure of the second Ōtsutsuki, Mu, flickered in midair, and a white cube-shaped barrier, exuding a sense of annihilation, rapidly formed between his hands and shot towards Yakuwa. Water release, steaming danger explosion. The second Mizukage, Hozuki Mangetsu, expelled a small, exquisite water clone reminiscent of his childhood, which swiftly expanded, rushing towards Yekawa, enveloped in scalding steam and unstable energy. Lightning release, Hell Spike. The third Reikage concentrated all his lightning chakra into his right index finger, transforming it into an indestructible black lightning spear, thrusting with the force of thunder directly at Yekawa's heart. Magnet release, Sand Gold Burial. The fourth Kazekage Raza clapped his hands, summoning an endless tide of sand gold from all directions, attempting to completely engulf and bury Yekawa alive. In an instant, the decomposing power of dust release, the infinite explosion of steaming danger explosion, the ultimate penetration of Hell Spike, and the suffocating restraint of Sand Gold Burial, for powerful ninjutsu, representing the pinnacle of their respective domains, converged from different angles, sealing off all avenues of escape for Yekawa. Faced with this cataclysmic combined assault, Yekawa's observation haki had reached its zenith. The flow of energy around him, the trajectories of attacks, and even the subtle manipulations of chakra by the four Kage were all laid bare within his perception. A commendable coordination, but alas, it is futile against me. Body flicker technique combined with Shuinpa. In the nick of time, Yekawa transformed into a fleeting afterimage, effortlessly weaving through the impenetrable web of attacks with unparalleled precision. A beam of dust-laden light brushed past the hem of his garment, narrowly evading the epicenter of the explosive devastation that he deftly sidestepped. The thrust of the lightning shadow merely struck his afterimage, while the surging sands of gold failed to touch even his shadow. What? He managed to evade all of it. The four shadowy figures were taken aback, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. When Night River's form reappeared, he stood before the second Mizukage, Terumi. I must first eliminate you. The most troublesome of adversaries, he thought, his gaze icy. The mirage technique of the second Mizukage, coupled with the infinitely explosive steam danger, was indeed a formidable challenge. Failing to address it promptly would introduce considerable unpredictability to the battlefield. Oil release, water transformation technique. Upon witnessing this, Terumi's body instantly morphed into a liquid state, attempting to become impervious to physical attacks. However, Night River's observation haki had already discerned the true location of his chakra core hidden within that liquefied form. Found you. Without a moment's hesitation, Night River's blade, the Wado Ikamanji, struck with the speed of lightning. The edge of the sword was not shrouded in haki, but instead concentrated a will that seemed capable of piercing through all illusions. Swoosh. The blade appeared to effortlessly glide through the liquid form of the water shadow, yet it precisely severed the chakra core concealed within. Ah, my steam danger. Terumi's liquefied body abruptly halted, his small mustache standing on end in shock. He felt his core sustain a grave injury, causing the distant, expanding explosion of his steam danger clone to spiral out of control and collapse in a thunderous cacophony. Night River's assault did not cease there. The blade flashed in a series of strikes, each landing on critical points of the second Mizukage's liquefied form. These were the weak points detected by his observation haki, where the technique faltered. With each precise strike, the second Mizukage's once proud oil techniques and water clones were dismantled in a manner that approached utter dissolution. His reanimated body crumbled inch by inch, disintegrating into dust. The water shadow has fallen so swiftly. In the distance, Gaara watched in shock, utterly astounded by the spectacle. Next, it is you. Night River's gaze shifted to the third Reikage, whose form was enveloped in crackling black lightning, resembling a demonic deity. You little brat, you shall not prevail. The third Reikage bellowed, his lightning release armor's defenses maximized, transforming him into a streak of black lightning as he charged toward Night River. He was confident that his indomitable armor could crush any foe. Lightning release armor, indeed formidable. Night River's expression remained serene as he advanced rather than retreated. The Wado Ikamanji in his hand was suddenly enveloped in a profound darkness, embodying the haki of armament. Moreover, this time the armament haki was more refined and weighty than ever before. Clang! The Wado Ikamanji, shrouded in potent armament haki, collided with the third Reikage's so-called strongest shield, the lightning release armor, in a fierce clash. The shrill sound of friction echoed across the skies. The violent lightning and the pitch-black haki engaged in a tumultuous confrontation. However, a shocking scene unfolded. The third Reikage's lightning armor, formidable enough to withstand tailed beast bombs, was unexpectedly torn open by a slender fissure under the strike imbued with peak armament haki from Yakuwa. In an instant, the blade surged forward. With a piercing sound, it effortlessly penetrated the Raikage's lightning armor, piercing through his iron-like chest. Impossible. My lightning armor. The third Raikage incredulously gazed down at the blade that had pierced through him, his eyes wide with horror. Yakuwa flicked his wrist, and the blade swept horizontally. The Raikage's imposing figure was cleaved in half. The core of the Edo Tensei was utterly destroyed, and this once mighty leader of the hidden cloud village followed in the footsteps of the second Mizukage, dissolving into a cloud of dust. Two legendary figures, who once commanded great respect, were reduced to mere ashes in the face of Yakuwa's overwhelming swordsmanship and haki. On the battlefield, only the fourth Kage, Rasha, who was also a product of Edo Tensei, and the elusive and formidable second Ōtsutsuki remained. Magnet release, Gold Sand Great Wall. Witnessing his comrades fall one after another, Rasha felt a surge of urgency. He swiftly manipulated the swirling gold sand to form thick, substantial golden barriers before him. Simultaneously, countless golden sand spears shot towards Yakuwa like a torrential downpour, attempting to launch an assault through sheer numbers. A tiresome trick. Yakuwa did not even glance at the incoming golden spears. His observation haki had already tracked their trajectories. His figure moved like a specter, effortlessly evading all attacks amidst the gaps in the sand. Then, with a gentle push from his foot in midair, he executed the moonwalk. In an instant, he soared above the layered golden barriers, appearing directly above the fourth Kage, Rasha. Not good. Rasha's heart raced, hurriedly trying to form a defense with the gold sand above him. But Yakuwa's blade was swifter. Covered in pitch-black armament haki, the blade, with the force of thunder, descended upon him. Without the slightest hint of suspense, Rasha's body, composed of Edo Tensei, along with the hastily conjured gold sand defense, was split in two by Yakuwa's strike, meeting the same fate as the other two Kages. Yet another foe vanquished. Yakuwa's gaze remained calm, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. However, just as he eliminated the fourth Kage and his form had not yet fully descended, danger loomed. Dust release, original world separation technique. A perilous voice slithered through the air like a venomous snake from Yakuwa's side. Unbeknownst to him, the second Ōtsutsuki had silently appeared. Between his hands, a transparent cube radiating an aura of utter destruction was aimed at Yakuwa, who was still suspended in midair, exhausted from his previous exertions, and it was unleashed with ferocity. This strike was timed to perfection and delivered from an exceptionally cunning angle. Dust release, original world separation technique. It was a terrifying bloodline limit capable of decomposing all matter into its molecular state. Once struck head-on, even a body resurrected from the earth would be utterly obliterated, unable to regenerate. Night River. Be cautious. From a distance, Gaara gasped in horror at the sight, unable to contain his astonishment. The third Ōtsutsuki, Inoki, felt his pupils constrict in terror. At this distance, at this moment, it was over. That boy was about to be directly hit by the dust release. In their eyes, Night River had already fallen into an inescapable predicament. However, as the annihilating beam of dust release loomed, a chilling azure light suddenly flickered within Night River's deep black eyes. The mystical eyes of death activated. In an instant, the world within his vision seemed to transform. The originally formless and intangible beam of dust release, representing pure decomposition, revealed to him distinct and delicate lines of death, akin to a spider's web. So, whether it be matter, energy, or even this bloodline limit technique itself, as long as something exists, it must embody the concept of an inevitable end. A moment of clarity flickered within Night River's mind. The blade in his hand, the Wado Ikemanji, seemed to come alive, vibrating slightly and emitting a subdued hum. There was no cataclysmic aura, nor was there a tumultuous surge of chakra. At the very instant the dust release beam was about to engulf him, he gently struck down upon the most obvious and fragile line of death upon that beam. Swish! An astonishing scene unfolded. The dust release beam, which should have annihilated everything, fragmented silently in the wake of Night River's seemingly casual strike. As if it were a bubble being punctured. No explosion, no shockwave, only pure disintegration and demise. The ferocious power of decomposition instantaneously lost its source, transforming into harmless energy particles that dissipated into the air. What? For the first time, The second Ōtsutsuki's typically impassive face displayed an expression of shock, as if he had encountered a ghost. His beloved dust release, the pinnacle of his bloodline limit, had, against all odds, been severed by an obscure youth wielding a mere blade. This surpassed all his understanding of ninjutsu and combat. What sorcery is this? Just as the second Ōtsutsuki momentarily faltered in utter astonishment, Night River appeared before him, as if teleporting. I see your existence as well. Night River's voice was cold and composed, the Wado Ikamanji once again gliding along an imperceptible line of death. The second Ōtsutsuki's body stiffened abruptly. He felt no pain. Yet the very essence of his existence, or rather, the concept upon which his resurrected form relied, had been thoroughly severed. His body crumbled like weathered stone, transforming into a cloud of dust that vanished without a trace, leaving no opportunity for sealing. Night River slowly sheathed his blade, exhaling a breath of murky air. Detected that the host has defeated several formidable enemies. Comprehensive assessment indicates an increase of 10 in the inheritance degree of the second inheritance template, Liang Ishiki. Current inheritance degree, 165. The inheritance degree has reached 165, and the burden brought by the Eye of Death seems to have lessened somewhat. Yichuan can distinctly feel that after utilizing the eye, the sharp pain in his brain and mental exhaustion have considerably eased compared to before. It appears that as the inheritance degree rises, his mastery over this pair of magical eyes will also strengthen. At this moment, on the distant battlefield, both the ninja allied forces and powerful figures such as Gaara and Inoki are petrified, staring in disbelief at the black-haired youth standing with a sword. Silence, an eerie silence. A solitary individual, single-handedly challenging for legendary shadow-level warriors, and achieving victory with such effortless grace. Is this truly the extent of human capability? What manner of monster is Tsunade's disciple? As the dust settles on the battlefield, the four legendary shadows, once feared throughout the ninja world, have been utterly vanquished by Yichuan alone. The terrifying aftermath of the battle continues to leave the surrounding sandy terrain riddled with grotesque cracks. Following a brief stillness, Gaara is the first to regain his composure, promptly directing the ninjas of the 4th Division. Quick, sealing team. Immediately seal the remains of the 3rd Raikage and the 4th Kazekage. The allied ninjas, awakening from their stupor, hastily advance, carefully handling the remnants of the 2 shadow figures. As for the 2nd Mizukage and the 2nd Ōtsutsuki, they have been obliterated by Yichuan's unique attack, requiring no further sealing. The 3rd Ōtsutsuki, Inoki, hovers in midair, gazing at the calm black-haired youth who has sheathed his sword not far away. He instinctively touches his neck, as if feeling the phantom of that cold blade brushing past. Gulp. He struggles to swallow. The condescension stemming from the youth's age has long since dissipated, replaced by profound trepidation. This young man is truly an extraordinary anomaly. Inoki muses inwardly. Such unfathomable strikes, such elusive speed and perception. After all these years, I have never encountered a youth so preposterously skilled. It is likely that the dynamics of the ninja world will be irrevocably altered because of him. Is Konoha about to produce a genuinely invincible being? He even contemplates how many moves he could withstand if he were among those 4 shadows facing an attack from Yichuan. The thought sends a chill down his spine. Enough of this. It is prudent to avoid provoking such a creature lightly. Inoki dismisses any notion of becoming an adversary to Yichuan. Meanwhile, in a shadowy cave, Kabuto observes the spirit plates representing the 4 shadows of the impure world reincarnation shattering in rapid succession, his confident smile freezing in place. The impure world reincarnation of 4 shadow-level warriors has been resolved so swiftly. He abruptly lifts his gaze, focusing on the name on the intelligence scroll that has left a profound impression on him. Yichuan Liu. It is him again. To what extent does this individual possess strength? Yakushi Kabuto felt a chilling sensation surge from his feet to the crown of his head. He had initially believed that with the army of impure reincarnations and his progressively refined sage techniques, he could stir the winds of change in this great ninja war, perhaps even emerge as an opportunistic victor. However, the variable that was Yakuchin Ryu, with his astonishingly rapid increase in power and the terrifying might he exhibited, far exceeded his expectations. Meanwhile, in another dimension, a white Zetsu clone emerged from the ground like a specter, panic etched across its features as it reported. Lord Black Zetsu has sent urgent intelligence. A massive chakra response from the Eight Tails and Nine Tails has been detected near the allied forces of the Cloud Village and Konoha. It seems they have escaped the previous barrier's control. Upon hearing this information relayed by the White Zetsu clone from a different battlefield, Uchiha Obito, adorned with his spiral mask, felt a shadow pass through his singular eye. Have the Eight Tails and Nine Tails broken free? Humph. Those feudal lords are nothing but useless debris. There is no need to waste any more time on them. His original strategy was to exploit the chaos to weaken the living forces of the five great nations as much as possible and to control the feudal lords, paving the way for the subsequent execution of the Moon's Eye plan. However, the unexpected escape of the Jinchuriki and the presence of this formidable variable, Yakuchin Ryu, forced him to adjust his strategy prematurely. Lord Madara, the White Zetsu clone, inquired cautiously, "What shall we do now?" The masked man slowly rose, his tone cold and resolute. "The plan has changed. Since the Nine Tails and Eight Tails have appeared, we can no longer delay. I will personally join the fray. Target the 1st Division's battlefield. There, the sealed Kinkaku and Ginkaku remain, still harboring the chakra of the Nine Tails. We must retrieve them as a contingency for the Nine Tails chakra." With those words, his figure, along with the surrounding space, warped and vanished in an instant. At the headquarters of the Ninja Alliance, a tense atmosphere thickened the air. "Report." A pale-faced censor ninja rushed in, exclaiming, "An inconceivably massive chakra response has emerged at the 1st Division's battlefield. It resembles a humanoid monster." "A humanoid monster?" Narashikaku furrowed his brow. "What exactly is happening?" Aoi, responsible for long-range sensing, simultaneously relayed the scene he observed through Shikaku's mind transmission. His single eye filled with horror. This chakra is unprecedentedly powerful. Could it truly be the legendary Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Madara. A wave of astonishment swept through the command center. Just as the members were reeling from the implications of this name, another urgent report arrived. To the command center. Confirmation that the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, have successfully breached the previous isolation barrier and are rapidly advancing towards the main battlefield. What? Those two have escaped as well. Tsunade slammed her palm on the table, though her expression bore little surprise. Rather, it was tinged with a sense of inevitability. She immediately made a decisive call. "Reikage, we must go at once to intercept those two. They cannot be allowed to confront Madara at this moment." "Humph, those two fools." The Reikage, though visibly angered, understood the gravity of the situation. "This is entrusted to you, Narashikaku." Tsunade spoke solemnly to Narashikaku, her voice imbued with trust. "Yes, Lord Hokage." Without hesitation, Tsunade and the Reikage transformed into two streaks of light, racing towards Naruto and Killer Bee. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the 1st Division, Darui led his troops, engaged in fierce combat with numerous White Zetsu and a portion of reanimated foes. Suddenly, a wave of despairing terror descended from the heavens. Boom! The ground shattered, and dust filled the air. A colossal demonic statue, towering several dozen meters and exuding an ominous aura, erupted from the earth, descending upon the battlefield like a beast from myth. It was the Outer Path Golem. What manner of monster is that? Every allied ninja felt a primal shiver at the sight of the golem radiating an aura of destruction. "Stop it. We cannot allow it to approach." A father-son duo, Akimichi Choza and Choji, immediately activated the super expansion jutsu, transforming into two towering giants, attempting to block the golem's advance with their massive forms. However, in the face of the golem's godlike power, even the enlarged Akimichi duo was akin to a feeble grasshopper facing a chariot. Boom! The Outer Path Golem merely waved its arm, effortlessly swatting the transformed duo aside as if they were mere flies. Following that, the golem opened its enormous maw, unleashing a soundless roar, sweeping its massive arms across the battlefield, unstoppable. It disregarded the attacks of the surrounding allied ninjas and charged straight toward a specific location on the battlefield. There lay two unique sealing tools, the red gourd and the amber purification bottle, entrapping the Nine Tails chakra of Kin and Jin. In the eyes of the despairing ninjas, the golem's gigantic hand seized the two legendary ninja tools and swallowed them whole. On the battlefield of the 4th Division, the sandstorm gradually subsided. Yagura sheathed his sword, having vanquished four legendary shadows, yet he felt no sense of relief. He sensed that although the inheritance of the two instruments had risen to 165, The mental burden brought by the mystical eyes of death remained formidable, even if somewhat alleviated. However, just as he prepared to adjust his breath and perceive the conditions of other battlefields, an overwhelming chakra presence, far more terrifying than the combined might of the foreshadows, erupted abruptly from nearby the battlefield. Yagura's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils constricting. Could it be that feeling? A dire realization flashed through his mind. Recalling a scene from the original story that filled him with dread, the second Ōtsutsuki should have been completely severed from existence by my mystical eyes of death. Yagura furrowed his brow tightly, rapidly recalling the details of the recent battle. Unless he activated the separation technique before I could slay him. In a moment of clarity, Yagura grasped the key. The second Ōtsutsuki was most adept not only at dust release, but also at the separation technique, which could split both his body and soul in two. This technique is fundamentally distinct from the shadow clone technique. The entities that emerge from it are all manifestations of the original. Even if one is annihilated, the others can persist. Moreover, it is likely that the split entity has immediately employed the dustless obfuscation technique to thoroughly conceal its presence and form, rendering even my observation haki momentarily ineffective. Truly deserving of its title as the second Ōtsutsuki, this is indeed exceedingly elusive. Night River's expression turned gravely serious. If his conjecture was accurate, then what was about to transpire would be dire. Meanwhile, beneath a concealed rock face on the battlefield's opposite end, a disheveled figure, reduced to only its upper body and wrapped in bandages, gasped for breath as its hands moved with remarkable speed to form seals. It was none other than the second Ōtsutsuki, who had narrowly escaped disaster through the use of the splitting technique and the dustless obfuscation technique, now hidden away. At this moment, he was being remotely manipulated by the curse of the impure world reincarnation cast by Kabuto. Cursed be that young leaf ninja. He is nothing short of a monster. As he continued forming seals, he lamented with a tinge of fear, I nearly lost my life there. Where on earth does Konoha find such abominations? His hand slammed onto the ground with determination. Impure world reincarnation, summoning technique. A massive seal spread across the ground, and soon after, a coffin, identical to those summoned previously, began to rise from the earth. However, the ominous aura and oppressive feeling emanating from this particular coffin were unparalleled. With a thud, the coffin lid slowly creaked open. A terrifying presence, as if it sought to freeze the entire world, emanated from within. A man clad in dark red layered armor, with long black hair obscuring his right eye and a left eye gleaming with the three-tomo Sharingan, emerged gracefully from the coffin. He stretched his limbs, savoring the sensations of this youthful body, a slight frown of discontent forming at the corners of his mouth. Have I finally succeeded? That little brat Nagato took longer than I anticipated. Yet, something feels amiss with this body. The man glanced down at his hands, which were not flesh and blood, but rather a body formed of earth, a product of the impure world reincarnation, and his brow furrowed slightly. This is not the body born of the rebirth technique. The second Ōtsutsuki gazed at the man radiating an overwhelming aura, even as a fellow reincarnated entity. He could not help but feel a pang of trepidation. Uchihamadara. The mere thought of this name stirred tumultuous waves within the heart of the second Ōtsutsuki. The man before him was indeed that legendary being, akin to a myth. Uchiha Madara's gaze turned icy in an instant. Impure world reincarnation, is it? Humph. It seems the plan has encountered some unforeseen complications. Beneath the rocky terrain, in the main battlefield of the 4th Division, Night River, upon sensing the eruption of that unmatched, terrifying chakra, unsheathed his sword, the Wado Ikamanji, without hesitation. The pristine blade shimmered with a cold light amidst the swirling sands of the storm. What is happening? Wasn't the enemy already dealt with by Lord Night River? The surrounding coalition ninjas, upon witnessing the formidable demeanor of Yechuan, were enveloped in expressions of uncertainty and astonishment. What are you planning to do, young man? Third Ōtsutsuki Jinoki, perceiving Yechuan drawing his blade once more, felt a sudden tightening in his chest and instinctively feared for his own frail existence, hastily commanding him to halt. Yechuan, without a single glance in his direction, coldly warned, Everyone, be cautious. The true enemy has emerged. At his words, the crowd fell silent, instinctively following Yechuan's gaze upwards. There, atop the distant rocky summit, they beheld a familiar figure, shrouded in bandages, which had inexplicably materialized, the second Ōtsutsuki, previously vanquished by Yechuan. How could this be? Hadn't Lord Yechuan already dealt with the second Ōtsutsuki? Could it be a mere clone? The coalition ninjas gasped in disbelief, vividly recalling how Yechuan had previously dismantled the 4 legendary figures one by one with overwhelming force. Particularly, the second Ōtsutsuki had been eradicated in such an incomprehensible manner that not even remnants remained. Amidst the growing uncertainty, another figure slowly emerged beside the second Ōtsutsuki. Clad in dark red layered armor, with wild black hair cascading over his shoulders to obscure his right eye, he stood with arms crossed. His exposed left eye gleamed with a chilling, scarlet, 3-tomo Sharingan. Even in stillness, he emanated an aura of terrifying superiority that left all ninjas beneath the rank of Kage gasping for breath. Uchiha Madara, the authentic, legendary Uchiha Madara. Resurrected in the form of impure world reincarnation, he had descended upon the battlefield. Is that truly Uchiha Madara? Gaara's gaze fixated on the familiar yet alien figure, his emerald eyes narrowing in shock. His body bore the signs of impure world reincarnation. This implied that the real Uchiha Madara must have perished long ago. With great difficulty, third Ōtsutsuki Inoki swallowed hard, his aged visage etched with horror. If this indeed was the genuine Uchiha Madara, then who was the masked individual claiming to be Madara? Instigating the 4th Great Ninja War? Was there yet another person involved? On the rocky summit, the second Ōtsutsuki turned to Uchiha Madara, his tone devoid of emotion. It seems chaos reigns below, Lord Madara. Madara's gaze swept over the seemingly endless coalition of ninjas, a smirk of disdain curling his lips. Oh, the 5 great ninja villages are intertwined, all donning the same headbands inscribed with shinobi. It appears this new alliance has been formed specifically to confront me. Quite intriguing. He then turned to the second Ōtsutsuki, inquiring with a tone of indifference. So, who has summoned me through impure world reincarnation? The precision of this technique seems to surpass that of the second Hokage's era. Lord Madara, it appears you have slumbered for far too long. A voice, laced with a chilling satisfaction, emerged from the lips of the second Ōtsutsuki, as Yakushi Kabuto, the former assistant of Orochimaru, conversed with Uchiha Madara. I am Yakushi Kabuto, the esteemed aide of Lord Orochimaru. This Edo Tensei technique has been further refined in my hands, its power surpassing that of the second Hokage and my master, Lord Orochimaru. You now possess strength greater than in your former life, along with infinite chakra and immortality. Oh, a glimmer of understanding flickered in Madara's eyes. It seems that the plan has encountered unforeseen variables. Kabuto continued through the second Ōtsutsuki. Lord Madara, your awakening is most opportune. However, before you indulge in the war feast prepared for you, allow me to offer a word of caution. His gaze, or rather, that of the second Ōtsutsuki, precisely targeted a calm black-haired youth below, wielding a white longsword. The boy, known as Yukawa Ryu, was a ninja from Konoha. His strength was exceedingly enigmatic and formidable, having single-handedly defeated Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan. The previous 4 Kage-level figures, too, had fallen to his might. Thus, I implore you to exercise utmost caution in your approach. Upon hearing this, Madara finally directed his attention to Yukawa. The two locked eyes across a vast distance, their gazes intertwining in the air. Yukawa remained composed, his deep-set eyes betraying no emotion. A slight frown creased Madara's brow. His Sharingan, having witnessed the vicissitudes of the world, failed to detect any chakra fluctuations that posed a threat from this excessively youthful adversary. Is this peculiar boy merely exaggerating? A flicker of doubt crossed Madara's mind, only to be swiftly supplanted by his unwavering confidence born from absolute power. Humph, it matters not. Dismissing further contemplation, Madara leaped from the towering cliffs, plummeting to the ground like a meteor. Having awakened, I shall commence with a warm-up. Boom! Dust and debris filled the air. Emerging from the haze, Madara swiftly formed hand seals. Fire style, great fire annihilation. A terrifying inferno erupted forth, akin to a deluge of molten lava, instantly engulfing hundreds of meters ahead. Its might and temperature surpassed that of ordinary fire techniques, as if intent on incinerating the very world itself. In the face of this cataclysmic blaze, Yukawa's gaze remained unperturbed. He slowly raised his sword, the black armament haki enveloping the blade, radiating an intimidating brilliance. With a single, unadorned slash, he unleashed a perfectly honed wave of darkness, surging forth to confront the oncoming tide of flames. A bizarre scene unfolded. The dark wave of slashing energy, upon its contact with the inferno, was not devoured by the flames. Instead, it cleaved through the fire as if parting a river, forcefully dividing the immense blaze in twain. Where the wave passed, the flames extinguished as though confronted by a nemesis. With a single strike, Uchiha Madara's formidable great fire destruction, capable of incinerating all, was unexpectedly vanquished. For the first time, a flicker of astonishment and intense interest manifested in Uchiha Madara's perpetually disdainful gaze. It was not a mere transformation of chakra nature, but rather a peculiar force that directly severed my fire technique. How intriguing! This youthful opponent is indeed different from those of the past. At that moment, his combative blood seemed to ignite. The three Tomo in Uchiha Madara's eyes spun violently, morphing into an enigmatic kaleidoscopic pattern. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight. Surging into the ranks of the allied ninja like a specter, he wielded no weapon, relying solely on his honed physique and the insight of his Sharingan. Unleashing a tempest of carnage among the crowd, the cries of agony erupted in a cacophony. The ordinary allied ninjas were utterly powerless against him. Uchiha Madara effortlessly seized a katana from a flying ninja, its blade flashing as each strike targeted vital points, akin to a tiger among sheep, resulting in dozens of ninjas falling at his feet. Just as Uchiha Madara reveled in his slaughter, preparing to expand his victory further, clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing echoed. Night River's figure had, unbeknownst to him, materialized before him, the blade of his katana, the Wado Ikemanji, impeccably blocking his forceful strike. Uchiha Madara gazed at the black-haired youth who once again stood in his way, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes, soon replaced by an even more fervent battle spirit. Youngster, your swordsmanship is impressive. Allow me to take you a bit more seriously. A proud smile crept across Uchiha Madara's lips as he shifted his stance and initiated his assault. With the ordinary katana in his grasp, fortified by his unparalleled combat skills and the assistance of his Sharingan, each slash was astute and fierce, aimed directly at Night River's vital points. Clash, clash, clash. Night River wielded the Wado Ikemanji, engaging in a fierce close-quarters battle with Uchiha Madara. The gleam of blades flickered at the heart of the battlefield, each collision erupting into a shower of sparks. Such formidable swordsmanship. Night River felt a chill within. This man, even without relying on those extravagant ocular techniques and ninjutsu, wielded his physical prowess and swordplay to an extraordinary degree. It was likely the dual Mangekyo Sharingan that had elevated his dynamic vision and reaction speed to an unfathomable realm. He could sense that every strike from Uchiha Madara carried an overwhelming pressure of omniscience, as if he had already predicted all of Night River's responses. Were it not for his own observation haki having also reached an elevated state, he might have long since found himself at a disadvantage. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Night River erupted with fervor. In his hand, the sword Wado Ikemanji transformed into a swift and lethal slash, aimed directly at Uchiha Madara's face. A flicker of admiration crossed Madara's eyes, yet he remained unperturbed, leaning back at an astonishing angle to narrowly evade the fierce strike, simultaneously propelling himself backward with a powerful thrust of his legs. You little brat, your taijutsu and kenjutsu are indeed impeccable, but if this is all you have, it is far from enough to truly entertain me. Madara leaped back several dozen meters, landing steadily on the ground. The patterns within his Sharingan began to whirl madly. Boom! A surge of chakra, even more daunting than before, erupted from within him like a volcanic explosion. Violet-blue energy coalesced around him as if it were tangible, swiftly forming a gigantic skeletal framework towering over 10 meters high. Subsequently, tendons and flesh adhered to it, ultimately morphing into a fearsome war deity clad in armor, wielding two immense chakra blades. It was none other than the Uchiha clan's ultimate ocular technique, Susanoo. Moreover, this was already the second stage, equipped with weapons and armor. What manner of monster is that? Uchiha Madara possesses such power. The allied ninjas in the distance gazed at the towering energy giant, their eyes filled with dread. Yet, Yekawa, observing the terrifying presence of Susanoo, remained calm, though a sense of vigilance stirred within him. So, Susanoo has indeed been unleashed. He tightened his grip on Wado Ikemanji. Against an opponent like Uchiha Madara, no trump card could be carelessly revealed. Although the Death Perception Eye was formidable, its consumption was equally colossal. It must be reserved for the most critical moments. He resolved to first confront this legendary divine power with his purest swordsmanship and indomitable spirit. Roar! Uchiha Madara, situated within the crystalline forehead of Susanoo, manipulated the colossal energy war deity, brandishing the two chakra blades capable of cleaving mountains and stones, and struck fiercely towards Yekawa. Unflinching, Yekawa pressed forward, launching himself like a cannonball with a sudden stomp of his foot, activating Shave. A layer of intensely condensed pitch black armament haki enveloped Wado Ikamanji once more. Sword against sword? How intriguing. A glimmer of mockery flashed in Madara's eyes at the sight. Boom. Clash. Yekawa's seemingly diminutive figure collided violently with Susanoo's gigantic chakra blade. The clash of armament haki against the energy of Susanoo produced a deafening roar. In the instant of impact, Yekawa was pushed back several steps. Yet a fine crack appeared on the surface of Susanoo's massive chakra blade. He actually blocked it. A hint of astonishment flickered in Madara's gaze. But it was not over yet. Yekawa steadied himself and charged once more, his pitch-black sword transforming into a flurry of sword shadows, engaging in a fierce counterattack against Susanoo's two colossal chakra swords. He remained ever vigilant against the possibility of Madara launching an illusionary attack, his observation haki heightened to the utmost, unwilling to let his guard down for a moment. In an instant, upon the battlefield, a diminutive black figure darted gracefully around the colossal energy manifestation of the god of war. With each flash of the blade, a distinct gash could be seen etched into the armor or weapon of the Susanoo. Despite the tremendous force behind each of the Susanoo's strikes, they were deftly countered by Yi Chuan's exquisite swordsmanship. Crack, crack, under the relentless onslaught of Yi Chuan, akin to a tempestuous storm. The initial form of Uchiha Madara began to exhibit an increasing number of fissures upon its surface, as if it were on the verge of complete collapse. Ultimately, with a resounding boom, as Yi Chuan unleashed another strike imbued with his full power and armed haki, Madara's Susanoo, now in its second stage, could no longer withstand the assault and shattered, dispersing into a myriad of luminous particles. However, in the face of the Susanoo's destruction, Uchiha Madara remained steadfast, his expression calm and even adorned with a hint of approving smile. Remarkable, truly remarkable, young one, he remarked, gazing at the unscathed Yi Chuan with genuine admiration. To shatter my Susanoo without reliance on any ninjutsu or bloodline limit, merely through swordsmanship and that peculiar power, is something I have never encountered in my lifetime. Yi Chuan remained silent, tightening his grip on the sword as he warily scrutinized Uchiha Madara. He understood that the battle was far from over. Indeed, Madara slowly raised his hands and began to form seals, his kaleidoscopic Sharingan glimmering ominously. As a testament to your strength, allow me to demonstrate what despair truly looks like. Tenrai Aizen. In that very instant, an indescribable, terrifying gravitational force descended from the heavens. The clouds above were torn asunder, revealing a colossal meteor, engulfed in raging flames, hurtling towards the entire ninja allied forces below with unforgiving ferocity. What is that? A meteor? This is absurd. How could such a thing exist? The distant ninja allied forces gazed upon the apocalyptic scene unfolding in the sky, plunging everyone into an unprecedented abyss of despair. The third Ōtsutsuki, Anoki, felt his pupils constrict in horror, exclaiming in disbelief, is he truly intent on razing this place to the ground? The immense meteor, trailing a blazing inferno and an aura of annihilation, descended upon them. The terrifying pressure cast a suffocating silence over the battlefield. All the allied ninjas, including the battle-hardened elite Jonin, were marked by sheer terror. This cannot be real. How could we possibly withstand such a force? We are doomed to perish here. Despair spread like a plague among the alliance. Even the venerable third Ōtsutsuki, witnessing the divine punishment unfolding before him, was left with nothing but hesitation upon his aged visage. He knew that even if he were to risk his life, he might barely manage to hold it off, but it would undoubtedly drain him of all chakra. Yet, amidst this cataclysmic scene, a singular figure advanced rather than retreated, boldly confronting the impending devastation. Yi Chuan. He swiftly executed several steps in midair, initiating the moonwalk. A figure surged upwards like a black lightning bolt, charging towards the two colossal meteors. Lord Yi Chuan. What is he attempting? Everyone was taken aback by Yi Chuan's seemingly mad act. Humph, an overconfident brat. Even if your swordsmanship is formidable, Can you truly slice through the stars above? Uchiha Madara observed Yechuan's diminutive form, his lips curling into a disdainful sneer. To him, this was merely the futile and laughable struggle of an ant in the face of disaster. Yechuan's silhouette ascended rapidly, the violent currents of air causing his garments to flutter wildly. He tilted his head upwards, his deep, black eyes calmly fixated on the enormous shadow looming closer, nearly consuming the entire sky. A meteor, indeed, it was massive. However, if he could not sever such an obstacle, how could he hope to surpass the world's greatest swordsman and pursue the pinnacle of swordsmanship? He recalled another realm, where a green-haired swordsman, equally devoted to the sword, had once cleaved through foes as colossal as mountains, composed of solid rock. If he could achieve that, then as one who inherited all of Dracula Mihawk's legacy, there was no reason he could not do the same. Yechuan took a deep breath, casting aside all distractions from his mind. He slowly closed his eyes, and in that moment, the sword, Wado Ikamanji, seemed to merge with his very soul. The observation haki radiated from him unreservedly, not to perceive the meteor's trajectory or energy, but to listen to the flow of the wind, the tremors of the air, and the subtle resonance created with the world as the massive meteor descended. To listen to the breath of all things. This was Yechuan's further elevation in the realm of swordsmanship, achieved after perfectly mastering Mihawk's teachings. He sensed that everything in the world, whether tangible or intangible, seemed to possess a unique thread. If he could locate that point, he would be able to sever it with minimal cost. Buzz. Wado Ikamanji emitted a clear dragon's roar. The blade infused with a pitch-black haki flowing like a living entity, intertwined with destructive blue lightning. The sword intent of the Hawkeye, in a single stroke. Yechuan suddenly opened his eyes wide, the sharp, dark gaze sparkling with a piercing cold light. He swung his sword simply at the enormous meteor that was about to crash down. Star Splitter. Swoosh. A magnificent black lightning sword aura, indescribable in its brilliance and dominance, struck down like a divine blade of retribution, cleaving the heavens. Where the sword aura passed, space itself seemed to tear apart, emitting a piercing wail. In the astonished gazes of all, that terrifying black lightning sword aura collided violently with the enormous meteor capable of annihilating everything in midair. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor the imagined clash of energies. As the colossal meteorite made contact with the dark, lightning-infused sword aura, its seemingly indestructible rocky surface was effortlessly cleaved in two, as if sliced through by a divine blade. Without a sound, the smooth cut was distinctly visible. The two halves of the burning meteor grazed past Yechuan, hurtling toward the distant, uninhabited mountain range, stirring up a cloud of dust. What? Uchiha Madara, who had always worn a proud smile, was momentarily frozen, his eyes filled with incredulity. Had it truly been severed? However, before he could recover from his shock, the spectacle was not yet over. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, controlling a second meteorite that descended with even greater speed toward Yechuan and the allied ninja forces below. With a graceful flip in midair, Yechuan faced the impending destruction, calmly wielding his sword once more. The same technique, the same dominance, the same devastation. Boom! The second meteor was once again cleaved in two, disintegrating into flaming remnants as it plummeted into the distance. The consecutive meteorites, each capable of obliterating several ninja villages, were effortlessly severed by the ebony-haired youth in a manner akin to a miracle. The battlefield fell into a profound silence, with all allied ninja rendered as if petrified, gazing in awe at the figure standing aloft with a blade, resembling a deity. Uchiha Madara's expression finally shifted, becoming notably grave. He gazed deeply at Yechuan and enunciated, "Youngster, your prowess indeed surpasses my expectations. What is your name? I shall remember you." Yechuan, he replied calmly, his voice resonating across the battlefield. At that moment, three formidable chakra signatures, imbued with a unique aura of space-time transfer, abruptly descended from the rear of the battlefield. As the brilliance faded, three familiar silhouettes emerged: the fourth Raikage, the fifth Mizukage Terumi Mei, and the fifth Hokage Tsunade. Is that truly Uchiha Madara? The Raikage stared at the oppressive figure, feeling the old wound of his severed arm throb anew. Has even the legendary Uchiha Madara been resurrected? This war may indeed be perilous. Terumi Mei surveyed the scene before her, her previously cheerful expression replaced by unprecedented seriousness. Yechuan, Tsunade immediately recognized the familiar figure suspended in midair, as well as the horrifying battlefield below, plowed as if by a deity, her heart filled with both shock and concern. Be cautious. Uchiha Madara's strength is unfathomable. As Ichuan slowly descended from the sky to Tsunade's side, he did not glance at her, but rather spoke in a calm tone. Tsunade-sensei, perhaps it would be wise for you to prioritize your own safety. He cast a glance at the fading Byakuga seal on her forehead, dimmed by the strain of forcibly enduring the heavenly transfer technique. With the arrival of the Raikage, Mizukage, and Tsunade, the 5 Kage had finally gathered. Though each bore their own wounds, the formidable presence of the 5 strongest ninjas in the world converged, igniting a glimmer of hope in the distant coalition of ninjas. However, as Uchiha Madara gazed upon these 5 figures that epitomized the pinnacle of the ninja realm, a more pronounced arrogance spread across his face. Oh, have all the Kage assembled? How fortuitous. It saves me the trouble of seeking you out one by one. His disdainful gaze swept over Tsunade, Raikage, Mizukage Terumi, Sasuke Jinoki, and Kazekage Gaara. Since you self-proclaimed shadows are so eager to embark on this journey together, allow me to accommodate you. In the instant his words fell, the chakra within Uchiha Madara surged forth, as if the last chains binding it had been shattered, erupting with unrestrained ferocity. The purple-blue energy, more despairing than any previous display, shot skyward, enveloping Madara's figure entirely. Then, amidst the horrified gazes of all present, a colossal figure, towering 100 meters tall, clad in Tengu armor and wielding twin blades at its waist, rose from the ground like an ancient demon descended upon the world, standing defiantly between heaven and earth. The complete body Susanoo. This is, Tsunade gasped, her face paling as she beheld the mountain-like energy giant and felt the terrifying pressure that seemed capable of freezing one's very soul. Are you serious? The Susanoo can become this colossal? Raikage A's uninjured arm trembled involuntarily. This has transcended the realm of ordinary ninjutsu, murmured Mizukage Terumi in a daze. Am I truly to battle such a monstrosity? Sasuke Jinoki felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness wash over him. Gaara's sand instinctively coalesced into a shield, quaking before the overwhelming pressure. The complete body Susanoo represents the ultimate form of the Mangekyo Sharingan's supreme ocular technique. Its power rivals that of tailed beasts, even surpassing them, embodying a strength that only true deities could wield. Night River's expression turned grave as he raised his gaze to the energy giant that seemed poised to pierce the heavens. He contemplated. The power of the complete body Susanoo has indeed transcended the typical shadow level. It is perilously close to the 6 paths level. Is this the true strength of Uchiha Madara? Ha ha ha. Madara's arrogant laughter resonated from the head of the complete body Susanoo. Kage, in the face of absolute power, your so-called struggles are but futile performances. Now, behold the might of a god. Before his words had fully dissipated, the complete body Susanoo surged into motion. Its colossal chakra blade, imbued with earth-shattering ferocity, descended upon the 5 Kage and Night River with devastating intent. Even before the blade reached them, the terrifying pressure fractured the earth and sent a mournful wail through the air. Faced with this cataclysmic strike, despair etched itself upon the faces of the 5 Kage. They understood that should this blow land, even their combined strength would likely prove insufficient to withstand it. Uchiha Madara is indeed formidable, deserving of his reputation as a ninja on par with the first Hokage. Tsunade clenched her teeth, preparing to fight with all her might. However, just at this critical moment, the figure of Yekawa moved once more. He chose not to evade but to charge directly toward the colossal blade descending from above, advancing rather than retreating. Yekawa, Tsunade exclaimed, her heart racing in desperation. In Yekawa's hand, the blade known as Wado Ikamanji was enveloped in a pitch-black armament haki that intertwined violently with a raging blue lightning chakra, unleashing a destructive aura more potent than any before. Break for me, he bellowed, channeling all his strength into this one strike. Boldly meeting the gigantic chakra blade that descended like the sword of a celestial being. Boom! An unimaginable and violent collision erupted. Yekawa's form was like a tiny boat amidst a tempest, violently hurled toward the ground by the overwhelming energy, carving a deep trench several meters long. Coughing up blood, Yekawa felt as if his entire skeletal structure was on the verge of disintegrating. He actually managed to block it. The 5 Kage, Witnessing Yekawa's battered but undeniable success in withstanding the full-powered Susanoo were filled with disbelief. Humph, he is indeed more resilient than I anticipated. Uchiha Madara's voice resonated from within the Susanoo, tinged with surprise. Yekawa slowly rose from the deep pit, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze sharpening and growing increasingly frenzied. The full-powered Susanoo was undeniably powerful. Yet, he had yet to reveal his true trump card. Taking a deep breath, a will far surpassing the previous armament haki began to fervently coalesce within his pitch-black eyes. Madara seemed to sense the shift in Yekawa's aura, his brow furrowing slightly. He maneuvered the full-powered Susanoo once again, swinging the enormous chakra blade toward Yekawa. Now is the moment. Yekawa's eyes suddenly focused. He chose not to withstand the blow head-on, but instead, with a burst of speed that exceeded all previous efforts, advanced directly toward the gigantic blade. Simultaneously, upon Wado Ikamanji, an invisible yet palpable aura began to twist around it, one that seemed capable of shaking the very fabric of space itself. The Conqueror's Haki entwined. Conqueror's Haki, a trait possessed by 1 in a million, is a testament to one's royal lineage. Under ordinary circumstances, it can only intimidate weaker-willed foes through sheer presence. However, when wielded to its utmost potential, it can be manifested as a tangible force, wrapping around weapons or the body just like armament haki. Such a technique is a rare mastery, attainable only by a select few apex warriors even in the era of great pirates. Sever for me, Night River roared. Wielding the blade of Hidao Iwanzi, infused with a willpower so fierce it seemed capable of rending the very fabric of heaven and earth. The colossal chakra sword of the complete Susanoo clashed with it once more, resulting in a resounding crack. This time, there was no cataclysmic explosion, only a sharp, brittle sound that sent shivers through the onlookers. In the astonished gaze of all present, the formidable chakra sword, forged from the complete Susanoo, was astonishingly cleft in two by what appeared to be an ordinary white blade held by Night River. The severed tip of the chakra sword fell helplessly to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The once arrogant smile on Uchiha Madara's face darkened as he beheld the black-haired youth standing defiantly below, exuding an aura of sovereign dominance. Murmuring to himself, "This little brat." The indomitable chakra sword of the complete Susanoo had been severed by Night River with an even more overwhelming force. This spectacle rendered the 5 Kage and the allied ninjas speechless, and even Uchiha Madara, the wielder of the technique, was filled with unprecedented astonishment. "What is the power that envelopes your blade, little brat?" Madara's voice was low, as he distinctly sensed that the will contained within Night River's strike transcended mere chakra or physical prowess. It was a more primal, purer force, one potent enough to threaten his complete Susanoo. A single strike from the complete Susanoo could sever the myriad phenomena of the world. Its might comparable to that of a tailed beast bomb, if not surpassing it, Madara mused. This little brat has managed to shatter it head-on. I can no longer hold back. The brilliance in Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan deepened as he prepared to strike again. This time, he intended to unleash the full power of his Rinnegan to utterly obliterate this youth, who had repeatedly surprised him. Night River sensed the escalating danger emanating from Madara. Tightening his grip on Hidao Iwanzi, within the depths of his ebony eyes, a faint azure line of death began to manifest. The eye of the death deity was primed for action. This would be a true confrontation of eyes, a clash of wills. Yet, at that moment of taut anticipation, an unexpected change occurred. The towering complete Susanoo, standing 100 meters tall, began to shed its blue energy armor without warning, as if melting under the scorching sun, reverting to its original skeletal form. Soon after, the skeletal frame itself wavered, the chakra's glow flickering uncertainly. Uchiha Madara's expression shifted dramatically. He could distinctly feel his control over this reanimated body waning rapidly. He lowered his gaze to his hands, witnessing the body formed from the dirt of the impure world reincarnation, now uncontrollably radiating a blinding white light. Countless minute particles, reminiscent of paper, began to drift away from his being. What is happening? Uchiha Madara abruptly leaped back, distancing himself from the crumbling skeletal Susanoo and creating space between himself and Yekawa. He raised his disintegrating palm, his eyes filled with bewilderment. This power does not stem from an external assault. Could it be that something has gone awry with the caster of the impure world reincarnation? His formidable perception endeavored to grasp the invisible threads of the contract sustaining his existence, only to discover they were fraying one by one. In stark contrast to Madara's astonishment, Yekawa's taut nerves suddenly relaxed. The imminent activation of his death perception gradually subsided, and the sharp alarm bells echoing in his mind fell silent. He observed the ascending white light and the dispersing dust around Madara, instantly comprehending the situation. At this moment, such a phenomenon, Yekawa murmured inwardly, casting his gaze toward the distant horizon, vividly recalling a pivotal scene from the original narrative, as if he could envision that shadowy battlefield of the Dragon Cave. According to the storyline, Uchiha Itachi should have located the hidden Orochimaru and completely subdued him with his Izanami. Once Orochimaru was controlled, he would naturally follow Itachi's will and dispel all impure world reincarnation techniques. Orochimaru's ambitions, in the face of Itachi's enlightenment, had ultimately come to naught. Indeed, just as Yekawa pondered, the disintegration of Uchiha Madara's massive body from the impure world reincarnation accelerated exponentially. Brilliant white beams shot from within him, as if striving to forcibly extract his soul from this body that did not belong to him. What is that light? The five Kage, witnessing this sudden anomaly surrounding Uchiha Madara, wore expressions of confusion. The chakra emanating from Madara was rapidly dissipating. Moreover, Tsunade sensed something amiss with his body. Feeling an irresistible force of liberation within him and the sensation of his soul ascending, Uchiha Madara finally grasped the truth. A flicker of reluctance and understanding flashed in his Rinnegan. Humph, it seems the impure world reincarnation technique has been undone. What? The impure world reincarnation has been undone? What is that light? The fourth Raikage, clutched his injured arm, his rugged face etched with astonishment and confusion. This radiance was certainly not Madara's power. It bore an essence of purification. Tsunade wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her brows furrowed tightly. Her acute perception as a powerful medical ninja revealed the implication of release contained within that light. Surely, they should still be fervently searching for Orochimaru's hiding place, who not only found him, but also successfully thwarted this technique. Countless potential candidates flashed through her mind, yet she found it hard to believe. She had witnessed Orochimaru's cunning and prowess firsthand. The third Ōtsutsuki, Onoki, gazed at the soon-to-be completely dissipated Uchiha Madara, exhaling a long sigh. His tone tinged with a sense of relief. Regardless of who did this, they undoubtedly deserve to be hailed as a hero who has saved the ninja world. The radiance signifies that countless manipulated souls shall find repose, heralding the long-awaited dawn at the end of this nightmare orchestrated by the deceased. At the center of this luminous pillar, Uchiha Madara perceives the irreversible disintegration of his body and the complete severance of his connection to the caster. Finally comprehending the unfolding reality, he gazes down at his gradually translucent palm before lifting his eyes to meet the gaze of Yechuan, who stands resolutely with a blade in hand. A fleeting complexity dances in his Rinnegan, ultimately transforming into an ambiguous chuckle. Ah, it seems that on your side, apart from you, this little specter, there are indeed other formidable figures. Yechuan, upon hearing this, maintains his calm demeanor, yet silently fills in the answer in his mind. After all, that is none other than Itachi Uchiha, the pinnacle of power in the world of Hokage, a T0 level warrior. In terms of tactics and stratagems, the resurrected Uchiha Madara, manipulated by later generations, appears rather juvenile in his presence. His body, formed of impure reincarnation, begins to fade into transparency amidst the resplendent white light, as the luminous particles of his soul uncontrollably ascend to the heavens. Splendid. The impure world reincarnation technique has finally been undone. Have we emerged victorious? In the distance, the five Kage and the allied ninjas witness this pillar of light piercing the heavens, their taut nerves finally loosening slightly. The nightmare that was Uchiha Madara is on the verge of vanishing from this world entirely. Exhausted, Raikage leans on his knee, breathing heavily. Yet a flicker of hope ignites within his eyes. Is that light a sign that the impure world reincarnation has been undone? Onoki hovers midair, a complex expression of relief etched upon his wrinkled visage. It seems that it has finally come to an end. However, just when everyone believed the tide had turned, an unforeseen anomaly arose. Uchiha Madara's soul, on the brink of complete dissolution, suddenly halts its ascent, defying the natural order. A cold mockery flickers within his Rinnegan. as his hands swiftly formed seals in an incomprehensible sequence. Humph, do you think you can send me back to the Pure Land merely by undoing the impure world reincarnation? Such naivety. Uchiha Madara's voice carries a hint of disdain, and the white light enveloping his form begins to retract, the particles on the verge of detachment coalescing once more. The technique of impure world reincarnation bears a fatal risk. If the reincarnated individual comprehends the seals to undo the technique, they can unilaterally sever the contract with the summoner. Breaking free of control. A cruel smile curls at the corner of his mouth. Then, I shall exist in this world forever, in an immortal and invincible form. With boundless chakra. Release. Accompanied by his low shout, the contract binding his soul to the impure world reincarnation shatters. The force that had been compelling him back to the Pure Land dissipates into nothingness. Uchiha Madara has entirely liberated himself from the shackles of impure world reincarnation. Though his body, composed of impure matter, remains riddled with cracks, the dust no longer detaches. Instead, it is fortified by a powerful force. He stood firmly on the ground, his Rinnegan casting a cold gaze over the stunned 5 Kages in the distance, ultimately fixing its intensity on the figure of Yechuan not far ahead. What? The rakeage? Felt his pupils constrict sharply, incredulously exclaiming, how can that guy have broken the Edo Tensei contract on his own? This is impossible. The tremor in Inoki's voice revealed his disquiet. For the first time, his aged visage bore an expression of near despair. This had utterly surpassed the realm of ninjutsu. Tsunade's heart sank heavily, as the flicker of hope she had briefly entertained was extinguished. Gazing at the newly stabilized figure, she felt a bone-chilling dread. A being endowed with infinite chakra, an undying body, and unrestrained by any control. Uchiha Obito. This was a situation far worse than before. Yechuan observed this scene with a slight heaviness in his heart. He understood that this was the true terror of Uchiha Obito, a man who orchestrated his schemes to perfection, even wielding death itself as a mere pawn. Yet, surprisingly, the completely liberated Uchiha Obito chose not to immediately engage Yechuan in battle. His gaze pierced like an icicle, the Rinnegan shimmering with an enigmatic light. He spoke slowly, his voice low and calm, yet laced with an air of superiority, as if looking down upon mere ants. Young one, your sword is intriguing. That edge capable of severing concepts has unveiled to me another possibility. This unfinished duel shall be put on hold. Our stage does not lie here. Before his words could fully dissipate, Obito's form became indistinct, dissolving like ink in water, vanishing from sight in an instant. His speed was so formidable that even the 5 Kages were left without the chance to react. Only the ravaged battlefield and the lingering chakra waves remained, along with his profound words echoing in the air. Seeing Uchiha Obito finally depart, Yechuan felt his taut nerves relax just slightly. The sword in his hand, the Kusanagi, clanged against the ground, supporting his nearly exhausted body. He gasped heavily, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. After all, he was not a Jinchuriki. Though the Conqueror's haki was powerful, it drained his stamina almost to the point of depletion. That last strike had been the utmost limit of his current capabilities. Yechuan, Tsunade exclaimed, her face instantly paling as she swiftly appeared at Yechuan's side, wrapping her arms around his faltering form with deep concern. Are you all right? Where are you injured? Without a moment's hesitation, the Byakuga seal on her forehead radiated a gentle green light once more. A vast source of life chakra surged into Yechuan's body, swiftly mending the injuries he had sustained from forcibly activating the Conqueror's haki and replenishing his nearly exhausted strength. Leaning against Tsunade's warm and resilient embrace, Yechuan felt the familiar gentle chakra, and his tense body gradually began to relax. The frigid and rigid limbs and body were once again filled with warmth, and the rapid breaths gradually steadied. The once blurred vision swiftly regained clarity. Night River was astounded by the remarkable recovery. Indeed, Tsunade's medical ninjutsu was of an extraordinary caliber. This ability to instantly restore a significant amount of vitality and heal hidden injuries was likely superior even to the physique of the Uzumaki clan. With such a healer present, the capacity for endurance was simply off the charts. Under Tsunade's full healing efforts, Night River's stamina was visibly replenishing. How do you feel? Tsunade inquired, observing the returning color to the young man's face, feeling a slight sense of relief. Nevertheless, her chakra transmission did not cease, ensuring he completely emerged from his state of exhaustion. Thank you, Lord Hokage. I feel much better, Night River replied, his voice still somewhat hoarse but now steady. He attempted to stand upright, prompting Tsunade to gradually release her embrace, yet she maintained a cautious distance, ready to support him if necessary. At that moment, the other four Kages also gathered around. Their gazes fell upon Night River, imbued with a complex mixture of emotions. Remarkable, young man. The fourth Kage, known for his fierce temperament, spoke with utmost seriousness, giving a thumbs up to Night River. To withstand such a monstrous assault and force him to retreat. This level of strength has utterly surpassed us old-timers. The Raikage's words resonated with truth. Inoki sighed deeply, his tone tinged with both melancholy and admiration. The power of Uchiha Madara had reached an unfathomable realm. Even united, the five of us would likely not endure long before him. Yet, you, wielding a sword alone, have achieved such feats. The Wagakure, no, the entire shinobi world owes you an immense debt of gratitude. Konoha has truly produced an extraordinary genius. The beautiful eyes of Mizukage Terumi were also filled with admiration. Night River shook his head slightly, not allowing the Kage's praises to inflate his ego. Standing tall, he directed his gaze towards the direction in which Uchiha Madara had departed, his mind racing with thoughts. That fellow, having escaped the control of Edo Tensei, would likely next seek to meet with Obito, attempting to seize the chakra of the 8 tails and 9 tails to forcibly resurrect the 10 tails. However, based on previous intelligence, the Outer Path Golem should have already absorbed sufficient chakra from the Gold and Silver Brothers, as well as from the octopus leg of the 8 tails. It was probable that, under Uchiha's cover, the initial revival of the 10 tails had already commenced. Time was of the essence. With this realization, Night River's expression hardened. The 10 tails would soon be revived, and the main forces of the allied shinobi were likely nearing the final battlefield. What lay ahead was the true decisive battle. He took a deep breath and addressed the 5 Kages beside him. Esteemed leaders, Uchiha Madara's targets are the 8 tails and the 9 tails. The resurrection of the 10 tails has likely already begun. The final battlefield is there. We must proceed there at once to thwart him. He raised his hand, pointing towards the distant horizon, where ominous chakra fluctuations faintly resonated, and a colossal shadow connecting heaven and earth appeared to writhe slowly. Tsunade nodded, her expression grave. Indeed, Naruto and Killer Bee are also heading in that direction. We must not allow them to confront Madara and that masked man alone. The 5 Kage, no longer hesitating, transformed into streaks of light under Night River's guidance, racing towards the final battlefield where the 10 tails was on the verge of resurrection. On another front, the battlefield had transformed into a hellish realm. The 10 tails loomed, its immense form reminiscent of a mythical doomsday beast, exuding a terrifying pressure capable of shattering mountains and rivers merely by its existence. Its single, colossal eye coldly surveyed the ninja alliance below, devoid of emotion, possessing only the pure will to annihilate everything in its path. The tens of thousands of ninja in the alliance appeared as insignificant as ants before this unparalleled monstrosity. Earth Release Squad. Now is the time. The hoarse roar of the earth resounded through the chaotic battlefield, penetrating the clamor with difficulty. He pressed his hands firmly against the ground, veins bulging on his forehead, pouring an immense chakra into the earth without reservation. Now, hundreds of ninjas skilled in earth release responded simultaneously, forming hand seals and channeling their remaining chakra into the earth. Boom. In an instant, the ground beneath the 10 tails transformed into a vast mire. Immediately, the swamp began to churn as if imbued with life. Hard cement rapidly layered upon itself at a visible pace, enveloping the colossal form of the 10 tails like a massive gray coffin, crazily wrapping around it. Amidst the thunderous noise, the concrete shell swiftly took shape, sealing the 10 tails' despairingly immense body within mere moments. An oppressive silence descended upon the battlefield. All surviving Alliance ninjas held their breath, fixated on the newly erected gray mausoleum. Had they succeeded? Yet, this fragile hope could not endure even 10 seconds. Crack! A faint yet unmistakable sound of shattering echoed from within the concrete mountain, like the tolling of a death knell. Following it came a second. A third. Innumerable fissures spread across the surface of the mountain like a spider's web. Boom! Countless chunks of concrete erupted like meteorites, propelled by terrifying kinetic energy, pulverizing the unsuspecting ninjas below into a bloody pulp. Damn it! We are utterly outmatched. Is this the power of the 10 tails? Despair began to seep into the ranks of the alliance. Just then, the Ten-Tail's enormous eye suddenly fixed on a distant location. It opened its abyss-like maw, and a highly compressed, pitch-black sphere of energy began to form rapidly. Tailed Beast Bomb. Moreover, this time, it was not just one. The Ten-Tails seemed enraged, consecutively conjuring several tailed beast bombs, hurtling towards the towns surrounding the battlefield and the command headquarters of the Ninja Alliance like shooting stars. This is bad. It's tailed beast bombs. The target is headquarters. Within the headquarters of the Ninja Alliance, a colossal tent had been hastily erected, and the atmosphere grew unbearably oppressive. Report. A detection of extremely high energy reactions. It is the tailed beast orb of the Ten-Tails. At least 5 in number. One of them is approaching our headquarters at high speed. Estimated time of arrival, 10 seconds. A cloud-hidden female ninja, responsible for sensing, gazed at the ominous point of light on the detection crystal ball, her voice trembling violently with fear. What? The expressions of all the commanding personnel within the tent, including Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka and Oichi, and Aoi, shifted dramatically. They were acutely aware that with the terrifying power of the tailed beast orb, a direct hit would instantly reduce the entire headquarters, along with themselves, to ashes. Activate the maximum defense barrier immediately. All combat personnel, prepare to engage. There was no time left. Nara Shikaku looked at the swiftly approaching harbinger of destruction, a flicker of despair crossing his eyes, yet his mind raced with unprecedented speed. He realized that he and everyone present were unlikely to escape death. However, before meeting their end, he had to convey the final strategy. Inoichi. Shikaku turned abruptly to Yamanaka and Oichi, his tone resolute. Immediately connect with all ninjas on the battlefield capable of receiving the mind-body transmission technique, especially Shikamaru and Ino. I need to relay the final strategy. I understand. Shikaku. Inoichi recognized the gravity of the situation without hesitation. He closed his eyes, forming hand seals as his immense spiritual energy surged forth like a tidal wave. Listen carefully. Nara Shikaku's voice resonated clearly within the minds of every crucial ninja on the battlefield, transmitted through Inoichi's mind-body technique. The Ten-Tail's weakness lies in its massive size and relatively slow reaction speed. Though its attacks are formidable, they are not impossible to evade or defend against. We require. At a rapid pace, he conveyed his observations of the Ten-Tails, along with several tactical responses tailored to exploit its weaknesses, sharing them without reservation. This was his final wisdom as the chief strategist of the Alliance for this war. Meanwhile, the tailed beast orb radiating with destructive luminescence was now alarmingly close. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the entire command tent to tremble violently. The shadow of death loomed over everyone's hearts. In this moment of dire peril, a dark figure appeared without warning above the command center, akin to a lightning bolt tearing through the night sky, standing defiantly before the impending tailed beast orb. It was Yakuchin. Unbeknownst to them, he had already arrived. At that moment, he hovered in midair, his profound black eyes calmly observing the energy sphere capable of annihilating everything. Activate the Eye of Death at full force. Within the depths of Yakuchin's pupils, the irises that once belonged to a human faded away, replaced by a chaotic vortex seemingly connected to the realm of all endings. In an instant, before his eyes, the frenzied tailed beast orb revealed intricate, web-like lines of death, clear and unmistakable, whether it be matter, energy, or even the very concept of annihilation itself. Anything that exists must inevitably face its end. A flicker of enlightenment flashed through Yi Chuan's mind as the blade of the Hado Ikemen in his hand resonated profoundly with his soul at that moment. There was no earth-shattering momentum, nor was there a violent surge of chakra. He simply directed a gentle, decisive cut towards the most prominent line of death upon the tailed beast orb. Time seemed to stand still at that instant. What was meant to level the entire Allied forces' headquarters was momentarily halted by Yi Chuan's seemingly nonchalant strike. Subsequently, like a balloon being punctured, the colossal energy sphere of the tailed beast orb silently began to fracture from the death line indicated by Yi Chuan's blade. There was no explosion, no shockwave, only pure rupture and demise. The rampant energy instantaneously broke free from its confinement, transforming into an array of harmless motes of light, dispersing through the air like fireflies. The Allied forces' headquarters had been saved. After the silence, a deafening cheer erupted from the headquarters. Wow, we are saved. We actually survived. It was Lord Yichuan. Lord Yichuan severed the tailed beast orb. The sheer incredulity of such a world-ending attack being thwarted ignited an overwhelming surge of exhilaration within the command room. The young ninjas leaped onto tables, shaking their fists in triumph, while the steadfast Hachi couldn't help but pound the control panel with fervor. The piercing alarm, which had blared incessantly, was silenced, replaced by uncontrollable jubilation. Nara Shikaku gazed at the tailed beast orb, which was meant to obliterate them, now dissipating under Yichuan's blade. Even he, usually unflappable as a mountain, felt beads of cold sweat on his forehead. Taking a deep breath to quell his tumultuous emotions, he grasped the microphone once more, his voice betraying a slight tremor. All command personnel, the crisis has been averted. Restore communications immediately. Re-establish contact with all units. Announce to the entire army that the tailed beast orb has been vanquished by Yichuan. Raise morale. Our battle is not yet over. With the order given, the command center began to operate once more like a finely tuned machine, but this time, despair was supplanted by hope, and fatigue gave way to exhilaration. Shikaku strode briskly towards the door, gazing at Yichuan's slowly descending figure, and solemnly bowed. Thank you, Yichuan. You have once again saved us all. He understood that had it not been for Yichuan's timely arrival and that unfathomable manner in which he neutralized the tailed beast orb, the message he had just conveyed through the mind-body technique would have indeed been his last words. It is my duty, Yichuan responded in a slightly hoarse voice. His gaze swept across the surroundings, confirming the headquarters' safety, and he felt a sigh of relief. The weight of that decisive blow had been an immense burden, with the chilling sensation of the deathly gaze lingering in the depths of his consciousness. Your condition. Shikaku keenly sensed Yichuan's fatigue. The consumption is somewhat excessive, yet it poses no issue. Night River shook his head and inquired, what is the situation on the main battlefield? Meanwhile, at the distant battlefield of the Ten Tails, Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara stood side by side. Through the connection to the Ten Tails via Hashirama's cells, they sensed the disturbances occurring at the coalition headquarters. Oh, the tailed beast bomb fired from the command post has been neutralized? Obito's tone carried a hint of surprise, yet more so a wariness towards a certain presence. It appears that the young lad, Night River, has indeed arrived. Madara's Rinnegan narrowed slightly as he recalled Night River's previous feats, slicing through his complete Susanu's chakra sword and forcibly breaking the celestial barrier with 2 terrifying strikes. Even he had to concede the young swordsman's formidable prowess. That boy's swordsmanship is indeed peculiar, and it seems to conceal an even more dreadful power. Madara coldly snorted, his gaze sweeping over the beleaguered ninja coalition struggling under the Ten Tails assault, ultimately settling on the heavily guarded Naruto Uzumaki, his eyes reflecting a mix of assessment and comparison. This boy, I fear, Madara's voice trailed off, taking on an air of prophetic certainty, will become a foe far greater than this current Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Although Naruto's potential was indeed immense, it remained within the realm of comprehension. In contrast, the essence and limits of Night River's power instilled even him with a tinge of apprehension. Obito nodded in agreement. It seems you have finally recognized the extraordinary nature of that boy. Back in the Hidden Rain village, I nearly fell victim to him. On the main battlefield, a flicker of hope emerged from the despairing atmosphere, thanks to Shikaku's invigorating announcement. The tailed beast bomb has been cut down? It was Night River. Truly remarkable. The news spread like wildfire, instantly rekindling the nearly extinguished flames of hope within the hearts of the coalition ninjas. Morale surged. Nara Shikamaru, directing his comrades to evade the sweeping tail of the Ten Tails, felt a sudden release of tension upon hearing his father's voice. An overwhelming sense of gratitude washing over him. Night River once again. This fellow consistently accomplishes the extraordinary. He glanced towards the headquarters, silently vowing, thank you. This favor shall not be forgotten. In the depths of the mountains, Yamanaka Ino was exerting herself to maintain the sensory communication network, the immense mental strain rendering her pallid. Upon hearing of Night River's astonishing feat, her fatigued eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. It is he who saved my father, who rescued Uncle Nara and the others. On the battlefield, Naruto Uzumaki, through the coalition's information sharing, learned of Night River's impressive display of prowess and his rescue of the command post. Damn it, that guy Night River has once again stolen the spotlight ahead of me, Naruto grumbled, yet as he sensed the familiar figure in the distance, a fervent determination ignited within him. But well done. All right. I absolutely cannot allow myself to fall behind. Taking a deep breath, the chakra of the nine tails erupted forth without reservation, a golden chakra cloak enveloping his entire being. Everyone, lend me your hands. He let out a thunderous roar, and countless golden chakra arms extended from him, connecting to every allied ninja in the vicinity. The warm and potent chakra of the nine tails surged into each allied ninja's body, healing their wounds and replenishing their stamina. This included Hinata Niji, who was not far away, fiercely battling against White Zetsu, but appearing somewhat fatigued from the earlier skirmish. Is this the chakra of the nine tails? With the infusion of Naruto's nine tails chakra, Niji felt a tremor throughout his entire being, as if the chakra pathways surrounding his Byakugan were being nourished. The chakra he had expended from continuously using the heavenly spin and the 8 trigrams 64 palms was instantaneously replenished, even becoming more potent. Would release, cutting technique. At that moment, the rampaging Ten Tails launched another assault. Countless thick, sharp wooden spikes descended from the sky like a torrential downpour, enveloping the allied ninjas. Everyone, block it. 8 trigrams palm, heavenly spin. Niji wasted no time. His Byakugan flared with intensity, and chakra surged within him like never before. His rapidly spinning body generated a chakra shield larger than any he had ever summoned before. Not only did it protect him, but it also enveloped several of his comrades nearby. The sharp wooden spikes collided with the swiftly rotating golden shield, producing a piercing sound of friction, ultimately shattering upon impact. Earth release, earth flow wall. Water release, water formation wall. Lightning release, lightning wall. Empowered by the Nine Tails chakra, the allied ninjas, under their captain's commands, unleashed various defensive techniques, resolutely resisting the onslaught of wooden spikes. At this moment, the tide of battle began to shift in favor of the allied forces, thanks to Naruto's explosive emergence and Yechuan's prior groundwork. From the headquarters of the allied forces, Yechuan, through the reports of sensing ninjas, witnessed the exhilarating scene on the battlefield in the distance. When he confirmed that Niji was unharmed with the assistance of the Nine Tails chakra and still bravely fighting, a gratifying smile crept upon his lips. It seemed that Niji would not have to endure the forced plot demise that befell him in the original storyline in this timeline. In the original, he could have survived merely by dodging or allowing Hinata to take a hit, yet he had insisted on taking the blow himself, which felt excessively melodramatic. As Yechuan contemplated, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him once more, having activated the mystic eyes of death perception twice in succession. Even with his current strength and a 165-level inheritance of Shiki Ryugi, he felt a significant drain on his mental energy. Yechuan, how are you holding up? Tsunade had been closely monitoring his condition. Noticing his pale complexion, she hurriedly approached him again, pressing her palm against his back. Gentle emerald chakra flowed into him, soothing the tearing pain in his nerves. Thank you, Tsunade-sensei. Yechuan exhaled deeply, feeling his heavy body grow light again, and the mental haze dissipated. He couldn't help but marvel at Tsunade's formidable healing prowess. Can you still hold on? Tsunade asked with concern, her chakra output unwavering. No problem. Night River felt the swift resurgence of power coursing through him as he rose to his feet, his gaze sharpening to a keen edge. He turned his attention towards the distant main battlefield, where the roars of the Ten Tails and the explosive brilliance of ninjutsu continued to clash. Yet now there surged a golden tide of chakra defiantly resisting. It was time to head to the final battlefield. At that moment, Nara Shikaku approached with a grave expression. Hokage-sama, Night River-kun, we have just received the latest intelligence from the front lines. Uchiha Obito has broken free from the bindings of Edo Tensei and is rapidly making his way to the battlefield where the Ten Tails resides. I fear he intends to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. What? Both Tsunade and Night River were taken aback. We cannot afford to delay any longer, Tsunade decisively declared. Night River, you shall accompany me, along with several other Kage. We must depart immediately. Night River and the 5 Kage sped towards the final battlefield where the Ten Tails awaited. However, despite their speed exceeding that of ordinary shinobi, the vastness of the battlefield rendered their swift arrival at the core area a matter of time. Just then, the distant sky darkened ominously. The massive form of the Ten Tails trembled violently, unleashing a terrifying roar that shattered the heavens. Following this, The pattern of the Rinnegan within its single colossal eye began to whirl frantically, and a catastrophic force began to radiate wildly in all directions. The earth trembled and the heavens shifted. Countless chasms opened up around the 10 tails, mountains crumbled, and rivers reversed their courses. In the sky, immense tornadoes materialized, reaching from the ground to the heavens, rampaging across the battlefield like furious dragons, sucking in countless allied shinobi and tearing them to shreds. The world had transformed. The 10 tails attack, akin to divine retribution, instantaneously turned the already precarious battlefield into a true apocalyptic scene. This is bad. Tsunade's countenance turned pale as she beheld the calamity unfolding before her, her golden hair thrashing wildly in the tempest. If this continues, not only the ordinary allied shinobi, but even that brat Naruto may not last long. She understood that while Naruto possessed the chakra of the 9 tails and sage mode, facing such an unfathomable attack in both range and power would undoubtedly plunge him into a fierce struggle. Night River's brow furrowed slightly. The destructive capability of the 10 tails indeed exceeded his expectations. Yet, unlike Tsunade, he did not panic but spoke with a calm demeanor. Tsunade-sensei, there's no need to be overly concerned. Though the 10 tails is formidable, our reinforcements should be arriving shortly. Reinforcements? Tsunade was taken aback. Night River's gaze shifted towards the direction of the Hidden Leaf Village. According to the original storyline, Orochimaru should have already been in the village, successfully utilizing the Reaper Death Seal from the Uzumaki clan to lift the Shiki Fujin and, through Edo Tensei, summoned the 4 legendary Hokage. Their conversation with Sasuke would not linger for too long. Given their speed, they would arrive at the battlefield just in time. With those 4 alongside Sasuke and Naruto, it should be manageable to temporarily hold off the 10 tails and those 2 monstrous Uchiha. As if to validate Yechuan's conjecture, just as the 10 tails rampaged across the battlefield and the coalition was on the brink of total collapse, a series of resounding booms echoed. Boom, 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 boom. 4 immensely powerful chakra fluctuations manifested, akin to divine weapons descending from the heavens, abruptly appearing at the 4 cardinal points surrounding the 10 tails. Following this, an ominous red barrier rose from the ground, resembling an inverted bowl, instantly ensnaring the colossal form of the 10 tails within. That was the 4 Crimson Yang formation. The 4th Reikage, gasped in astonishment, disbelief etched across his rugged features. The ultimate barrier, requiring 4 shadow-level warriors to establish, had truly materialized. The 4 Crimson Yang formation, a formidable barrier ninjutsu, possessed a power several times greater than that of the 4 Purple Flames formation, necessitating the simultaneous deployment by 4 shadow-level masters. Its fortitude was sufficient to entrap targets of tailed beast caliber. This barrier is from my grandfather and the others. Tsunade gazed at the sealing force emanating from the crimson light wall, her body trembling slightly. A surge of emotion stemming from the depths of her bloodline instantaneously revealed to her the identity of those sustaining this barrier. The wood-release chakra contained within the light wall was unmistakable. On the battlefield, Uchiha Madara regarded the 4 figures that had suddenly appeared, his previously arrogant smile dimming slightly. His gaze settled upon one figure in particular, a man clad in battle armor, with long black hair cascading over his shoulders and a gentle expression. Senju Hashirama. Next, I shall deal with you. The wood-release clone of Senju Hashirama addressed Uchiha Madara in a calm tone. Madara, you have kept me waiting. Uchiha Madara looked at the Senju Hashirama before him, a hint of disdain curling his lips. Humph, just a wood-release clone, is it? Fighting a clone is exceedingly dull. Can you summon your true self to engage me instead? Moreover, Madara's gaze flickered momentarily towards the barrier's exterior, where an approaching formidable presence loomed. I currently have an opponent more worthy of battle to contend with. Before his words could fully settle, the Susanoo behind Uchiha Madara abruptly swung its arm, and a massive chakra blade swiftly pierced through the chest of Senju Hashirama's wood-release clone. Boom. The wood-release clone disintegrated into a flurry of wooden debris. The true body of Senju Hashirama, who was tirelessly maintaining the 4 Crimson Yang formation, furrowed his brow slightly. Another opponent? Who could it be? He strained to follow the direction of Madara's earlier gaze, his heart brimming with confusion. Who could possibly compel Madara to speak of a more worthy opponent upon seeing his true form? Outside the barrier, at the edge of the storm, a shadowy figure sliced through the chaotic currents like an arrow loosed from a bow. finally arriving at the vortex's center where this ultimate battle would unfold. Yechuan landed steadily outside the four Crimson Yang formation's barrier, his deep black eyes piercing through the tumultuous energy storm, locking onto the imperious Uchiha Madara within the barrier. Their gazes meeting once more from afar. Almost simultaneously as Yechuan touched down, Uchiha Madara seemed to sense something, abruptly lifting his head. His Rinnegan transcended the spatial distance, disregarding the raging energy storm, and firmly fixed itself upon the black-haired youth. The gazes of the two individuals clashed thunderously amidst the cataclysmic storm and the crimson radiance of the barrier, devoid of words or movements. Yet, a fierce and sharp battle intent, more chilling than the tempest, suddenly surged forth, centering around Yechuan. It was as if an unparalleled, slumbering blade of destruction was slowly unsheathed from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The corners of Ban's mouth curled into a wider, playful arc, and an unprecedented killing intent ignited within his Rinnegan. At last, has the time arrived? The adversary that the old man spoke of is indeed him. Him? Hashirama muttered instinctively, disbelief lacing his tone. Although the youth stood tall, his gaze was piercingly sharp. The amount of chakra he sensed was not particularly remarkable, at least not on the level of himself and Ban. Indeed, the voice of Uchiha Ban resonated with a near-pleasurable affirmation, his Rinnegan firmly locking onto Yechuan. Excitement dancing at the corners of his lips. My opponent is him. This proclamation detonated like thunder within the hearts of the four Hokage maintaining the four Crimson Sun formation. Upon hearing this, not only did Hashirama Senju, who was sustaining the formation, tremble, but so did the other three Hokage, Tobirama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Minato Namikaze. Their gazes involuntarily turned toward the seemingly youthful Yechuan. Is there truly such a person in Konoha? Tobirama furrowed his brow, sensing an utterly distinct yet immensely refined power emanating from Yechuan, one that diverged from the ninja paradigm. Is it you, Yechuan-kun? Hiruzen gazed at Yechuan's silhouette, filled with incredulous admiration. Has he truly grown to such an extent, capable of confronting a legendary monster like Uchiha Ban head-on? Minato's gentle azure eyes also flickered with surprise. Such an astonishing presence, utterly uncharacteristic of someone his age. Hashirama was particularly astounded. He understood Uchiha Ban's nature all too well, proud and arrogant. For Ban to regard this young Konoha ninja as a worthy opponent and to openly display his seriousness before him indicated that this youth's strength was not to be underestimated. Grandfather. At that moment, Tsunade arrived at the battlefield with Reikage and Mizukage in tow. Spotting her grandfather Hashirama, she called out excitedly, "Oh, it is Tsunade." Hashirama's face softened into a gentle smile upon seeing his granddaughter. "I am glad you are safe." Tsunade stepped closer to Hashirama, then proudly pointed at the distant Yechuan, boasting to him, "Grandfather, did you see? That is my disciple, Yechuan. Impressive, right? Just now, he single-handedly defeated 4 reanimated Kage." What? Hashirama's shock deepened as he turned to look at Yechuan. At the edge of the battlefield, Naruto also recognized Yechuan's familiar figure, immediately waving his hand excitedly and shouting, "Yechuan, you're here too. This guy is super strong. Let us take him down together." However, beside Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha wore an ominously dark expression. His scarlet kaleidoscope Sharingan fixed intently on Yechuan, particularly ignited by Madara's profound interest in him. An overwhelming sense of jealousy surged within. Yechuan's presence had become the most significant thorn in his heart and an insurmountable obstacle to overcome. Hashirama observed Madara's complete distraction by Yechuan, and his thoughts raced. Since Madara's opponent had finally emerged, seizing this precious opportunity was paramount. "Everyone, Madara now has a rival. This is our finest moment to strike the 10 tails. Now, charge forward." As he spoke, he manipulated the 4 Red Sun formation, deliberately creating a massive gap towards the direction of the allied forces. The ninja coalition, primed and ready, surged through the opening like a ferocious tiger unleashed, roaring as they charged towards the colossal 10 tails. Onward! Defeat the 10 tails. The 10 tails let out a bellow, sensing the impending threat. Its immense body writhed violently, and its surface instantaneously split into countless identical clones. These clones swarmed forth like a tide, fiercely attacking the advancing coalition ninjas in an attempt to halt their advance. Leaf Whirlwind, Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu, Gentle Fist 8 trigrams 64 palms, Body Flicker Technique, Fong over Fong, The young ninjas of Konoha took the lead, showcasing their unique abilities as they clashed with the Ten Tails clones. Amidst the chaotic battleground, three figures stood out remarkably. Summoning Jutsu, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno simultaneously bit their fingers, formed hand seals, and forcefully slammed their palms onto the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Three colossal clouds of white smoke surged into the sky. The immense toad Gamabunta, pipe in mouth, exuded an air of authority. The fearsome king of snakes, Manda, coiled and hissed, displaying its ferocity. The gargantuan slug sage, Katsu, radiated a gentle yet vibrant life force. The new generation of the three Sannin from Konoha, alongside their respective summoning beasts, finally assembled on the battlefield. Sasuke, Naruto stood atop Gamabunta, his azure eyes ablaze with fervent flames. Sasuke, positioned at the head of Manda, his kaleidoscope Sharingan crimson as blood, felt a pang of unwillingness towards Yechuan, yet the enemy before him demanded his utmost focus. Naruto, Sasuke-kun, go, Sakura cried out. Without further ado, their formidable chakra resonated instantaneously. Raisin Shuriken, Naruto conjured a rapidly spinning chakra shuriken in his hand. Fire style, additive earth jutsu. Sasuke's kaleidoscope Sharingan locked onto the Ten Tails, and the pitch-black Amaterasu flames coalesced into arrow form. The duo's synergy was impeccable, as the Raisin Shuriken and the additive earth arrow melded perfectly. A colossal spiraling shuriken, enveloped in destructive black flames, screamed towards the monumental body of the Ten Tails. Boom! The deafening explosion erupted, accompanied by a blinding black flame that soared into the sky. The Ten Tails let out an unprecedented roar of agony, its massive form trembling violently under the onslaught of black flames and tempestuous winds. Amidst the dazzling light of this cataclysmic explosion at the edge of the battlefield, the confrontation between Yechuan and Uchiha Madara reached its zenith. All the clamor, explosions, and roars seemed to fade into the distance. In their world, only each other remained. At last, the time had come to commence. The rippling purple waves in Madara's Rinnegan began to swirl slowly, a fervent smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You impudent child, to force me to this extent, you have every reason to be proud. However, the game must come to an end. He crossed his arms before his chest, and a terrifying chakra erupted forth, powerful enough to alter the very fabric of the heavens and the earth. The deep blue chakra surged skyward like a tangible tsunami. The complete body Susanoo rose again, a godly avatar towering 100 meters high, emanating an oppressive aura so formidable that even the distant reanimated four Hokage turned their heads in awe. Yechuan slowly drew the sword from his waist, the Hozuki's blade. A melodious and resonant sound of the blade echoed across the expanse. The long sword was unsheathed. The pristine white blade was once again enveloped in a pitch-black hue of armament haki, further entwined with violent, leaping arcs of blue lightning. An astonishing sword intent, even more refined than when he severed the meteor, surged forth from him. Even the legendary Hokage, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Namikaze Minato, who once stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world, could not help but change expression upon sensing the pure and unparalleled sword intent radiating from Yechuan. What an astounding sword intent! In the heart of the battlefield, the newly formed legendary three ninjas, the Konoha's little strong ones, and the entire allied forces felt an involuntary chill sweep through them, emanating from the depths of their souls. On the battlefield, the terrifying sword intent stood in stark contrast to the Susanoo, a fierce battle imminent. In the distance, within the four Red Yang formation, Senju Hashirama's expression turned grave as he observed Yechuan, addressing his brother beside him. Tobirama, can you discern the nature of the power possessed by that young man named Yechuan? It is not merely chakra, it is sharp beyond compare, capable of directly contending with Madara's complete Susanoo. The sharp, red eyes of Senju Tobirama sparkled with contemplation as he replied, Brother, I cannot detect any overwhelming chakra fluctuations from him. Yet, the sword energy he just unleashed, along with the oppressive aura he currently exudes, far surpasses that of an ordinary Kage-level ninja. This power structure is entirely distinct from the ninjutsu and taijutsu we are familiar with. If only we could analyze it. As a master of ninjutsu and a fervent researcher, Tobirama felt a surge of excitement and curiosity about this unknown, formidable power. At the moment when Yechuan and Uchiha Madara were about to clash once more, a sudden, muffled thud echoed from the void on the opposite side of the battlefield. A spatial vortex appeared without warning, and a disheveled figure tumbled forth. It was Uchiha Obito. A kunai, radiating with flashes of lightning, was ominously lodged in his chest, with blood gushing forth from the wound. Obito? Uchiha Madara's gaze instantly shifted from Yechuan to the suddenly appearing Obito, a barely perceptible frown creasing his brow. Yechuan, too, turned his attention to Obito, his heart comprehending the gravity of the situation. It seemed that a victor had emerged from Kakashi's battle as well. According to the original narrative, Madara intended to exploit Kage's essence within the gravely injured Obito, coercing him to perform the outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique, to resurrect himself. Madara's Rinnegan narrowed slightly, a flicker of coldness flashing through his eyes. He perceived the madness and determination in Obito's gaze, a state unbefitting of the perfect pawn he envisioned. Coughing, Obito clutched his chest wound, blood seeping through his fingers. Rin. A piercing scream of agony erupted from the gravely wounded Uchiha Obito. His Rinnegan blazed with intense light, yet his hands formed a seal entirely divergent from the samsara technique. The six paths, Ten Tails coffin seal. Boom! In the heart of the battlefield, the colossal Ten Tails, previously engaged in fierce combat with the allied shinobi forces, let out a roar of unwillingness. Its massive form began to twist uncontrollably, transforming into torrents of pure chakra, rushing madly into Uchiha Obito's body. What? He seeks to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails? Upon witnessing this, Madara's pupils constricted sharply, his face revealing a rare expression of grim realization that his plan was unraveling. Yechuan's eyes narrowed as well. This individual had deviated from Madara's script, opting instead to forcibly become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Evidently, Kakashi's devastating blow had awakened him to the impending crisis, compelling him to stake everything on this move. Amidst the astonished gazes of all present, the immense chakra of the Ten Tails was fully absorbed into Obito's being. His body began to undergo radical transformation. His hair turned white, two formidable horns sprouted from his forehead, and he emanated an aura of almost divine terror. The Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, Uchiha Obito, had arrived. This is dire. Both Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama's expressions shifted dramatically. They sensed that the cataclysmic power of the Ten Tails was being forcibly contained within a human vessel. This was far more perilous than being ravaged by the Ten Tails themselves. They cannot succeed. Hashirama reacted swiftly, forming seals with his hands, unleashing a surge of immense sage chakra. Sage art, Myojinmen. Boom, boom, boom. Numerous massive red torii gates descended from the heavens, carrying an overwhelming force intended to crush Obito, who was absorbing the Ten Tails chakra, in an effort to seal him completely. However, Uchiha Obito merely snorted dismissively, not even glancing at the gigantic torii gates plummeting towards him. Buzz, a layer of black spheres, resembling rippling water, materialized around Obito's body without warning. Though seemingly frail, these black spheres contained unfathomable laws of power. When the colossal Myojinmen, imbued with sage power, collided with them, it was akin to an egg striking a rock, failing to produce even the slightest ripple before disintegrating silently and effortlessly. He casually waved the black staff in his hand, and the black orbs formed from the Seeker's Jade shattered all the Ming Shin gates as if they were imbued with life. What? Hashirama's pupils constricted in disbelief. At this moment, Obito hovered in midair, enveloped in a pure white radiance. His scarred face appeared remarkably serene. Boom! With a mere flick of his hand, a wave of pitch-black energy swept through, shattering the restraints binding Uchiha Madara and the previous Ten Tails for Red Yang formation as if they were made of paper, instantly obliterated. Second Hokage. Fourth Hokage. Let's go? Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen made a swift decision. We are the reanimated corpses of the impure world reincarnation and cannot truly perish. Let's first gauge this fellow's strength. Understood. Minato Namikaze and Tobirama Senju responded in an instant. The three Hokage transformed into streaks of light, charging towards the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Uchiha Obito. Meanwhile, Senju Hashirama gazed gravely at Uchiha Madara, who had also freed himself from his bonds. Yekawa stood still, refraining from immediate action. He calmly observed Obito, who resembled a deity descended from the heavens, as thoughts of the sage mode raced through his mind. The Ten Tails Jinchuriki, Sage Mode, masters the powers of Yin and Yang, transcending bloodline limits and eliminations, capable of nullifying the majority of ninjutsu in existence. The black orbs behind him were the Seeker's Jade, containing the power of myriad phenomena, capable of effortlessly annihilating all material forms, with only sage arts and pure physical techniques able to inflict limited damage upon them. This is troublesome. On the battlefield, merely a single encounter had seen the three Hokage, in full assault, easily overwhelmed by Obito in Sage Mode. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tobarama Senju's bodies were grazed by the Seeker's Jade, instantaneously erasing a portion of them. Had it not been for their reanimated state, they would have perished on the spot. Moreover, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had his right arm shattered directly by the Seeker's Jade, reduced to nothingness. With just one strike, the three Hokage-level warriors, in their reanimated forms, were instantly grievously wounded and repelled. The power of Sage Mode is truly terrifying. Obito hovered in the air, his white robe immaculate, with 9 Seeker's Jades orbiting him like satellites. He resembled a genuine god of creation, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the coalition ninjas below, who had succumbed to an eerie silence, ultimately fixing upon the black-haired youth standing with a blade in hand. Yekawa Ryu, I previously allowed you to escape by mere chance, but now, I possess the power of a deity. Your meager swordsmanship is but a trifle before me. It is now your turn to experience despair. The air on the battlefield seemed to be drained, countless ninjas trembling, finding it difficult to breathe. All eyes involuntarily focused on the sword-wielding youth. Naruto, Sasuke, the 5 Kage, and all 4 Hokage held their breath. In this profound silence and immense pressure, Yekawa slowly raised his head, meeting the divine gaze of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. The blade in his hand, the heirloom sword, trembled gently, emitting a clear, battle-thirsty resonance. In the next moment, Yekawa's figure moved. There was no earth-shattering chakra explosion, nor were there dazzling, spectacular effects of ninjutsu. He simply took a step forward and then swung his sword. Swoosh! An astonishingly brilliant slash suddenly manifested. In an instant, before anyone could react, it tore through the fabric of space and arrived before Uchiha Obito. Faced with this lightning-fast strike, Obito's Rinnegan contracted in surprise. He barely had time to make any evasive maneuvers, instinctively commanding the dark, truth-seeking orbs surrounding him to coalesce into an irregular shield before him. Clang! The indomitable blade of Yechuan struck fiercely against the black orb shield. To everyone's astonishment, this terrifying slash, capable of severing the complete body Susanu's chakra blade, was unexpectedly thwarted the moment it made contact with the truth-seeking orbs. Though the shield trembled violently, even displaying slight distortions, it ultimately remained unbroken. Yechuan's gaze sharpened. It was the first time he encountered a substance that could withstand his full-force strike. Yechuan, be cautious. Those black spheres are peculiar. From a distance, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, called out, observing his right arm, rendered irreparable even in the state of impure world rebirth after being erased by the truth-seeking orbs. They seemed capable of nullifying all ninja techniques, and even the regenerative abilities of impure world rebirth cannot restore what has been struck by them. Humph, ignorant mortal. This is the power of the universe. The creation of Yin-Yang releases truth-seeking orbs, Uchiha Obito stated, devoid of any emotion in his voice. The several truth-seeking orbs behind him rotated slowly like satellites imbued with life, emanating a chilling aura of destruction. With a flick of his black staff, numerous truth-seeking orbs transformed into streaks of dark light, hurtling towards Yechuan from various angles at blinding speed. Confronted with these orbs that could nullify all ninja techniques, even overcoming impure world rebirth, Yechuan's eyes grew increasingly frigid. Capable of nullifying ninja techniques? Even a creation of Yin-Yang release that can touch the soul? A dangerous smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Then let me see whether your universe is stronger, or if my death reigns supreme. Mystical Eye of Death fully activated. In an instant, within Yechuan's profound black eyes, countless intricate lines of death, shimmering with an eerie blue light, re-emerged. In his vision, the swiftly approaching dark, truth-seeking orbs also revealed the lines of death, representing their existence and demise. Found it. Yechuan advanced rather than retreating, his blade, the Tachi of Harmony, slicing through the air like lightning. Swoosh. There was no cataclysmic clash of energy, nor was there a thunderous explosion. Only a faint sound, akin to the slicing of worn leather. The truth-seeking orbs, which were supposed to be indestructible, rapidly dissipated the moment they came into contact with Yechuan's blade. In just a few breaths, several orbs, capable of effortlessly annihilating shadow-level powerhouses, were astonishingly severed by Yechuan in an unfathomable manner. What? Could it be that the truth-seeking balls have actually been severed by him? Uchiha Obito, whose demeanor had always been as indifferent as that of a deity, finally displayed an expression of sheer astonishment, akin to encountering a specter. He could distinctly sense that the connection between himself and the truth-seeking balls had been irrevocably severed by a power that transcends the very essence of existence. Those truth-seeking balls were not shattered, they were extinguished. What manner of ocular technique is this? In the distance, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, stared with wide, piercing red eyes, his face alight with a researcher-esque fervor. This is absolutely not the Sharingan, nor is it the Rinnegan. This ocular power, which directly influences the very fabric of existence, is unprecedented. Yechuan has grown even stronger. The members of the ninja allied forces, witnessing the spectacle akin to a celestial clash, felt nothing but a bittersweet sense of helplessness. So incredibly cool. Yechuan, defeat him, Naruto exclaimed, excitedly raising his fists in encouragement. The fierce battle between Yechuan and Six Paths Obito erupted instantaneously. Obito manipulated the remaining truth-seeking balls, continuously altering their forms into spears, shields, and blades, unleashing a tempest of assaults upon Yechuan. Simultaneously, he harnessed the power of the Six Paths to execute an array of bizarre abilities that were nearly impossible to defend against. Meanwhile, Yechuan, with the utmost foresight granted by his observation haki, along with the incredible speed of his shave and moonwalk techniques, effortlessly navigated through the onslaught of truth-seeking balls. Each swing of his sword, the kanabo, struck with unparalleled precision at the critical points of the truth-seeking balls, eliminating them one by one. Yechuan's comprehension of death appeared to deepen with every encounter, although using the mystic eyes of death perception still bore a burden. It no longer left him mentally drained after merely a cursory use. It seemed that Tsunade's previous generous replenishment had indeed restored him to his optimal state, even elevating his mental limits sufficiently to sustain continuous combat using his mystical eyes. As for Uchiha Obito, the more he fought, the more alarmed he became. He realized that no matter how he varied his attacks, or how potent the truth-seeking balls might be, he could not inflict even the slightest harm upon the black-haired youth before him. Those enigmatic eyes seemed capable of perceiving the very essence of all things, rendering his every assault intangible. He felt his once prized power of the Six Paths constrained before this young man, powerless to unleash its full potential. Damn it, this cannot continue. Obito's resolve hardened. He knew that relying solely on the truth-seeking balls would not suffice to deal with this monster. He abruptly distanced himself, swiftly forming hand seals as the chakra of the Ten Tails surged violently within him. Boom! The earth trembled violently once more. A colossal, ominous tree began to emerge from beneath his feet, rapidly taking shape and growing at an astonishing pace. Countless thick branches, resembling sinister tentacles, spread out in all directions. In the wake of this, the truth-seeking balls behind Obito coalesced once again, forming four spheres radiating a destructive aura. 6 Crimson Yang Formation. A colossal crimson barrier surged forth, enveloping a significant portion of the Ninja Alliance within its formidable embrace. This is dire. He intends to assault the Alliance. Is this ploy meant to distract me? In an instant, Yechuan grasped Obito's intention. However, to Obito's surprise, Yechuan, observing the Ninja Alliance ensnared within the 6 Crimson Yang Formation, poised to face the devastating impact of 4-tailed beast balls, exhibited no sign of trepidation. Even the rhythm of his assault remained unperturbed. It was as if he was entirely indifferent to the fate of his comrades. His weapon, the Tachi of the Wado Ikemanji, emanating a chilling intent, unwaveringly directed at Uchiha Obito, for he understood that the trajectory of that golden flash would not allow for inaction. Indeed, at the very moment the tailed beast balls were about to descend, Naruto, I comprehend now. Father. 2 golden figures appeared like beams of hope piercing through despair, suddenly manifesting both inside and outside the 6 Crimson Yang Formation. It was none other than Uzumaki Naruto and the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato. The father-son duo exhibited flawless synergy, Minato utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to leave countless markers both within and outside the barrier, while Naruto connected the chakra of the Nine Tails with his father's jutsu. In the split second before the tailed beast balls detonated, they forcefully relocated thousands of Ninja Alliance members along with those 4 terrifying tailed beast balls to a safe zone beyond the barrier. The resounding explosion erupted in the distance, shaking the earth with its terrifying shockwave, even from afar. Are we saved? It is the 4th Hokage. A wave of euphoria swept through the Alliance as they emerged from the brink of disaster. Well done, Yechuan silently commended, knowing that Naruto and Minato would never let him down. With no lingering concerns, Yechuan refocused his entire attention on Uchiha Obito. Your little tricks have come to an end. Yechuan's voice was frigid. He no longer held back. The ethereal blue glow of the mystic eyes of death perception shone anew. The Wado Ikemonji in his hand transformed into a torrent of slashes, combined with the ultimate techniques of Shuinpa and Moonstep, unleashing a tempestuous assault upon Uchiha Obito. Damn it! Uchiha Obito struggled to control the truth-seeking balls. He realized that before Yechuan's enigmatic gaze, his proud power of the 6 paths was rendered ineffectual. The truth-seeking balls, capable of nullifying all ninjutsu, crumbled like fragile glass beneath the seemingly ordinary blade of his adversary. Seizing the opportunity as Obito began to falter, Yechuan's long blade surged forth like a venomous serpent emerging from its den, the blade's radiance intensifying. No longer a mere test or entanglement. It was a decisive strike infused with all his power and will. Upon the blade, the ethereal blue lightning intertwined flawlessly with the profound armament color, exuding a faint sharpness capable of severing space itself. With a piercing shriek that tore through the air, Obito's hastily raised staff was forcefully swept aside by an overwhelming force. The tip of the blade, imbued with the aura of armament, pierced through Obito's chest, cloaked in the white robes of the 6 paths. As if penetrating a layer of resilient leather, blood instantly stained the white fabric of his attire. Ack! Obito emitted a pained grunt as the formidable defense of the 6 paths mode was forcibly breached by a single strike. His body trembled violently, and the power controlling the 6 Crimson Sun formation became instantly chaotic. Boom! The colossal Crimson Barrier enveloping the battlefield, the 6 Crimson Sun formation, crumbled like shattered glass due to the caster's injury and loss of concentration. The scarlet light walls disintegrated into a myriad of fragments. Thud! Uchiha Obito could no longer withstand the onslaught and was brutally struck from the sky, crashing to the ground like a meteor, raising a cloud of dust. The aura of the 6 paths mode surrounding him flickered, clearly indicating he had sustained severe damage. Yukikawa seized this opportunity, his figure flashing forward, intent on delivering a finishing blow. Everyone together, extract the tailed beast from within him. Upon witnessing this, Naruto Uzumaki immediately capitalized on the moment, roaring as countless golden chakra chains shot forth from his being, ensnaring the recently fallen Uchiha Obito. Following suit, Gaara's sand, Killer Bee's octopus tentacles, and various binding jutsu from the allied ninjas simultaneously joined the fray. Thus commenced a grand tug-of-war contest for the tailed beast's chakra. With the joint efforts of the Ninja Alliance, strands of chakra belonging to different tailed beasts began to be forcibly extracted from Uchiha Obito's body. In agony, Obito howled as the tailed beasts were being stripped away. The brilliance of the 6 paths mode began to flicker violently, becoming unstable. Now, a chilling voice abruptly echoed from behind Obito. A shadow as dark as sludge silently emerged from one side of his body. It was Kage? Simultaneously, a white Zetsu clone erupted from the ground, immediately seizing control of the other half of Obito's body. Humph! Uchiha Obito, your mission is far from over. Kage's voice dripped with malice as he forcibly manipulated Obito's body, which had lost its will to resist, forming a seal that instilled unease in everyone present. This is bad. He intends to resurrect Uchiha Madara. From a distance, Hashirama Senju's expression changed drastically. Not on my watch. Yukikawa's gaze hardened as he prepared to strike again. But Kage's speed was swifter. Too late. Lord Uchiha Madara, prepare for your true resurrection. Kage let out a piercing shriek. Outer path, samsara of heavenly life. Obito. Kakashi watched as the life force of Obito rapidly waned, his eyes widening in horror. A dazzling white light erupted from Obito, reminiscent of the scene when Uchiha Madara was released from the Edo Tensei. Yet this time, it bore the essence of true life returning. On the opposite end of the battlefield, Uchiha Madara's body, reanimated by Edo Tensei, began to solidify upon contact with this radiant light of samsara. The corporeal form constituted of dust began to regain the texture of flesh and blood, and the cracks formed from the reanimation process swiftly vanished. Uchiha Madara, in his prime, was resurrected in the truest sense. How is this possible? Uchiha Madara has truly returned to life? All the allied ninjas present, including the 5 Kages and the previous Hokages, gazed in horror at Uchiha Madara, who slowly opened his eyes, emanating an even more terrifying aura than during his previous Edo Tensei state. At last, at long last, I have returned. This sensation of power, this true feeling of being alive is simply exquisite. The resurrected Uchiha Madara, feeling the immense vitality and chakra surging within him, laughed heartily. He slowly lifted his head, one Rinnegan flickering with a cold light, ultimately resting upon Yechuan in the distance. Young one, it seems our battle can continue. Madara's tone bore a hint of mockery, but it was overshadowed by a chilling intent to kill. This time, I shall hold nothing back. Yechuan, confronted by the truly resurrected Uchiha Madara, felt an overwhelming gravity in his gaze. He could distinctly sense that the power emanating from Madara was several tiers above that of his previous Edo Tensei form. Come. Yechuan's sword, the Kusanagi, once again enveloped in a deep black haki and crackling lightning, prepared for battle. The clash erupted anew. In the blink of an eye, Madara's figure vanished as if teleported. The next moment, he appeared before Yechuan, his speed distorting the very fabric of space. With no flourish, a fist imbued with the sheer force capable of shattering mountains tore through the air and struck down toward Yechuan's head. The ground cracked beneath the punch's passage. Yechuan's pupils constricted. The resurrected Madara's speed and strength were incomparably superior to those during his Edo period. Acting almost on instinct, he raised his long sword to block. Clang. A sound more terrifying than any previous collision erupted. Yechuan felt an irresistible force surge through the blade, akin to a landslide or tsunami. His grip shattered. Blood erupted forth. He was uncontrollably flung backward, crashing into the ruins hundreds of meters away, stirring clouds of dust. Yechuan, Tsunade exclaimed in shock. So fast, so strong. Raikage-A's expression changed dramatically. Amidst the dust, Yechuan slowly rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze growing colder and sharper. The power of resurrection was indeed different. A sense of resolve filled his heart. Madara did not pursue, hovering in the air like a deity observing mere ants. The warm-up is over. Let me see if your strikes can reach the true domain of the gods. Susanoo. Boom. A more refined complete Susanoo, radiating a deep purple light of destruction, rose from the ground. Adorned with even more magnificent and robust armor, its wings spread wide, overshadowing the sky, while 2 colossal chakra blades in its hands emitted a brilliance that annihilated all. The divine pressure made the entire battlefield tremble. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Wind style, pressure damage. Madara formed hand seals, synchronizing with the complete Susanoo. A torrent of raging flames mixed with a devastating storm surged toward Yechuan like an apocalyptic deluge, its power surpassing the previous by dozens of times. Confronted with this cataclysmic combination of ninjutsu, Yechuan's gaze sharpened. The Eye of Death instantly activated. The crimson lines of demise became vividly apparent amidst the inferno and tempest. With a decisive slash, he transformed into a streak of black lightning, cleaving through the fiery seas with his long blade, perfectly tracing the death line. The ferocious fire and wind techniques were forcefully split apart, creating a genuine vacuum passage. Scorching gusts surged past him on either side, yet not a trace of harm could touch him. Heavenly obstruction, star quake. With a focused gaze from his Rinnegan, the sky darkened abruptly. A colossal meteorite, large enough to obscure half the heavens, hurtled towards Yechuan's vicinity, emitting blinding flames and a thunderous roar from its friction with the atmosphere. A true calamity had descended. One sword flow, star rend. A chilling glimmer sparked in Yechuan's eyes. He no longer evaded, gripping his sword with both hands. He channeled the essence of the eagle-eye's swordsmanship and the armed color haki to their utmost limits. A massive, intent-laden flying slash materialized, akin to a colossal black bird tearing through the heavens, surging upwards. It struck fiercely at the core of the descending meteorite. Boom. The enormous meteorite was split in 2 mid-air. The flaming remnants crashed to the earth, unleashing a more terrifying shockwave and tremor. Yet, Yichuan's strike truly could sever the stars. Would release Flower Tree World. With both hands pressed to the ground, Madara summoned countless robust trees that burst forth from the earth, instantaneously transforming the area into a primordial forest that devoured all. Enormous blossoms unfurled, releasing lethal hypnotic pollen. Yichuan held his breath, fully activating his observation haki. He darted among the colossal trunks like lightning, his blade gleaming like the scythe of death, severing the encroaching vines and massive trees. The eye of death occasionally flickered to life, effortlessly slicing through the core death lines of the giant flowers, unleashing pollen. The battle between the two had transcended the boundaries of the mundane. The clash of sword light and ninjutsu rent the earth asunder, while the confrontation of slashes and ocular techniques twisted the very fabric of space. Each collision resonated like divine retribution, instilling terror in the hearts of onlookers. The battlefield lay in ruins, its geography irrevocably altered. Yichuan elevated his observation haki to its zenith, weaving through the cataclysmic assaults. In his hand, the blade of Hidao Yuan continuously unleashed fierce sword energy, either enveloped in armed color haki or enhanced with lightning chakra, clashing head-on with the colossal sword of Susanoo. This was a battle of true apex, surpassing the shadow level, even nearing the realm of the Six Paths. The distant five Kages and the allied ninja forces could not intervene in such a caliber of conflict. They could only watch in trepidation. In a brief span, the two had engendered a breathtaking stalemate. This is somewhat interesting. Madara, suspended at the center of Susanoo, gazed down at the tenacious black-haired youth, reminiscent of an indomitable cockroach. A flicker of impatience crossed his Rinnegan, yet it was overshadowed by a surge of battle intent. To withstand my resurrected power for so long truly warrants the title of worthy opponent. However, the game must come to an end. He slowly raised a hand, his Rinnegan suddenly intensifying. Let me demonstrate the true power of the Rinnegan. Rinne Rebirth, Edge of the Abyss. A shadow clone, existing within the unseen realm of the Wheel Tomb, wielding the same formidable power as its original, stealthily advanced toward Yichuan, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. This was the ultimate ocular technique that could only be activated by the Rinnegan, imperceptible to ordinary ninjas, let alone defend against. However, just as those intangible shadows were about to strike Yichuan, his observation haki had reached its zenith. Even though he could not visually perceive them, his extraordinarily acute senses distinctly registered the chilling intent to kill emanating from the otherworldly shadows. Clang. The sword in Yichuan's hand, the Wado Ikemanji, seemed to possess a prescient ability, impeccably parrying the invisible assaults from all directions at the critical moment. Each collision erupted with a dull thud in the air, as if striking against some tangible barrier. What? For the first time, genuine astonishment flickered across Uchiha Madara's face, which had always been marked by absolute confidence. Impossible. My Wheel Tomb's boundary is an attack that exists in the unseen world. Without the Rinnegan, one cannot sense it, let alone resist it. How on earth did this little brat manage to achieve this? Yichuan offered no response, merely gazing coldly at Madara. He understood that while the shadows of the Wheel Tomb were powerful, as long as he could sense them, his current swordsmanship and haki were more than sufficient to contend with them. Observing that even the enigmatic ocular technique of the Wheel Tomb could not subdue Yichuan, Madara's murderous intent intensified, yet he surprisingly refrained from further engaging Yichuan. He realized that this black-haired swordsman possessed unfathomable strength and an array of unpredictable techniques. To completely eliminate him in a short span would undoubtedly exact a considerable toll. You are indeed exceptional, brat, Madara scoffed. However, I lack the time to indulge you now. He resolved to first accomplish his paramount objective, to resurrect the Ten-Tails and become its Jinchuriki. With that, he manipulated a shadow from the Wheel Tomb, charging fiercely at Yichuan in an attempt to temporarily detain him. Meanwhile, Madara's true form slammed both hands onto the ground. Summoning technique, Outer Path Golem. Boom! The earth trembled anew. The colossal Outer Path Golem, previously summoned by Obito and having temporarily vanished due to Obito becoming the Jinchuriki, was once again summoned forth by Uchiha Madara. Roar! The Outer Path Golem emitted a thunderous roar, and 9 massive chakra chains, akin to predatory serpents, shot forth from its mouth, targeting the 9-tailed beasts that had just been stripped from Uchiha Obito and we're still in a weakened state on the battlefield. This is bad. He intends to forcibly capture the tailed beasts. From a distance, Naruto and Gaara were both struck with alarm. Without hesitation, they rushed forward, striving to obstruct the chains of the outer path golem. Naruto unleashed a dazzling golden light from his Nine Tails chakra mode, while Gaara manipulated a vast arm of sand formed from the swirling desert. Yet, in the face of the almost divine strength of the outer path golem, their resistance appeared painfully futile. The chakra chains effortlessly pierced through their defenses, precisely ensnaring the chakra bodies of the nine-tailed beasts, and then violently tugging backward. Cursed be this fate. The nine-tailed beasts emitted anguished cries of defiance, yet could not break free from the chakra chains imbued with the power of the Rinnegan, being forcibly dragged away, ultimately succumbing to the gaping maw of the outer path's monstrous form. Boom! The chakra of the nine beasts converged within the body of the outer path, giving rise to an energy more terrifying than before, beginning to surge wildly. The 10 Tails was poised to re-emerge in its complete form, reigning over this land once more. Ha ha ha! Uchiha Madara, witnessing this scene, erupted into hearty laughter. Finally, the Moon's Eye plan was about to be realized. All the allied ninjas present gazed at the horrific transformation of the outer path and the frenzied demeanor of Uchiha Madara, their faces etched with unprecedented despair. Uchiha Madara paid no heed to the struggle of Yechuan against the shadow of the Rinnegan. He leaped high, landing atop the transforming head of the 10 Tails, his hands forming seals once again. 6 paths, 10 Tails seal. Boom! The immense 10 Tails, along with its world-destroying chakra, transformed into a colossal pillar of light that surged into Uchiha Madara's being. His body began to undergo earth-shattering changes. His hair turned as white as snow. 2 formidable horns protruded from his forehead, and he was enveloped in a pure white robe formed from the truth-seeking balls. 9 black tomo patterns emerged behind him, and he wielded a black staff, symbolizing the power of the Sage of 6 Paths. In the 6 Paths mode, Uchiha Madara stood supreme. He slowly opened his eyes, the Rinnegan gleaming with a cold indifference as it surveyed all beings. Yechuan felt the weight of 6 Paths Madara's voice, resonating with an overwhelming pressure that seemed to descend from the heavens, his gaze locking onto Yechuan once more. Previously, it had merely been a warm-up. Now, let me show you what true divine power is. Yechuan regarded the now utterly transformed and overwhelmingly powerful 6 Paths Madara, his expression gravely serious. Yet, the sword of Hodo Ichimonji remained firmly grasped in his hand, unwavering. Taking a deep breath, he channeled all his strength into this one strike. Swoosh! A breathtakingly brilliant slash, entwined with darkened armor and destructive lightning, descended upon 6 Paths Madara with ferocity. However, 6 Paths Madara nonchalantly raised his black staff to meet the terrifying strike that could cleave through stars. To him, in this mode, all ninjutsu would be rendered ineffective, and this pure energy attack would be no exception. Boom! Contrary to 6 Paths Madara's expectations, Yechuan's fearsome strike did not dissipate upon contact with the black staff as he had anticipated. Instead, it erupted with even more terrifying power. As the 6 Paths Abido felt an irresistible force emanating from the black staff crafted from the sacred jade of the 6 Paths, he was propelled backward, carving a profound chasm into the ground beneath him. What? Stabilizing his stance, he gazed incredulously at the slender crack that had appeared on his staff. The arm gripping the staff was also beset by a wave of tingling pain. Could it be that even the 6 Paths mode could sustain injury? His heart brimmed with astonishment. This was utterly illogical. How could this be possible? The power of the 6 Paths and the Yin-Yang release ought to be impervious to all ninjutsu and physical attacks in existence. Reflecting on the previous strike, he realized that Night River's slash bore no traces of chakra alteration, nor did it conform to the traditional definitions of ninjutsu or taijutsu. Thus, it dawned upon him. The boy's attack was not ninjutsu, but rather a purely physical assault derived from an extreme compression of some force. Only this could elucidate why his 6 Paths power had failed to nullify it entirely. He surmised that the only entities capable of bypassing the defenses of the sacred jade of the 6 Paths and directly injuring the 6 Paths body, aside from sage techniques and a select few unique bloodline limits, were the pinnacle of pure taijutsu. Night River suppressed the rising metallic taste of blood in his throat, his chest heaving violently. Ninjutsu? Physical? Gradually raising his head, he managed a smile laced with crimson. Uchiha Obito, you are mistaken. What I cleave is never chakra, nor material. I sever existence itself. Obito's pupils constricted once more in shock. Severing existence? This transcended the realm of ninjutsu. Could it be that he had previously obliterated the sacred jade by wielding this enigmatic power? Thus, the astonishment in Obito's eyes was swiftly supplanted by a surging battle fervor. He slowly lifted his hand, gently caressing the minute crack on the staff, as if it were a scar of disgrace. It seems I have underestimated you. To refine pure body and intent to the degree of touching the fabric of reality, you are indeed an anomaly. However, before the true power of the divine, any anomaly shall be crushed. Since ninjutsu proves ineffective against you, allow me to unveil the might of sage arts. With that proclamation, the natural energy within Obito surged wildly. His already colossal chakra, now infused with the pure essence of sage chakra, became even more terrifying and unfathomable. Sage art, storm release light fawn. Obito unleashed a beam of energy radiating a blinding silver light, akin to a judgment spear tearing through space, hurtling towards Night River's brow in an instant. This was not merely a chakra beam. It was an ultimate penetrating attack that fused sage chakra with the transformative nature of storm release. The speed and power of this strike far surpassed any ninjutsu he had previously unleashed. Wherever the beam passed, the very fabric of space emitted a mournful cry of searing anguish. Faced with this lethal assault infused with sage energy, Night River's pupils dilated. The mystic eyes of death perception activated instantaneously, revealing the vivid crimson lines of fatality upon that cataclysmic beam. Yet, the speed of the beam is astonishingly swift, and the energy it encapsulates is terrifying. The backlash and instantaneous calculations required to forcibly sever its core lifeline are beyond imagination. It cannot be confronted head-on. In a flash, Yichuan's figure leaves behind several solid residual shadows, while his true form shifts laterally at a speed that transcends limits. However, the speed of the celestial technique, the Gale Escape Light Fong, is even more rapid. The beam grazes past his temple, scorching a few strands of his black hair with its searing heat, leaving a faint trail of blood on his cheek from the sharp energy blade. Boom! The beam strikes the ground behind Yichuan, creating a straight pit with edges as smooth as a mirror, devoid of an explosion. The rocks surrounding the deep pit exhibit a glass-like appearance, having melted and cooled instantly from the extreme temperature. Can he evade it? Madara's Rinnegan coldly locks onto him, and his hand seals change once more. Celestial technique, escape thunder style. Boom. The sky is suddenly torn apart. Countless serpentine bolts of darkness, writhing as if alive, instantly fill the heavens above Yichuan. This is no ordinary lightning. It is a terrifying tempest, a fusion of celestial chakra and the mental force of escape. There is no escape. The cold glint in Yichuan's eyes flares. The burden of his death eye intensifies, his mind feeling as though it is being pierced by countless steel needles. He forcibly locks onto the most concentrated nexus point within the thunderstorm, a scarlet lifeline, thicker than the others, piercing through the core of the lightning web. Sever it. Yichuan no longer evades. Instead, he swims against the current. The long blade in his hand is enveloped in an unprecedentedly violent lightning, transforming into a reverse thunder that rends the heavens. The blade descends with pinpoint precision along the scarlet lifeline that penetrates the core of the lightning web. Swish! A sound akin to fabric being torn apart erupts. The horrific escape thunder web, previously encompassing everything, is cleaved in two by Yichuan's resolute strike at its core. The pitch-black thunder, severed from its source, emits a series of unwilling explosions before howling past Yichuan on either side, crashing down onto the ground around him and creating numerous charred pits. Yet he himself passes unscathed through the path created by the severed lightning web. What? A flicker of shock passes through Madara's eyes once more. The dual attributes of mental shock and physical annihilation inherent in the escape thunder style have been unfathomably countered by the opponent in such a manner. Severed once again. What manner of power is this? With two consecutive celestial techniques neutralized, Madara's patience is utterly exhausted, and an unprecedented killing intent erupts in his gaze. Very well, very well. If that is the case, then let this technique be the one to bury you along with this bothersome battlefield. He raises both hands high, as if lifting the heavens. An even greater surge of natural energy, and Tintail's chakra gathers wildly. The radiance of the Six Paths mode is so intense, it rivals the sun. The 9 truth-seeking orbs behind him spin rapidly, merging into the destructive energy he gathers in his hands. Celestial technique, heavenly punishment, meteoric destruction. Boom, boom, boom. The sky abruptly darkens, not from clouds, but from the very fabric of space itself being distorted by the immense energy. Dozens of meteors, ablaze with celestial fire and far larger than the previously formidable Tianshi, descended upon the battlefield like an apocalyptic meteor shower, tearing asunder the firmament. With the overwhelming might to obliterate worlds, they plummeted towards the very heart of the conflict, where each one stood resolute. Each meteor bore within it the terrifying power of a fusion between celestial arts and the forces of the Six Paths. Their expansive reach and formidable strength capable of plunging the entire battlefield, along with the crust itself, into the abyss. A true cataclysm of annihilation. There was no evasion, no defense. Each one. In the distance, Tsunade, Naruto, and the 5 Kage's eyes widened in despair, their voices rising in a desperate cry. Even Senju Hashirama felt a suffocating pressure, the potency of this attack surpassing that of the legendary Valley of the End. Confronted with this apocalyptic spectacle, Yichuan stood alone at the center of the meteor storm. The fierce winds tore at his garments, and the shadow of destruction enveloped him. His complexion was as pale as parchment, the relentless strain from wielding the Reaper's eye and the ultimate sword technique pushing both his mind and body to the brink. His brain felt as if it were boiling magma, the excruciating pain threatening to rend his consciousness asunder. Yet, his gaze sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. The sharpness simmering within his eyes was not consumed by fear. Rather, under the weight of impending death, it was refined to an even purer essence. The Reaper's eye was fully unleashed. The chaotic vortex within his eyes spun to its zenith. The world before him transformed into a hellscape of crimson lines. The dozens of world-ending meteors revealed their cores to him, each one marked by a scarlet thread of doom. They filled his vision, dense and overwhelming. There was no retreat. Only the path of severance remained. He no longer conserved his strength. The resilience honed through countless strikes was fervently channeled into this one decisive blow. A colossal arc of darkness, unimaginable in scale and as solid as the void itself, erupted from Yichuan's very being. This strike was not aimed at a single meteor, but rather at the singular point where all the deadly lines converged within his sight. That point, the nexus of annihilation, bore the full weight of the destructive intent contained within this celestial technique. With a whisper of motion, a thread so subtle it was nearly imperceptible sliced through the sky, precisely cleaving the singular core of death. Time seemed to halt in that moment. The numerous meteors, imbued with apocalyptic power and poised to crash into the earth, came to an abrupt standstill mere hundreds of meters above the ground. In the next instant, the sound of shattering echoed. Crack, 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 crack. A series of jarring fractures reminiscent of a billion shards of glass breaking simultaneously, resonating deeply within the souls of all who beheld it. Under the astonished gazes, akin to witnessing a miracle, those dozens of meteors, ablaze with celestial fire, began to dissolve silently from their cores, as if cast into the void or erased like a pencil sketch, vanishing without a sound of explosion or cataclysmic shockwave. Only countless fragments of meteorites, akin to weathered sand sculptures, gradually disintegrate during their descent, transforming into the most primordial dust and particles of energy, ultimately vanishing into the void, leaving not a ripple in their wake. The sunlight once again graces the earth, illuminating the chaotic yet miraculously preserved battlefield below. It seems that the so-called celestial arts are but a fleeting illusion. From amidst the flurry of debris, the figure of Yichuan emerges, his deep black eyes calmly gazing at the distant Uchiha Madara, his tone devoid of emotion. On the opposite end of the dust, Uchiha Madara hovers in the air, his pure white six-path robe untouched by filth. However, his expression resembles that of frozen ice. Within the depths of his Rinnegan, there is no trace of shock left, only an overwhelming gravity. Time, at this moment, feels thick and languid. A cold, unfamiliar sensation quietly coils around Madara's heart. It is not fear, but a long-forgotten premonition named death. The thought of dying strikes like thunder, exploding deep within Madara's soul, absurd yet profoundly real. If this continues, he might truly perish beneath the blade of this young boy. Madara's thoughts drift uncontrollably towards the Valley of the End, towards the ancient inscriptions on the stone tablet of the Nana Shrine, towards the illusory world of eternal peace he envisioned under the light of the infinite Tsukuyomi, a dream he had cultivated throughout his life. He cannot die here. He has yet to complete the infinite Tsukuyomi. He has yet to create a world devoid of suffering. No, I absolutely cannot die here. In an instant, Madara's gaze transforms into one of fierce ferocity. My dreams remain unrealized. This decaying world still requires my correction. He understands that the youth before him, named Yechuan Lu, has become the greatest obstacle to his Mooneye plan. His strength is unfathomable, his methods inscrutable, even more troublesome than Hashirama Senju. Only by utterly eradicating you can I seize the opportunity to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi and create that perfect world. At this moment, Uchiha Madara resolves himself with unwavering determination. He will spare no effort to eliminate this greatest threat before him. The chakra of the 10 tails within him and the power of the 6 paths erupt uncontrollably, unleashing a terrifying wave that sends shivers even through the distant 5 Kage. You brat, receive this final strike from me, Madara bellows, as the black staff in his hand fuses instantaneously with the Rinnegan behind him, transforming into a colossal divine sword imbued with the power of all things, capable of deciding life and death, descending upon Yechuan with the might to obliterate the heavens and earth. This strike gathers all of Madara's strength and will. It is the mightiest blow he can unleash as the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. In the face of this fearsome attack, capable of cleaving the entire shinobi world in two, Yechuan's gaze becomes unprecedentedly tranquil. He can feel the sword intent, the domineering spirit within him, and even the nascent power of the Eye of Death, resonating in a wondrous harmony at this moment. All along, he had been pursuing the sword path of Hawkeye Mihawk, emulating his techniques and comprehending his realm. The legacy of the Eagle Eye serves as a flawless template, guiding him in his relentless pursuit of strength. However, after enduring countless life and death battles, particularly in the fateful clash against the legendary Uchiha Madara, Yechuan suddenly felt that the template belonging to the Eagle Eye within his heart seemed to be fracturing. This was not the collapse of inheritance, but rather the breaking of shackles. He was no longer merely imitating and inheriting. Instead, he infused his own understanding of this world, his insights into combat, and his newfound perception of severance and death into the pinnacle of the Eagle Eye's swordsmanship. The legacy of the Eagle Eye is shattered. This was not a dissipation of power, but an ascension to a higher realm. In that moment, Yechuan sensed that his comprehension of the sword had reached an unprecedented and dazzling new dimension. It was as if he could vividly perceive the flow of energy within Uchiha Madara's cataclysmic strike, the vulnerabilities of all laws, and the line that represented the ultimate conclusion. So this is what truly belongs to my path of the sword. Yechuan slowly raised his sword, the Wado Ikamanji. There was no cataclysmic burst of chakra, nor were there world-shattering waves of energy. Instead, an overwhelming will, seemingly capable of trampling the entire world and transcending all laws, emanated from him. The ultimate conqueror's haki intertwined with an ethereal grace. In that moment, his already potent conqueror's haki seemingly transcended a certain limit, perfectly entwining itself around the blade of the Wado Ikamanji in an unfathomable manner. The obsidian blade, at that instant, appeared to transform into a divine instrument of fate. Uchiha Madara. Yechuan's voice was calm and indifferent. Your era has come to a definitive end. With a simple swing, he unleashed a strike that transcended limits against the descending 6 paths divine sword, which seemed poised to engulf the entire world. One sword style, no self. Swoosh! There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor was there a cataclysmic force. Only an exquisitely brilliant black lightning slash. It seemed to absorb all the world's radiance before erupting forth in an instant. This strike, though seemingly modest, contained the terrifying power to cleave heaven and earth asunder. It disregarded the distances of space, the barriers of energy, and even the constraints of causality. It appeared directly before the 6 paths Uchiha Madara's sword, which gathered the essence of the universe. And then, crack! Like a hot knife slicing through butter, the sword of Uchiha Madara, capable of annihilating everything, was effortlessly severed by this obsidian, overwhelming strike. Following this, the momentum of the black slash remained unabated, instantly slicing through the body of the 6 paths Uchiha Madara. What? For the first time, genuine fear flickered in the eyes of Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan. He could distinctly sense that his divine form, composed of the Ten Tails chakra and the power of the Six Paths, was fundamentally obliterated in that fleeting moment when the obsidian strike passed through. The very essence upon which his existence depended was annihilated by an even more primordial force. The Ten Tails chakra within him began to disintegrate in a frenzy, while the power of the Six Paths receded like the ebbing tide. His white ceremonial robes, emblematic of divine strength, and his horns began to splinter and shatter inch by inch. Impossible. I am the sage of the Six Paths. I am the god of the new world. Uchiha Madara incredulously gazed down at his body, rapidly losing power, his eyes filled with resentment. There was no blood spattering, no entrails spilling forth. Madara's body, as if drained of all strength, toppled forward and fell heavily upon the cold, scorched earth, silent as the grave. Ultimately, with a reluctant roar, Uchiha Madara, the legendary figure who once stirred the entire shinobi world and sought to alter reality with his own might, perished. He died like an ordinary human. Dust slowly descended. The battlefield fell into a profound silence, akin to a vacuum. The wind ceased. Sound vanished. Everyone stood petrified, unable to comprehend the sight of the fallen, pure white figure. Was it over? Uchiha Madara was dead, slain by a single strike from Yakuchuan. The overwhelming shock rendered everyone incapable of thought. Yakuchuan gradually sheathed his sword, his complexion as pale as parchment, his body trembling slightly from the immense exhaustion. He could feel that his domineering aura, physical strength, and even mental fortitude had been nearly depleted by that one strike that surpassed all limits. Yakuchuan-kun. A frantic cry laced with tears reached him. Hinata Hyuga had rushed to his side, supporting his swaying form with her somewhat fragile shoulder. Don't move. Tsunade appeared in an instant, her heart aching and anxious as she observed Yakuchuan's pallid visage, quickly placing her palm against his back. The seal of the 100 healings on her forehead emitted a brilliant glow, and a vast source of life chakra surged into him, aiding his recovery. You reckless boy? Are you trying to throw your life away? Tsunade scolded him softly while pouring forth her healing efforts, her tone betraying her concern. She could sense the dire state of Yakuchuan's condition, akin to a fragile porcelain piece that had been shattered and crudely mended. The battlefield silence was abruptly torn asunder by a thunderous cheer of survival. The ninja allied forces surged like a boiling sea, countless figures struggling to rise, tears streaming down their faces as they embraced and shouted, transforming their long-suppressed despair into a tidal wave of sound that battered the ravaged earth. We won. We won. Madara has been defeated. Lord Yakuchuan. It was Lord Yakuchuan who saved the shinobi world. Amidst the deafening cries, Yakuchuan, supported by Hinata and Tsunade's continuous healing chakra, managed to steady himself. He breathed heavily, his gaze sweeping over the distant, lifeless form of Uchiha Madara. Kage. Deep within Yakuchuan's consciousness, fragments of memories from the original narrative surged forth. The terrifying divine tree that connects heaven and earth, the ultimate adversary that emerged from the shell of Uchiha Obito. According to the original trajectory, when Obito activated the infinite Tsukuyomi, Kage would have taken full advantage of his vessel to resurrect completely, plunging the entire world into a deeper abyss. Yet now, Night River gazed upon Obito's cold corpse. The infinite Tsukuyomi had never been initiated. Obito had perished directly beneath his own blade. Perhaps Kurizetsu had also dissipated along with Obito's consciousness? The chain of Kage's resurrection had been irrevocably severed at its most critical link. This world was devoid of the moon goddess's influence. Having confirmed this, Night River's gaze remained unwavering. He gently pushed away Hinata's support, and amid Tsunade's concerned eyes, he dragged his weary yet still razor-sharp form step by step toward Uchiha Obito's remains. Night River-kun? Naruto, with a smile of exhilaration from surviving the ordeal, looked at him in confusion. Night River offered no reply, calmly approaching Obito's side, gazing down upon that once mighty visage that had looked down upon the world. His eyes ultimately settled upon the Rinnegan, which had unleashed a torrent of bloodshed across the ninja realm. Without a hint of hesitation, Night River raised his foot, the sole of his boot imbued with residual haki, and with immense force, he brought it crashing down. A sickening crunch echoed. The Rinnegan, a symbol of the highest ocular power in the ninja world, shattered beneath Night River's foot like fragile grapes, transforming into two pools of mingled, bloody tissue. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as everyone stood frozen, incredulous at the sight before them. Those were the Rinnegan, the fabled eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, the ultimate power that countless shinobi had yearned for. Why? Tsunade could not help but inquire, her eyes wide with shock. To transplant those eyes would nearly guarantee one the power akin to that of the Sage of Six Paths. Night River slowly withdrew his foot, observing the utterly destroyed remnants of the ocular orbs beneath him, yet he did not respond. He had no intention of transplanting those eyes. Firstly, he held no interest in such a Frankenstein-like modification, gouging out someone else's eyes to affix them to himself. Secondly, he already possessed the eyes of death, a more primal and enigmatic ocular technique. He was uncertain whether implanting another's eyes might jeopardize his own unique powers, and he was unwilling to take that risk. Night River's reasoning was simple, yet profoundly clear. True strength is only that which wholly belongs to oneself. Relying on external sources, especially organs imbued with unknown causality, could lead to endless complications. After the brief moment of shock, a more fervent wave of elation surged forth. The war was over. The fourth Kage was the first to erupt in a thunderous roar, excitedly raising his fists in triumph. We truly survived. Gaara, gazing at his equally battered yet living comrades, spoke with a hoarse voice, tinged with tremors. Long live Konoha! Long live the ninja world! Countless cries converged into an ocean of jubilation. The immense happiness of surviving engulfed everyone. Ninjas, civilians, and the wounded, all embraced and cheered. The five shadows supported each other, their faces illuminated by a weary yet relieved smile. Tsunade gazed at the throng of people before her, then turned her attention to the dark-haired youth standing beside the lifeless body of Obito, who appeared somewhat out of place, stirring a whirlwind of emotions within her. The crowd surged toward Yechuan like a tidal wave, brimming with the deepest gratitude. Lord Yechuan, thank you. You are our hero. Konoha takes pride in you. Naruto, jostling to the forefront, enthusiastically patted Yechuan on the shoulder, exclaiming, that last strike was absolutely incredible. Hinata stood nearby, her cheeks flushed with a gentle pride. Familiar faces, Sakura, Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, gathered around, their eyes filled with admiration. Yechuan felt somewhat overwhelmed by this torrent of enthusiasm, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. When it brushed against the complex expression of Sasuke Uchiha at the edge of the gathering, a thought struck him like lightning. Sasuke. Suddenly, Yechuan remembered something he had long forgotten, the bloodline evolution pill awarded by the system when his eagle eye reached 100. He had been unable to find the right moment to use it, but now that the war had ended and the dust had settled, it seemed an opportune time. With a flicker of intent, the pill radiating a peculiar glow materialized in his hand, and without hesitation, he swallowed it. The elixir dissolved instantly, transforming into a warm and extraordinary energy that surged through his limbs, racing toward his eyes. Ding! Bloodline evolution pill consumed by the host. Conducting bloodline evolution based on the host's physical compatibility and subconscious desires. Scanning for the world's top bloodlines. Target locked. Uchiha bloodline. Commencing bloodline fusion. Bloodline limit. Sharingan activated. Detecting host's soul power significantly surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Bloodline evolution effect greatly enhanced. Infusing the 3-Tomo Mangekyo Sharingan. Fusion at 100 peak state achieved. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Shursue's Kodo Ōtsutsuki. The chilling voice of the system echoed in his mind, and a searing force surged into Yechuan's eyes. The world around him seemed to shed a veil, becoming clearer and more deliberate. He could even perceive the subtle trajectories of chakra flowing through those nearby. Instinctively, Yechuan glanced at his reflection on the blade of the Hiwa Ikemanji. His once pitch-black, profound eyes had transformed into a vivid crimson. Upon them, an uncanny pattern resembling a pinwheel slowly rotated, emanating an enchanting and unsettling glow. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Furthermore, it was the same as Uchiha Shursue's famed Jinjutsu, Kodo Ōtsutsuki. A direct leap to the eternal Mangekyo. An immense wave surged within Yechuan. He understood all too well the implications of Kodo Ōtsutsuki. Though its cooldown period was extensive, its effect was nothing short of miraculous. It required no eye contact, no medium, capable of permanently altering the will of another without their awareness. In a sense, this was undoubtedly one of the most overpowered abilities in the Naruto universe. Not only that, the eternal kaleidoscope signifies the absence of any risk of blindness. Moreover, these eyes themselves serve as an exceptional trump card for survival. Possessing the Sharingan equates to wielding the power of Izanagi, sacrificing the light of one eye to transform reality into a dream. In critical moments, this forbidden technique can reverse the very essence of life and death. With the ocular prowess of the Sharingan in conjunction with his own swordsmanship and the eye that sees death, Yechuan feels nearly invincible in this realm. However, just as he contemplates the possible paths ahead, an abrupt and chilling system notification resonates in his mind. Warning: Host has successfully altered the core narrative of the current world and reached the upper limit of world power tolerance. Return conditions have been met. Current world anchor point released. World transfer procedure initiated. Countdown, 1098. What? Return conditions? World transfer. Yechuan is momentarily stunned, his surprise swiftly supplanted by bewilderment. He has yet to fully grasp the transformations bestowed upon him by the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. And he hasn't even had the chance to bid a proper farewell to his friends in this world. The system's alert rings in his mind like a death knell, mercilessly counting down. Wait. Yechuan can only manage to utter 2 words in his consciousness. Before he can ponder further, an irresistible force surges from the void. In the next instant, Yechuan's silhouette blurs and distorts like a reflection on water, vanishing entirely before the astonished eyes of those in Konoha, as if he had never existed. A powerful wave of dizziness recedes like a tide. Yechuan abruptly opens his eyes. Before him lies not a battlefield shrouded in smoke, but an expanse of infinite, pristine white. Here, the concepts of up and down, sound and scent, are rendered irrelevant. Only an absolute void of whiteness prevails, as if everything has been reset to zero. In this realm, Yechuan's injuries seem to have fully healed, and the weariness has evaporated, as though the preceding epic battle was merely a dream. Only the profound clarity brought forth by the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan and the chilling sword intent inherited from the eagle eye serve as reminders that everything is indeed real. Welcome to the Multiverse Transfer Station, number 9527, Trial Taker. The cold system notification resounds within his consciousness, devoid of any emotion. Congratulations on successfully completing the exploration and narrative correction of the first trial world, Naruto. You have met the prerequisites for returning to the original world. Returning to the original world. Yechuan's heart leaps. Home. An uncontrollable longing grips his heart. He has never been so acutely aware of how desperately he wishes to return. The final path to return to the original world has been unlocked. The system's voice continues. Path requirements. Traverse and complete trials in a total of 100 different worlds. Current progress, 1100. In 100 worlds. The heart of Yechuan sank momentarily, yet the profound yearning to return home swiftly overshadowed the immense pressure of the vast numbers. As long as the direction is clear, no matter how lengthy the journey may be, there shall come a day when it is completed. At that moment, 2 colossal portals appeared silently within the pristine white expanse. One of the doors stood firmly shut, crafted from a material that was neither metal nor wood. Upon its surface, the 4 familiar characters, Naruto, were distinctly engraved. Along the edges of the doorframe, the familiar patterns of the Konoha headband, shuriken, and Sharingan slowly flowed into view. Beside it, another brand-new portal gradually took shape, contrasting starkly in style. This door was framed from deep brown oak, seemingly worn by relentless waves, adorned with brass rivets. The door itself was a deep ocean blue, embellished with bold golden characters spelling out, One Piece. The patterns of waves surged across the door, and the image of the skull flag flickered in and out of visibility, as if the salty sea breeze permeated the very air. Was the conclusion of Naruto the beginning of a pirate saga? Yechuan found himself momentarily stunned, a bewildered expression crossing his face. With the swordsmanship of an eagle-eyed master, could entering the world of One Piece be considered a return home? The world of pirates harbors the true world's greatest swordsman. Mihawk himself was there, taking a deep breath. Yechuan resolved to push the door open and stepped inside. A fleeting sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, as if his soul were being separated from his body, only to be instantaneously reshaped. World transition in progress. Warning, detected item, Wado Ikamanji in possession of the host conflicts with the target world, unable to be brought along. Item, Wado Ikamanji, has been automatically stored in the interdimensional transit station's storage space. The host may retrieve it upon returning to the station. What? A jolt of surprise coursed through Yechuan, and he instinctively reached for his waist. Indeed, the supreme sword that had accompanied him for over a decade, one that had long since attuned to his very essence, had vanished without a trace. Was Wado Ikamanji unable to be brought along? His brow furrowed. Item conflict? It appeared that items replicated from this world could not be reintroduced. Although the loss of a reliable weapon would impact his strength to some degree, Yechuan remained unperturbed. After all, his greatest reliance lay in the swordsmanship and haki that had merged with his soul, alongside his eyes capable of gazing directly into death. Without a sword, he could simply find another, or anything at all. In his hands, anything could become a blade. As his thoughts raced, the chaotic scene before him transformed into clarity. Before his eyes lay a bustling street, the cobblestones gleaming under the sunlight, flanked by a myriad of shops whose signs swayed gently in the breeze, peddling an array of fishing gear, beverages, and everyday goods. The air was imbued with the briny scent of the sea. Yechuan's gaze swept above the street, his pupils narrowing slightly. Suspended from a prominent beam was a triangular wooden archway, upon which the name of the place was boldly inscribed in rugged font. Lobe Town, the town of beginnings and endings. Yechuan understood in his heart. Here lies the birthplace of legends, as well as the site of their conclusion. Here, Gold. Roger, the Pirate King, was born and, amidst the gaze of countless onlookers, met his end, igniting the fervent flames of the great pirate era with his demise. Yechuan surveyed his surroundings, absorbing the unique laws and essence of this world. To his surprise, he had directly arrived at this realm. Yet, it remained uncertain which era he had entered. Was it before Roger set sail, or had the great pirate era already commenced? Without lingering, he drifted aimlessly along with the crowd. As he meandered through the streets at a leisurely pace, he quietly unleashed his observation haki, gathering information from the snippets of conversation around him, as well as the familiar faces depicted on the wanted posters lining the streets. Before long, he deduced the era in which he found himself. It appeared that the narrative had only just begun. His gaze shifted toward the central square of the town, where a cacophony of voices indicated that something lively was transpiring. Intrigued, he strode over. In the heart of Rogue Town, the most striking feature was undoubtedly the towering execution platform. It stood silently, as if recounting the legendary conclusion that had shocked the world over 20 years ago. Beneath the platform, a throng of onlookers buzzed with discussion. Meanwhile, atop the platform stood a solitary figure, a boy clad in a tattered straw hat, wearing a red vest and blue shorts. He shielded his eyes with his hand, peering curiously into the distance like an inquisitive child. "Ah," the straw hat boy exclaimed in satisfaction. "Is this what the Pirate King beheld? And then, did he perish?" This iconic behavior, this straw hat, Yechuan instantly recognized the precise moment in the narrative. It was Monkey D. Luffy, during the Rogue Town arc. "Hey, you brat." Below, a man in uniform shouted frantically into a megaphone, his voice echoing across the square. "Get down from there. That's a special execution platform governed by the world government. Come down at once." Yet, before his threatening words could fully escape his lips, bang! With a thunderous sound, he was unexpectedly hurled away, crashing into the crowd, the megaphone slipping from his grasp and rolling to the ground. The crowd gasped and parted to create a path. A figure emerged gracefully from the throng. She was a breathtaking beauty, tall and voluptuous, her cascading black waves of hair framing a porcelain-like complexion, with exquisitely delicate features that took one's breath away. She bore a massive spiked club on her shoulder, the very weapon that had sent the officer flying. "Why be so forceful?" Her voice was laced with a languid rasp. "Finally found you, Luffy. It's been ages." Ignoring the astonished and fearful gazes surrounding her, she lifted her gaze to the straw hat boy atop the platform, revealing a smile capable of enchanting all who beheld it. "You haven't forgotten what I look like, have you?" Upon hearing this, Luffy appeared utterly bewildered, seemingly unable to connect the striking beauty before him with the memory of a fearsome, rotund woman. Just then, an exaggerated and bizarre laughter interrupted their moment. "Hee, what a touching reunion. Yarlita." The crowd stirred once more, parting to reveal a man adorned with a distinctive red nose, clad in clown attire, flanked by his minions. It was none other than the clown Buggy. However, the smile on Buggy's face swiftly morphed into a sinister grin, his gaze fixated menacingly on Luffy. "I have waited a long time for this moment. To personally execute you, this scoundrel, on this legendary execution platform, would be simply exquisite. Get him." The members of Buggy's pirate crew echoed in unison. The acrobat Kage, like a wraith, danced atop the shoulders of the crowd, deftly leaping onto the execution platform. Luffy, caught off guard, was firmly secured by a heavy wooden collar on the guillotine. "Well done, Kage," Buggy declared with triumphant laughter, striding closer to the bound Luffy. In his hand, he wielded a gleaming long knife, its blade aimed directly at Luffy's throat. "Do you see this, Straw Hat? This is the fate that befalls those who offend me." Yekawa stood quietly at the edge of the square, calmly observing the dramatic scene unfolding on the execution platform. Little did he expect that his first encounter after crossing over would lead him into this fateful farce described in the original narrative. The town, known as both the starting point and the end, indeed lived up to its reputation. The threads of destiny were particularly evident in this place. Yekawa made no move, his gaze transcending the tumultuous crowd and the menacing Buggy, ultimately resting on the vast sky above Rogue Town. There, heavy rain clouds had gathered, resembling a leaden curtain, ominously pressing down upon the city. From within the depths of the clouds, distant thunder rumbled softly. A faint smile flickered at the corners of Yekawa's lips. "Is this the guidance of the plot?" he whispered silently, the sea breeze tousling his dark hair. "Not too shabby." On the execution platform, Buggy raised his gleaming blade, aimed at Luffy's neck. A cruel smile plastered across his face. "Straw Hat, do you have any last words?" Bound to the guillotine, Luffy still managed to grin widely, mustering all his strength to shout at the crowd below, "I am the man who will become the Pirate King." This declaration ignited the square like a spark in hot oil. Some scoffed at his arrogance. Others were struck by the purity of his dream, while many stood in stunned silence. Is he serious? To utter such words in a place like this is sheer madness. Buggy's smile grew increasingly malevolent. "Is that all you have to say, rubber idiot?" He raised his blade high, preparing to end the life of this audacious boy under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Luffy. At that moment, amidst the throng at the edge of the square, two furious roars erupted. A golden-haired chef clad in a black suit, cigarette in mouth, and a menacing swordsman with green algae hair, wielding 3 blades at his waist, charged into the crowd like ferocious tigers descending from the mountains. They relentlessly hacked at the members of the Buggy pirates who obstructed their path, striving to reach the execution platform. It was none other than Sanji and Zoro. "Get out of the way. Don't block us." Zoro swung his twin swords like wheels, sending the underlings sprawling. "If you don't move aside, I'll kick you all away." Sanji unleashed kicks that lashed out like whips, each strike infused with tremendous force. Standing at the edge of the crowd, Yekawa observed the two combatants engaged in fierce battle with a calm demeanor. The future wings of the Straw Hat Pirates possessed solid swordsmanship, yet lacked the true refinement that comes from life and death trials. Their remarkable kicking talent had yet to develop its own path. Yekawa's observation Haki effortlessly discerned the level of their abilities. They were still too immature, given their current strength. They were at most worth around 10 million berries in this vast sea. To rescue their captain from foes outnumbering them several times over would indeed prove a daunting challenge. True to Yekawa's expectations, although Zoro and Sanji displayed incredible valor, the sheer number of Buggy pirates was overwhelming. Despite their relentless defeats of enemies, they remained a considerable distance from the execution platform, and time was rapidly running out. On the execution platform, the blade in Buggy's hand glinted with the chilling aura of death as it descended mercilessly toward Luffy's neck. Yet, in the face of this impending doom, Luffy's countenance bore no trace of fear. Instead, it radiated a brilliantly vibrant smile. "Nami, Usopp, Zoro, Sanji, I'm sorry, but it seems I'm going to die." Observing the iconic smile adorning Luffy's face, Yekawa felt a stir in his heart. This smile bore a resemblance to the charisma of Roger in his prime. Suddenly, a colossal bolt of lightning, thick and imposing, streaked down from the heavens without warning, striking the execution platform with pinpoint accuracy like a divine lance. Ah! Captain Buggy could barely emit a scream before the violent lightning scorched him, rendering him unconscious with eyes rolling back in shock. Immediately after, the ferocious power of thunder unleashed itself upon the wooden structure of the platform without hindrance. The execution platform, which bore witness to the final moments of the Pirate King, shattered and collapsed amidst the deafening roar of explosions. Amidst the swirling smoke and flames, a figure adorned with a straw hat slowly rose from the rubble, dusting himself off and retrieving the hat that had fallen to the side, placing it back atop his head. Luffy looked skyward, letting out his trademark hearty laugh. I thought I was really going to die? What a lucky break. The entire square fell into a profound silence once more. All the onlookers gaped in astonishment, as if witnessing a miracle. Had that truly been lightning? Was the execution platform struck by thunder? The Straw Hat Boy was unexpectedly saved by lightning at the very moment before his execution. Yechuan observed this scene with calmness. The eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan captured the fleeting coincidence of the lightning strike with remarkable clarity. Energy coalesced momentarily within the clouds, as if an invisible hand was orchestrating the gathering. While the crowd remained ensnared in astonishment, a multitude of Navy soldiers, armed with firearms and swords, surged into the square from all directions. Everyone, immediately seal off the square. Arrest all pirates. The Navy began to impose order, pursuing the buggy pirates and the Straw Hat crew. This is bad. It's the Navy. Run. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, sensing the urgency, quickly regrouped and began their desperate escape towards the harbor. Yechuan's gaze swept casually over the chaotic crowd, and from the corner of his eye, he suddenly glimpsed a familiar figure. A young man with a green mohawk was excitedly watching the direction in which Luffy had fled, hands clasped together as if in worship. Bartolomeo? Yechuan recognized the early appearance of Luffy's fervent admirer and shook his head slightly. He did not linger any longer. Seizing the opportunity while everyone's attention was captivated by the fleeing Straw Hat crew and the pursuing Navy, Yechuan slipped away from the square like a shadow merging with the crowd. His resolve was firm. He would board the Straw Hat ship, catch a ride, and depart from this place of turmoil. He also contemplated finding a suitable blade in this world. On the streets of Rogue Town, the chaotic chase continued. Damn it! Why are there so many Navy soldiers? Luffy exclaimed, sprinting frantically while occasionally glancing back and making faces. It's all your fault for shouting so recklessly on the execution platform, Sanji retorted, dodging Navy pursuers beside him, clearly annoyed. Rorinoa Zoro. A crisp female voice rang out. At the alley's entrance, a figure blocked their path. With short lavender hair, round glasses, and wielding a long sword, it was none other than Navy Chief Petty Officer Tashigi. Not her again. Zoro frowned upon seeing Tashigi, particularly irked by her striking resemblance to Kuina. Leave this to me. He understood that this woman was a swordsman and his adversary. Hey, Mosshead, are you sure you can handle this alone? Sanji asked, a hint of concern in his voice as he glanced back. Quit the chatter. Get lost and don't be a hindrance. Zoro growled without turning back, already engaged in battle with Tashigi, the clash of blades erupting in an instant. Zoro, be careful. Luffy and Sanji pressed on, continuing their frantic dash towards the harbor. However, not far ahead, they encountered an even more formidable figure. A man, nonchalantly chewing on 2 cigars, stood quietly in the middle of the path. Who the hell are you? Luffy boldly inquired, eyeing the imposing man before him. The man took a deep drag from his cigar, slowly exhaling a dense cloud of smoke, his voice low and gravelly. I am Smoker, Colonel of the Navy Headquarters. Before the echo of his voice faded, Smoker's body suddenly jolted. His arms transformed into 2 robust streams of white smoke, coiling around Luffy's entire form like a mighty python, binding him tightly. What is this, Luffy? Upon witnessing this, Sanji's expression shifted dramatically. Without hesitation, he lifted his leg, delivering a fierce kick that sliced through the air, aimed squarely at Smoker's head. However, just as Sanji's foot was about to connect with its target, Smoker's head morphed into a wisp of ethereal smoke, causing Sanji's powerful strike to miss entirely. The smoke reformed, and Smoker's stern visage reappeared. Without even raising an eyebrow, he cast a disdainful glance at Sanji from the corner of his eye, his tone dripping with contempt. Little lackey, don't obstruct me here. With a single sweep of his hand, Smoker unleashed a concentrated wave of white smoke, akin to a cannonball, which struck Sanji squarely in the chest. Thud! Sanji felt an overwhelming force surge through him, sending him hurtling backwards like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against a distant wall and stirring up a cloud of dust. Damn it! Struggling to rise, Sanji was met with a sharp pain in his chest, clearly suffering from significant internal injury. Disregarding Sanji, Smoker manipulated his smoky arms to pin Luffy forcefully to the ground, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. Your luck ends here. He then slowly extended his hand behind him to grasp the 10 hands embedded with sea prism stone. At that critical moment, a calm voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Is this truly the end? Upon hearing that unexpected tranquil voice, Smoker's body hair stood on end, a chilling sense of danger gripping his heart. He had no time to ponder. Instinct took over, compelling him to abruptly halt his attack and whirl around, tightly gripping the 10 hands as he did so. As he turned, his smoky form swiftly solidified, the 10 hands sweeping with a fierce gust toward the back. Yet whoosh! He struck nothing but air. There was no one behind him, only the lingering white smoke drifting lazily. What? Smoker's pupils constricted sharply, a wave of cold dread coursing up his spine. A figure, like a weightless specter, had stealthily taken position atop a nearby eave, clad in black, with black hair billowing in the briny sea breeze. Most disconcerting were those eyes, tranquil as an unfathomable cold pool, now gazing down indifferently upon him and the Luffy pinned beneath the smoke. It was Yekawa. "Who are you?" Smoker barked, his voice sharp as he elementalized, his lower half transforming into swirling smoke, the 10 hands raised defensively across his chest, his alertness at its peak. Having fought for years, he had never encountered an opponent capable of approaching so stealthily. Yekawa did not respond. His gaze flickered over the struggling Luffy, then briefly assessed Sanji, who had just risen from a pile of rubble, before finally settling back on Smoker. In the realm of the natural smoke fruit, the voice of Yechuan exudes a calmness, akin to the mere declaration of an unembellished truth, the remarkable property of nullifying physical attacks. Within this world, one of the fundamental pillars of power is the devil fruit. The devil fruit embodies the demons of the sea, granting its consumers formidable supernatural abilities, yet at a grave cost. They become forsaken by the ocean and rendered unable to swim. Devil fruits are generally categorized into 3 types: Paramecia, which endows bizarre abilities; Zoan, which bestows tremendous physical strength and beastly transformations; and the most elusive and potent of all, the Logia. These fruits empower their users to manipulate elemental forces of nature and fully transform their bodies into these elements, rendering them immune to the vast majority of physical assaults, effectively placing them in an invulnerable position. Smoker, having harnessed the rare Logia smoke fruit, ascended to the rank of colonel at a tender age, guarding Logue Town. His elemental form has left countless fierce pirates at a loss. This, indeed, is the foundation of his dominance in the East Blue. However, Yechuan's subsequent words sent alarm bells ringing in Smoker's mind. The Logia abilities are certainly troublesome. Yechuan slowly raised his right hand, a layer of pitch-black energy swiftly enveloping his palm. A mere subtle gesture sent a chilling sense of danger locking onto Smoker. Yet, every power has its countermeasures. The moment the words fell, Yechuan's figure seemed to meld into the air, vanishing entirely from the eaves. Smoker's body bristled with apprehension. His smoke form instinctively sought to expand, amplifying his sensory perception. However, just as his elemental core of consciousness began to coalesce, a figure abruptly appeared behind him. At the flank of his smoke form, Yechuan's speed surpassed the limits of Smoker's reaction. His right hand shot forward like lightning, fingers curled like claws, precisely grasping Smoker's smoke-formed arm. Even more astonishing, that outstretched hand penetrated through Smoker's elemental smoke arm, seizing his true wrist concealed beneath the haze. Armament hockey. Bang. What? Smoker's expression shifted instantaneously from disbelief to sheer terror. He could distinctly feel an overpowering, inexorable force gripping his wrist, rendering him unable to escape. Regardless of how he invoked the powers of the smoke fruit. "How could you possibly grasp my physical form?" Smoker's voice, tinged with shock, became slightly shrill. In this moment, his pride in his Logia elemental transformation faltered before this enigmatic black-haired youth. Was it actually ineffective? He is a Logia user. His body is smoke. Physical assaults should pass through effortlessly. Why is he captured? Why does it hurt so palpably? Yechuan gazed at Smoker with tranquility, his hand shrouded in dark armament hockey, gradually applying pressure. "Your greatest weakness as a Logia user lies in this." Crack. Smoker felt a piercing agony in his wrist, as if his bones were being crushed to smithereens. He could even sense an overwhelmingly tyrannical force suppressing the abilities of his smoke fruit. The nature type is not truly invincible. In the latter half of the Grand Line, within the New World, there exists a power that surpasses the devil fruits. Hockey. The armament hockey is the nemesis of the elemental abilities possessed by nature type users. It not only can capture the elementalized entity, but can also directly attack the user's true self. Ugh. Smoker let out a muffled groan of agony, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He desperately activated his fruit's power, the smoke swirling violently, attempting to break free from the grip of the pitch-black hand. However, the hand covered in armament haki was akin to the most robust sea prism stone shackles. No matter how fiercely the smoke struggled and clashed, it could not budge an inch. Instead, the tightening fingers constricted like iron bands, the sound of his bones being compressed audible. Ugh! Smoker's forehead throbbed with veins, the excruciating pain causing his determination to maintain his elemental form to waver, instinctively loosening the smoke arm that was restraining Luffy. Phew! Luffy leaped up from the ground, gasping for air, although somewhat bewildered, upon witnessing Night River effortlessly grasping the smoke-formed Smoker. A look of admiration instantly appeared on his rubbery face. Wow, that's impressive. You can actually catch smoke. At that moment, a green figure rushed in like a whirlwind. Luffy, Sanji, stop dawdling. Run. Zoro, with 3 swords in hand and several small cuts on his body, had evidently just freed himself from the entanglement of Daz's bones. He scanned the situation without hesitation, grabbing the still-dazed Luffy, while shouting at Sanji, who had just risen from the rubble. Sanji reacted swiftly, despite the pain in his chest, and immediately followed. Quick. Oh, thank you. Leave the smoke guy to you. As Zoro pulled Luffy along, they ran while Luffy turned back to offer Night River a broad smile. The 3 of them, like arrows released from a bow, swiftly vanished into the intricate alleyways, while Smoker was firmly restrained by Night River. Night River watched as the Straw Hat Trio disappeared around the corner before slowly releasing his grip on Smoker's wrist, the dark armament haki receding like a tide. Smoker staggered back a step, clutching his painfully throbbing wrist, his elemental body fluctuating violently due to rage and frustration. Night River did not spare Smoker another glance, calmly turning to depart. Wait. Smoker, enduring the intense pain in his wrist, called out sharply to Night River's retreating figure. Who exactly are you? Why did you help that kid? Night River's footsteps paused slightly, yet he did not turn back. There is no reason to prevent a man from setting sail. With those words, Night River's form seemed to meld into the wind, flickering before vanishing entirely at the alley's end, leaving Smoker alone, clutching his wrist, standing amidst the ruins. His face pale, digesting those thunderous words. The Going Merry, like a liberated seabird, sailed away from the chaotic port of Logue Town, riding the winds and waves. The silhouette of the town gradually diminished behind them, ultimately transforming into a vague shadow upon the horizon. Ahead lay the boundless azure, with the sea breeze carrying the essence of freedom, enveloping them. At last, they had escaped. Usopp leaned against the ship's railing, his heart racing as he patted his chest, his elongated nose swaying with emotion. That was a close call. Luffy, you fool, you nearly faced execution. Nami, hands on her hips, shouted at Luffy, who was bouncing around on the deck, though a glimmer of relief flickered in her eyes. It's all fine now. Thanks to that peculiar man in black. Luffy laughed carefree, pointing towards the distant direction of Rogue Town. Humph, that smoky bastard will definitely meet his end next time. Zoro leaned against the main mast, clutching his 3 swords, his expression dark, evidently still brooding over his defeat at Smoker's hands. Sanji lit a cigarette, elegantly exhaling a smoke ring, yet his gaze was fixed on the horizon ahead. However, we have successfully reunited, and next. Every eye followed Sanji's sight, turning towards the distant sea line. At the far end of the vast ocean, a brilliant beam of light pierced through the mist, standing silently. Did you see that? Nami's voice bore a barely perceptible excitement. That light signifies the entrance to the Grand Line. The legendary sea, both wondrous and perilous? Humph, now that's intriguing. The all-blue must lie somewhere in that expanse. It is a paradise, yet also a hell. Nami took a deep breath, striving to keep her voice steady. The currents, the climate, the magnetic fields. All known nautical knowledge fails utterly there. 7 incredible magnetic lines connect the scattered islands, forming a labyrinthine route that gathers formidable beings from all corners, along with legendary treasures. It is the pinnacle of every pirate's dreams and the graveyard of countless ambitions. How splendid! Luffy raised his arms high, unable to contain his excitement. We are about to venture there. Indeed. Sanji extinguished his cigarette, a radiant smile gracing his face. To celebrate our impending entrance into this legendary sea, let us perform a ritual for embarking upon the Grand Line. A ritual? Luffy, Usopp, and Nami looked on with curiosity, Even Zoro lifted his eyelids slightly. Of course, Sanji approached a stack of wooden barrels on one side of the cabin. Searching for an empty one, he selected a seemingly clean oak barrel and reached to lift it. However, upon exerting force, Sanji's brow furrowed. This barrel is quite heavy. What could be inside? Just then, with a creak, the lid of the barrel was suddenly pushed open from within. A black-haired youth, sporting a look of resignation, slowly emerged from the barrel. It was Night River. The atmosphere on deck instantly froze. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, and Usopp stared in shock at the unexpected guest who had suddenly appeared from the barrel. "Ah, it's you." Luffy was the first to react, recognizing Yechuan, and immediately greeted him with a wide grin. "What are you doing here? Do you wish to join us on our adventure?" Zoro, however, swiftly drew the three swords from his waist, his gaze fixed warily on Yechuan, and sternly demanded, "Who exactly are you? Why are you hiding on our ship?" Yechuan's attention was drawn to Zoro's familiar white-sheathed sword, with its distinctive straight blade pattern, causing a momentary daze. Although it was not the sword he had cherished for over a decade, its unique aura evoked a sense of inexplicable familiarity. "Who am I?" Yechuan murmured, retracting his gaze. Feeling somewhat at a loss, he had intended to hide inconspicuously in a barrel and quietly depart once the Mary set sail into the Grand Line. To his surprise, he had forgotten about the sailing ceremony plot from the original story and was caught off guard, leading to a rather awkward predicament. He had never contemplated assuming any particular role in this world. Most likely, he would drift like a solitary traveler, witnessing the grandeur of this era. Accustomed to solitude, he had no intention of joining any pirate crew. Boarding the Mary was merely a means to hitch a ride for easier access to the Grand Line. Yet now, faced with the curious gazes of the Straw Hat crew, he had to concoct a suitable identity for himself. His eyes fell once more on Zoro, and suddenly, an answer came to him. He slowly lifted his head, meeting the gazes of the others, and replied calmly, "I am a bounty hunter." "A bounty hunter?" The crew was momentarily stunned. "Wow, just like Zoro," Luffy exclaimed, pointing between Zoro and Yechuan with childlike wonder. Then, scratching his head in frustration, he added, "What a shame. Since you're a bounty hunter, you can't be my crewmate, because we already have one on board." Zoro, upon hearing this, felt a vein bulge on his forehead and shouted at Luffy, "You idiot. What kind of ridiculous reasoning is that? Besides, that is not even the point." Yechuan observed Luffy's delightfully simplistic thought process and understood. Indeed, this fellow was just as he had been portrayed in the original story, a creature of instinct and whims. However, he found amusement in this, as he had never intended to become a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. The world of One Piece was far broader than that of Naruto. He did not wish to be bound to a fixed path with any pirate crew. He yearned for the freedom to explore this world unencumbered. With his current abilities, surpassing Mihawk's swordsmanship, wielding the mastery of all three haki types, possessing the strongest Jinjutsu, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and the mystic eyes of death perception, he was at least above the so-called emperor level in this world. There were very few beings capable of posing a genuine threat to Yechuan, likely only him, hidden in Mariowa. His gaze inadvertently flickered towards Luffy, who was now playfully tussling with Zoro in response to Zoro's rebuttal. There is also this fellow, the sun god bearing the name of Nika. However, at this moment, Luffy remains entirely unaware of the true essence of his rubber fruit. Everything will only be revealed 2 years hence. Yechuan retracted his thoughts and approached a relatively quiet mast by the ship's railing. Casually seating himself and addressing the raucous Straw Hat crew, "I do not intend to become your companion. I merely seek to hitch a ride into the Grand Line." He maintained a clear and aloof demeanor. Upon hearing this, Luffy halted his playful tussle with Zoro. He gazed at Yechuan, scratching his head and muttering, "What a peculiar person. Nevertheless, you saved us in town, so hitching a ride is certainly fine. Hee. Hey, Luffy, don't so readily trust a stranger." Nami and Usopp cautioned from the side, their expressions laden with concern. Yet, Luffy seemed oblivious to their warnings. Sanji shrugged and repositioned the barrel to the center of the deck. "All right, you lot, and Miss Nami." The 5 members of the Straw Hat crew each placed a foot atop the barrel, facing the guiding light that symbolized the entrance to the Grand Line. "I shall become the Pirate King. I shall be the world's greatest swordsman. I will find all blue. I will chart the entire world's seas. I will become a brave warrior of the seas." Yechuan leaned against the mast, quietly observing the scene before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. "The legend begins." After the ceremony concluded, the Going Merry pitched and swayed at the edge of the storm. Yet the atmosphere inside the cabin was somewhat peculiar. "Hey, Nami, are you sure this wretched map is reliable?" Luffy inquired, eyeing the sea chart pilfered from Buggy's crew. Skepticism etched across his face. "The entrance is a mountain? What nonsense! How could a ship possibly ascend a mountain?" Usopp nodded vigorously in agreement, adding, "Yeah, if we plunge down from such a high mountain, the Merry will fall apart." Nami, veins bulging on her forehead, pounded the table with fervor. "Everyone, quiet down. This is a legitimate navigational chart. The entrance to the Grand Line is that mountain known as Reverse Mountain. We must utilize the special updraft currents to navigate through the mountain's internal canals to surpass it and enter the Grand Line." How troublesome. Zoro, who had been resting in a corner, suddenly opened his eyes and remarked coolly, "Since the Grand Line is a horizontal sea, why must we enter through that so-called reverse mountain? Can't we simply go around it or find another way in?" "You idiot swordsman, what do you know?" Nami was about to unleash a tirade at Zoro to explain the Grand Line's peculiarities when a calm voice from another corner interrupted her. "Miss Nami." Yechuan slowly opened his eyes, having sat there quietly as if detached from the surrounding chaos. "The storm has ceased." "What?" Upon hearing this, Nami's expression abruptly changed, and without bothering to argue with Zoro, she dashed onto the deck. The others followed suit, and the sight before them left everyone in stunned silence. Just moments ago, they were engulfed in a tempest with raging winds and blinding lightning. Yet now, an eerie calm enveloped the sea, devoid of even the slightest breeze. The ocean lay tranquil, resembling a vast mirror, as sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a golden radiance that was warm and serene. However, not far from the Going Merry, the area they had just departed from remained shrouded in dark clouds, fierce winds howling and torrential rain pouring, as if they had crossed into two entirely different realms. "Oh no!" Nami exclaimed, staring at the bizarre scene, her beautiful face turning ashen, her voice trembling. We unwittingly entered the doldrums. She immediately shouted at the still-dazed crew, "What are you all waiting for? Quickly, everyone, row. We must paddle back into the storm. Hurry." Why should we go back?" Luffy asked, bewildered. "The weather here is so pleasant. It feels amazing." Yes. We finally escaped that dreadful weather." Usopp chimed in, nodding vigorously. "You fools, what do you understand?" Nami exclaimed in exasperation, stamping her foot. Pointing at the placid sea, she urgently explained, "The Grand Line is flanked by two narrow seas. These two seas are the forbidden doldrums. Here, not only is there no wind to fill our sails, but more importantly, what of the lack of wind?" Zoro interrupted, yawning nonchalantly. Just as Nami was about to elaborate on the true horror of the doldrums, a tremendous rumble echoed. The Going Merry jolted violently, and the entire ship seemed to be lifted by an invisible force, suddenly rising upward. Is there an earthquake?" Luffy and Usopp shrieked in fright, clutching each other tightly. Yet, when they beheld what was causing the ship to elevate, all stood frozen in place, their faces etched with sheer terror. Beneath the Going Merry, not one, but countless colossal creatures, monstrous beyond imagination, began to emerge slowly from the tranquil waters, revealing their fearsome heads. These beasts were of various forms. Some resembled enormous sea serpents akin to mountains. Others were gigantic fish with menacing fangs, while some appeared to be gargantuan arthropods magnified thousands of times. Each creature was capable of effortlessly crushing the Going Merry as if it were mere plaything. At that moment, the leviathan that held the ship aloft was a gargantuan sea king, as large as an island. The sea kings are massive marine monsters dwelling in the doldrums, one of the most terrifying natural disasters of these waters. When ordinary pirate ships encounter them, survival is nearly impossible. The crew, gazing at the mythical horrors surrounding them, felt their souls flee in terror, even forgetting to breathe. Only Yekawa remained composed at the bow, his deep black eyes coldly observing the primal, ferocious sea kings below, his gaze unwavering and devoid of any emotion. At that moment, the colossal sea king, which had been looming over the Going Merry, seemed to experience an itch in its nose and suddenly unleashed a thunderous sneeze. Achoo! Boom! The golden Going Merry was hurled into the air like a stone flung from a catapult, soaring in a parabolic arc towards the tempestuous sea in the distance. A chorus of terrified screams erupted from the crew, who clung desperately to the mast and railings, fearing they would be thrown overboard. However, Usopp, in his panic, lost his grip and plummeted straight down towards the sea, teeming with sea kings. To make matters worse, a massive frog-like sea king had already opened its gaping maw, its slime-coated tongue poised to ensnare Usopp like a delectable morsel. Usopp, Luffy, witnessing the peril, felt his heart race and without hesitation extended his rubber arm, attempting to rescue Usopp before he plunged into the ocean. Yet, the tongue of the frog sea king was swifter. It shot out like lightning, ready to engulf Usopp. In that critical moment, Yechuan, who had been watching from the bow, suddenly focused his gaze. An overwhelming, terrifying aura erupted from him like a tangible shockwave. It surged towards the frog-like sea king below. Conqueror's Haki activated. The frog sea king, which had been poised for a feast, froze in place upon encountering Yechuan's Conqueror's Haki. Its greedy eyes were instantly replaced with sheer terror. It barely had time to emit a cry before its tongue retracted and its massive body, as if encountering a specter, turned and fled frantically into the depths of the sea. Even the other sea kings, who had been eyeing the Going Merry, sensed an inexplicable dread emanating from the depths of their souls and hastily submerged, vanishing without a trace. With but a glance and a surge of power, Yechuan had sent the rulers of this forbidden sea into a panicked retreat. Luffy's rubber arm successfully grabbed the still screaming Usopp, pulling him back aboard the ship. The Golden Going Merry, having narrowly escaped disaster, settled back onto the ocean's surface, propelled by the force of its earlier ascent, successfully navigating back to the stormy waters. They were saved. Usopp collapsed on the deck, soaked to the bone, tears streaming down his face, clearly shaken. The crew gazed at the suddenly vacant stretch of water behind them, devoid of any sea kings, their expressions reflecting a mixture of bewilderment and relief. How strange. Luffy scratched his head in confusion and asked, "Why did that big frog suddenly flee? I thought we were doomed. Did it suddenly get a stomach ache?" Fool. Zoro, with a frown etched upon his face, tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, his gaze fixed solemnly towards the direction of the windless zone. In a low voice, he speculated, "In that fleeting moment, I sensed an exceedingly dreadful presence. Surely, a creature more terrifying than those sea kings has emerged, frightening them all away. Well, we are fortunate indeed," Nami exclaimed, patting her chest in relief. "Thank goodness we weren't devoured by that more fearsome beast." The crew nodded in agreement, feeling grateful for their good fortune, entirely unaware that the so-called more terrifying monster had been aboard their ship all along. Time slipped by, and the seemingly endless storm began to wane, with the sea gradually calming. "Look over there," Usopp suddenly cried, his voice trembling with excitement as he pointed towards the horizon. Before them unfolded a magnificent sight, indescribable in words, as if a divine miracle had appeared. A vast expanse of crimson land, split as if by a blade, reached skyward, its height and breadth beyond imagination, resembling a barrier at the world's end. It was none other than the legendary Red Line. At the base of the Red Line, a torrent surged upwards, resembling a silver ribbon flowing against the current, ultimately converging at the mountain's peak before rushing forth in another direction. That was the entrance to the Grand Line, Reverse Mountain, Leviathan Mountain. How magnificent! Nami gazed in awe at the scene before her, her eyes sparkling with the excitement characteristic of a navigator. That is Reverse Mountain. The current is truly flowing upwards. What an incredible mountain! Oh yes, charge ahead, Going Merry. Let us advance towards the Grand Line, Luffy proclaimed from the bow, raising his arms in a deafening cheer. The Golden Merry, buoyed by the unusual upward current, began to glide slowly towards the canal entrance. "Sanji, Usopp, quickly, steady the helm. We must align with the entrance of the canal," Nami commanded anxiously. "Leave it to us, Miss Nami." Sanji struck a dashing pose instantly. "As the helmsman, I, Usopp the Great, shall ensure the Merry passes through smoothly," Usopp declared, thumping his chest in assurance. The two joined forces to turn the helm, striving to guide the Merry accurately into the narrow canal entrance. However, with a sharp crack, their overzealous efforts led to a disastrous outcome. The helm has broken," Sanji and Usopp cried out in despair simultaneously as the Golden Merry lost control. Hurtling like a wild stallion towards the rocky cliffs of the Red Line, Nichuan leaned against the ship's railing, observing the all-too-familiar scene of impending doom with a resigned sigh. Truly, they were a troublesome bunch. Unfortunately, the helmsman, Jinbe, would not join the Straw Hat crew for another 2 years in the New World, as the Merry seemed destined for a catastrophic collision with the Red Line. The words escaped him. Rubber, rubber balloon. In a moment of dire peril, Luffy took a deep breath, his entire body rapidly inflating like a balloon, positioning himself between the Mary and the rocky cliff. Bang! With a resounding thud, the Mary collided forcefully against Luffy's resilient rubber belly, the immense recoil propelling the vessel back onto its proper course, safely navigating into the canal of Reverse Mountain. Oh, up it goes. The Golden Mary surged upwards along the rushing tidal current, resembling a roller coaster, swiftly ascending. In no time, it crested the summit of Reverse Mountain, only to plunge down the opposite side with breathtaking speed. However, before the crew could fully absorb the exhilarating experience of their ascent, a distant bellow echoed from ahead. Moo! A colossal shadow loomed, obstructing the Mary's passage. It was an unimaginably gigantic whale. Its head, akin to an island, bore countless scars, and its enormous eyes gazed sorrowfully towards the indomitable red land. Wow! What manner of creature is that? Usopp and Nami trembled in fright. Such a massive whale. Luffy's eyes, however, sparkled with curiosity, transforming into starry orbs. Night River observed the whale Labu before him, along with the faint outline of a lighthouse atop its head. His brow furrowing slightly. What a predicament, merely seeking a ride, and yet I had forgotten this detail. Should I strike this creature down? After all, it is blocking our path. This thought flickered through his mind for an instant before being dismissed. Better to refrain from such futile actions. Furthermore, if memory serves, the Princess of Alabasta should also make her appearance around this time. Just as Night River pondered, Luffy let out an exuberant shout and leapt from the ship. His small figure shot towards the whale's lake-like eye, delivering a powerful punch. Hey, big guy, make way for us. Yet, in response to Luffy's provocative strike, the colossal whale Labu merely opened its gargantuan mouth, capable of devouring everything. Whoosh! An irresistible force of suction surged forth. Wow! The Golden Mary, along with all aboard, was swallowed whole by the gigantic whale as if they were mere toys. Moments later, the Golden Mary came to a halt upon a relatively tranquil surface of water. Surrounding them was a dimness, with only faint glimmers of light filtering from above, revealing a painted blue sky with white clouds. Are we inside the belly of the whale? Usopp and Nami trembled at the bizarre scenery. At that moment, a small island appeared on the water's surface, upon which stood a quaint wooden cabin. Creak! The cabin door swung open, and an eccentric old man with a petal-like hairstyle, pipe in mouth, slowly emerged from within. He gazed at the Golden Mary, which had unexpectedly appeared at his doorstep, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. However, upon noticing the solitary figure standing at the stern, Yechuan, his eyes widened in astonishment. The young man exuded an astonishing presence. Despite lacking any overt display of hostility, there was an aura about him that could rival the fiercest monsters of the sea. He took a deep puff from his pipe, the smoke swirling around him, and his thoughts seemed to drift back several decades. It had been many years since he had felt such an aura, not since that rascal Roger. To encounter such a figure at the entrance of the Grand Line suggested that these waters were destined to become turbulent once more. Yechuan, too, sensed the incredulous gaze of Crocus upon him. He understood that this seemingly ordinary lighthouse keeper was none other than the legendary ship's doctor who had once sailed with the Pirate King to the fabled island of Raftel. His experiences and perceptions were far beyond the grasp of ordinary men. Old man, Yechuan initiated, breaking the silence with a calm demeanor. There is no need for alarm. I am not here for you, nor for this whale. Upon hearing this, Crocus scrutinized Yechuan deeply, slowly nodding his head without uttering another word. He recognized that a being of such caliber, should he truly desire something, could easily surpass both himself and Luffy in their attempts to intervene. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew stood bewildered, utterly perplexed by the enigmatic exchange transpiring between the two individuals. At that moment, they were entirely unaware that the seemingly disheveled elder with a floral hairstyle had indeed set foot on the legendary final island, Raftel. Just then, a boisterous voice rang out. Hey, open your mouth wide. This Grand Sir intends to enter and procure some whale meat. Miss Wednesday, hurry up. We cannot delay the boss's mission. Two rather flamboyantly dressed figures, brandishing weapons and exuding a brazen demeanor, suddenly burst forth from the whale's cavernous belly, heading straight for the enormous stomach wall, as if preparing to launch an assault. The one adorned with a crown was Mr. Nine from the Baroque Works, and his companion, Miss Wednesday, was none other than Vivi Nefertari, the princess of the Alabasta Kingdom. These two rascals again. Crocus furrowed his brow upon recognizing them. However, before Vivi and Mr. Nine could take any action, or even before the Straw Hat crew could react, Yechuan's figure vanished like a specter, reappearing before Vivi and Mr. Nine in an instant. Without giving the two any opportunity to respond, Yechuan casually extended his hand and effortlessly lifted Vivi away from Mr. Nine as if she were a mere chick. What is happening? Mr. Nine exclaimed, startled by the sudden turn of events. As he prepared to swing his metal bat in retaliation, he met Yechuan's cold, indifferent gaze, which froze him in place, rendering him unable to even draw a breath. Thank you, Straw Hat crew, for allowing me to hitch a ride for a while. Night River held Vivi, who was struggling violently due to fear and anger. With one hand, he calmly addressed Luffy and his companions, who looked utterly astonished. Our destinations are not the same, so I shall take my leave. No sooner had he finished speaking than he lightly pressed his foot against the slick ground of the whale's cavity, alternating between the techniques of shave and moonwalk, his figure streaking forth like a fleeting ray of light, carrying Vivi with him as he burst forth from the whale's massive mouth. Returning to the sunlit surface of the sea, this left the Straw Hat crew on the going merry, exchanging bewildered glances, still grappling with the situation. While Crocus fell silent once more, his gaze laden with significance. Outside the whale, beneath the Twin Cape lighthouse, Vivi struggled fiercely against Night River's grip, exclaiming, "Let me go. You scoundrel! Do you know who I am? To dare lay hands on someone from Baroque Works, you will regret it." Despite her desperate attempts to free herself, Night River's seemingly casual hold on her arm was as unyielding as a vice, rendering all her efforts futile. He released his grip, allowing Vivi to stagger back a few steps, creating distance between them. He regarded the vividly dressed blue-haired girl before him, whose demeanor belied her age, and spoke with calm composure. "Princess Vivi Nefertari, I certainly know who you are." Upon hearing her name, Vivi froze, her azure eyes widening in disbelief and alarm. "How do you know my identity? Who are you?" she stammered, instinctively adopting a defensive posture, her voice trembling with anxiety. Her true identity, known only to Ikelam, who had infiltrated alongside her, was not meant for any outsider to discover. The mysterious black-haired youth before her had effortlessly unveiled her secret, sending a chill coursing through her. Night River observed Vivi's apprehensive demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips. "My purpose is quite simple." He extended his hand, gesturing toward the distant horizon of the Grand Line. "Find a way to take me to Alabasta." Then, his smile took on a more profound significance. "I can assist you in toppling Mr. Zero, the warlord crocodile." Vivi's blue eyes widened in shock, her pupils constricting sharply. "He even knows Mr. Zero's true identity. Help me overthrow Mr. Zero?" Her voice quivered with disbelief. "On what basis do you make such a claim? Do you understand who Crocodile is? He is a warlord of the sea, a hero of Alabasta. And you?" Her gaze swept over Night River's seemingly frail form, appearing no older than 16 or 17, intensifying her skepticism. How could someone so young possibly be Crocodile's adversary? "You must be boasting." To Vivi, Crocodile was a formidable nightmare, able to manipulate an entire nation with ease. Though the boy before her was enigmatic and had seen through her identity, the notion that he could defeat Crocodile was utterly unfathomable. "Words alone are not enough to convince me." Vivi inhaled deeply, her gaze suddenly sharpening. "Since you possess such confidence, allow me to test your mettle." No sooner had she spoken than she sprang into action. Drawing 2 peacock needles from her bosom, she flicked her wrist, and 2 azure rings of light, accompanied by a sound of slicing air, spiraled towards Night River's face from 2 cunning angles. This was her advanced combat technique, honed through rigorous training as a senior agent of the Baroque Works. Yet, in the face of Vivi's sudden and fierce onslaught, Night River did not even bat an eyelid. It was as if he had already foreseen the trajectory of the peacock needles. At the very moment the chain's sharp point was about to graze his skin, he sidestepped with a barely perceptible movement. Whoosh! The chain's point brushed past his neck, stirring a few strands of his dark hair with the force of the wind. Undeterred by her missed strike, Vivi did not relent. She flicked her wrist again, and the chain, as if animated, swiftly coiled back, sweeping towards Night River's lower body with a forceful momentum. Night River remained composed. His right hand rose, as if foreseeing the inevitable, fingers poised together, and in the instant the chain swept towards him, he effortlessly pinched it between his fingers. Hiss! The rapidly spinning peacock needles, before Night River's seemingly ordinary fingers were as if caught in an iron grip, instantly halting all motion and falling feebly. A peculiar force transmitted through the chain. Vivi felt her wrist as though struck by an electric current, the chain's assault collapsing in an instant. What? Vivi's confidence froze on her face. Her eyes filled with disbelief. Before she could recover from her shock, Night River's wrist flicked slightly, and a subtle force coursed through the thread of the peacock needles. Vivi felt an irresistible tug pulling her forward, her body stumbling uncontrollably towards him. Night River extended his hand instinctively, attempting to catch her. In her panic, Vivi collided directly into Night River's embrace. The softness of the girl's figure pressed tightly against the solidness of the boy's chest, enveloped in a faint scent of masculinity. Their position, in that moment, appeared exceedingly intimate. Vivi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a startled rabbit, and she hastily extricated herself from Night River's hold, retreating several steps to distance herself, her heart racing uncontrollably. She lifted her gaze to meet Night River's calm and indifferent black eyes, her astonishment having reached its zenith. Such strength. This prowess was surely on par with, if not superior to, the senior agents of Baroque works. She began to reassess the enigmatic boy before her. Perhaps what he claimed was indeed true. He truly possessed the ability to confront Crocodile. Once this thought took root in her mind, it spread like wildfire, impossible to contain. If someone could genuinely assist her in overthrowing Crocodile, could it be that Alabasta would be saved? With this notion, a glimmer of hope reignited in Vivi's eyes. Taking a deep breath, she solemnly bowed to Night River. "Mr. Night River, I implore you to aid Alabasta." Night Chuan gazed into her earnest eyes and merely nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Vivi led Night Chuan to a small speedboat that had previously been concealed by their Baroque Works organization. Together, they boarded the vessel, setting sail towards the Whiskey Peak, a place revered as the island of welcome within the Grand Line. According to Vivi's plan, they would transfer to a cargo ship bound for Alabasta there. Days later, aboard an unassuming cargo ship, Vivi, being the Princess of Alabasta, had managed to amass a considerable amount of funds while in hiding with Baroque Works, allowing her and Night Chuan to secure a relatively private cabin on the ship with ease. The ship sailed steadily across the vast ocean, with Night Chuan sitting cross-legged in a corner of the room, his eyes closed in meditation, though his mind was occupied with other matters. Arriving in this world necessitated finding a means to earn some money. For sustenance and shelter, one requires berries. Although with his current strength, acquiring wealth through less than honorable means was within reach, it was ultimately not a sustainable strategy. However, since he intended to operate in this world as a bounty hunter, the quickest and most fitting method to earn money would naturally be to capture those notorious pirates with bounties and hand them over to the Navy for rewards. The thought of colossal figures with bounties in the tens of billions of berries crossed his mind. Capturing a Yonko like Kaido or Big Mom and delivering them to the Navy would elicit a wry smile from Night Chuan. A bounty exceeding 40 billion berries would grant him immediate financial freedom in this world, allowing him to indulge in the finest delicacies and savor life. Yet, he quickly shook his head, dismissing this impractical notion. Provoking the Yonko in the New World and prematurely revealing his full strength was not a wise course of action. His true aim was to explore the world, enhance his abilities, and he had no desire to be ensnared in the vortex of the world's elite too early. Furthermore, even if he did manage to capture one, the Navy likely would not have the audacity to accept such a bounty. Not to mention, there was a high probability they would find ways to renege on their promises or offer a mere fraction of the reward. Nevertheless, in the first half of the Grand Line, countless pirates with bounties in the tens of millions of berries abound. Capturing a few of these lesser figures to secure some initial capital should pose no significant challenge. This approach would not only generate income, but also provide an opportunity to stretch his limbs and familiarize himself with the power dynamics of this world. The Navy would be more than willing to accept bounties of this caliber, ensuring relative security in the payment of rewards. Meanwhile, Vivi, observing Night Chuan's relaxed demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the outer world, could not help but feel a surge of doubt within her. Was he truly as formidable as he claimed? She scrutinized him discreetly. If he were indeed a top-tier expert, why did he appear so untroubled, as if on vacation? In her limited experience, both the Knights of the Kingdom and the formidable agents of Baroque Works had attained their immense strength through relentless toil and rigorous training. Before him, The young lad spent much of his time either lost in thought or slumbering. Night River naturally sensed Vivi's skeptical gaze and couldn't help but smile inwardly. In truth, his arrival in this world of pirates was not solely for the purpose of accumulating experience or witnessing grand adventures. He harbored another hidden intention: to rigorously strengthen his physique. The average physical prowess in this pirate realm was far more formidable than that in the world of Naruto. The likes of Whitebeard, Kaido, and red-haired Shanks. Those titans at the pinnacle were self-evident. Even ordinary characters displayed an astonishing level of physical strength and recovery capabilities, surpassing that of mere mortals, almost on par with Might Guy's extraordinary level. He recalled Zoro's simple yet brutal training regimen, lifting several tons of weights daily to push his limits, resulting in continuous breakthroughs in strength and endurance. Luffy, on the other hand, seemed to do little more than eat and sleep, yet when engaged in battle, he exhibited boundless energy, as if he were a force of nature. This appeared to be an inherent principle of the pirate world. As long as one engaged in sufficiently intense physical training, tangible growth would occur, unlike in the Naruto realm, where one overly relied on chakra refinement and ninjutsu cultivation. Having inherited the ultimate swordsmanship of Hawkeye and the 3 types of haki, his mental fortitude had been bolstered through the legacy of the 2 instruments. However, in terms of pure physical strength, he still felt somewhat inferior compared to the top-tier warriors of this world. With this in mind, Night River resolved to abandon mere meditation. Under Vivie's somewhat doubtful gaze, he suddenly bent down, placing his hands on the ground, and began executing standard push-ups. His movements were deliberate, each rise and fall imbued with a unique sense of rhythm. After just a few repetitions, he distinctly felt the blood within him quickening its flow, and his muscles began to ache with a long-forgotten strain. Indeed, it was effective. He rejoiced inwardly. The laws of this world provided immediate feedback for pure physical training. Just as Night River contemplated intensifying his training to fully embrace the joys of fitness in this realm, a loud thud echoed as someone knocked vehemently on the wooden door. Moments later, a cacophony of hurried footsteps, shrill female screams, and the clashing of weapons filled the corridor. What on earth was happening? Vivi's expression changed, her alertness peaked. This was not good. Pirates were attacking. A crew member's terrified shout rang out from beyond the door. Pirates! Vivi instinctively covered her mouth, her lovely visage etched with dismay. How could fate be so cruel? This route had been traversed countless times before without incident. Night River also paused his push-ups, raising an eyebrow. Outside, a boisterous voice called out arrogantly, "You lot, gather up all the valuables on the ship, and bring me the pretty women." Following closely was a somewhat stuttering yet menacing voice that declared, "Listen well. We are the One-Eyed Charlie pirate crew. Captain One-Eyed Charlie, notorious for his ruthless deeds, has a bounty of 10 million berries." One-Eyed Charlie. Upon hearing this name, Vivi's expression darkened further. It is indeed him. This scoundrel is infamous in these waters for his merciless piracy. Many merchant ships en route to Alabasta have fallen victim to his plunder. Yechuan signaled for Vivi to remain calm, rising from his seat and brushing off the dust from his attire. In a serene tone, he suggested, "Let us proceed above deck to assess the situation." As they stepped out of the room and onto the deck, they beheld a grim sight. All the crew and passengers of the merchant ship had been herded to the center by a band of menacing pirates wielding knives and guns, trembling in fear. There were approximately 30 pirates, and their ship, adorned with the flag of a one-eyed skull, was currently secured to the merchant vessel by a boarding plank. The skull's single eye mirrored that of Captain One-Eyed Charlie, who stood at the bow of the pirate ship, exuding a fearsome presence. The captain, with a black eye patch over his missing eye, surveyed the captives on the deck with a ravenous gaze akin to that of a starving wolf. When his gaze fell upon Vivi's exquisite and ethereal visage, a lascivious gleam ignited in his remaining eye. Ho ho ho, what a truly exceptional beauty. Captain One-Eyed Charlie licked his cracked lips, pointing at Vivi and commanding his subordinates, "Seize that girl for me. Tonight, I shall indulge myself." "Yes, Captain." Several pirates grinned wickedly as they advanced toward Vivi. Her face paled, and she instinctively took a step back. However, just as the pirates were about to seize her, a figure silently positioned himself in front of her. It was Yechuan. He extended a hand, calmly blocking the pirate's path. "Who is this pretty boy? Do you fancy yourself a hero?" Captain One-Eyed Charlie exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by Yechuan's sudden appearance, before erupting in fury. Drawing his curved blade, he pointed it menacingly at Yechuan, stammering threats. Get out of my way, or I shall cleave you in two.